Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Two of the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Virginia Michelle, here with Dee Neath, and we are pleased that you are joining us to celebrate another day of beautiful art from Northern California artists.
Today you will also have the opportunity to bid on and buy works featuring artists from the Short Center, the Artery, California Masters, award winners, and much more.
If you purchased art last night, you can pick it up today from noon to 5 p.m. here at the KVIE Studios, located at 2030 West El Camino Avenue in Sacramento. Be sure to bring a photo ID and a blanket to protect your art for loading into your car.
It's easy to get involved in the art auction by placing a bid when you see your favorite piece come up for auction. So let's take a look.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Short Center Gallery, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Since 1978, this arts-based program for adults with developmental disabilities offers them a place to develop life skills, form meaningful friendships, and become more involved with the community. View all of the galleries featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from the Short Center. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 7A is Lon Chaney in clown costume by Gabe Campbell. This is acrylic on board measuring 25 by 21. Retail value is $150. Item 7B is Dog and Butterfly by Josie Beeman. This is acrylic on board measuring 31 by 15. Retail value is $100. Item 7C is Untitled by Gina Simonson. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. Retail value is $100. Item 7D is Cum Creatum Regium by Robin Marshall. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 30. Retail value is $100. Item 7E is Cat's Meow by Stephanie Seastrand. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 52 by 42. Retail value is $300. And item 7F is Harry Styles by Dawn Franklin. This is acrylic on board measuring 27 by 12. Retail value is $50, and this is a Juror Award in Contemporary Classics. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Paul Basie. Paul is well known for his cartoon-themed art. He's a contributing artist with work in this year's collection, and he is with us to represent the artists and art of the Short Center. Thanks for being here, Paul.
Thanks for having us back. It's really exciting.
It's really fun.
Awesome.
So let's just dive right into this item, 7A, Lon Chaney in clown costume.
Let's start this day off with a bang. This is Lon Chaney in clown costume by Gabe Campbell. It's absolutely a beautiful piece, and I'm thinking if you are a movie buff, if you are a vintage photograph buff, he found somewhere online, I'm guessing on the internet, a picture of Lon Chaney in his clown costume. Gabe is really, really into clowns. Mostly he makes pictures of clowns and stuff, and this is absolutely the best one he's ever done. So excited that it's here. And if you're a clown buff, there's probably such a thing. You know, doing a little research about this, Lon Chaney's parents were deaf, which would be an interesting training for a silent movie actor, I think. And so I'd never heard that before. And anyways, his movies are beautiful. This painting is beautiful. There's a lot of really subtle things going on here. You say, oh, it's black and white, but the eyes are yellow, the lips, of course, red. There's a lot of things going on in here in the background. These other colors, really, really exciting piece. I love the buttons. It's very period. That's not how clowns look these days. And so anyways, there's a lot of really exciting things going on in this piece, and we're so happy that it's here today.
We are really happy it's here. We're also really happy we have an opening bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125 for item 7A, Lon Chaney in clown costume. Let's get the phones ringing for Lon Chaney in clown costume by Gabe Campbell. What else can you share with us, Paul, about this?
Like I said, Gabe, if you're watching, I sure hope you are. Make some more of these. This is so good. And then I'm sure someone's going to buy it today, and we're going to have room for you to make more of these when you get back on Monday. And very exciting. We're really, really proud of Gabe and this piece of art.
We're really proud of this piece of art. We're really proud of you when you're supporting public television, PBS, KVIE, your local public television station. We're going to go over to Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
I am here in the phone bank with the lovely red hat ladies who are doing a great job answering phones today. We want to keep them really busy, so you need to call 1-844-584-3278 and place your bid. I love the Lon Chaney in the clown costume. It's a really fun piece. We've got 5 more pieces coming up from the Short Center, and you can only bid on them if you call. So let's keep these ladies and call, and let's go back out to Paul.
Thanks, Dee. I'm here with Paul Basie. This is item 7A. We're here with Lon Chaney in clown costume. We're looking for a bid of $125. Paul, share some more about this piece with us.
Like I said, Gabe Campbell almost exclusively draws pictures of clowns and other clown characters, but like this is a painting. So it's unique for Gabe to have done something this like finished or formal or whatever. It's acrylics on a wood panel. So it's really... it's a nice presentation, if you ask me. You can go right on the wall. There is no frame on it. You're welcome to put a frame on it if you buy it and take it home, but I think it works without a frame very, very well. It's just got a lot of presence. Like I said, if you were to really look at some of these beautiful, the pinks in the background, just gives it such life, you know, and there's a lot of, this hair is fantastic, but there's a lot of pinks in there. The yellow eye is very mysterious. There's no pupil, you know, it's kind of scary, and just a great character, a lot of character. And if you like Lon Chaney, his movies are just so interesting, so revolutionary. And then here's a picture of Lon Chaney, revolutionary picture of Lon Chaney in a clown costume. I don't know the movie, if there is one even, but
it's a great piece. We're going to keep it open. We're going to move on to the next piece, which is item 7B. It is Dog and Butterfly by Josie Beeman. This is acrylic on board measuring 31 by 15. The retail value is $100. We've got an opening bid of, starting bid, we're looking for starting bid of $50, and this is item 7B, Dog and Butterfly. Paul, what can you share with us about this?
Well, I did not know Josie Beeman. She left the program before I got there. I've been at the Short Center for about 3 years, and so, but when I was choosing pieces for this weekend, I just thought this thing really says it all. It's a very Short Center looking piece. It's very, very funky, very, very outsider, if you will. It's on this strangely shaped thing. I think she found a piece of wood with this extension on it, and it was probably part of a set of drawers or something like that, and just put a dog and a butterfly on it and a lot of beautiful flowers around there, and it's just charming. I was drawn right to it. So yeah, I didn't know Josie or much about her or any of her other art, but I thought this one definitely needed to go into the auction this year because it's beautiful.
It's really beautiful. It's got really beautiful colors. We're also looking for beautiful phone rings, and the number to call is 844-KVIE Art. This is item 7B, Dog and Butterfly. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. And you're right, it's such a unique shape, and the colors are so vibrant, Paul.
They are, and also similar to the last piece, it's painted on wood panel, probably like some drawers that they took apart at work, and she just went ahead and painted on it. And then we put a nice clear coat on it, so it has a nice protective layer, and then I can see in the monitor, you can really see the texture of the panel is in there. It gives it a lot of charm and presence, you know, and then it's just absolutely stunning.
That's awesome. We're looking for an opening bid of $50, and we're going to check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
I am standing next to Lon Chaney in a clown costume. I loved this painting when it came in. If you're a fan of horror movies, if you're one of those people that has the big giant room that's devoted to watching TV and old movies, you need this piece. He did a great job on the piece. We've got a high bid right now of $100. It's $150 retail. I hear the phones going off. It's not an auction unless we get a couple of you bidding at the same time. Piece number 7A, Lon Chaney in a clown costume. Let's go back out and see some more of that lovely green piece.
Paul, so let's talk a little bit about the style of this dog and butterfly painting.
It's just very, very funky and offbeat is the notes that I wrote. And you can just see a lot of personality in this thing. Like I said, I didn't know Josie, but she obviously wanted to put a lot of charm into this thing. And it's pretty executed very, very offhand and somewhat quickly, I would say, compared to the clown piece. And but that gives it its spontaneity and its charm. I mean, really, it's all there. This is everything that I like to see in a short center piece. It's finished. I like to have stuff on the panel because it's kind of inexpensive, frankly, and then we could just put some wire on the back and onto the wall it goes. And I know there's a famous record by the group Heart called Dog and Butterfly. I don't know if Josie was referencing that or if she just wants to have a dog and a butterfly in this picture with these lovely flowers, but it's really charming, and it's, like I said, it's got everything that the short center art should have.
It's also got everything that we should have here for you in the art auction. Remember, all the proceeds when you bid on this art supports PBS KVIE, your local public television station, and you can do that by calling the number on your screen. This is item 7B. It's vibrant. It's a joyful piece. Every time I look at it, I just feel a sense of joy. It is charming. We're looking for a starting bid of $50 for item 7B, Dog and Butterfly. We need to hear the butterfly phones ringing. Paul, what else can you share with us about this piece?
It's the flowers are great. I mean, it really fills up the space, and then how they had this extension, like I said, is sort of empty. Like I don't know what she was thinking. Like it's just this other part of the thing. It just gives it this really, really very funky charm. Is the only way I could
Really
explain
nice.
it. And it'd be great in a kid's room. Somebody likes dogs and butterflies. There's a couple categories that I think it could fit into very easily, but it's really, really charming.
And Paul, can you remind us about the mission of the Short Center and why this art is so important to what you guys do?
That's such a hard thing to encapsulate right now. We just go there every day and try to give everybody a great platform to create themselves and be the best person that they can be. With we have a staff of artists and musicians, and it's just a really great place, and they learn a lot, and that's where their life is, and
Awesome.
it's really beautiful.
Thank you. We're trying to create a platform for you too. We're going to keep this item open. That's item 7B. We're going to move on to item 7C. This is Untitled by Gina Simonson. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24. Retail value is $100. We need to hear the phones ringing on this Saturday afternoon. This is item 7C. And Paul, what can you tell us about this very large, beautiful piece?
Well, this is obviously kind of like a drip painting, an abstract drip painting, and it's by Gina Simonson, and let me tell you, she is so excited when she makes these drip paintings. It's just a joy to watch. Every time she comes into the room, she wants to make another one of these. We have a lot of them. And, to her sheer unbridled joy of making these things, it's right there, these drip paintings. The color choice is really beautiful. It's kind of a narrow palette, just that purple and that sort of turquoise and the yellows. And then another guy snuck in, Gary Guglielmina, and gave it this nice kind of green stripe along the bottom when I wasn't looking, but it just added so much to it that we kept it there. And it's just the spontaneity. It has a nice finish on it. This one is on canvas, and it just looks so formal. It looks like exactly what it's supposed to be. There's nothing lacking here at all. It just looks like a beautiful drip painting. It could go into a modern home decor sort of thing, and fit right in. Nobody's going to say that looks like anything other than a beautiful piece of abstract art, and I'm really, really happy with it. That's
really
why
great.
we chose it.
We're going to check over with Dee in Phone Bank. Dee, what's going on?
I'm not bragging, but I have a fairly large art collection, And two of my favorite pieces in my art collection came directly from the Short Center. The Short Center opens up the whole world of art to all these developmentally disabled artists. They treat them like professional artists. They give them professional materials. And I'm standing right here in front of a nice piece, 7B Dog and Butterfly. Right now I've got a $50 bid. I'm looking for $100. The Short Center supports KVIE, and I hope you do too. Give us a call. Oh, Lon Chaney's a bell ringer. Where's our bells, ladies? That was the clown piece. We're still taking bids on the clown piece. And that was item number 7A. This is item 7B, Dog and Butterfly. You can't win it unless you call. Let's go back out and look at that nice abstract one more time.
Thanks, Dee. Time goes fast in this auction, so now's the time to call the number on your screen. This is item 7C. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. $50, Paul, to start on this beautiful, joyful painting.
$50 would be such a steal. I mean, it should go up a little bit higher, but whatever happens. And like I said, Gina is really, I've known her for like almost 20 years. She was at a program that I worked at before I was at the Short Center. So I've really seen her grow as an artist, and it's been really, really rewarding for me to see that over the years. And she's these drip paintings that she's making are just so successful. I mean, I should have one in my house, but I don't. Maybe I'll have her make one just like it on Monday for me, for special. And but they're a lot of fun, and they just say it all. They really just say it all.
It's really
Creativity,
beautiful.
Spontaneity, everything. It's right there, you know.
It's really great. This is item 7C, Untitled. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. The phones are ringing. They need to ring a little bit more. It's kind of got a Jackson Pollock feel to
Exactly.
it.
You know, more than once I've showed some of the Jackson Pollock footage on the internet in the room to say, see, you know, like we're doing the exact same thing this guy did in 1950, whatever, and it just kind of adds a lot of fun to the moment. And but yeah, and we work on the floor, put the canvas on the floor, put a lot of newspapers around it, but still paint gets all over the place, and it really is. It's a lot of fun when we make these things. And yeah, and I'm so happy that Dee said all that stuff about owning some of the Short Center pieces. I never knew that, and so awesome.
It's really awesome. What else is awesome is we're going to keep this piece open for just a little bit. Item 7C. We're going to move on to item 7D, which is Come Cruentum Regium by Robin Marshall. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 30. The retail value is $100. This is item 7D. I absolutely love this piece. It looks like stained glass. Come Cruentum Regium. I like saying that as well. Paul, we're looking for a starting bid of $50. What can you tell us about this piece?
This is another collaborative piece that we made, very similar to the drip painting. As you can see, there's a lot of, we decided to call them drop paintings because it's more like the paint is dropping onto there to get this beautiful, it turns out to look stained look. We layered it up days and days and weeks of all these things. And then someone said it looks kind of like a stained glass window. So we put these, the kind of panes, if you will, and that really tied the whole look together, and it's just fantastic. Put a nice clear coat on it to protect it, and then painted the edges, and I just have to add, this is Robin Marshall, but also Gina Simonson is signed the back of it, so this is a collaboration between Robin and Gina, and it's just stunning. It just, as soon as we were done with it, I thought this thing has to go into the art auction, and then we gave it this title that I had no idea that we were going to have to say it on live television, but she's doing a good job with it, and you can read it right there on the screen. But it just means stained, and because it evokes stained glass, and it's really, really, it's kind of a dark piece, very, very formal, and what can I say? It's absolutely beautiful, you know.
You know what we
Please
can say, Paul, is we have a bell ringer, so we're going to check in with Dee.
Awesome. So exciting.
The Dog and Butterfly piece that I just had up here a few minutes ago, 7B, is now a bell ringer at $120. It's got a retail of $100. We're still keeping it open. This piece right here, it's an untitled abstract. I'm looking for an opening bid of $50. Tear those posters off your walls, people. Get some original art in your house. It's a great way to start somebody's collection. If you've got a young person that's moving out or you got your first apartment, I'm only looking for a $50 bid on 7C. It's an untitled abstract, and it's absolutely stunning. Let's go back out to Paul.
Thanks, Dee. This is item 7D, Cum Cruentum Regium. We have a high bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125. Let's make this a bell ringer as well. This is a very meditative piece. I could look at this all day long and just relax and just wonder about it.
It's wonderful. Speaking of meditation, to watch these things evolve in the room, we just work on it, and it's organically, each step tells us which direction to go for the next step, as far as color choice and who's going to work on it and stuff. They really take on a life of their own, and sometimes, I think it's like the painting starts to tell us what to do with it rather than the other way around, and it's a truly intuitive and beautifully organic process how these things are made, and it's reflected totally in the piece. It looks great.
It's really beautiful. It's almost like there's a different story in each pane of the window, and you could just go.
I forget the story. Somehow we decided to put color in one of the panes, and that just really ties it together. I think it's just so fun, and it's like, I don't know if the pane is missing.
Or everything
the universe is everything else is missing. That's the universe. There's only one pane of glass left. I don't know. It's kind of, you can feel however you want about it.
It's really great. We're going to keep this item open, item 7D, Cum Cruentum Regium. We're looking for a bid of $125. We're moving on to item 7E, which is the Cat's Meow, and that is by Stephanie Seastrand. It is acrylic on canvas, measuring 52 by 42. The retail value is $300. This is a substantial painting. You're going to see it in just a moment. Item 7E is the Cat's Meow, and definitely, Paul, this is the Cat's Meow, right?
It sure is. I mean, this piece just stands out. This gigantic canvas was donated to us some months ago, or about a year ago, and then we just attacked it. We just started attacking it over and over in one of the classrooms, and again, it says Stephanie Seastrand. She probably did the bulk of it, but then some of the other artists I can mention are Robin Marshall and Gina Simonson as well. So they love making these abstract things. The colors, there's small details here like these flowers and stuff. There's some metallic paints going on here. It just Robin likes to call. When Robin works on stuff, she likes to call it bacteria for some reason when she adds little details to it, which is kind of creepy but very funny. That's Robin, and it just gives it this nice mixture of textures. You have this large swaths of color in the pinks and the blues over there, and then these kind of orange details coming in here on top of that, and then these beautiful circles, which we just use, Dixie cups and stuff, and then these flowers painted on there, and it's just such a nice variety of subject matter and styles and everything. It's just clean, and it looks amazing. Like I said, it looks exactly like what it's supposed to be, this beautiful abstract piece, and they did a really super job with it. I'm so happy it's here, and it's huge.
It's huge. It's epic.
I mean,
it's epic.
It's epic.
It's really epic, and we're looking for an epic bid of $150, and we're going to go check in with the Epic D. D, what's going on?
This is how the auction works. We have a bell ringer on a piece that is just now going to be shown after this next one. But I wanted to show this wonderful lime green abstract. It's got a really great mid-century modern feel. I'm looking for a starting bid of $50. This is the kind of piece that's really fun to start your collection with. I love the artists of the Short Center. They take their artwork very seriously, and their instructors are all professional artists. We have 3 of them participating in the art auction this year, including Paul. I sold his piece last night. So if you want to bid on this piece, it is number 7C, and I'm looking for a $50 bid. Let's go out and see another abstract. Wow, that's big.
It's really big. It's exciting. The phones are ringing, and the number is on your screen to make them ring more. This is item 7E, Cat's Meow. We've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150, only halfway to making it a bell ringer. Paul, share more about this.
There's so much to share. Let's see. It's we had a good time sort of working on it on the floor, and at every angle you can see it's kind of like there's some drips going that way. Obviously, paint doesn't drip that way, but as we moved it around in the studio and working on it from different angles to get all these different, just beautiful, details, and what can I say? It would look great in like a really formal, modern. Living room, or maybe like if you have an office space, like your big meeting room or something like that. It's really fantastic. I would say out of all the pieces here, no, I don't have any favorites, but I think it really is an extremely strong piece, and it deserves all the attention that you want to give it. And call up and bid on this thing, because you do not want to miss owning this and having it in your home or your office.
It does deserve a lot of attention, and there's some other items that deserve some attention. Let's do a recap. Item 7C, we're looking for a bid of $75, a bid of $75 from item 7C that's untitled. Item 7D, Cum Cruum Tom Regium, we're looking for a bid of $125. Item 7E is Cat's Meow. We're looking for a bid of $150. This is the Cat's Meow. I love looking at it because every time I look at it, I see something different.
Yeah.
And I focus on the circles, then I focus on the colors.
There's a lot to look at. And Cat's Meow, I don't remember, we made this months ago, but I just kind of threw it out. What is this thing going to be called? And then somebody threw out, well, it's the Cat's Meow. I think Cat's Pajamas, Cat's Meow. I mean, and then we kind of rolled the dice and voted and said Cat's Meow is the name of this piece, and that's how we do it. You know, it's a group effort, and we arrive at stuff, and here it is. Here it is today. It's
well,
really,
we're gonna keep this item open, and we're gonna move on to item 7F. We're all really excited about this piece, as we are all the pieces. This is item 7F, Harry Styles by Don Franklin. It is acrylic on board, measuring 27 by 12 inches. Retail value is $50. This is a juror award in the contemporary classics, and we have a bid of $50. We're looking for a bid of $75. Paul, we're very excited about this piece.
I am extremely excited about this piece. Dawn Franklin is having a beautiful year as an artist. She was featured in Comstock's magazine, and I think the June issue. It was a nice 2-page, practically, photograph of her working on a painting not unlike this one. And then there was a beautiful article about the Short Center and the outsider art that we do, and Dawn Franklin. And this one is called Harry Styles. She likes the pop group One Direction, and I guess her favorite direction in that group is Harry Styles. So Harry, if you're watching, you could own this and have it at your house. And so bid early, bid often. And Harry Styles, I'm not that familiar with their music, but a lot of other people are. And Harry Styles, and this is a lot of fun, I guess is what I'm saying. This piece is a lot of fun.
It's a lot of fun, and I can make a lot of puns about the One Direction, but the One Direction right now should be to your phone, and the number is on your screen. This is item 7F, and we're going to check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
Oh, thanks, Crystal. We have lovely stylists here who keep us looking good all weekend, and I want to give a shout out. Thanks, Crystal. Almost every piece in this last section has been a bell ringer, including this piece right here, which I have a current bid of $100 on 7D. We're keeping them open. Harry Styles is a bell ringer. I don't have a bell in my hand. And number 7E, Cat's Meow, we're at $125. Let's bring that up and show all the artists at the Short Center how much we appreciate their work. Let's go back out to Kelly.
Thanks, Steve. When you're calling in to support these local artists, you're also supporting KVIE, your local PBS station. And the number to do that is 844-584-3278, KVIE Art. This is item 7F, Harry Styles. Harry's maybe not watching, but you are watching, and time is running out for you to own this wonderful piece of art. We're looking for a bid of $75, Paul, for Harry Styles by Don Franklin.
Yes, Don Franklin and Harry Styles. Just a technical, this is acrylic and marker pen on a panel, and then we put a nice clear coat over it to give it that protective quality that I like to have on there. And then it just, I like the vertical aspect of it. You know, it gives it a lot of a real personal presence, like he's really standing there inside this doorway or this thing, and that's Harry Styles. I think if you got a close-up, it might even say Harry, it says One Direction very subtly in here somewhere. I mean, I don't know if you can see that, but pretty funny. And there's a lot of work on there, a lot of subtle little background colors and stuff, and it's just really exciting. And Dawn Franklin is a very special person, and I'm so glad that her Harry Styles painting is here today, and that people are bidding on it. And take it home. It's going to give you so much joy you won't even believe it.
It is a joyful piece. It's also an award winner. And this award-winning piece can be yours by calling the number on your screen, item 7F, Harry Styles. We have a bid of $50. We're looking for a bid of $75. Time runs out quickly on these pieces. Support PBS, KVIE, your local public television station. And again, Paul, award-winning piece.
Award-winning. Forgot to mention that. Dawn, you won an award. So beautiful. Harry Styles, we love it.
And we're going to go over to Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
I am here in the phone bank with my lovely Red Hat ladies who have been busy taking lots of bell ringing bids. We've still got 2 pieces up from the last segment. 7E Cat's Meow is a bell ringer. Every piece from the Short Center was a bell ringer. I'm sure those artists are very proud of their donation. I want to thank the phone bank. They work really hard here, and they're just here to answer your questions and take your calls. I want everybody to stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour on your KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Mid-Century Modern Collection, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features artwork inspired by the popular design movement of the mid-20th century, known for incorporating vibrant and earthy colors, geometric shapes, and unique textures. You can view all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we're back for another half hour of auction excitement. And in this half hour, we will be featuring some fun mid-century modern pieces. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 8A is Mate with a Pawn by Frank Chavez. This is pencil in black and white, measuring 24 by 18. It is framed by the artist. Retail value is $600. Item 8B is Under the Tuscan Moon by Paula Sugarman. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 18. Retail value is $380. Item 8C is Plant Stars by Roger Tybalt. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 39. Retail value is $400. Item 8D is Hillside by Vance Vasu. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $600. Item 8E is Illusion by Todd H. Head. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 16. Retail value is $375. And item 8F is Sandstorm by Hannah Nicholson and Elena Von Altena. This is glass, measuring 5 by 13 by 14, and the retail value is $275. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Paul Basie as we take a look at artwork in this category. Thanks for being with us again, Paul.
Thanks for having me back.
Let's get started. This is item 8B, Mate with a Pawn. We have a starting bid of $150. So we're looking for a starting bid of $150. And Paul, as people start bidding on this, what can you share with us about it?
Well, first off, I'm the worst chess player on the planet, so I've always been a little intimidated by the game. So this thing holds kind of interest and curiosity for me. I guess it is possible for a pawn to take the king. I'm not even really sure, but here I guess it's supposed to be about ready to do that. And of course, we're all rooting for the underdog. You know, I think that's what this piece really represents. It's a very simple composition, very stark with the contrast between the the darks and the lights. This is a pencil on pencil, and it's. But you can just see how much work it took this guy. I mean, just hours and hours of laying that pencil. I love using pencil, but I don't think I've ever made anything that's this saturated with that much graphite. It's just really an amazingly rendered thing, and everybody knows what it is. It's a king and a pawn, and that's a great, the graphic of this, the composition down here, the simple checkers of the board gives it such a great look, and it's got a lot of nice elements, you know?
It's really exciting. We always get a great contribution from Frank. He's a longtime contributor to KVIE in the auction, and this is item 8A, Mate with a Pawn. We're looking for a starting bid of $150, and I kind of like the play on the words, and the pawn maybe taking over the king. And it's a beautiful, you mentioned about the composition, and it's black and white, even the frame kind of matches that theme.
Yes, and clearly chess is one of Frank's interests. It says on my notes that he's been playing chess for 50 years, so there's no way I want to play Frank in chess because it would be kind of disastrous results for me. But and I think there's probably a lot of people out there watching public television. You have a really smart audience. They play chess, I guess. So somebody out there, one of the viewers, enjoys the game, would like to take this home and have it, and really express their zeal for the game.
And we want some zeal in the phone bank, and you can do that by calling the number on your screen. And this is item 8A. We've got a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175 for this mid-century modern piece. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee, what's going on?
I am here with my friend Juanita, who is waiting to get your phone call. This next half hour is all mid-century modern works. I have a home that's done in mid-century modern. I love the style. It kind of goes from, the 60s. I kind of like the 70s part. So if you are into the mid-century modern style, this is your half hour. I love that piece they have right now. Frank Chavez is a past award winner. And if you know a chess aficionado, you need this piece in your home. So we're going to take one more look at it with Kelly.
Thanks, Dee. This is item 8A, mate with a pawn. We've got a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. This is in the mid-century modern. What can you tell us about mid-century modern?
It's Dee's favorite word, I think, at the at the auction. It's a really popular niche right now in the whole art market, I think. Every magazine, every TV commercial that you see on television, everybody lives in these beautifully appointed mid-century modern houses with lots of artwork like we're showing you this half hour and the last half hour also. And this would fit right into a house like that. I think I was watching a program on Channel 6 before I came over here about the Eichler houses.
Okay.
And I was thinking, wow, all this stuff would look so good in those houses, and why don't we do that, And so yeah, this piece, chess, it's really subtle, just the black and white, nice frame. It's under glass, and yeah, it has a lot of beautiful attributes.
It's really beautiful. We're going to keep this piece open. That's item 8A, mate with a pawn. We're looking for a bid of $175. We're going to move on to item 8B. That is Under the Tuscan Moon by Paula Sugarman. This is mixed media, measuring 24 by 18. The retail value is $380. The phones need to ring a little bit more. I'll sing to you to make the phones ring, or I'll stop singing to make the phones ring. And this is a beautiful piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. Paul, for Under the Tuscan Moon. What can you share with us about this?
Well, Paula was good enough to give us a lot of good notes about this piece, so I'll just kind of go through what she wrote. It's inspired by a trip to Italy. She made it in her home studio here in Sacramento, I guess. I'm an abstract painter, artist, inspired by travel and nature. My paintings are about the feeling I get when I'm in a particular place, and are rarely literally representational. So that's a lot right there. There's a lot of different materials in here. I would call this it's a mixed media, collage. And if you get a close-up, you can see the different types of paper, and it looks like she used some stencils and a variety of types of paint, and it just adds up to a very effective piece. And it's on canvas, and yeah, I can see some like chalk, I think, and maybe this is the moon that she's talking about.
It's really fun. We're used to maybe hearing the title Under the Tuscan Sun, but
exactly.
I love that it's Under the Tuscan Moon. And 8B, that is Under the Tuscan Moon. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. The number is on your screen to call. Make sure you call in now, because these items don't stay open very long. And let's hear about Mate with a Pawn with Dee. Dee?
I am here with the lovely Emily, who's holding this at an angle so we don't get glare from the glass. We have item number 8A. This is Frank Chavez. He donates every year to the auction. He always does a special piece just for us, and he has won so many awards at the auction I can't even list them off. 8A, Mate with a Pawn, is currently at $150. It has a $600 value. It needs to be in your family's game room, but you can only put it there if you call 844-584-3278 and bid on it today. Let's go back out and see Under the Tuscan Moon.
Thanks, Dee. When you're calling in, you're supporting local artists, but you're also supporting public television, KVIE PBS. And when you do that, you're also bringing hours and hours, over 500 hours of arts programming alone, and local programs and national programs like Masterpiece, Frontline, Nova, Nature, and Antiques Roadshow. So this is great programming for you and your family to enjoy 24/7, even online programming at our website. And this is item 8B, so you can help support all of that under the Tuscan Moon. And we're looking for a starting bid of $100, Paul, for this wonderful, energetic, and vibrant
A lot of energy, yeah. I was underlined this in her notes. For this piece, I'm using brushes, sponges, paper, string, and tape. I always love to see artists working with materials that are not conventionally thought of as art materials. You know, just break away from that. I need a brush, I need a canvas, I need a palette or whatever, you know, and just kind of do whatever you want, use whatever's around. One of my first discoveries was the garage and all the stuff that's in the garage and the drawers. You start making art out of whatever you find in there. And I think Paula has freed herself from that kind of constraint of just using, you know, the normal stuff. And the result is really clear here. Very, very nice piece. I like the oranges and the blues, you know, blue and orange, very popular color combination. And not to sound, well, it's got the word Tuscan right in there, so it has that kind of Tuscan look. Been to Italy, and I remember the colors, and they're very, very similar to that. And it's a really wonderful piece.
It's a wonderful piece. It's up to a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175 under the Tuscan Moon. I would love to go under the Tuscan Moon. And you can have the Tuscan Moon in your home. Item 8B, we're looking for a bid of $175. We're going to keep it open and move on to the next piece, which is item 8C. This is Plant Stars by Roger Tybalt. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 39. It's a substantial piece, very colorful. Retail value is $400. And we are looking for a starting bid of $125 for Roger Tybalt's piece. Paul, what can you share with us about this?
Well, it's funny. It's so much bigger today than I remember it from the gala event the other night, but I didn't have a ruler with me. But anyways, it has a lot of presence. And these colors, the Southwestern art is kind of a popular niche also right now. And this, I think, fits right into that. It doesn't specifically say, you know, plants, but to me they look like cactuses because obviously there's this green stripy thing and these sort of pokey things. Oh, I see, it's kind of metallic gold in there. Whoops, touched it. And then everybody's got these pots in their yard, so it has a lot of familiarity to it. The pants look like they're wearing these groovy bell bottoms that I remember sort of from the 60s. I think I had a pair. I was very young, of course, but it's a lot of fun. So yeah, if you have a house that could use that sort of that Southwest kind of look, this could fit right in, and it's charming.
It's a lot of fun. I wonder if there's a play on the title Plant Stars that kind of look like a rock band as well. Maybe?
Yeah, I thought of the Beatles a little bit, you know, especially with those bell-bottom pants I was talking about, and then those jackets, you know, and so yeah, I think I even did mention the groovy bell bottoms like the Beatles. I wrote down. Groovy. So yeah,
it would be really groovy if you called the phones right now. The number is on your screen. Item 8C, Plant Stars. We're looking for a starting bid of $125. Paul.
Great, yeah, worth $125 and more. It has a really subtle colors. There aren't, you know, it's bright, but aren't like a ton of colors. It just kind of fits into a nice little color space, I guess, you know, something like that. And but it has a nice size and a nice presence. It will look good in a you know, larger room or something like that. And it has an understatement to it. There's very little in the background, so it just really focuses on this subject. And you can really recognize this. Like I said, it's got a familiarity to it, I think.
It's really wonderful. Dee, we're going to check in with you in the phone bank. Dee, what's happening?
Okay, we have an auction. An auction means we got more than one person bidding on a piece at a time. I've got a couple people on 8A, Mate with a Pawn, that fabulous piece by Frank Chavez. I'm standing next to 8B, Under the Tuscan Moon. We currently have a bid of $200. We're looking for a retail price of $380. When Paula Sugarman gave us this piece, that's how much she wanted KVIE to make from the piece. I also want to point out this piece is a really great size. It's easy to find a spot for it. It doesn't need a frame. It is painted all the way around the edge. That's kind of a modern mid-century look to it. Piece number 8B, Under the Tuscan Moon, can be yours. Right now I need to hear $250. Let's go back to Paul.
This is item 8C, Plant Stars. We're looking for a starting bid of $125, and my understanding is that the artist, Roger Tybalt, spent some time in Cuba, and I could see some influences in the colors.
Cuba obviously has an extremely vibrant art and musical culture, and it looks like Roger soaked some of that up, and it came out in this beautiful painting that he made. And it'd be fun to talk to him about his visit to Cuba and see what he saw there that he liked so much. And I don't know much about the plant life in Cuba, but they probably do have cactuses there. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. These great faces and these eyes made out of these blue eyes. It's just got a lot of character to it, you know. And
it's a lot of character and a lot
Viva
of character.
Roger. Huh?
Viva Roger. This is Viva Plant Stars. This is 8C. We're going to keep this item open. We're going to move on to item 8D, which is Hillside by Vance Vasu. That is acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 inches. The retail value is $600. And we're looking for a starting bid of $150 for item 8D. The number is on your screen to call. And I am here with Paul, rhymes with call. Paul, what can you tell us about this really beautiful textured piece?
It is very textured, and you can literally feel, though I'm not going to feel it, you know, how much paint and work went into this picture. There's just a lot of nooks and crannies, you know, there's a lot of texture in there if that's your thing. And it looks to me like it says it's hillside, but it looks to me very close to around here. Like you could, you know, just drive a few miles and see hillsides that look just like this. So it fits right into the kind of the regional thing. The color choice is just beautiful. I love the orange, these turquoises down here, that lime green. It just goes together so well. The yellow really kind of pops off there. And I'm sure if you stuck around long enough and saw a sunset, you would see colors a lot like this, you know, out there in the hillsides near Sacramento. So I don't know if she painted hillsides near here, but it sure does fit in with that look, you know.
It's really beautiful. You know, we did a fan favorite poll, People's Choice of all of the art, and this was a major contender in it.
Really? Wow.
This is item 8D. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for hillside. It would be a beautiful addition to any home or office or bedroom, someplace you're looking to add some color and some joy. Again, make the phones ring. The number is on your screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for hillside, Paul.
It's got some nice, concise dimensions. It's not too big, you know, it would fit right into a darling tiny little area of a room and really pop out. I mean, those colors just, you can see them from across the room, and if it would just brighten up any room that it was in, you know.
It's
kind
really
of a
great.
cliche, but yeah, it would do that for sure.
And Dee brightens up any room she's in, and she's going to brighten us up a little bit more right now. Dee, what's going on?
I am here with my friend Roger's painting called Plant Stars. Roger's one of those people that started out as an auction artist. I got to know him really well. We've become friends because we are both vintage car aficionados. He volunteers down at the Auto Museum, and he takes a couple of trips a year to go to Cuba because he loves the cars down there. And I love the way you can see he collects a lot of Cuban artwork. You can see that influence in this painting, 8C Plant Stars. Currently, I have a bid of $125. It's a $400 painting. So if you like a lot of color, this is the piece for you. Right now, call us back and bid on 8C. Let's go back and look at Vance's painting.
Thanks, Steve. This is item 8D, Hillside. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. It's a very textured piece, and I like that. When you talk about the earth, to see some earthy kind of feeling.
Yeah. It's like she took the earth and, you know, put it into the paint and made this painting, so it's really, really connected to the landscape, and it's you really can't get color variations like that with a super flat piece. In my opinion, when you get those textures in there, the colors go really complex. And then even the light and play of the play of the light throughout the day is going to change it, because there really are going to be variations as the sun and everything changes in the room, if it's daytime or nighttime or electric light and stuff like that. So it's really can be kind of a moving sort of a piece, literally, like changes every time you look at it, and that's always a plus in a piece of work.
He's
like
done
this.
a really great job with his painting. This is item 8D Hillside. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. We're going to keep this item open, and we're going to move on to item 8E, which is Illusion. It's by Todd H. Head. It is mixed media, measuring 24 by 16. The retail value is $375. This is item 8E. We're looking for a bid of $150. Item 8E, Illusion by Todd Head. It's a very interesting multimedia, mixed media piece. What can you share with us about this?
Well, I remember last year I was an art expert also, and I'm still an art expert. And also in my half an hour, I had one of Mr. Head's pieces, and it was also, he mentions here that it reminds him of the light rail floor. And I looked up last year's collection and found that piece also was a lot about the light rail and an experience that he'd had on the light rail, and so the guy obviously likes to commute on the light rail and has a lot to say about it, and that's cool, kind of a theme. As far as materials, man, this thing is all over the board. It says mixed sand, watercolor, and it says ankle weights, but I think he meant the filler of the ankle weights. It's kind of bizarre, but somehow there are ankle weights involved in the creation of this piece. He uses a lot of glues and beads and iron rust, and the result is a really complex and very interesting object, really. And it's kind of open here. You see, the piece is shaped, and then you don't see the other ones the way it has these open sort of areas, these triangles in the corners, and gives it another level of interest. And but yeah, the wax is just, I don't know if it's wax, but the glues, it's a very alive kind of a look to it. It's very interesting.
There's
a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there.
A lot going on there. We'd like a lot more going on in the studio with the phones ringing, and the number is on your screen. This is item 8E, Illusion. We've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150 for this mixed media piece. The retail value is $375. And we're going to go over to D. D, what's going on in the phone bank?
This is a bell ringer for a piece that is coming up next. So I wanted to remind you, get online, go to kvie.org/art auction so you can preview the pieces, because what you really want to do is call about 2 or 3 minutes before your piece comes up so you don't miss it. I want to talk about item number 8D, Vance Vasu. He's been donating forever. It's a quintessential mid-century modern piece. You've got all those hot, vibrant colors, the orange, my favorite lime green. It's a really great small piece with a big impact. It's number 8D. I'm looking for a bid of $150 to get it started. Let's go back out and look at that. I love the Head brothers. They do such great work. Let's look at, is that Todd's piece?
It is Todd's piece. It's a great piece. This is item 8E, Illusion. Don't let the title fool you. It is very real and very beautiful. We've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150. We'd like to make it a bell ringer to go over retail value. We love the bell ringers of the phones and the actual bells. And again, this is Todd Head's piece, multimedia, different kind of shape, all kinds of materials, very energetic and industrial kind of feeling.
Industrial. It says also in his notes that he was a store artist for Tower Records on K Street Mall. And I'm so jealous. I so wanted a job like that. When I go to Tower, I thought, man, these guys are so cool. They get to do whatever they want, and it hangs in the store. And I thought the store gave them a lot of latitude in their creativity. It was, I remember, maybe a lot of you remember the in-store signage and album art, whatever, that was made by their own artists, and it was really creative stuff. And clearly, he's kept it up, and he's continuing to make art today. And it really shows in this piece. There's a lot of creativity there.
It's really
Right.
great. We need you to continue to make art and great programming possible on PBS KVIE, your local public television station. And you can do that by calling the number on your screen, item 8E Illusion. We're looking for a bid of $150. I hear some phones ringing. We could hear some more phones ringing. And again, look at the number on your screen, Illusion, item 8E. Very energetic. It's colorful. It's something that you could look at and find something different every time you look at it. And it's just very textured and fun.
It is textured and fun, intelligent, also, and time consuming. You can tell the guy spent a lot of time with this thing. It's not like a lot of people just, he didn't knock this out in like a second or two. And there's even some text in it, which I don't want to get in the way of the camera and start reading, but there's some words in there, and then just a lot of elements, and bring a really marvelous thing to your collection.
It's really great.
Obviously.
We're going to go over into the phone bank and see what's happening. Dee?
I am standing here with Michael, one of my art handlers, who's holding Vince Vass's 8D Hillside. I have a high bid right now of $150. It's a $600 value. I just want to remind everybody, these go really fast. She's fixing to show you a beautiful piece of glass that I already have 2 bidders on. So if you want to become part of the auction, you need to call 844-584-3278 so you can bid and go home with your favorite piece. Let's look at that beautiful piece of glass with Kelly.
Thanks, Dee. I'm really excited about this. This is item 8F. It is Sandstorm. The retail value is $275. It is glass, but this has 2 artists, Hannel Nicholson and Alana Van Altena, and we've got a bid of $400.
Wow.
We're looking for it's a bell ringer. We're looking
Already.
for a bid of $425. Paul, what can you tell us about this gorgeous glass piece?
Well, I'm not very versed in the whole glass art area, but I'll give you some of the notes here. Elena and Hannah work together, and they have a beautiful studio in the foothills. Where is it? Auburn. And I went to their website, and it looks like they create some really stunning pieces. And here is an example of one. And it has, the marbled colors give this piece a natural flow reminiscent of Slot Canyon walls. So I looked up Slot Canyons, which is just a very narrow canyon, and Dee is going to kind of hold it up so you can get all the different shapes there. And this is our usual medium, freehand blown glass, a very complex process, I think. This piece is suitable for indoors and would make a striking centerpiece for any table. I could see putting a little water and maybe some bouquets in there, and that great sparkle in there, and it's just an absolutely stunning piece, and it evokes the Southwest, like they mentioned, and the narrow canyons and such. And there's just a lot in there, and wow.
It's so
Pick it up.
stunning. We've got a bid of $425. It's already a bell ringer, but you can make more bells ring by calling in and bidding even higher. We're looking for a bid of $450 for item 8F Sandstorm. You mentioned it's an indoor piece. Can it go outside, Paul?
Well, not by itself. It would need a little. It would need some help to go outside, but I would keep it inside. It's glass and it's probably very durable, but it just looks like something that needs to be inside and cherished. Forever and ever, because too many things could happen to it outside. Maybe if you're having an outdoor dinner party, sure, drag it out there for an event like that, But man, it's absolutely beautiful. And I suppose, it seems like it has a function too, like you could put something in it. It'd have to be something very special, because this is a really special piece of glass, and just stunning, yeah.
It's really, really special. What's really special is when you're supporting PBS KVIE, your local public television station, and you can do that by calling the number on your screen. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. What's going on over there?
I am standing here with Todd Head's piece, Illusion number 8E. I have a bid of $175. I'm looking for $375. I love the three-dimensionality of this piece. This is kind of an odd, I've never stuck my hand through a piece of art, but see where it's the wall shows through. So it's got that really great sort of mid-century modern quirkiness. He's got a lot of sparkle to this piece. It's very indicative of Todd's work. Todd and his brother owned a gallery downtown. They're really big supporters of both the art community and KVIE. You can support KVIE right now by picking up that phone and calling and bidding on 8E, Illusion by Todd Head. Let's go look at that bowl again.
Thanks, Dee. This is item 8F Sandstorm, and it has 2 artists that worked on that. How does that even work?
Well, they have a workshop. I looked at their website, a beautiful workshop, and they create these incredible pieces. And I just think it's just the technique of creating hand-blown glass like this probably takes 2 people, you know? I mean, one to blow it and one to hold it in their hand. I don't know that much about glass blowing, but from the photographs that I saw of them working, it's quite a process. It's not like somebody sitting around and sort of making a painting or a sculpture, you know? There's a lot involved, and you know, fire and everything, you know, it's a really exciting process. I've seen glass being worked, you know, blown and worked on, and it's a very exciting thing to see, you know, and it makes me want to go visit them and see what that's like at their workshop, you know.
It's a stunning, stunning piece. We've got a bid of $550. We're looking for a bid of $575. The number on your screen is the number to call. Obviously, 8F Sandstorm by 2 artists, Hannah Nicholson and Elena Van Altena. And please support local artists by supporting PBS KVIE, your local public television station, for this beautiful piece, item 8F Sandstorm. We're looking for a bid of $575. And this is not going to stay open very long. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee?
It's so nice to close out one of our groups here with a big bell ringer. Sandstorm is at $550. 8F, we're still taking bids on it. So get online, look up kvie.org/art auction. Stay tuned because there's more art coming in the next half hour on your KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned. For the Birds is coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features our feathered friends in both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Rob Stewart, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art, graciously donated by Northern California artists and featured in the Birds category. It is spectacular. We're going to take flight. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Take a look. We'll start with item 9A, Taking Flight 2 by Kathy Donna. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $350. Item 9B, if you're following along online or in your booklet, it is Egret by Brandy Flider. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 25. Retail value is $400. Item 9C is Delta Geese by Patricia Lucas. Look at that. This is watercolor, measuring 18 by 22. Artist framed, retail value is $250. Item 9D is Swan and Ibis by Elise Riley. It's pastels, measuring 31 by 25. This retail is set for $400. Item 9E is Couteville by Carol Mott Binkley. It's photography, measuring 19 by 23. Skyline One Framing did this. Retail is $225. And item 9F at the end of this half hour is Owl by Margot Kaufman. This is ceramic, measuring 13 by 7 by 7, and the retail value is $125. Owls are said to be smart and wise, and so is our art expert. During this break, we're joined by Kim Scott. Kim is a nationally known artist, who has been active in the Sacramento art community for more than 30 years and is recently retired from teaching art. She's a California master and has participated in the art auction for the past decade. Get down and just got back from London, where you're filled with new ideas.
That's right.
All right, let's get to it. Let's talk about this beautiful category and this piece right here by Kathy Donna, Taking Flight 2.
Well, this is an oil on canvas, and as you can tell, it's an owl. Kathy, she believes that birds really represent a sense of determination and freedom. And she also believes that when she shows this, it helps us find our better selves, you know, that are just beyond what we do as a habit. We can look to the birds and other animals to learn how to be more free ourselves.
I like that. Did she tell you that? I love that.
It was in her statement. Yeah.
I love that. It is true also, because when you look into a bird, you can imagine yourself taking flight into new directions. We need a starting bid on this piece at $100. Pick up the phone. Every dollar that you donate goes to support your PBS station, KVIE. Kim?
This piece here, I really like how it shows the owl just getting ready to take off, and its wings are spread. And she's done a lot of really smart things in how she's painted it to help it to stick out, to pop out towards the viewer. Like she has in the background, it goes from dark to light in the background, but the wings go from light to dark. And what that does is it kind of causes tension and pushes that front side out towards you, makes it look like it's coming towards you. And also, she's made the face really prominent too, and when you look at the face, it helps you to connect with the animal.
That's a fierce face. It's looking right at you. And we need you to look at your phone and pick it up, because we need a starting bid at $100 on this beautiful piece, Taking Flight.
This would be a great piece to go into any house, especially we know that bird watching is the most popular sport in America.
Yeah.
And we live in a flyover here, so you know there's a ton of people that are bird watchers, and what's more interesting than an owl? This would be great to go in any sort of decor too. The color palette with these nice warm colors and cool colors both would go great with any.
So many colors that pop. We get a lot of help for this auction, and we're going to turn things over to Dee over in the phone bank with some people who have given us their gracious time.
No, I'll talk. Look at me here with all these stylists. It takes this many ladies to make me look good. We have different stylists that come in and help us out during that art auction. And you're with which salon?
We are Vandalay Hair Industries.
And where are you guys at?
We are located on O and 20th in the heart of Midtown.
And you want to introduce everybody for us?
Yeah, so we have Crystal Driscoll.
Yay.
Over my left. And we have Natasha helping with hair and makeup.
She got my hair up high today.
Yes.
Well, we want to thank you guys for coming, and you guys will be doing us up until about 4 o'clock, right?
Yep. Yes,
thank you, Vandalay Hair Salon. They're in Midtown, one of my favorite places. But we're going to go back out to the studio and hear some more about that lovely owl piece.
All right, thank you so much, Dee. We need an opening bid on Taking Flight 2 for $100. It is spectacular, and the oil just jumps off of this canvas, doesn't it?
This artist has actually donated work before to KVIE 3 different times and has had bell ringers all 3 times.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so I mean that should tell you something right there.
Look at the colors.
Yeah, she's been a professional artist for 5 years.
Wow.
So what that means is she's working in the studio, and this is like the main thing she does in life.
And that also means get in now, because if she's been doing this for 5 years, her prices are going to go up, up, up.
Right, that's right. And this is a really great place to get a piece of her work if you want to start a collection.
Or a gift.
A gift, if you already have a collection. And what I always like to say too is when you have a subject like this, it's really inspirational to give this as a gift for a child too.
Oh yeah.
Get them started.
I like that, absolutely. It is a gift that you'll have forever, and I love that about the art auction. $100, we're looking for a starting bid on Taking Flight. Again, this is a well-known artist, and it is a collectible piece. We're going to keep that one open as you decide and think about it, but don't think too long because they close quickly and you do not want to miss out. On to item 9B. This is Egret by Brandy Flighter. Mixed media at 24 by 25, and I love this egret. Wow, it is spectacular when you really look at the head of it.
This piece is one of the most unusual pieces I've seen.
How did she do that?
So This was done at a plein air event at FEA Nature Center in Sacramento.
Which is spectacular.
Which is, yeah, it's a fabulous place if you're a bird watcher or just want some nature. But what she did as a plein air artist here is she actually, all the coloration on this comes from gunpowder.
Oh.
So she puts gunpowder, sometimes she puts other minerals and smoke bombs and uses templates, and then she catches it on fire and then blots it out just in time so that all this is smoke and fire has caused all of this.
That is a lot of
I know,
work.
isn't that unique? And too, she especially framed this like this because she sees these works as looking like having a relationship to old master drawings. And they do use these color palettes in old master drawings. And so she wanted to put it in an environment like that. So there's a fancy frame.
And look at the effort you have to put in to make it look like an old master drawing.
Yeah.
We're looking for a starting bid at $100. This retails for $400. I can tell you standing right next to it that it is spectacular. And the powders, the gun powders you mentioned and the smoke bomb powders, I've never heard of that. Have you?
No.
I really haven't heard of that ever used as a medium.
Makes me want to try it out.
Just not inside.
She really likes how something that can be so destructive can also be used for something that's beautiful and creative.
That's a story of life, huh? All right, let me note the framer on this one because it's absolutely beautiful. And this frame is by... I don't see the name on here right now.
Dee may have that.
But we'll get back to that one on a second. Egret is at $100 right now. We're looking for a starting bid, and we're going to turn things over to Dee. I think she has Taking Flight too.
I have Taking Flight right here. It's a beautiful owl. I have an owl in my family crest. Maybe you're wise as an owl. Maybe you like the KVIE owl, Kenny. But it's a great piece. It's in a beautiful floating frame, so it's ready to go on your wall. I'm looking for a starting bid of $100. Item number 9A, Taking Flight 2. I want to take another look at that egret. I'm totally fascinated by the gunpowder thing. We had a big discussion about that earlier, so we're going to go back out, and Kim and Rob are going to tell us some more about that piece.
Yeah, we love seeing, it's so great when we bring them back because you've had a chance to see it a second time, but you can't count on that always, so we need to get on fast for these pieces. We're looking for a $100 opening bid for egret.
So the artist told me in her statement that she was, when she started working on these, she was really afraid to do them, that if she showed up and lit something on fire in a park.
I would imagine, yeah, especially like you said, at a public place.
So there's a whole part of the process that you don't see in the finished product where you have to go and you have to warm people up to the whole process.
Or she snuck in.
Or she snuck in.
Either way, this needs to get into your place at $100. We're looking for an opening bid. Pick up the phones, call 1-800-KVIE Art. All of the money raised in the auction goes to support your PBS station.
This almost looks like watercolor to me. It looks like wet on wet watercolor. It's amazing how she's gained so much control over using a force like fire and gunpowder.
Yeah, it's spectacular. And I did not, like I mentioned earlier, I've never heard of this type of creation, but it is so intentional, and I can only imagine how many times she had to master this to get it right. We have an opening bid of $100. That's great. We're going to keep this one open, and we're going to move over to this next one. It's called Delta Geese. And by the way, the sandhill cranes have come back, and they have landed at Cosumnes River Preserve. You got to see them because they're only here for a blink. But this is how you can have birds year-round by participating in the auction. This is Delta Geese by Patricia Lucas. Beautiful watercolor at 18 by 22. And this is artist framed. I love this watercolor is spectacular.
So the artist likes to go out into nature, all of our beautiful waterways in the valley. She goes out fishing, hiking, and photographing the nature, and she's just enthralled by it, as many of us are.
Yeah.
And then she takes the imagery back to her studio in Auburn and paints them.
There's a huge artist conclave in Auburn. And Delta Geese, we're looking for a starting bid of $75. $75 to get the auction going on this piece, and the other two pieces are climbing as well.
Oh, good. So in this particular piece, she did a process called wet on wet.
Wet on wet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's where you you make the paper totally wet, or sections of the paper wet, and then you use wet watercolors, and when you drop it on there, it like flows out. So you get these really nice blends, flowing blends, then you let that dry. And some of these pieces here where it's like more hard edge, you let it dry and then you use wet on dry.
Does that make it harder?
To paint it?
Yes.
Watercolors are one of the hardest materials you can use.
Yeah, they're
yeah,
really
once you make a
tough.
mark, there it is. So good luck.
$75. We're looking for a starting bid on Delta Geese. All the money goes to your PBS station, and you can come in as early as today and take these pieces home with you. This is by Patricia Lucas, and as you just mentioned, watercolor, one of the most difficult mediums, and this is a wet on wet, so it's even harder.
Right. And with watercolors, there's actually no white paint in watercolors. And so you also have to paint, so any whites that you see, the paper's showing through. So you are painting this whole thing, but like where you want these little spots of white on the back of those geese, you can't put any paint on it.
I will never understand that. That just does not go in my head. But that's why you're the expert.
Nicely done.
And so is Dee. She's across the studio. Let's check in with Dee.
I am here with piece number 9B. We have a current bid of $125. It's got a value of $400. This is the piece that was made with gunpowder and various flammable minerals. The artist lays them down on the paper, sets it on fire, puts it out, and pulls the image out afterwards. Absolutely breathtaking. She did a beautiful job framing it. It's got a gold fillet on it, and then it has a gold leaf frame. It would look beautiful in a really formal setting or a super contemporary house. Again, it is number 9B, Egret. I've now got $175. I'm looking for a bid of a retail of $400. So let's go back out and look at that Delta Geese.
Love this because the phone bank is on fire right now. There are 3 auctions that are live and they are ringing off the hook. So jump in on that with the number on your screen. And this piece, Delta Geese by Patricia Lucas, is spectacular. And I just have to say, all the pieces in this half hour, the extreme measures people went to make these, because they're very difficult pieces.
A lot of times, landscapes or bird paintings, people go out in nature and they either paint them from life or they take photographs and bring them back to their studios.
This just hit bell ringer status, by the way. So if we can get the bells ringing, that's fantastic, because Delta Geese just hit it. But it's still open. It's still open, so keep bidding.
That's great. Well, this is a beautiful piece, and part of it is because it has part of that wet on wet, and then the little geese, they were painted on mostly with a dry brush.
Okay.
And these are Canadian or Canada geese, or not Canadian geese, or Canada geese, and you see those around the valley here all the time. They are actually all over the place.
That is accurate.
Yeah.
I used to work in New England, and I would get yelled at by the news director. It's Canada geese, even plural. It's Canada geese.
Yeah, that's right.
So spectacular right here at $250, and this piece is a piece you can take home right now, as early as we mentioned. Kim, we're going to keep this piece open and we're going to move on to the next one, because this is a hopping half hour and we're getting lots of calls over in the phone bank. So let's move over here to this piece, and this is Swan and Ibis by Elise Riley. How absolutely beautiful. This looks like pastels to me. 31 by 25, and the retail value is at $400. We are looking for a starting bid of $100. The phone bank is so active right now, and we also want you to take part in that. Tell us about this piece.
So this is pastels, and there's different kinds of pastels. I believe she uses some very soft pastels, and to get more blends on sanded, they sand the paper a lot of times to do pastels, and that helps the pastels to stick to the paper.
You sand the paper?
Yeah, you sand the paper
Oh, interesting.
first,
Okay.
and then it allows the pigmented dust in the pastels to cling to the paper.
Look at the colors. I love when you can see such vivid colors just popping through the screen on however you're watching this. $100 for a starting bid on Swan and Ibis.
And in this particular piece, what she's done, and which other artists do too sometimes, is she had photographs of swans, she had photographs of ibises, and she thought in her mind, how can she put them together and make it look believable that this is how it looked originally. And so this is a work of imagination as well as a work of just copying from a photograph or something like
As well
that.
as a work of art.
Yeah,
Absolutely spectacular.
creative
Looking for a
process.
$100 opening bid on this, and we're going to check in with Kelly Rains across the studio, who is a pastel artist.
Thank you, Rob Stewart. I'm with item 9C by Patricia Lucas. This is Delta Geese. It is a bell ringer, but we need more bells ringing on the phones. We're going to keep this piece open. We have a bid of $250. We're looking for a bid of $275 for item 9C Delta Geese. Call the number on your screen. Time is limited. And 9E is a bell ringer as well. We're going to talk about that piece in a few minutes. And you, once again, call in now. 9C for Delta Geese. We're looking for a bid of $275, and we're going to go back to Rob. Rob?
How exciting. We're seeing so many bell ringers in this category. Egret just jumped up to $450. That's fantastic. But we're looking for a starting bid right now on Swan and Ibis. This beautiful work of art can be yours for a starting bid right now to get in the auction at $100.
This is a lot of work.
Very well said.
This has been a lot of work for this artist. Now, one thing that she mentioned in her artist statement is the most interesting part of this, doing this pastel from her side, are the whites. And so she really pushed those whites, as Rob was talking about, the purple and the blue shadows and the highlights on the whites. She's really captured something, it's like glowing almost.
I did not realize until the auction and studying artists that it can be so finely done with pastels. And these pieces are just spectacular. The noses, the beaks, everything are just beautiful. A starting bid, we need this, of $100. This one can be yours by calling the number on your screen. Get involved in the auction and take this piece home today. This is a beautiful gift for families. We have so many holidays coming up. And art really is the lifelong way of giving a gift because it stays with someone forever. Starting bid, $100, Swan and Ibis.
Now, one thing you'll notice with pastels, because they have a powdery finish, the way that they're mounted and framed is particular to this type of work. And so this has a mat underneath, like a mat against this.
It's lifted
and then there's
off.
Actually, yeah, and then glass over the top of that. So that keeps the glass from touching the powders that are on the surface.
I see.
And usually there's some kind of a spray they use to help fix it, but you don't want, I mean, this is done the right way. This has been mounted the right way.
And by fix it, you mean make it stay, affix it
Make
to it.
stick.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
they
fantastic.
use something, I mean, like in school we used hairspray because it was cheap, but there's actually like real products where you can spray on when you're finished and then the powder just stays in place.
We're looking for an opening bid at $100. Pick up the phone and get involved in the auction by bidding on Swan and Ibis. And you could be the lucky winner and come pick it up today if you'd like. We're also open tomorrow and next week. We have many ways for you to get the art into your home. The next piece we are looking at, and by the way, Swan and Ibis is still open. This piece is Coup de Villa by Carol Mott Binkley. And we're coming right out of the gate with this one already at bell ringer status. $350 is where we are now, and I'm not surprised. This is a gorgeous photograph.
So this photograph, the artist considers themselves like a street artist. She takes pictures with her phone, like we all do, but do you get pictures like this with your phone usually? She's
No.
has a great eye. And this particular one, she was touring, let's see here, the Park Winters Mansion.
Oh, yes, absolutely. It is so beautiful there. Spectacular place for weddings, all kinds of stuff.
And she asked for permission to go into the chicken coop because it's kind of a mansion too.
Yeah, they have chandeliers in the chicken coop. We just did a story on them as well, and Park Winters is spectacular. This is how their chickens get treated.
I want to go.
Raphael does a great
That's
job
so cool.
there.
And I love, really, it's like, it's talking about the setting here, but I love that there's a little chicken, like that's the mistress of the house.
How
there.
cute. Absolutely adorable. We're tilting it up right now with one of our art handlers just to reduce the glare from our spectacular studio lights, but there will not be a glare when you pick it up, I can assure you that. This is Coup de Villa, and this is $400. This is fantastic. We have bidding wars going on right now. Let me zip back through the other pieces of art right now in this half hour. We have 9B Egret at $450. We have Swan and Ibis. We're still looking for an opening bid of $100 right there, if we can get programming in that monitor. Also, we have Coup de Villa right now at $225 is the retail, but look, it's at $400 right now. We have multiple bell ringers in this category, but Swan and Ibis, we need to get an opening bid of $100 to get this piece going, and it is fantastic to see all these pieces going through the roof, frankly.
So the artist is a chicken, what do you call it, a chicken farmer? Chicken has chickens. And so that was one connection she had when she saw this. She goes, oh yeah, she loves chickens anyway. So it showed up in here. And I love how it's mounted. It's like floated, or actually it's a beveled edge. The photograph has the edge beveled in so that it kind of floats that right off of the mat in the background.
Yes, and it's on something
Just
thick.
makes it a little extra specially done.
Spectacular. All right, let's turn things over to Kelly Rains, and she looks like she is with our beautiful piece Swan and Ibis, or is that Delta?
Yes, Rob. This is with Swan and Ibis. I love pastels. I love birds. I love pastel birds. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. You love this piece too. Make the phones ring. The phone is on your screen. Item 90, Swan and Ibis. It's very magical, and we're looking again for a bid of $100. Time is not a lot for this piece or any of the pieces, so call in now with your bid. We're looking for, again, a starting bid of $100 for item 90, Swan and Ibis, and that's all you need to know. Call in right now on the number on your screen, and we're going to keep this bid open for a little bit, and we're going to go back over to Rob. Rob?
Okay, thanks so much. We're back over here with this Coup de Villa, and this is by Carol Motley Binkley. It's gorgeous photograph. Take it away.
So the artist, as I've mentioned, she's a street iPhone photographer. And so when she went, this type of photograph that she does, she goes in and there's no plan. She's just always using her vision to picture what things might look like. And so this was one of those opportunities where she just saw it and she did it.
Spectacular. The quality in that photograph just blows me away.
The more you look at it, the more stuff you see in it.
I love the chair in the middle of it.
I know, I do too, like that fancy old chair.
Right under the chandelier. This is for $425 right now, and we have a bidding war on it, so we're going to keep that one open, and we're looking also for a starting bid on Swan and Ibis at $100. Let's move over here to the next piece, okay? Love this piece. This is so sweet. This is by Margot Kaufman, and this is called Owl. Pardon me, I am so sorry for that. We have a starting bid right now of $75, and owls are incredibly wise. In fact, the owl is our mascot here at KVIE, and the owl here is by Margot Kaufman. Tell us about this beautiful ceramic piece of art.
Well, Margot taught at university for many years, and when she retired, one thing she always had hoped to be able to get involved in were the arts.
Oh.
And so she started taking classes, and she was mostly interested in painting and in ceramics, but really when she took ceramics classes, that was it. That was she enjoyed it so much.
It's hard.
Yeah,
I tried one time and I broke everything I touched, and I was filthy. Oh, we got an opening bid. That's great on Swan and Ibis. Now the bidding war is back on 9D. We're now on 9F, which is Owl, and it is $75 right now for the high bid, and retails at $125.
So this particular piece, it looks like there's a couple of different techniques used on this, but it looks mostly like it's been rolled out. That's a slab technique where you roll out slabs of clay, and then sometimes you have newspaper or something that you form them around. I'm not sure how she did this one exactly. And then after you get that done, you can add pieces on, like it looks like these wings and the toes and the face were added on after that. And then she used, it's called sgraffito, and it's where you use a sharp-pointed something and you dig out the shapes.
Okay.
So like on the wings, all the texture and stuff, she's added texture to all these different sections and different types of texture. And then those eyes, they just pop out at you.
They're gorgeous. And what did you call it? Sgraffitis?
Sgraffito.
Sgraffito. $75 right now for this beautiful piece of ceramic art by Margot Kaufman. Your chance to start on ceramics or give the perfect gift, which I think this is. $75. We're looking to take it up to the retail value of $125.
So, so I'm so happy to see this. It's so cool.
I am too.
It's very unique looking. I think she really has a strong personal style in it. And I like how the eyes are matte. They're not shiny, but the little center of the eyes are shiny, and so those eyes sparkle.
They're so beautiful. Is it painted afterwards, by the way?
This is a glaze, and it's a type of paint, but it's a paint that you have to fire in the kiln.
So the glaze goes on and then it's fired and it comes out like this?
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. And some of these colors look nothing like this when you paint them on, so it's sort of like a big surprise.
That's what blows me away,
Sometimes.
because you don't know what it's going to come out like. Unless you really do, I guess. Can it be manipulated?
Well, it has a mind of its own to a certain degree. I mean,
just like owls.
You can gain, with experience, you can gain more control, but you never have 100% control over it.
Great.
Which is part of the joy of it, too. It's kind of the zen of it, you know?
Very nice. Let's check in with Kelly over in the phone bank. So much action going on over in the phone bank.
So much action, and action is our zen. This is item 90, Swan and Ibis. There is a bidding war, I'm told, on the phones right now. And let's keep it going. We're looking for a bid of $150. $150 for this gorgeous pastel piece, item 90, Swan and Ibis. We're selling art all weekend long, showcasing local artists. And by doing that, you're supporting all of the great local programming that we make, much like Rob on the Road and The Journey with Rob Stewart. And you can call the number on your screen to keep the bidding going. And we're looking for a bid of $150. And the number is on your screen. Time is of the essence. And let's go right back to Rob. Rob?
Okay, we have about 30 seconds left to talk about this beautiful owl, and then we'll move on to the next half hour. But this is a beautiful piece. Just 30 seconds left to talk about it.
So the artist has only been doing hand building for 3 years, but she's already been in shows and has gotten some awards for her ceramics.
Hand building, that's ceramics?
That's hand building.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, there's no molds involved, because sometimes ceramics, you put them in a mold and then, you know, somebody else kind of did.
You can always
the work for
tell
you.
when they are done by hand. The hand of the artist touches all of these pieces of work in the auction, and that can come to your home as well today. Stay tuned, because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour of the KVIE Art Auction. Stay with us. Good job, Kim.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Animal Kingdom coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart, and we're back for another exciting half hour of the art auction featuring a celebration of animals. This is one of those half hours where you pick up your friends and say, you gotta check this out. Online anywhere in the country too, by the way, kvie.org/art auction. Here's an overview of what's coming up in the next half hour. Check this out on your screens, wherever you're watching. The first piece we have is 10A. It's this one right here. It is called Sacramento Zoo Flamingo. And Kim, by the way, thank you for being with us for the next half hour.
My pleasure.
We're so glad. So this piece is, again, 10A Sacramento Zoo Flamingo. You see it right here. It's by Joan Musa Lani, and it's oil on canvas 24 by 31. We're going to go through the other pieces right now. You may not be seeing them on your screen, but you definitely want to wait for them because they're spectacular. 10B is Tree of Hearts, and that's by Tananarive Aubert. There it is right there on your screen, spectacular, and look at the beautiful giraffes, they're stunning. 10C is William the Billy Goat, and it's by Candace Famula. This is an artist that I wake up to every day because I have a piece of hers right by my bed, and it is such a joyous way to wake up. I love her. Acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20, and this retail value is $350. We've had her pieces go as much as 4 times as much of the retail value. That's fantastic. Also, 10B is Blondie, which is Searching for Salmon. How cool. That's by Lynn Edwards. It's photography, measuring 25 by 21, which means that really happened if it was photography, and it's beautiful. Also, item 10E, just look at this piece and soak it in. It's Peacock on the Wall by our very own Kelly Rains. This piece, when you see it, especially the grays and the peacocks, just explode off of her creation. Phenomenal artist, 25 by 21 by Archival Gallery Framing, and it is valued at $500. Item 10F is the answer is Charles de Gaulle. Okay, so we're giving away the answer of what the initials stand for. It's by Don Yost, and this is ceramic. Very cool piece, measuring 10 by 9 by 3. And the retail value of this 6 pieces in there, it looks like, is $425. Okay, we're so glad to be here again with Kim Scott as we look at artwork in our animal kingdom. I love the animal kingdom. How about you?
Yeah, I've been painting a lot of landscapes with animals and dirt birds for a while, and I think maybe that's one reason I'm here.
You're brilliant with birds, I have to say that. This piece right here is spectacular, and we're going to start right now jumping in. This is Sacramento Zoo Flamingo, and again, it's by Joan Musalani. Forgive me, Joan, okay? Tell us about this piece.
So where Joan was coming from when she made this piece is she had gone during a hot summer day to the Sacramento Zoo with 2 grandsons.
Oh.
And they were walking around, frying.
Yeah.
And they saw
smiling.
They saw these, yeah. Oh, they were having a blast. They saw these flamingos standing so serenely by their lake.
Yes, and they can sleep that way.
I know, it's not something. And it was just beautiful. It was like a reminder of how gracious you can be in a difficult situation.
Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. That is a good reminder to have in your home. A beautiful, beautiful painting of a flamingo reminding us we can be graceful under all circumstances. And this piece is gorgeous.
This came from an experience she was so happy. She had so much fun with her grandkids. So when she got home, she found this photograph and she decided she was going to do a painting from it. So
beautiful.
This is oil, right? I make sure.
Yes, it is oil on canvas.
On canvas.
And it's big. It's 24 by 31.
Yeah, it's a great big piece. And so what she does mostly is she uses oil, using a brush to apply the paint, but also uses a palette knife occasionally.
Look at those whites.
In some of these places, perhaps it could be palette knife, and some is brush. And so it's mostly realistic looking. You can definitely tell what it is, but it also has a lot of abstraction, and there's that great cool background color of the water from the lake, from the pond, and that vibrant color with that sun bouncing off of it.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Steve, where are we at right now with this piece on money-wise? If you can give us an update where we are, what we're looking for the opening bid. This is 10A, and we are looking for an opening bid, I believe. I know the retail value is $450. $100, we're looking for an opening bid. Do we have it yet? We're looking for an opening bid of $100. Wow. That is a good deal for this piece. A spectacular piece of artwork. $100 opening bid can take this piece home as early as today.
Seriously, if you bought one or more of these other bird paintings, you could start a collection right here today.
Absolutely,
so many great bird paintings. So the artist also said that she gets so much joy from seeing nature that she hopes that the viewer will get some of that same joy when they look at the painting.
I love having nature paintings or pieces of art in the home because it can take you out of something, as you mentioned earlier. We're looking for a starting bid, I believe, of $100 on this. The number is on the screen, and so is Sacramento Zoo Flamingo. A great gift for anyone who loves the zoo, for anyone who is searching for tranquility or beauty in their home. And I love the fact that art can be the gift you give that lasts forever. You know that. You're an artist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and anybody would be proud to have this and hand it down to their family too, at some point.
I love it. All right, we're going to turn things over to the phone bank. We've got an update with Kelly Rains. Hey, Kelly.
Thanks, Rob. The number on your screen is to call. We need you to call now. We're going to be here all weekend, but the pieces won't be around all weekend. They're just for a limited time. The number is on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278. We've got the Red Hat Society here ready to answer your calls and support local art by bidding on this art by local artists and supporting KVIE PBS, your local public television station. This is your chance to support great programming all year long with your favorite programs, local and national. Masterpiece, Downton Abbey in the past, and wonderful programs. 844 KVIE Art. Let's just keep the phones ringing. We want more bell ringers by ringing the bells of the phones with the Red Hat Society. They are here right now to take your calls, and the art is not going to be here very long. And you're supporting local arts programs like KVIE Art Showcase. The number to call is 844 KVIE Art, and we're going to go back over to Rob and Rob.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. We're rocking and rolling here. The phone bank is full, which is great, but there's always room for you to get in on the auction. This is Tree of Hearts. It is a beautiful photograph by a very dedicated artist to the auction every year. It's Tananarive Aubert. And this is photography measuring 25 by 18. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. And look at the spectacular giraffes eating off of this gorgeous tree. I absolutely love their gracefulness.
I have got to look at that thing.
It's gorgeous, right?
Amazing. So beautiful.
Tree of Hearts.
So I'm assuming when I look at this, that the heart, this is like the top of a heart.
Oh, yes. That's why you're the artist, because you can look at something and see exactly what it is. It's a tree of hearts. So this is one side of the heart. That's the other side.
Yeah, that's what I saw when I first
I love it.
Connection on.
And by the way, if you've been around a giraffe, you know that they have feelings. You can see the way they love on each other, the way they love on the baby giraffes. It's just absolutely spectacular.
Well, this artist has been photographing for over 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he's...
She.
Thank you.
Yep. She's wonderful. She was here at our preview gala. She was telling me all about this beautiful piece and why exactly giraffes mean so much to her. She has a rich collection of photographs, but this is the one specifically that she wanted to come to KVIE, and it was just jumped right on by Dee.
Also, something that you see a lot with photography these days are people really manipulate the photograph, change them around, change the colors. This artist does not do photo manipulation. And so what you see is actually what she saw through the camera lens.
Awesome, very beautiful piece. If someone can give me an update on where we are right now with an opening bid on this piece of art. We are looking for an opening bid, it looks like, of $100. And this is Tree of Hearts by Tananarive Aubert. And this is a photograph measuring 25 by 18. And if someone in the phone bank could give us updates on the prices where we are right now, that would be fantastic, because we need updates over here. We're having a little issue right now, but we're going to fix it, don't worry. All right, tell us more about this piece.
So it looks like this photograph is done on a glossy stock paper, and it is huge for a photograph. Can you imagine? When I take photographs and they get printed out, they're like, little tiny things. So this is really a professionally sized photograph. You need a huge machine. Well, I don't know. This person might even do all the developing themselves. I'm not sure.
This print is spectacular, the printing of the photograph. And when I say print, I mean the method print. This is not a print. Everything in the auction is original artwork, every single piece, and can be yours today if you come pick it up today, because we're open for that as well.
You can see it has a signature right down here.
She always does a piece from the current year. This is 2019 on this piece, and she did that this year specifically for the KVIE Art Auction. This is a beautiful piece called Tree of Hearts by Tananarive Aubert, a fantastic photographer, and these giraffes just have such a way of gracefully walking around. We want it to walk right into your home, however.
And really, I mean, once again, I know I say this all the time, well, especially during the animal and the birds, but this would be wonderful beginning piece for a collection for a child or a member of your family.
I gotta say this because we're getting now numbers. We're at $400 on this piece. That is fantastic. We're
great.
calling for $450. We know we're going to take this one up to bell ringer status. So at the $400 level, the phones are rocking over there. Let's get this up to $450, this beautiful tree of hearts.
She's a regular donator to the auction also, so she's really doing her part
Every
to bring
year.
programming to
And sends
station.
lots of detail, which we are so grateful for. I know this one's going to be a bell ringer. Let's keep it going and keep the auction live on this piece because it is spectacular. We're going to go to the phone bank with Kelly Rains, who has more on Sacramento Zoo Flamingo.
This is Sacramento Zoo Flamingo, item 10A. We have a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. It is loud in here. We want it to be even louder. The number is on your screen so you can be part of the music making and bidding on this art. This is Sacramento Zoo Flamingo, and this is item 10A. Call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $175. $175 to support PBS KVIE, your local public television station, by also supporting local artists. And let's go back over to Rob. Rob?
I love this piece and I love this artist. This is William the Billy Goat by Candace Famula or Candy Famula. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 20. And look at the Billy Goat. It is so cute. We're looking for an opening bid of just $100. Candy's been on the cover of our art guide before. As I mentioned earlier, her pieces have gone up to 4 times as much of the retail value, and you can see why. Opening bid of $100, and the retail is at $350. What do you think?
It's darling. It's totally got my attention. So Candy is interested in all things farm. Animals, the machinery,
Barns,
the buildings,
nests,
yeah,
bags.
She's interested in all of that stuff. And so this is an example of that. And she was also saying in her statement that this is an acrylic. Usually she uses oil paints. That's like her first love is oil paints. But the problem with oil paints is they dry really, really slow. So instead of like just chomping at the bit and waiting for it to dry, you do something in the meantime. And so she does these beautiful acrylic paintings while the other stuff dries, you know.
Her process is amazing, and every single thing that I've seen her do has personality to it. And this little billy goat, if you've ever seen a billy goat, you know exactly what I'm talking about. She nailed the emotion. She captured the emotion.
Well, she mentioned a story, which I think I will bring up, and that while this was all going on, her father passed away and her beloved dog. I mean, that's like,
It's a lot.
that's so terrible.
And in the middle of all of that, look what she did.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing, this artist is a testament
Yeah.
to getting through things and making things beautiful out of it, just like this beautiful piece of art.
And she said, just as a reminder, I want to read it because I don't want to get it wrong. She said the letters in the word goat can stand for greatest of all time. And that was like a tribute to her dad and to her lovely dog. So,
And you know what? The greatest of all time. I love that. And this piece can remind you of that in your home. And we have a bidding war going on for this piece, which is great. It's at 100. We're trying to get this up to 150. It has a retail value set on it right now at 350. And I can assure you it's going over that. Look at that. The goat is smiling, y'all. It's
so cute.
It's so cute.
There's like, it's so tender. It's like deer.
Yes.
You know?
And like I mentioned when we were going through the pieces at the top, I have one of her pieces. And it's in my bedroom, and it brings so much calmness to the way I wake up in the mornings because it's right by my bed. Love, love, love this piece. Let's go over to the phone bank, and I believe it's Kelly over there. Hey, Kelly.
It is Kelly. Thanks, Rob. I'm with item 10B. We have a bid of $400. We're looking for a bid of $425. The number is on your screen. This is Tree of Hearts. It's absolutely stunning and joyful and fun, and it can be yours. You can have Tree of Hearts in your home. Item 10B, we're looking for a bid of $425. Call now because time is of the essence. The number is on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. We're looking for a bid of $425 for Tree of Hearts. Call in now, and we're going to go back over to Rob. Rob?
Yeah, I love that. We're talking about the acronym that she gave us for GOAT.
greatest of all time.
Of all time, done in the middle of one of her most life's biggest losses. She created this. She had lost her father and her dog, and she created art. I love that statement.
Now she's done something
150,
really
by the way. We have an auction going on this.
great. One thing she's done here, which looks fabulous on this piece, it's a self-framed piece. It means they don't have like a piece of wood on it to frame it. It's where the canvas is stretched cleanly around the edges, and then the paint, that blue color in this case, is wrapped right around with it, and it looks really clean and beautiful, and it's ready to hang just like that.
I just look at it and it brings me so much joy. That sweet goat, and this is William the Billy Goat, up to $200. We're calling for $250 on this piece. We're going to get this one going right up to the bell ringer. Can we get to $250 on this piece now? And I know we can get to Kelly Rain. She's standing by live in the phone bank.
Yes, we love bell ringers. We love the phones making the bells ring. And this is your time to support PBS KVIE, your local public television station. When you call in, you're not only getting beautiful art by local artists, but you're supporting great programming year-long for you and your family to enjoy. National programs like Masterpiece, Frontline, Nova, Nature Antiques Roadshow, who was just here in Sacramento recently to film a few episodes. And local programs like our own Rob on the Road and The Journey with Rob Stewart, Studio Sacramento, Viewfinder, and KVIE Arts Showcase, showcasing all kinds of great programming for you and your family. Let's go back over to Rob. Rob?
Okay, this next piece is absolutely spectacular. It's called Blondie, Searching for Salmon. This is something that you would love to see in a photograph, but maybe not this close in the wild, because if so, you might become the salmon. This is by Lynn Edwards, but she did a great job capturing nature at its finest. It's measuring 25 by 21, retails at $375. And a quick backup, I'm seeing the pieces go up and up that we just had. We're looking for an opening bid right now of $100 on this piece, again, Blondie by Lynn Edwards, Searching for Salmon.
Beautiful photograph. So Blondie is from Lake Clark in Alaska. So that's where the photograph was taken.
Nice.
And what Lynn says is, first thing she does is she looks for the eye. She wants to catch the eye.
So it's not looking at her.
I don't know. I think maybe it might be looking at her. So she wants to catch the animal's eye. I don't know. Maybe it's out front. And I think that's because then it really brings that personality to life in the animal when you see the eye, you know. And this one has got those beautiful, like, orange-colored eyes.
What a neat technique, because that is what we do sometimes with people.
Right.
You want to make sure their eyes are, and same thing with animals. That's
right,
awesome.
contact.
And if he's looking for salmon.
And this bear is called Blondie because of the blonde coloration down the back. And so
The water.
fishing for, I know you can see it's been right in the water.
Just
probably
dripping
just
off.
stood up and it probably looked right in the eye, looked Lynn right in the eye. And Lynn mentioned something about a couple of cubs too, that she was fishing for her cubs.
She is brave that she was able to still hold onto her camera and to grab this beautiful, beautiful image, this beautiful photograph for KVIE's Art Auction. All of the money goes directly to your PBS station, KVIE, and it continues to bring the programming right into your home, just like we want to bring this art right into your home if you are the winning bidder. We're looking for an opening bid, I believe, of $100.
So this is traditional photography. There's minimal digital manipulation that's gone on to this, and Lynn actually processes all the photographs herself, too.
Wow,
And
I love
so
that.
that's hands-on color photography. That's
Like in the darkroom type.
Yeah.
That's really, really
that's
cool.
old school.
That's
which is,
what I was going to say. I didn't know if it was okay to say it, but that is old school technique, but
Yeah.
it is modern day beauty.
yeah. It's very
Blondie, look at the
beautiful.
water dripping right off of Blondie's paws. Clearly had just swiped for a salmon and missed, but you don't want to miss your opportunity to get this piece right now by calling in to the number on your screen. And this piece, we're looking for an opening bid of $100. It is absolutely spectacular, and I'm seeing the numbers go up for the other pieces we've had as well. And Kelly is in the phone bank, and she is with our beautiful William the Billy Goat by Candy Famula.
We've got a bell ringer, and this is item 10C, William the Billy Goat. I love the title on it. It's very playful. Keep the bells ringing. We're at a bid of $350. We're looking for a bid of $375. It's a bell ringer, but let's make the bell ring even louder with your phone call. And the number is on your screen, KVIE Art, 844 KVIE Art. This is a great chance to get some local art by a local artist and supporting your local public television station, PBS KVIE. The number is on your screen. This is item 10C, William the Billy Goat. How fun is that? And it's a great painting. It's fun. It would go great in any room of the house for anyone in your family or friends. The phone number is 844 KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278 to bid on item 10C. It is a bell ringer, but let's keep the bells ringing and call in with your support. And let's go back over to Rob. Rob?
Guess what? The lady you just saw on your screen is Kelly Raines, and this is her beautiful piece of art. It's spectacular. It's Peacock on the Wall. It's by Kelly Raines. It is stunning. It's pastels, and we're looking for a opening bid of, we have a current bid. Great, we have a current bid of $100 already. So the auction is live on Kelly's splendid piece. Look at the gorgeous pastels that are popping off of this gorgeous artistic masterpiece. I love the grays and the twinkles coming from the grays. Look at that.
So this piece,
I want this so badly.
I know. It really shows up nicely there. That's great.
This one's going to go fast, so you need to get on the phones for this.
So Callie was saying that she took this image of the peacock and like turned it around so that it's like a mirror image. And so that's where the title comes from, Peacock, Peacock, you know.
We're at 100,
like,
by the way. We're looking for 150.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And of course, peacocks are the fairest of them all.
Absolutely. They're gorgeous. And particularly these.
Yeah. And she also said that she wanted people to feel like, what is the story behind this? Are they vain? Are they in love? Are they just curious? Or is it just an incident, you know, that you see when you see peacocks strutting around? And it's so interesting, the technique here using water. She uses two different medium there. There's watercolors in the background and there's pastels to do the birds. And when you look at it up close, like the picture on the screen right now, you can see that textural quality. That's from the pastels. And the background is more sparkly. It's an iridescent type of watercolor.
That's what that is. I
Yeah.
wondered what that was because the gray to me just explodes off of the camera. Hey, Kelly, we're dragging her across the studio. We're making her do this in a polite way. This is Kelly Raines. She is the artist. You'll see her all weekend here on the auction.
Hi, Kelly.
But I just had to bring you over here. And what is the story to this beautiful piece?
Well, peacocks are such strutty, vain, showy birds, and I wanted to play with who's the fairest of them all, much like Kim said, and they're looking at each other, and are they seeing themselves or the other peacock?
And the peacock is a theme. You may have noticed the lighting in the studio. The peacock is the theme this year, if you will. This piece is spectacular. It can be in your home today. Kelly is here today as well, so it's already artist signed, but maybe she'll sign the back of it as well if you want. We need $175 for this piece right now. This is a collector. Kelly's pieces are already highly collected. She has shown around Sacramento, and I will tell you this, my mother even bought a piece in South Carolina. As well of her cat we had done for her. I commissioned it from Kelly, actually.
Thank you.
But this piece is spectacular. It brings so much joy. And I'm surprised you could part with it.
You know, it's really surreal watching a piece that you've spent so much time fly the nest, so hopefully it flies to a happy nest.
Gorgeous piece of art.
Right.
I love what you do.
Thank you.
Love what you do. Let's check in with the phone bank with Dee.
I am here with 10E, this beautiful photograph of a bear. I have a place up in Dunsmuir, so it's kind of got a sweet spot for me. It's got a beautiful frame on it. It is item number 10D by Lynn Edwards. You can only get it in your home if you call right now, 844-584-3278. We got people ready to take your bids.
Thank you so much.
We have the red hat ladies here today. Everybody give yourselves a hand for getting through it. Okay, let's go to Rob.
Thank you so much, Dee. And by the way, Dee, the initial D stands for darling. That's the truth, and I absolutely love that. Okay, we're moving on to this piece, which is by Don Yost, and this is called The Answer is Charles de Gaulle. Okay, so get it, Charles de Gaulle, and you see these beautiful birds in the back. You're a bird artist yourself, so what does this piece say to you?
Well, in the artist statement that I got from the artist, it was full of humor. The whole thing, it's like I wish I could just read it word for word because he's so funny. And he was talking about that he always loves cartoons and comics and stuff, but he says, I can't draw worth a dang. And so he started doing clay, and he does fantastic clay pieces, and they're a little bit like a sculptural version of a cartoon or a comic.
And every single one of them is a one of a kind. It says on here, what's the difference between a gull and an eagle?
Yeah, so the C is a seagull.
Okay.
And the E is an eagle.
Okay.
And what's between the seagull and the eagle? It's the Charles de Gaulle.
Okay, cute, very, very cute. I love stories and pieces of art that tell a story, just like we do here at KVIE. We're looking for an opening bid of $100 on this beautiful piece by Don. He's a ceramicist, and it's absolutely gorgeous. This is ceramic. It's $425 retail value, and it can be yours as early as today. Each of these wonderful, we'll turn around so you can see the back as well, because it's just as adorable. And it is highly, oh, look at there, right there. It's on the back. The answer is Charles de Gaulle. I love that. Beautiful piece of artwork. And this is fired. It can go indoors or outdoors. It is ceramic. We're looking for an opening bid of $100, and this can be yours.
So he mentioned in his statement that it's high fired, which means it's extremely hard. Like it's not going to chip or anything like that. He says it's going to last forever. So if you're going to buy it, you better plan on keeping it forever.
Yes, but you better act quickly because they go just like this. Stay tuned because there's much more art coming up. Kim, you've been delightful. We love having you. Stay with us for the next half hour of the KVIE Art Auction. Good job.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin. Stay tuned for the Animal Kingdom coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm David Nash, and over the next half hour you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy more original works of art from the Animal Kingdom category. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Our first item is item 11A. It's called The First Day at the River, a Yellow Lab by Doug Souza. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 22 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 11B is Pleasant Puppy by Ron Breeden. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $500. Item 11C is The Black Cat by Isabel Shaskan. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40 inches. Retail value is $850. 11D, item 11D is Bighorn Winter 15 by Darby Hayes. This is photography measuring 28 by 43 inches. Retail value is $800. That is item 11D. Item 11E is Slow Mo by Mary Stusky. That is Mary Stusky. This is mixed media measuring 12 by 30 by 16 inches. Retail value $350. And 11F, item 11F is Manajari by Charlotte Markham Rush. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Retail value is $375. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Sandy Lindblad, considered an expert in the area of pastels. Sandy has belonged to multiple cooperative art galleries in the region. She has been featured in the KVIE Gallery and is a past award winner in the KVIE Art Auction. Welcome, Sandy. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Pleasure to have you working with us today. Let's get right off to a good start here with item 11A. It's called First Day at the River, Yellow Lab by Doug Souza. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 22 inches. Retail value is $500. Tell us a little bit about this piece, Sandy.
Well, I think this is an incredible piece. What I really love about this piece is the way he handled the texture. It looked to me like, judging at this painting, that he used maybe a palette knife. He put really thick paint here. Nice, really cool, textures with the palette knife. And then it looked like he also used brush. And then if you look real closely, you could see where it's transparent in the paint. It's thick where the highlights are, which really gives the dog more of a 3-dimension. I love the fact that the dog's tail points up, which shows that the dog is very alert and he's ready for action. He's ready for you to snag that stick. This guy, Doug Souza, what he did was he did several photos that were taken along the North Fork of the Carson River. He paints a lot from nature, and he frequently includes birds and animals. Obviously, we see a cute little dog right here, and if you look here, you could really almost imagine that there's like a bird flying in the background, even though you don't really see it.
So this took place where?
This took place over at the North Fork of the Carson River. Okay. And what he did was this is a dog that was picked up from a breeder, and he was a guest artist at one point. The artist was a guest artist at the Westminster Kennel Club show at the Madison Square Garden in New York City in 2010.
So the retail value on this is $500. We're looking for an opening bid of $200. Call 1-844-584-3278. You'll get a personal bidder for you, and we're looking for a bid of $200 to get things rolling. I really like how it was framed. It really matches this color in here and makes the whole piece stand out very nicely.
Yeah, it's very complimentary, very, very complimentary. And if you look at, there's like nice little texture along the frame. It just works along really well with this background.
The detail in this. Now, you can see the reflections on the water of these trees in the background, and look at the water coming over this waterfall. Retail value on this piece is $500. We're looking for $200. Well, we're looking for an opening bid supporting the arts on public television, KVIE. Do your part right now by getting involved on a proactive grassroots level by going over to your phone right now and give us an opening bid of $200 on The First Day at the River, a Yellow Lab by Doug Souza. Again, 26 by 22 with a beautiful frame that complements this beautiful piece of art. The proverbial yellow lab with the stick in its mouth near the water. How do you keep a dog like that out of the water? I mean, throw the stick in the water for me, right? Isn't that what he's saying?
Yeah, exactly. He's on alert. He's ready. This painting's for you. He's ready to give you this stick, and you can go and throw it back to him. It's just fun full of life.
Hey, let's go over to Rob. He's at the phone bank with a special guest.
Yes, we are. This is my buddy Braden.
Hi.
Big wave to all your family. Braden won the Lego lamp. It is a spectacular piece of art yesterday, and you were auctioning and bidding against your aunt, right?
Yeah.
And you won.
Yeah.
All right, so what do you have to say about that?
Ha ha.
What are you going to do with your Lego lamp?
I'm going to put on my Lego shelf so that I can light up my Lego area when I want to build
No,
stuff.
they go to a still
That's
when
very
they
cool.
move.
Do you already have it
They're
with you?
walking to another.
Yeah, well, we're going to be taking it home real soon.
I love that. It's here. Just like you said, the art is here to pick up as well. And those beautiful lamps are at Archival Gallery. And you got the blue one. Braden, good job, buddy. Give me a high five. Woo. All right. I'm so glad you watch the auction every year. Let's go back across the studio.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Let's go to our next item, 11B. It is Pleasant Puppy by Ron Breeden. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $500. We're looking for an opening bid right now. Sandy, tell us a little bit about this piece.
Well, Ron said that he painted this painting especially for KVIE. And with this particular painting, it's oil painting. It's on gallery wrap canvas. If you really look at it close, again, you could see thick paint. You could see thin paint. The dog looks really, really happy. And again, the texture is just perfect on this painting. Ron is he's a past award winner for KVIE. And he's inspired by people in the neighborhood of putting their dogs in jogging strollers or in bike trailers and running or riding down the street with them. He always thought that that was funny, you know, when dogs are in little baby strollers. And so he decided to do something like that. So that's what this is. This is a painting of a puppy in a baby carriage being pushed through the park. The dog itself was a dog at a rescue site. Okay, that's
Rescue dog.
Yeah, that's
right.
pretty critical.
Retail value $500. We are currently opening bid is $150. So we would like to move that up to $175. Do we hear $175? 844-584-3278. Bid high for public television.
Yeah. What Rob has done. Ron is done. He has been exhibiting for like 30-some years, and he can just knock these things out and make them very special. And when I look at this one, you see the cute little highlights of the eyes. The dog is just like really happy. I could see this in someone's home. You look at it each day, and it's like, wow, he's so happy to see me.
Yeah. What can I do for you? Yeah. One of those kind of pictures.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, especially, and you know, you don't have to worry about, you know,
Now tell us about the format. This is not to be framed. This is a wraparound.
Yeah, this is gallery wraparound canvas. What it is it's professionally done on the outside by the artist. You look at the front, you look at the sides. You don't have to, it doesn't need a frame or anything like that. It's all set to be hung in your house.
Okay, we're at $150 retail value, $500. Back to Rob at the phone bank.
Yes, we have good news. Shirley, ring my bell. Ring it, Bell. Shirley with the Red Hat Society, I love you. This is for 11A. First day at the river is for $500. We just hit bell ringer status on this, and we love seeing the bell ringers come in. That means we've hit retail value, and anything above that is a tax deduction for you. But most importantly, it is a donation to KVIE to keep the programming coming into your home, which you love. And let's go back across the studio. Thank you.
Okay, we're item 11B, Pleasant Puppy, Ron Breeden, 30 by 24 inches, retail value $500. We're at $150, trying to move it up to $175, bid high for public television.
I think what Ron did, he just did an incredible job with the texture and the colors and the expressions. I mean, it's just a fantastic piece.
So we're at $175 now, looking for $200, retail value $500. A lot went into this, and tell us a little bit about this texture, and we only have about a half a minute.
Well, what it looks like was he put a coat of paint on it, and then he put really thick paint on top of it.
A lot of texture.
Yeah, and this actually happened to be, originally it was a deer painting that he used for texture, and then you put the dog in it that fit within that deer painting. If you really look at it hard, you might see a deer in there. I think the dog is probably sitting on the deer.
Oh. Huh. So we're at 175 looking for 200, 844 KVIE Art. Easy way to remember the phone number. Bid high, we're looking for $200 now on this item. Retail value $500. Again, that's item 11B, Pleasant Puppy by Ron Breeden, 30 by 24 inches. We're at 175 looking for $200. Bid high, and we're going to keep this item open. Call the number on your screen and make that call right now by going over to your telephone, calling 844 KVIE Art and support KVIE and the arts here on public television. And that's how we've done this for over 38 years now, the 38th annual year of the art auction. Let's go to our next item. This is item 11C. It is the Black Cat. There it is, by Isabel Shaskan. And this is acrylic on canvas, measuring 30 by 40 inches. Retail value is $850. And we're looking for an opening bid on this item this Saturday afternoon, item 11C. And Sandy Lindblad is with us. Tell us a little bit about this piece.
Well, what Isabel did was she has 3 cats engaged in different activities. For all of you cat lovers.
You're going to have to help me here. I see 2.
Yeah, I see 1.
Oh, wait a minute.
2, 3. Right here. Okay. This cat's busy tidying things up. This one's looking for a little probably fly up in the window somewhere, and this one's probably ready to pounce down upon this cat when he's not expecting anything.
Nice shadow behind the black cat.
Yeah.
Tell us about the format.
Well, again, this particular painting is on gallery wrap canvas. It's all ready to hang. It does not need a frame. You just pick it up from KVIE and you hang it in your home. This gal, what she did was she used a lot of texture again. She's got a lot of textures against flat, textures against well, this is more flat with texture. It's got, let's see, it has a lot of acrylic paint on it. She used some design sense when she painted this to keep your eye active and looking at the painting.
Now this cat has very sharp edges.
Yes.
And this one's, can I say abstract?
No, this one she uses a lot of color in this, a lot of brushworks. She wanted their center of interest to go to her and then maybe go up to this one and then shift over to that. This cat probably wasn't as important as the main center of interest here. What Isabel does is she does representational cats in an abstracted background, and that is very typical of her work.
So we have an opening bid of $200 on this item. We would love to move it up to $250. This is item 11C, the Black Cat, retail value $850, $200 current bid. Let's move it up and support public television, KVIE, looking for $250 now. This is our Animal Kingdom gallery, and this is the Black Cat. Item 11C by Isabel Shaskan. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 40 inches, looking for a bid of $250. We're currently at $200. Let's go back to Rob at the phone bank.
And for the Janet Jackson fan, Black Cat was the name of her 1994 tour, Black Cat. So give it for a Janet Jackson fan as well, or a kitty cat lover. Great news. Black Cat is at $200. Pleasant Puppy is at $175. And we have the Red Hat Society. Hi. So glad y'all are here. Look how sweet our wonderful phone bank volunteers are. And they're here to talk to you. So if you pick up the phone, 1-844-KVIE Art, you will be on the phone and in the auction live here from your PBS station. Let's go back across the studio.
Okay, 844-584-3278. This is the Black Cat. We're currently at $200. Retail value of $850. Looking to move it up $50 and bid high for public television, looking for $250. The Black Cat, Sandy.
Yeah, this black cat, especially this time of the year for Halloween, is perfect for you. And this tortoiseshell cat that Isabel painted, she did from her art studio. Okay, this one is imagined. This one, again, she was thinking in this time of year. Also, Isabel is a past KVIE award winner, which makes this painting even more worth more money for you. This could be a collector's item.
So we're going to keep this item open. Call in at 1-844-KVIE Art, and you'll get a bidder to support you. And you can. We'll keep this open. We're currently at $200. $850 is retail. We're trying to get up to $250 on our next bid. So bid high for public television, KVIE. Let's go to our next item. I love this piece. This is photography. This is item 11D. It is Bighorn Winter 15 by Darby Hayes. This is photography measuring 28 by 43 inches. Retail value is $800. We're looking for an opening bid of $200. And there's some fascinating stories about this beautiful photography, but also the photographer. So tell us about it, Sandy.
Well, Darby, he's got a long track record of being an excellent photographer. But getting right to this particular image, this image was captured during a snowstorm on 2018 winter trip to Yellowstone National Park in the northern section. This was one of his favorites. It's a beautiful pose of a ram, obviously of a ram, and there are snowflakes falling down, and there's enough of a break in the cloud cover to provide beautiful color, lighting, and highlights. Like if you really look at this thing, you can see lots of neat little detail, and it's totally in focus. It looks just like a painting. It's a fantastic piece. I'd love to have it in my house.
It is, I mean, it almost looks like you could pet the hair on this bighorn.
Yes.
It is meticulous how he had the focus. The color is perfect. It's amazing. And tell us a little bit about the artist, that he's quite famous.
Yeah. Basically, Darby has pictures and collections of and on display at 27 national park sites throughout the West and including Alaska.
That's amazing.
You know, he has pictures in the permanent collections of 6 museums, including the Department of the Interior Museum in Washington, D.C. This guy, again, has a big track record. Now, the viewers of his images will gain a deeper appreciation for every American's birthright of national parks, national forests, BLM managed lands, and state and county parks.
So if you're a naturalist, if you love the outdoors, this is a perfect piece for you. It has an $800 retail value. We're looking for a simple $200 opening bid high for public television, KVIE, and this also has a wraparound edge on it, so it does not need to be framed. Let's go over to Dee. She's got more details for us.
I am here with 11B Pleasant Puppy by Ron Breeden. He is a past award winner. One of my favorite guys, is very involved in he does German Shepherd rescue, I believe. He literally paints his own dogs over and over and over again. This one is Pleasant Puppy. I've got a high bid of $400. I only need another $100 to make this a bell ringer. Let's do that for Ron. He always donates to the auction. So let's go out and look at that big, beautiful bighorn again.
All right, Bighorn Winter 15, item 11D, retail value of $800, starting bid of $200. We're looking for an opening bid right now. What are you waiting for? This is an investment. He has his art in 27 national park sites around the country, and you want this in your den, perhaps your trophy room. Or if you're a naturalist, this is a beautiful piece to have in wherever you see it fit in your home or your office. This is a magnificent piece. The detail is incredible. The art wraps around all the sides of it, and this is just a beautiful piece.
And you look at these blades of grass, you could almost feel the blades of grass coming up through the snow. And you could see this bighorn sheep is looking at, looking at something, he doesn't even know that there is a photographer. And I'm sure that Darby had waited a long time to get this shot. He has wall-sized murals as the backdrops for the Wyoming State Museum's permanent exhibit for the people, the National Park Service in Wyoming. This is definitely a piece to have.
So we're live here on public television, KVIE. We are raising funds to support the arts here at KVIE. We're looking for a $200 opening bid on Bighorn Winter 15. Beautiful photography. And we're going to keep this item open. Call in your high bid to our phone bank. They'll take your call. Thanks for supporting KVIE. Let's go to our next item. This is Slow-Mo, item 11E. This is from Mary Stusky. This is mixed media measuring 12 by 30 by 16 inches. Retail value is $350. We're looking for an opening bid of $50. Tell us about this multi-mixed media art, Sandy.
Well, what Mary does, she usually uses wood, acrylic paint, and other mixed media materials. This particular painting was an inspiration for an unborn baby. This was completed by her in her home in Elk Grove, California. What she likes to do is she uses recycled bowls from thrift stores, and this is typical of her work. But if you look at this particular 3D painting, you could see there's little marks that she carved into this wood. She very carefully.
So this is wood.
Yeah, that looks like that's wood to me.
Wow.
And then it shows a picture of this tortoise going to paint, but because tortoises are slow, she decided to call this Slow-Mo. All that matters. Let's see.
And if you can't see, there's a paintbrush here.
Yeah, right here,
See
there's
that?
a paintbrush.
There's a paintbrush, and they're painting backwards. The turtle, Slow-Mo, is painting backwards on the palette here.
Yeah.
If you can see that, it's actually hidden on the other side here. So would I be in trouble if I move this a little bit? There we go. How's that?
Yeah, see, it actually looks like Slow-Mo is painting.
Painting.
This
Okay.
would fit great in a contemporary home. This would fit great in a kid's room. If you really like colorful,
I'm gonna turn
fun
it back.
stuff, this would fit great in your house. Because she used a lot of detail right here, it's more simplistic. It really pulls the piece together.
So this is Slow-Mo, item 11E, Mary Stusky, 12 by 30 by 16 mixed media. And we're looking for a $50 opening bid. This is a $350 retail value. Let's go over to Rob and tell us more about that beautiful piece, Rob.
It is absolutely beautiful. This is Bighorn Winter by Darby Hayes. Darby is a wonderful, collected California master. His works are in many state buildings across California, as well as multiple collections. We're looking for an opening bid of $200 on this piece. The value is at $800. Highly collected artist and a California master. I want to say something about all of the artists in our auction as well. Every artist poured hours and hours, and in some cases weeks, into these masterpieces. They're one of a kind. There's no duplicates or reproductions of anything in this show. Everything is a masterpiece, and it can be yours as early as today. If you're the winning bidder, you can pick it up until 5 o'clock tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday as well from noon to 5. Let's go back across the studio.
All right, Rob, 11E, retail value $350. We're looking for a starting bid of $50. A child's bedroom, perfect.
Yes. And the other thing about Slow-Mo is Slow-Mo, because he was slow, he fell asleep and the paintbrush dried to the painting.
Oh, Slow-Mo.
Yeah, someone needs to offer him a little bit of coffee.
All right, Slow-Mo, we have our $50 opening bid. Let's move it up to $100 for Slow-Mo, item 11E, a retail value of $350. Yeah, a child's bedroom would be perfect. Probably just want to put it up a little higher than the kid can reach until it gets to the age of understanding that it's breakable. But this is a beautiful piece. Slow-Mo, $350 retail, high bid $50, looking for 100 now. We're going to keep this open. Bid high by going over to your phone right now and call the number on your screen. Let's go to our next item. This is Managari. Item 11F by Charlotte Markham Rush. This is oil on canvas, measuring 24 by 30 inches. Retail value is $375. And we're looking for an opening bid of $50, Sandy.
Well, Charlotte, she likes to write poetry, okay? So she writes poetry and then she does painting from her poems. Now this particular painting, I talked with her personally, and she said to me that she takes a roller and uses a paint roller to create this painting. And then what she does is she masks off sections of her painting to be able to put in little bits of detail. And again, this little painting, this big painting actually, is got on gallery wrap canvas, all ready to hang. And I think it's pretty cool. One of the things that she emphasized to me is that she's an elephant advocate, okay? Because she doesn't want the elephants to become extinct, okay? And so she wants to promote that and bring more awareness to people about elephants, that, hey, we want to preserve them. And so this is to like help prevent extinction. If more people have elephants in their house, you know, geez, well, I think it would be pretty cool.
The more we value them, then.
Oh, yeah. I think that would be pretty neat.
Hey, we're at $50. We have an opening bid at $50, retail value $375 on Managari. Tell us a little bit more about how these colors come together and what she used in this oil on canvas.
Well, it looks to me when she painted this, that when she took her roller, you know, and she masked off certain sections, she was able to put different colors on her roller and then roll this back and forth. This part was probably masked off. This is all, let's see, this is all masked off right here. And then she probably painted this part after she took off the masking tape or the painter's tape, whatever she used. She wanted to keep it more graphic. And so if you look at it closely, there's lots of different colors in here, but then none of that color is right here, and vice versa.
What a great opportunity to make an investment in your public television station and art in your own home. Managari, a retail value of $375, our high bid at $50. Let's go back over to Rob and Dee at the phone bank along with that bighorn.
We are standing here with Darby Hayes' absolutely amazing photograph, Bighorn. Remember, Darby Hayes is one of our California masters. It's your chance to own an important photographer. Rob's going to update us.
Yes, that's fantastic. It's at an opening bid of $200. Retails at $800. Slow-mo is $125 right now, as well as the next one is for $50. Stay tuned. This half hour is over, but the next one's right up. There's more coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction. Stay with us.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Landscapes, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Jurred by Stephanie Taylor, this collection celebrates beautiful landscapes in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Nash, and we are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring a collection of landscape pieces. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. And item 12A is Yosemite Spring by Phyllis Belbum. And this is watercolor measuring 21 by 29 inches. Beautifully framed, and retail value is $400. That's item 12A. Item 12B is Clouds in the Trees, Yosemite Valley by Joy Johnson. This is photography measuring 26 by 21 inches. The retail value is $250. This has a juror award for photography. That's item 12B. Item 12C is Half Dome by Jill Estroff. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $950. Item 12D is Middle Cathedral Rock Yosemite by Helen Plenert. And this is watercolor measuring 26 by 21 inches, framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value is $600. Item 12E is This Old House, Vecchia Casa by Kurt Hausman. This is oil on board measuring 42 by 30 inches, artist framed. Retail value is $1,500. Item 12F is Untitled by Colleen Applegate. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 28 by 22 inches, framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value is $450. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Sandy Lindblad, and we're ready to look at some amazing landscapes right now. Sandy, thanks again for being here and joining us. Let's talk a little bit about item 12A. It's Yosemite Spring by Phyllis Belbin. This is watercolor, 21 by 29 inches. Retail value is $400, and we're looking for an opening bid of $100, Sandy.
All right, well, Phyllis over here, what she did was that she had a visit to Yosemite. She went to Yosemite and she was very, very inspired by the colors of the springtime over there. What she did was she was at a lodge, and it was done right across from the lodge outside. And it looks to me like when you look at this, you see, she kept it simple for the tree trunks of these trees, and then just took a little fine brush and put in the little accents of the tree branches, so you have the illusion of the tree doing its thing, colors going forward, colors coming back. It's pretty exciting. What she did, she has accents of little colors in here. She took a big brush and she put in the yellows, because she wanted it to look like springtime. This was a really happy time for her when she spent with friends, when she finished doing this painting. It's always fun to have an experience like that. And I think, if you have this hanging in your house, yellow is one of my favorite colors. I assume that might be one of her favorite colors. It's a lively, positive springtime painting. And, if your house is dark, this would be a great painting to have, because it just really brings out the light.
If you have a room with even just a simple yellow pillow on the couch, this is going to make the whole room pop. This is gorgeous. This is a painting that I would love to have in my home. This is an investment in public television, KVIE, and yourself, an investment in arts on KVIE. We're looking for an opening bid right now of $100, and the retail value is $400. This is exciting. For $100, you may potentially be the owner of this beautiful painting by simply calling one of our volunteers on the phone bank at 844-KVIE Art, and that is the number to call. We just got our first opening bid of $100. We would like to move that up to $150. Yosemite Spring by Phyllis Belbin. Yosemite Spring, item 12A. It's 21 by 29 inches. And that is the entire piece, is the 21 by 29. And so tell us a little bit more about how the watercolors work here.
Well, it looks to me like, when I'm looking at this, that she used 140-pound arches watercolor paper, which is paper that artists, watercolor artists can use. It doesn't all have to be 140 pound, but that's the one that Phyllis chose to use. And then looks to me like what she did was she took a big brush, she puts a wash here, and then she put a big wash here, and then she used some smaller brushes for the detail. Like if I look at this really closely, I could see the fact that there's she used a little brush to put the things up in here, and like little reeds. It makes your eye, look at the tree, you see the branch, it brings your eye back into here, push the background.
It just draws you into this beautiful piece of art. We are at $100, looking for $150 now. Our retail value on this is $400. Let's go over to Dee. She's got something for us at the phone bank.
I have piece 11F by Charlotte Rush. I wanted to say a little hello to Charlotte. Charlotte entered the art auction probably 6 times before her first piece was accepted, and she was so proud when her piece was accepted. She has come a long way as an artist. I have watched her grow in the last 7 or 8 years into quite an accomplished artist. This is a great piece of hers. 11F, I currently have 225. I'd really like to make this into a bell ringer and get 375. Slow-mo, that great little wooden sculpture of the turtle is currently at 225, and we're going to close that out soon. We're looking for 350. So we're going to close these out. Thanks again, Charlotte. Let's go back and look at that beautiful landscape.
Okay, hey, a bell ringer, by the by, means that we went over the retail value of an item, okay? So that's what a bell ringer is. You can be a bell ringer by bidding high for KVIE Public Television and the Arts right here in the Central Valley and beyond. Let's go to our next item. We're going to stay in the Yosemite Valley, if that's okay. This is item 12B. It is Clouds in the Trees, Yosemite Valley by Joey Johnson. This is photography, beautiful photography, measuring 26 by 21 inches. Retail value is $250. This got a juror award in photography here at KVIE, and the retail value is $250. We currently have a bid of $100 on this item. Tell us about this beautiful photography from Joey.
Well, personally, without even looking at my notes, I look at this painting, this photography image, and it just gives you a kind of a dreamy feeling, a mystical feeling.
Being in the right place at the right time.
Oh yeah, I could easily have this. I love the way that you have the fog back here. For any of you guys that live in the foothills or in the mountains, or even if you don't, this would be a perfect photography for you. This particular image, it was taken at Tunnel View overlooking Yosemite Valley. It's a stunning view, but even more so when storms are passing through. What Joey is he's very connected to nature. He tries to capture images that show a different point of view when they first catch your eye. This particular image, it was taken with a tripod. He loves photographing nature so much that he could be very impulsive, although he decided when he wanted to photograph this one to really take his time and plan before he shot this picture. And when I look at it, it's like you could see all the greens in here, but you look at it really close and you could see nuances of purple, which is really very cool. I mean, you could stare at this and you continue looking at this, you could see like a little red in here. I mean, I think it's
super high definition. If we could zoom back in to this corner right here, is that possible? First, I want to show you that Joey Johnson, his signature, has signed it. This is 1 of 10, okay? So only 10 copies of this, and this is numbered, and we're going to zoom in on that, I believe. There we go. You can see this is 1 of 10, so you get the first copy. And also, while we're zoomed in, I want you to look at the beautiful beveled edge on how it was matted. It really makes it just makes the photo stand out more.
Oh yeah.
It just has this beautiful image because of that matting. So thank you for zooming in on that. So this is 1 of 10. This again is Clouds in the Trees, Yosemite Valley, item 12B. Retail value is $250. We are at 100 on our high bid. We're looking for $150 right now. So call the number on the screen and bid high for public television KVIE.
What Joey did was he lowered his view to the valley floor.
Beautiful piece of a Yosemite landscape done in watercolor. It's framed, it's ready to go home. You can buy your work today and pick it up tomorrow. We're open, our pickup and pay is open from 12 to 5 tomorrow, the next day, and Monday. But you can't pick it up if you don't win it. You got to call 844-584-3278. Put in your bid. Go online to kvie.org/art auction and pick out what you want to take home tomorrow. Let's look at Jill's piece, another lovely Yosemite.
Okay, we're back with item 12C. It is Half Dome. We're staying in the Yosemite. Jill Estroff, this is acrylic on canvas measuring 30 by 24 inches. Retail value is $950. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. Bid high 844-584-3278. Sandy, tell us what you see here. This is beautiful.
Yeah, when I look at this, I see lots of textures. What Jill did was she used a lot of color. There's a lot of strokes in here. She might have even used a palette knife or a filbert brush. There's a lot of action going on here. I mean, it's really worth looking at this thing close. This is the natural beauty of Yosemite, which Yosemite is a gorgeous place to visit. And what she did when she did this painting, she had the thrill of seeing so much water after we had a drought, and she was so excited about capturing the reflections. Like you see some reflections in here, the water coming down. So what she did was she's known actually for doing expressive brushwork and capturing the essence of a place using vivid colors and texture.
Now, this is not a wraparound. What would you do, Sandy? Would you frame this or leave it as is?
What you could do is you could frame it, or you could even paint the sides.
Oh.
Either or is fine because this is done on thicker canvas.
Okay.
And what's another thing about this painting was that she just put so much expressionistic feeling into it, I mean, you could just really feel the water coming down.
While you were talking, I stepped back about 15, 20 feet.
Yeah.
And it really looked great from that point of view. Yeah. Hey, we're going to head back over to the phone bank real quick. We'll be right back.
I love this little trip to Yosemite. My family holds Yosemite near and dear in their hearts. If your family does, this beautiful photograph really captures the essence of Yosemite. 12A is a bell ringer at $425. 12B is currently at $200. I only need another $50 to make that into a bell ringer. And you can only do that if you call. So call and bid. I've got an opening bid on Half Dome 12C of $200. It's got a $950 value. Now is the time to pick up a piece of Yosemite and make it into your family's next heirloom. Let's go back out to Sandy.
All right, thank you, Dee. This is a great time to invest in your home, yourself, and in your public television station, KVIE, and the arts here on KVIE by bidding high for this item. This is Half Dome. We're currently at $200 on our bid. Retail value $950. We're looking to go up in $50 increments, so bid high right now at 844 KVIE Art.
Yes. This painting will evoke a feeling for you. I just love it. I think it's great how she did all these brush strokes, and it just could always look at it and see different things in it. I mean, you can see the half dome.
You can start imagining like the steps up and the cable up and people going up Half Dome, and you just start imagining things when you look at this.
Yeah, she's very, very expressionistic, and you see a little branch going up into bringing your eye up into the painting, and you can see the reflections coming up in here, and then it moves up here, and this brings you up here. It's like you're hiking almost in this painting.
That's great. I like that analogy. Hiking while you're actually viewing a piece of art. We're looking for $250 right now. We're currently at $200, a $950 retail value. So what are you waiting for? It's a Saturday afternoon. If it's time to invest in art, the holiday season's coming up, you want to brighten up your home a little bit, this is a way to do it. This is called Half Dome, $950 retail value. Our high bid currently is $200, looking for $250.
Yeah, I would say take it now while you have the opportunity. Jill also has another painting that she did of Yosemite Falls that was purchased by a former Yosemite Park superintendent and then later head of Yosemite Conservancy for his collection. This would definitely be a collector's item.
We're going to keep this item open, so contact the phone number on the screen, get your high bidder, get your bidder to help you bid on this item. We're again looking for $250 on that item. Let's move up to, we're going to stay in Yosemite. This is item 12D. This is Middle Cathedral Rock Yosemite by Helen Plenart. This is watercolor, measuring 26 by 21 inches, framed by Archival Gallery, beautiful, and retail value is $600. We are currently already have an opening bid of $200 on this item. We would love to move this up to $300. Middle Cathedral Rock. Tell us about this beautiful watercolor by Helen.
Well, what Helen did was she had a trip to Yosemite and she took over 300 photos to create this painting. When she was younger, her father used to make her hike up to the top of trails, and now that she's older, she really has the feeling of what it's like over here. When she went to Yosemite, she could see the drips. It looked almost like drips of paints, when she looked actually at Yosemite.
I love that.
And she chose to allow the paint to drip down.
Yes.
This painting, it's in the center of the three mountains that make up Cathedral Rocks.
So this is item 12D, Middle Cathedral Rock, Yosemite by Helen Plenart. Helen, by the by, was one of our jurists at the art auction this year. So we thank you so much for that, Helen. 26 by 21 inches, retail value is $600. We're currently at $200. Would love to move that up to $300. Invest in yourself right now. 844 KVIE Art. Let's go over to Rob.
This is a spectacular piece that we have right now in the phone bank. This is 12C. It's Half Dome by Jill Estroff. And Jill is one of our treasured KVIE Art Gallery gallerists. She had a showing here at the station. It sold incredibly well. Lots of interest in her pieces. Highly collectible. 12C is at $200. It is a retail of $950. So right now we're looking to up this in $100 increments, possibly even $50 increments. And if you pick up the phone and call 1-844-KVIE Art, you can get involved in the art auction. Let's turn things back across the studio.
Well, and I'm 25 feet from Rob, and I'm telling you, looking at Half Dome from this distance, that's amazing. I mean, it's amazing. So bid high for Half Dome. High bid currently $200. Let's move that up to $300. Middle Cathedral Rock, we're at $250 right now. Okay, let's move it up to $300. Retail value $600. We're at $250 right now. Invest in this beautiful piece. I just love the drips.
Yeah, I think the drips are pretty cool. And I love the fact that she kept this simplistic of these trees, but then yet you look close at these and you could see how the color is a little bit different. Looks like Viridian green with a little alizarin on here. I mean, it's pretty neat, where if she really detailed it, it would take away from Yosemite. Now, Helen, what she does is she works to create these paintings to uplift the viewer, using local scenes that are often overlooked in everyday's journeys. She's on a quest to remind viewers of the beauty and strength of nature's sculpture that took hundreds of years to mature and form. Her favorite by far are the oak trees in Carmichael, California, where she grew up and she still lives. She's a really cool watercolor artist.
Sandy, we're at $300 right now, a retail value of $600. We'd love to move it up to $350. So let's move it up a $50 increment. We're at $600 retail. We're at $300. Let's make it $350, and we're going to keep this open. So contact someone at the phone bank to bid for you and bid high for KVIE. Let's move on to our next piece, and we're now going to Italy. We've left the Yosemite Valley. This is item 12E. This is The Old House, Vecchia Casa, by Kurt Hausman. Oil on board, measuring 42 by 30 inches, artist framed. And retail value is $1,500. And we've already got a bid on this, $300. They saw that opening and somebody jumped right on it. So let's move that up to $400. Tell us about this very large piece.
Yeah, actually, I like this piece. What I really love about it is that you've got the impressionistic colors. He used a lot of, like, you put a wash on here and then you put more colors on. You've got the greens, you've got the reds. You look at, you see brush strokes, you see the thicker painting. And what's cool about this piece, this has a special connection for Kurt. What he did was, this painting is an old house of his great-grandfather who lived in a very small Italian mountain village in Tuscany, Italy during the 1900s. This piece is acrylic on board. He used old family photos along with his memories of his visits to Italy to construct the piece in his studio in San Francisco. So he's somewhat local, you know, within a few hours of Sacramento. And I just think it's a pretty neat piece because you can continue to look at it and you see other stuff. Like you look here and it's lighter, the colors get darker, but yet you look close at the painting and he didn't really do that much blending. You know, if he did blend, it would be on the first layer, and then he took the brush with more thicker paint and you know, lighter, getting darker, adding more colors, and then he added a lot more colors. He wanted this to come out towards the viewer. So this would really fit well in most people's homes, especially if you like color and you like impressionism, you like expressionism. I think it's a very cool piece.
So this is The Old House, Vecchia Casa, $1,500 retail value. We're at $300. Would love to move this up to $400. You know where I see this? In a wine tasting room.
Oh, that'd be perfect.
You know,
absolutely perfect.
I'm telling you. I mean, so if you're one of those down at Sugar Mill or in Amador or Calaveras or somewhere where you've got a wine tasting room, this is perfect.
Oh yeah, it would fit totally, you know, I mean, and you could continue to look at it because you see different things, you know. He doesn't have every little detail spelled out. He's got masses of color, he's got simplistic areas, you know, you don't see the little tiny fingers because you don't need them. You just need a little, the overall shape, just a loose, rough shape.
All right, let's move this up to $400. What a great value and investment for your home, your winery, for public television, KVIE. Make that high bid right now. Rob?
All right, thank you so much, David. And we also like to always say it's a great gift. This piece right here is absolutely gorgeous, and we have a bidding war online right now. Half Dome by Jill Estroff. It's at $425, retails at $950. It just shot up with multiple people on the line who are duking it out here at the KVIE Art Auction to try to take this piece home. $425, we're calling for $450 on this. Middle Cathedral Rock Yosemite is now at $550. That's this close to a bell ringer. $575. If we can get $25 more, we'll make it a bell ringer right now. Half Dome, this piece right here is absolutely spectacular. It is a lovely gift and it keeps on giving. That's the beauty of giving art, is that it is with someone for a lifetime. $575 on Middle Cathedral Rock. $600, we did it. We got $600 at the bell ringer, everybody. Yay! All right, 1-844 KVIE Art is the number, or 584-3278. David, back to you.
Okay, here we are, item 12F. It is Untitled by Colleen Applegate. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 28 by 22 inches, framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value is $450. We're looking for an opening bid of $100. Tell us about it, Sandy. And thank you again, Sandy Lindblad. She's been here all afternoon with us, telling us, our art expert. Thank you for all your help today.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Tell us about this piece.
All right. What Colleen did was she's very inspired by Bob Ross, okay?
Oh.
And she's also a certified instructor.
I see a happy little cloud.
yeah, this actually is kind of fun in here. You look at this work, and she didn't really labor over it. She just took her brush, and in the areas that she wanted to put a lot of detail, she kept it really simple. Areas that she wanted to not be so simple, like this water. You could really feel this water going back. You've got the bright colors, and it starts getting dimmer, because if she put this really bright color over here, this would not work as well, but she knew exactly what to do. She put the bright color here, and then she just kept it going back. She did a lot of gradation with this, and then it looks like she used like maybe a fan brush to put in some of these bushes and just give you a feel of this painting. So with this painting, she's got simplicity, and she's got more detail. Like, you look at this even closer, you've got, it's simple colors here, and she wanted your eye to kind of go back in here. So she put some, again, more viridian green in here, some little bit of alizarin. Then she took another brush, and she wanted to keep this simple, where she didn't put a lot of little detail in there. I mean, it's pretty neat little painting.
So you may recall Bob Ross's show here on PBS for so many years, and Bob Ross inspired Colleen Applegate, and that's was her inspiration in this beautiful meandering stream called Untitled. You can call it whatever you want it when you become the high bidder, and we're going to open bids right now at $100. That's our starting bid. It's a $450 retail value, so bid high, invest in your home, your office, wherever you're going to consider putting this piece. But remember also, you're investing in our community through this resource called Public Television KVIE. So support the arts, the 38th annual art auction. We're here because of your high bids in the past. So go over to your phone right now and bid $100 and get us rolling on this beautiful piece from Colleen Applegate.
Yeah. I mean, this is your chance. I mean, this painting is so cool. I mean, I really love this water going back. I love how she's got, for the composition, she's got the trees bringing you into the page. She's got, she stops your eye from leaving this area. I mean, it's very dreamy.
And it was framed by Archival Gallery, and does it ever complement this piece? It keeps it rustic, keeps it out in the woods, and it's just an amazing piece, and it can be yours with an opening bid of $100 right now. Get the bidding war going. Okay, we're up to $300 now on this piece. Retail value is $450. Let's go back over to Rob at the phone bank.
Okay, thank you so much. And this piece is up to $750 right now. Michael Sanford's up next, the Vice President of Production, as well as Associate General Manager and host of Sunday Stories. He's coming out with a wonderful half hour of art, and you get to see it next. Stay tuned. There's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for contemporary classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Peter Stiegel, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Michael Sanford, and over the next half hour, you'll have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works from our contemporary collection. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Starting off, item 13A, Colors of Spring by Ramona K. Beckwith. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 inches by 16 inches. Its retail value is $300. Item 13B is Modern Man by Ken Blomberg. This is mixed media, measuring 20 by 26 inches. It's artist framed, and its retail value is $300. Item 13C is Earth Meets Sky by Keo. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $350. Item 13D is Tiny Pieces of Everything, number 2, by Victoria Smith. This is mixed media, measuring 25 by 33 inches. It's framed by Archival Gallery, and its retail value is $600. Item 13E is Between Two Unknowns by Elisa Yamakita Nicholas. This is oil on canvas, measuring 32 by 32 inches. Its retail value is $750. And the last item in this half hour is 13F, Spirit, by David Komar. This is stone, measuring 12 by 6 by 6 inches, and its retail value is $475. During this break, I'm pleased to be joined by Kim Scott. Kim, welcome to the art auction, or welcome back. You've been here earlier in this weekend. Kim is a nationally known artist who's been active in the Sacramento art community for over 30 years and has recently retired from teaching art. She's a California master. Oil painting is your expertise, and she's participated in the art auction for the past decade. So welcome, Kim.
Thanks. Glad to be here.
All right, let's get started in this first piece. I know you've been anxious to look at this in the flesh, so to speak. 13A, Colors of Spring by Ramona K. Beckwith. Talk to us about this piece.
I've been looking at a tiny little picture of this and waiting to see the real item here, and it's better than I possibly imagined. It's so beautiful and so refined. It's called The Colors of Spring, and that's probably, we could say that's the most obvious thing about it. But if you look,
incredibly brilliant colors, right?
She uses acrylics and she uses inks. And with the inks, like this section right through here, it makes these nice melted looking colors, blended, beautifully, softly blended colors. And then with the acrylics, she's actually like roughing them up a little bit. It almost looks like she puts the wet paint down and then presses something on it and pulls it away and gets a real variety of textures going on in her painting. So it's a juxtaposition between this more rough textured stuff and surface and the very soft, smooth, melty looking surfaces of the inks. She talks about how experimentation, every single piece she does has experimentation, that she moves through the work, and the results she gets suggests the next thing that she does, and she learns from it.
I was going to ask you, Kim, is it unusual for her to mix materials, or for any artist to mix materials like this and have such a spectacular result?
Historically, people did not mix materials that much, but really in the last 20, 30 years, people are more and more mixing materials. And in this case, she's using materials that are archival together, so that's good. It's not going to fall apart on you from the experimentation. But you can tell from her years of experimentation, she's learned a lot about controlling her surface. I think this one is so luscious looking. It looks like, to me, even though it's abstracted, it looks like a flower arrangement or something to me. There's has the basic shapes of flowers in here and the greenery.
It's really beautiful. We're looking for an opening bid of $75 for Colors of Spring 13A. It has a retail value of $300. And Kim, obviously, this is such a beautiful standalone piece. It's not framed, and it doesn't need to be.
It's self-framed, which means that the canvas is smoothly stretched around the outside edge of the stretcher bar and painted. And so it can be hung just like this.
Excellent. Well, let's get the bids going on this at 844 KVIE Art and run to the phone bank.
I am sitting here with 12F. We just closed this piece. I wanted to introduce my friend Michael from the Archival Gallery, who did a lovely job framing the piece, and remind everybody that every piece you buy is ready to hang on your wall when you pick it up at the auction. It's all original artwork, no copies, no giclées. You pick it up, you take it home, and you hang it up. But you can only take home a piece and hang it up if you call 844-584-3278. I want to thank our phone bank volunteers who are working hard. They're here to help you get a piece in your home. And you can pick it up this week. We're open Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for pickup. So now we're going to go back out to the lovely Kim Scott and Michael so they can tell us some more about that piece.
And we are back with Colors of Springs, looking for that starting bid of $75 at 844 KVIE Art. Obviously, Kim, this is something that would illuminate and brighten any room in any house.
That's a great word for it, because it really is a luminous. Her use of colors and lights and shadows, it really is luminous. She talks about experimentation and how it's so exciting to her to experiment. And I think when an artist is excited about what they're doing, it drives them forward to learn more and more. And I think that really shows up in this work. This is a painting that wouldn't let you down over the years. As you looked at it, it would grow with you.
A great investment, a great gift. I notice how, at least from my perspective, your eye is drawn into that beautiful blue in the middle, and the vibrant colors around just kind of celebrate inside your senses.
Right, that's a great way of putting it. The blue, I believe the blue pops out so much because there's all these oranges around the outside, so it's like a very cool heart to the painting. Plus it's towards the center, which always sort of drives your eye to the center as well. I was reading from her biography, her statement, that she also uses stamps and stencils, and so she uses a wide variety of techniques for applying and removing paint from the surface as well, so it's really rich.
A really innovative artist and a really beautiful work. We're going to leave this open, keep the bidding going at 844-584-3278, and we're going to move on to the next piece, which is 13B, Modern Man by Ken Blomberg. This is mixed media, measuring 20 by 26 inches. It's artist framed, and its retail value is $300. You talk about abstract art, and there's so many kinds. You're kind of teaching me about this, Kim. This is quite different than the one we just saw, but just as attractive in its own way.
Right. It's not realistic. However, you can kind of tell what's going on. It tells us a more literal story with the characters and stuff. I want to read to you the actual long name because it has a nice short name that he just read off, that Mike just read off. The full title of the piece is Modern Man, Two Humanoids, the humanoids mill around the black hole, and a close encounter of the ghostly spirit. So that's the actual name of this piece.
Because the title I see on my sheet is Modern Man ...
I know, that's the rest of the ...
Well, now that you describe its full title, I do see sort of a outer space theme going on here. And it's kind of funny, it's whimsical. And yet it's got almost a little story in itself, doesn't it?
I think that must be the ghostly spirit.
That might be the ghostly spirit.
The black hole, huh?
I see Saturn here and some other heavenly bodies. Yeah. We're looking for an opening bid of $75 with a retail value of $300 on Modern Man, 844 KVIE Art. What kind of materials were used to make this, Kim?
Well, let's see. It says mixed media, and he says he uses watercolors, paint, and brushes. So it's most water-based media. I think I see maybe some felt paint pens, maybe for some of these outlines around here, perhaps. So it's mixed media. It looks like it's on a heavy-duty watercolor board or paper, probably. He said he's inspired by Einstein and the theory of relativity and science, black holes, and you can really see that in this. It's almost, I could see this, I'm just guessing here, this person when they were a little kid, they had like the rocket models in their room, and all the comic books about sci-fi comic books and all that stuff, and it's just carried through into this. It's humorous, it's really well executed as well. It certainly is not immature in its execution.
Well, let's keep the bidding going on this beautiful piece of contemporary art and go back to our phone bank.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. And we are here with our stylist for the weekend. This is Crystal and Mac from Vandalay. And I love what we just said before we came back. Big hair is back. The higher the hair, the closer to heaven.
Closer to God.
So why'd you want to get involved?
Just giving back, and the art itself is just beautiful, and it's a good cause.
Awesome. How about you, Mac?
Same. I was really excited to get in here and help out and give back to the community too.
We're so grateful for you guys doing this because everything this weekend goes to your PBS station, KVIE, and without the support of you and people like Mac and Crystal from Vandalay, we would not be able to put this on. So thank you so much for tuning in. Great job, both of you. We'll see you back in the makeup room, and we will see you on air in just a minute. Let's go back to Michael across the studio. Michael and Kim.
And I want to convey my thanks to those ladies. They did a great job on my very imperfect face, so I appreciate that. Hey, we've got some great news. The first item we just talked about a few minutes ago, Colors of Spring, we have a bell ringer on that.
Yay!
Yes, we have a bid of $325, so we hit our mark. Thank you so much for supporting KVIE and for buying this wonderful art donated by a variety of great artists. We want an opening bid on this one, Modern Man, with the very long title that I'm not going to repeat, Kim. It could take up half the time. We're looking for a starting bid of $75 with a retail value of $300, 584-3278. The prefix is 844. I notice that the frame here is quite simple, which seems to make sense to me because you want to be drawn in to all the fun things that are going on here.
Yeah, it doesn't distract at all. Frames are made to help art integrate into the environment. And so this one, it's just not distracting at all. So the work stands on its own. I could really see this piece if somebody has a lowbrow, collection, comic book art, science fiction collection. I mean, there's like so many ways this could be integrated into different collections. I could see this as a Christmas gift for a science-minded youngster, girl or boy.
Good point. And I think any piece of art, you want it to be a conversation piece, and this certainly qualifies.
I think this is one of those pieces, the longer you look at it, the more you see, too. So it's going to be telling you a story depending on what mood you're in.
Yes, we'll still be looking for our first bid on that. We'll keep this item open and move on to our next item, which is item 13C, Earth Meets Sky, by an artist known as Keo. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 inches. Its retail value is $350. The great thing about contemporary art, Kim, is that every piece is so different, and yet they're all based on this intuitive, thoughtful backstory, perhaps in the mind of the artist. Is that pretty accurate, you'd say?
Yeah, I think that's true. Keo's work is really experimental. She, right? Keo is she?
Yeah.
I should know that. Okay, all right. Keo is very influenced by the sky, for sure, how the sky meets the line here. It's like a horizon line like you would see in a landscape, but it's so abstracted that it's not totally clear if it is a landscape or not. It's what develops in your mind when you see it. A lot of times with abstraction, the artist puts down marks and blends and colors and textures, and then when it meets with the viewer's eyes and memory and thoughts, something arises that's different than maybe even the artist had intended. And when you're doing abstraction, that's part of the fun of it, is to see what people see in your work.
That's absolutely right, Kim. And for me, when I first looked at this, I said, this is just a very lovely, soothing, evocative landscape. But you could interpret it any other way. It's really up in the eye of the beholder.
Right. And it seems to be really a study in blues. So there's like a fade that goes from a slightly darker blue to a lighter blue, and down here, even though it appears to be one color, if you look closely, you can see there's brush strokes in there. There's a little bit of lighter and darker going on, so there's some textures, not just solid colors, but lots of textures. And here, the brush is used entirely different. Here, the brush strokes used like in strokes, long strokes. And up here, it's used where you load up the brush and you actually pounce right onto it like this, and you get a different sort of, a burst of different colors and textures when you do it that way.
It's really a beautiful piece. We have an opening bid of $75 on Earth Meets Sky, item 13C. Let's get it up to $150 or higher and go back to the phone bank.
I'm here with item number 13B, Modern Mad by Ken Blomberg. This is a great mid-century modern piece. I love the colors. Again, it's framed and ready to take home. I currently have a high bid of $100. It has a $300 retail on it. That is item number 13B, Modern Man. We're looking at Earth Meets Sky right now out on the studio 13C. We've got a bid of $75, and I believe we're going to take another look at that nice landscape.
All right. This again, Kim, I think is a piece that the more you look at it, and I've only been looking at it for a few minutes, the more it draws you in, the more you appreciate the artistry and the precision behind what is essentially a relatively small piece of artwork.
You know, Keo mentioned something in her statement that is just what you're talking about, that she hopes that people will be able to be drawn to to escape to a different place without ever having to leave where they're standing, you know, in front of the work. And so I think it does do that. It takes you to another place. The weather's different, the place is different, you know. It does remove you from where you're at the moment, which is really great to be able to do that. Art's really great at that too.
There's a subtle beauty to this that I think would play well in any room in your house. It's something that I think, again, is a conversation starter, because each person who sees it is going to have something different to say about it.
And I think, like you were saying earlier too, the color palette is very soothing and smooth feeling, which is...
All right, Earth Meets Sky. The bid is $75, 844-584-3278. We'll keep this one open and move on to our next item in Contemporary Classics. Next item is 13D, Tiny Pieces of Everything, number 2 by Victoria Smith. Mixed media, measuring 25 by 33 inches. It's framed by our archival gallery, beautiful frame job, and its retail value is $600. What immediately jumps out to me, Kim, is the brilliant colors, and just draws you in immediately. It's just, right away you're feeling feelings of fun, I guess, looking at this.
But technically what's going on is these colors, these oranges and reds, next to the blues and the greens, they're opposite on the color wheel. And when you put colors next to each other that are opposite on the color wheel, it makes them just pop out. It's like a physical effect on your eyes that happens with this. And so she's very skillfully done that to help it really, it like has a lot of depth of field in it. And then there's the rich, these look like, well, they're called eyes, right, on the feathers.
They look like peacock feathers, obviously.
And they're the eye of the feather, and they kind of do look like eyes in here.
And you're right, this really looks three-dimensional. It looks like the peacock feathers are sitting atop the orange orbs, and it really gives it a depth of field that you don't normally see.
This artist is also a Goulden paint representative, and so she gets to try every single material that Goulden makes. And so you see her doing a lot of experimentation and mixing things. I believe she has watercolors and acrylics both on here, and I even see some metallic inks in here, it looks like to me. And so she's layered it up. I believe she said she laid this out flat, did the background first, and then went in and added all the detail to it later.
As you probably know, Kim, Victoria is a longtime contributor of her great artwork to the KVIE Art Auction, and she always brings something exciting in, and this year is no exception. We do have an opening bid of $200 for this wonderful piece of work, Tiny Pieces of Everything, number 2, item 13D at 844-584-3278. Obviously, this is something that the frame itself, I think, is the subtlety of the frame really offsets the vibrancy of the painting itself. Don't you agree?
Yeah, and actually just a little touch here, the inside beveled edge on that mat has been painted blue, which sort of helps it to blend also. So this is a painting out of a series that she's done, and it's the largest example from that series that she's working on. And she was mentioning that when you scale something up and make it bigger, a whole new set of problems arise to try to keep the feeling that you had in smaller pieces. And so that's one thing she was working on here. It looks successful to me. I don't see any weakness in it. And this also, she teaches also in her studio, and she said that she had this up in her studio, and it's because it's good for her students to see what she's working on and to be able to observe it for a while after it's finished.
Well, it inspired students in her studio. It can inspire you in your own home. $200 is the current bid. We're looking for $600 to make this a bell ringer. Let's go back to Rob near the phone bank.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael. This is Earth Meets Sky. We now have an auction live on this piece. The phone bank is hopping. This is up to $100. It has a retail value of $350, and we know that there is high interest because there are multiple people on the line. Right now for Earth Meets Sky by Keo, it is a beautiful, beautiful painting, and it can be yours as early as today. If you call in now and you're the high bidder, you can pick it up before 5 o'clock. Also tomorrow, as well as Monday and Tuesday, 12 to 5, pickup is open. Every dollar goes to support the mission of your PBS station. Michael?
All right, back to Tiny Pieces of Everything number 2. The bid is $200 at 844-584-3278. Kim, again, this is something that you look at, the colors jump out, the artistry is clear. What other input or thoughts do you have on it?
I think this is like a really substantial piece, and like we both talked about, it's really strong.
Yes.
You know, she mentioned that this is actually a much more light-hearted piece than she usually paints. A lot of times her paintings are a little more dark, you know,
yes,
thoughtfully dark, and so this is an opportunity too to see her showing a different side of her talent, you know, and what she's interested in.
This is clearly something that will lift the mood in your home or make for a great mood-lifting gift for anybody else. So Tiny Pieces of Everything, we're going to keep the bidding going on this at 844-584-3278 and move on to our next piece, which is 13E, Between Two Unknowns by Elisa Yamakita Nicholas. This is oil on canvas, measuring 32 by 32 inches. It has a retail value of $750, and wow, there's a lot of influences here, and it really ends up being a beautiful piece of work, doesn't it?
So this piece, I don't have a lot of background on this piece, so I'm just going to discuss what I see in front of me here. It is a really substantial piece. It's painted, it's like thoroughly painted from edge to edge. It definitely, I wish I knew what this calligraphy meant. I'm sure it would be, well, if anybody in the phone bank knows.
I bet we could find out.
But I think when you step back a little bit from it, it looks like it's from nature somehow. It has some qualities of being close up on plants. There's some sort of vegetative looking parts of it, vegetal. It's almost like trees. And then I notice in the background, there's a whole other thing going on in the background. There's this graphite lines that almost make a window or something like that. I think if I studied it more, I could see more. It looks like it is something else is going on in the background of this matrix of like vegetable matter, fauna and flora, you know?
All right, we're looking for an opening bid for Between Two Unknowns at 844-584-3278. Beautiful piece of work. Let's go over to Dee.
Here I am in the phone bank with all of our beautiful volunteers. They are working hard. I wanted to talk a little bit about this contemporary break. One of the things I love as a curator is when I walk into a house in East Sacramento that's a very traditional house with the heavy wood floors, and they really make an impact by using contemporary work in a traditional atmosphere. So if you've got a traditional house and you'd like to give it some pop, this is the perfect hour for you. Right now, 13C Earth Meets Sky is at $225. It's got a value of $350. Tiny Pieces of Everything is at $200. It's got a value of $600. What a lovely piece to put in a formal dining room. So now's the time to bid. You call 844-584-3278. Kim's going to give us another look at that bright piece over there.
All right, thank you, Dee. Between Two Two Unknowns, we're looking for an opening bid of $200. This beautiful piece has a retail value of $750. 844-584-3278. And we talked about how abstract art, contemporary art, is really open to the eye of the beholder for interpretation. This obviously, as you suggested a moment ago, does look like a scene from nature. That's how I see it as well. But the Asian influence as well is really intriguing to see the calligraphy and the writing at the top.
And there are two kinds of languages going on in here. There's the visual language, and then there's the written language as well. And those approach your brain in different ways as well. One thing, the more I look at this, it really reminds me of are some of the cave paintings that I've seen from 12,000 years ago or whatever. Really, the blending, there's like these semi-hard edges that surround these shapes, and then there's like these ochre colors, which you see in the cave paintings. I mean, the more I look at it, the more I see that style as well.
And the more I look at it, I start to see orchids over there on your side. These could easily be banana plants or something, but it's just an abundance of nature here, beautifully interpreted between Two Unknowns. $200 is our starting bid, 844-584-3278. We'll keep this one open and move over to our next piece, which is absolutely fascinating, 13F, Spirit by David Komar. This is stone, measuring 12 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches. Its retail value is $475. And obviously, Kim, you take a quick look at this, and it is one of those, oh wow, kind of pieces of sculpture. First of all, the stone itself is amazing, isn't it? And what he's done with it is incredible. There's so much
going on
here.
So beautiful.
And I think I can turn this.
Yeah.
Look at the colors in this stone.
I don't know if you can tell with the light where we're standing. Yeah, I think you can see it on there. There's actually light passing through this. It has different layers of matrices.
It's translucent on this side, more solid on the other side.
Right. And then there's like fracturing that looks like just from the ages. There's modeling, and there's some really bright greens in here, which is really neat. I think he said it is rainbow fluorite.
Well, it seems like there's two amazing achievements here. Number one, that he found a piece of stone, I guess you would say, with such incredible things going on with it. Then, of course, what he did with it is absolutely incredible. The smoothness of how it curves around.
Don't you want to just touch it?
I do. I want to touch it, but I can't.
I know.
I don't want to knock it over. That would be a disaster. But yes, it's an incredibly nice piece of work. And what I like about it is there's so much being expressed here in a relatively small piece of sculpture.
One thing that he mentioned in his statement is he mentioned something that comes up about sculpture and painting sometimes, about how it's called static art as opposed to music or something that's moving. And he said it defies being static art because once you run your hands over it, you've added movement to it, that it compels you to do that. And I could feel that for sure. It's just like if I had it in my home.
We have a bid of $250 on this already. I think they'll be close to a bell ringer pretty soon. 844-584-3278. We have people to meet at the phone bank.
This is fantastic because people are going nuts over this one, I'm told. This is up to $300. There is a bidding war going on with several people on the line for this piece. This beautiful Between Two Unknowns is the name. It's by Elisa Yamakita Nicholas, and it is spectacular. This artist has poured emotion into this piece, and that emotion is connecting with many people because, like I said, we have a bidding war. $300, we're going to call this one live up to $350. Retail is at $750. The piece that Michael was just showing you is absolutely gorgeous as well, Spirit. But again, we have a bidding war right now live for this one. That's exciting. Michael?
All right, back to Spirit. Beautiful piece of work. $250 is the current bid, something that obviously would enhance anybody's home. And I hope they put it on something that turns like this, because that way they can really appreciate it in 360 degrees.
Or in a window where there's light passing through it.
Good point. Yep,
So
absolutely.
beautiful.
Yep. Let's keep the bidding going on this. 844-584-3278. Appreciate very much, Kim, you joining us for this half hour. We'll be back in the next half hour for more great artwork. Stay tuned. More art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for contemporary classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Peter Stiegel, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Michael Sanford, and we're back for another half hour of auction excitement featuring more contemporary classics. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We start with item 14A, I Love Peaches by Lucia Rothgeb, acrylic on canvas measuring 17 by 21 inches. Its retail value is $450. Item 14B is Blue Rhythm by Tazio Childress. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $450. Item 14C is Purple Clouds by Norma Roos. This is oil on canvas measuring 48 by 36 inches. Its art is framed and its retail value is $1,200. Item 14D is Golden by Amy Vidra. This is mixed media measuring 30 by 30 inches. Its retail value is $1,500, and it is a juror award among contemporary classics. Item 14E is Metropolis by John R. Jurisic. This is oil on canvas measuring 33 by 33 inches. It's from the Blue Wing Gallery and Framing. Its retail value is $1,200, and this piece of work won a juror award among contemporary classics. It's also the winner of the Best Frame Design at this year's art auction. And item 14F, the last item in this half hour, is Grace by Louis McGowan Bizark. This is mixed media measuring 12 by 10 by 28 inches, and its retail value is $500. During this break, we're pleased to be joined once again by Kim Scott, herself a very accomplished artist and teacher. She's going to talk to us about these beautiful works of art. Kim, thanks again for being here. Let's start with item 14A. I love peaches. I see peaches in this already.
In the artist statement, she mentioned that she starts with a theme. And even though she's an abstract painter and doesn't paint realistic objects as we might see them, it's non-objective, she started with summer peaches. And so thinking about how would you portray that without actually portraying it. And so she's using the color in there. And she mentions also there's not always just the peach color, but there's also other colors you might find on a peach tree as well.
Yeah, when you think about it, you've got the green of the tree itself, the leaves, and then the peaches exploding with abundance on the tree, ready to be picked and enjoyed.
Yeah, she said how to be inspired by a lug of peaches. And
yeah.
That's such a Central Valley thing to say.
It reminds me of Mas Masamoto, who wrote those great books. He's a peach farmer in the Central Valley, has written poetry and books. And really, the elegy for a peach is something that is so resonant within our community and within our valley. So this is a wonderful piece of work by Lucia Rothgeb. I hope I'm saying her name correctly. Is this consistent with the kind of work you've seen from her?
I haven't seen her work before, so I'm very happy to see this piece up close like this. What I do see in this painting, it looks like maybe there may be some brushwork in here, but mostly it's palette knife. So she's taking up big daubs of paint directly on her palette knife, and some places it's scraped over the canvas. You can see the texture of the canvas in some places using that technique, and also using the edge of the palette knife to get these long, straight the branches of the tree, or what are the fence, or see, that's my mind filling it in. She didn't give me that, I just am making it up. That's what abstraction can do, is your mind wants to match things you know with something that you only see partially.
And it's easy to match some really fond memories or visions of abundance and growth with this piece of work. We've already got a bid of $175 on I Love Peaches. Let's keep it going. It's got a retail value of $450. And while you're calling in at 1-844-584-3278, let's go back to the phone bank.
I am standing here with David Comar's beautiful spirit. It is a carved marble sculpture. It has this amazing feeling when you touch it. It's so smooth and cold. It's one of those things every time you walk in your house, it's going to be your new little touchstone. It's at $450. I'd like to see it become a bell ringer at $475. I have 2 people on the phone right now, which means if you're not dialing, you're not going to get this piece. 13F Spirit by David Comar. It's currently at $450. I'm looking for $475. It is a gorgeous marble sculpture. Let's go back and look at that great abstract piece with Kim.
Dee, you got to touch that beautiful piece of stonework. I was afraid to, but now I know it would have been okay. So I may touch it later on. But let's go back to this beautiful piece, I Love Peaches. The current bid on this is still $175. Again, Kim, this is something that I think brings maybe a positive sense to any home that you would have it in.
Right. It's very calming. It's not confrontational. It's a little bit on the luscious side, I say. The use of the colors and the textures, or it's very tactile. Also, the way that it's framed. Yay!
I think that wonderful stone sculpture just gave a bell ringer. But back to this one.
The way that it's framed really makes the piece more precious in a way. It's mounted in a floating mount so that you can actually see the edges of the painting, which is nice to be able, because there's painting on the edges as well as the front of the piece. So this type of framing helps you to see the complete canvas.
Well, thank you for pointing out that framing, because it really does kind of make the image stick out and like you say, kind of float in space, making it even more compelling. So let's keep the bidding open on this one. I Love Peaches. The bid is up to $200. 1-844-584-3278 is the number to call to support KVIE and buy this incredible artwork. In the meantime, we turn to item 14B, Blue Rhythm by Tazio Childress. He prefers to be known just as Tazio, I understand. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 24 by 30 inches. Retail value, $450. Again, boom, this pops out at you. You're drawn in immediately. Let's talk about this one, Kim.
Technically, he's really relying heavily on the color palette that he's got there and the direction of the palette knives that he's using. It's like really draws your eye around and through the piece, and this elegant little curvilinear thing going on here, really lovely. I wanted to read something. I know we don't want to read too much here, but he gave a reason how this painting started, and the word was boredom. He said boredom, then listening to music to fight it. And from there, he just started painting. And so that's sort of like the mood that was in his heart when he started working on this piece. And by working on it, he's like expressing that and moving through that feeling.
Well, the piece itself is nothing but, it's nowhere close to being boring. It actually is a very exciting piece. And I think you would agree, like any contemporary art, you're invited just to explore with your eyes all around and in the middle and to the left and to the right. There's just so much to see.
It really leads you around. And how it looks close up is different than how it looks from far away. It really changes a lot. He has a studio in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and he listens to coyotes and the blues when he paints. So that gives you a little atmosphere for this piece too.
And maybe he goes down to the beaches of Santa Cruz to get some of these blue colors, because there's almost an aquatic element to this. Or that's how you can interpret. That's the great thing about this kind of art. You can draw into it whatever you want.
I keep seeing an elbow. That's just my mind matching the shapes, but it is non-objective.
Well, the current bid on this is $150 with a retail value of $450. 1-844-584-3278. Let's go back to the phone bank.
I Love Peaches. Number 14A is at $345. It has a value of $450. It is a sweet little abstract painting. I love the floating frame. It's a really nice size to get in anywhere. And like I said, if you have a traditional home, be brave and add some contemporary work. It's $375. We're looking for $450. So let's get it up to a bell ringer. Like I said, be brave with your art. Get out there and get some contemporary work. We're going to look at Tazio's piece across the studio, and there's a good piece of contemporary art.
And Dee, you are so right. You were the person that convinced me to try contemporary art. In fact, the artist that we're going to see in just a few minutes is hanging in my office, and I'm so happy that I have it. It really is maybe a step into the unknown for some people, but the rewards are just really substantial.
So Tazio says that when he paints without going in with any preconceived ideas at all. He just starts painting, and as he paints, a conversation arises between him and the art, and he moves through that way towards his completion.
And if you are a regular collector of contemporary art, this would be a great addition. But then, like we were just saying, if you'd like to start out, wouldn't this be a great piece to begin with?
Yeah, I have a few abstract pieces in my collection at home too, and I like them in the bedroom because it's like I look at them before I go to sleep, and it just sort of takes me to like dreamland, I think, when I look at them. And this one, the colors are so beautiful and harmonious that I think it would be fabulous in a bedroom.
It's almost sort of a Sacramento blue palette, is it not? You know,
yeah.
There's a little bit of a Mediterranean light here in Northern California, and this just, I think, really grabs that.
We have that fabulous big sky.
The big sky, yes. Beautifully captured here, whether you're over on the Santa Cruz coast where he has his studio or here in Sacramento. It's a wonderful piece of artwork. We're going to keep this one open and move on to our next piece. Again, 844-584-3278 is the number to call to collect this beautiful art and support KVIE PBS. Next item, 14C, is titled Purple Clouds by Norma Roos. Oil on canvas, 48 by 36 inches, artist framed, and a retail value of $1,200. This one knocks your socks off the minute you walk up to it, right, Kim?
It's really substantial painting. It's got a great set of colors, and it's also got really interesting texture on it too. If you look at it from the side, you can see the light bouncing off of it because it's mostly shiny, the surface, with a few places where you can kind of see more dull textures. And it's called Purple Clouds. She mentioned Purple Rain. The song Purple Rain was part of what led her into doing this painting, and thinks that the overall influence is weather, with clouds, raining, kind of weather.
Yes, and we know how Prince, obviously purple was his iconic color. You see the purple in here. You also see some other vibrant colors, and as you were explaining to me a few minutes ago, when an artist contrasts different ends of the color palette, you get some pretty amazing results.
And the yellow and purple are complementary colors also, so that yellow really just pops out. The yellow, which is the opposite of purple on the color wheel, really what is that? It's like lightning or something.
Yeah. Well, besides the beautiful mixture of colors, there's a three-dimensionality that you suggested here that really adds another level of appreciation, I think, to the piece.
She says she's really influenced by Jackson Pollock, and that's like a lot of pouring and dripping to get the effects that she has on here. And when you look up very close, there's all this marbling going on, interesting textures, which I'm not really sure how she does it. It's really cool.
Well, this really is a statement piece, isn't it, from a very accomplished artist, Norma Roos. We're looking for an opening bid of $200 at 844-584-3278. Adding this to your home would really be a statement in itself. And your gift, your purchase, supports public television in Northern California. So please call in now, and let's go to the phone bank.
I am here with Tazio's piece, Blue Rhythm, 14B. This is a great abstract work. I know this artist very well. He has been painting for a couple of decades. He will be exhibiting his work in the Open Studios that's going on next month in San Francisco. It's your chance to get a big San Francisco name down here in Sacramento. And right now I've got a bid of $150 for a piece that retails at $450. Again, 14B Blue Rhythm. It's got that Sacramento feel, even though it's from San Francisco. So call in. We're going to go back and look at that Norma Ruse painting.
Yeah, Purple Clouds, what an amazing piece of work. Her work has really been part of some major important collections, has it not?
Well, she's been a professional for about 3 years. And she did have a Jurors Award in 2017. So I'm not sure what collections. I didn't see that in her bio, but she can be in somebody's collection today.
She's part of the California Medical Association collection.
Oh, that's great.
And I didn't know that already. That information is being fed to me, but I'm glad to know it because it really underscores how increasingly popular her work is becoming.
And it's the kind of work that you can come across it in whatever mood you're in, and it can just sort of chill you out, you know?
Absolutely. Be a wonderful statement piece for your home, and what an amazing gift. Purple Clouds, 14C. We have a bid of $1,200 with a retail value of $1,200. So let's get the calls coming in on this beautiful piece of work. 1-844-584-3278. We're going to keep it open and move on to our next piece, which is entitled Golden. We'll be walking up. Oh, there's a bell ringer first, though. We'll have to find out what that is. While we investigate the reason behind those bells, let's move to Golden by Amy Vidra. Vidra, I should say. Mixed media, measuring 30 by 30 inches. Retail value of $1,500. And this, Kim, is a Juror Award for Contemporary Classics.
Great.
So let's talk about this vibrant, immediately eye-catching piece of work.
So, wow, there's a lot going on in this. It's interesting when you're in the abstract section here, every one of them looks different. It's not certainly, they're all individualized
They
with
certainly
what people
are.
want to do. This has a lot of graphite where they're taking a pencil or something and drawing into the wet paint and having this, you could tell this was sketched on as well with probably a pencil and then painted in. And then, so there's really demanding shapes in here. They look like there's something, but they're such demanding shapes. Really cool. She mentions that part of what influences her work is fashion. And you can see really like stripes and how stripes go around shapes. And I can see how fashion might be an influence on this work.
Well, I think you and I are very impressed with this work, but guess what? So are our viewers, because this is already at $1,700, already a bell ringer. I'm glad that people appreciate the wonderful work that's being provided to us, donated to KVIE, for you to enjoy and purchase to support the station. This is really something. Somebody saw this right away and said, I want this piece.
It's a very sophisticated piece, and you may not be able to see this, but you'll enjoy this when you do. Around the edges, she has these red-orange edges with the paint dripping around the side, and it looks really great. I love it. It's a great finish for the painting.
Is it accurate to say, Kim, that there's different techniques that are going on here? Obviously, there's some very specific straight lines here and there, but then sort of the spontaneous work.
There's some straight edges going on. There is, like this here is a transparent layer, so you can see what's happening behind it.
Yep.
And then there's more opaque areas as well. And there's some like blending going on. So it's got a lot of different stuff. It's very sophisticated use of different techniques for
and
sure.
Obviously, as you suggest, how each of us can interpret a painting any way we want, which is one of the beauties of abstract art. I see seashells here, perhaps, and a bowl, maybe a bowl down here. Maybe it's a beach scene of some kind.
The shapes would recommend that for sure. Also, it's called, what's it called? Golden.
Just golden.
And she mentioned maybe it has something to do with the Golden State.
I probably think you're right.
So.
It's already up to $1,850. Let's keep the bidding going. There's obviously a lot of folks that love this piece and appreciate it. 1-844-584-3278. Let's go over to D.
I'm standing here with Norma Roos's Purple Clouds. I wanted to talk a little bit about corporate collecting. The California Medical Association purchased Norma's painting last year, which was an even larger abstract, and they just opened up their new building downtown, and it's a proud part of their collection. So as you're looking at some of these pieces, think about putting work not only in your home, but it really it makes a statement in your business as well. Right now, I've got Blue Rhythm 14B, or Purple Clouds 14C, I'm sorry, is at $375. It's a $1,200 painting. Start your corporate collection today. It's time, people. Let's go out and look at that award-winning bell ringer again.
Dee, you make a very good point. I was at a big law office in San Francisco a few weeks ago, and just walking down the hallway, there was some beautiful art, a lot of it contemporary on the walls. So that's a great way to really enhance your business, I think, by starting to collect some of this wonderful artwork. This one, for example, up to $2,000 is the current bid, which is great. Obviously, this is something really that people are interested in. Final thoughts, Kim?
The artist says abstract art is about being in the moment, in the texture, in the color, just like what's happening just now in the moment. It's not thinking about anything else or adding anything else to it. It's just being alive in the moment.
Let me be clear, the bidding is still open on this one. We're at $2,000, 1-844-584-3278. We'll keep this open and move on to another piece among contemporary classics in this half hour. This is 14E, Metropolis, by John R. Jurisic, oil on canvas, measuring 33 by 33 inches. Blue Wing Gallery and Framing, retail value $1,200. It is a Juror Award, Kim, for Contemporary Classics, and it is also the winner of the Best Frame Design at this year's art auction. I don't even know where to begin. There's so many interesting things about this painting. We could start with the frame, I guess.
Well, yeah, the frame is really cool. It's very interesting. It's got a lot of, it mimics some of the color palette that's in here. But what I read about this guy is he calls himself the father of prismatics. And it's like, whoa, that's sort of, what's that? That's kind of interesting.
I see a prism in here.
Yeah, I know it does. It's like how light breaks up, you know?
Yes.
In a crystal or something. And he mentioned that in the early 70s, he had a studio in Half Moon Bay, and his gallery there was next door to a gem shop, gem and mineral shop. And
thus the influence.
It was a huge influence. The work that I've seen of his, it's like often has that sort of prismatic look to it, like you would see the crystalline shapes, you know?
Yes.
That told me a lot about his work right there. And he has a really unique technique for getting the way it looks too, where he layers up the colors. And they're oils, aren't they? Because this would not be that easy to do, but you layer up the
Oil
colors.
and canvas.
And then you take a palette knife and you just skim across the surface and reveal whatever layer, depends on how much you scoop out.
Well, John is a legacy artist for the art auction. He has given a tremendous amount of work. And I mentioned earlier that when Dee helped introduce me to contemporary art, this is the artist that I first began collecting. His work hangs in my office. It's something I enjoy every day. And every day I see something different, which I think would be very much the case with this piece as well.
It's kind of transcendental somehow.
It is, it is.
Yeah.
$375 is the current bid, 844-584-3278. Let's go to the phone bank.
I'm so happy that we have some serious contemporary art collectors on our phone right now. We've got a couple of bidding wars going on. 14C, Emma Roos's Purple Clouds. It's a $1,200 piece. I've currently got a bid of $600. I'd like to see that go in a nice collection. 14D Golden is a big-time bell ringer. It's a $1,500 piece. We're at $2,000. Let me remind you, when you go over the retail price, anything you pay above the retail price becomes a tax deduction to you because it's a gift to KVIE. And we're looking at 14E right now, Metropolis. We're at $375. It's a $1,200 piece. Let's take another look at John's piece.
John Jurisic doing this amazing, as he suggests, prismatic art form. And it's something where if you look there are literally probably a couple of hundred individual cells or prisms, each one throwing off a unique color, or blend of colors, really.
He describes the action of scraping the paint away and revealing the surfaces underneath as the same as a surfer surfing on the surface of the sea.
Yeah, there's almost like a story in every cell. It's something I experienced this with a smaller piece of his in my office, where you can spend time looking at every cell and maybe see a little story in each one.
His work is really unique too. You would never find anybody even ripping it off, trying to, because it's so, I'm sure the technical aspect of it is so intense and it's so developed. He's been painting for 49 years, and it looks like, he's used that time well to develop his style.
Truly a legacy artist, a great contributor to our art auction. We're very grateful for all the work he's provided to us, and you can own this painting. 1-844-584-3278. The current bid on Metropolis is $375. We're going to leave it open and move on to our next piece, the final piece in this half hour of contemporary classics, and that piece is 14F, Grace, and you'll find it very interesting. We're going to move over there right now. Grace by Louise McGowan Bizark, mixed media, measuring 12 by 10 by 28 inches, retail value of $500. Now, it's easy to say, Kim, that every piece that we have in this auction is unique. That goes without saying. This one just jumps out at you, though. There's something so amazing about this three-dimensional object here.
So
I see you just admiring it.
I am. I'm accumulating knowledge here. So this is made out of a gourd.
Yes.
She's a gourd artist. And a gourd artist, there's like traditional ways to work with gourds, and she's got her own style for sure about how to work on gourds. One thing I notice is a lot of times these gourds are sanded down till they're perfectly smooth. And this one, it has lumps and bumps like gourds you see, in your garden or whatever. And she mentions over and over again in her statement how it's a transformation process where you take something that's sort of dirty and dusty and kind of dry it out, and you scrape it out and you finish it up, and then you adorn it, and it turns into something. It's such a great juxtaposition between that really rough original form and then all these beautiful adornments that she put on. Those cranes are beautiful. She's a member of the Crane, let me see, it's the International Crane Association.
Well, the cranes are beautifully rendered, and I think your point is well taken, where you have a gourd, it just is an object, from nature, and yet she has transformed it into something that has so many dimensions in terms of what you can enjoy by just looking at it.
It's like they're looking at the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful. This would be a beautiful centerpiece for.
Can you imagine this in your house?
Sculptural centerpiece.
Grace, 14F. The current bid is $200. 844-584-3278. Let's get the bidding going on this one. I'm sure we can hit our retail value of $500, and let's go back to the phone bank.
I want to do a special shout out to all the frame shops that participated this year. Blue Wing was a new frame shop that participated, and they won the best frame design competition on this piece. This piece has an absolutely gorgeous fillet that is a total match with the piece and a nice big contemporary frame. This is Metropolis. It's piece number 14E. It's a $1,200 value. I'm currently only at $700. This would make a beautiful focal point in either your home or your office. 14E Metropolis. And let's go back to Kim.
All right, thank you, Dee. 14F is Grace, this beautiful transformed gourd that, as you suggested, would be an incredible centerpiece in anyone's home.
So how this gourd, in short, how this gourd was made was she painted it without the idea of having the red bamboo handle on it. And she'd finished the whole thing, and then at the last minute, she attached this red bamboo handle, and she said all of a sudden the cranes came to life from that, because they have that little red cap that they have on their heads, and it didn't really show up that much, but putting this here just like popped those cranes right out, and that gold is so lovely on there too.
Kim Scott, thank you so much for all your great insights. 844-584-3278. Please keep calling in, buy this fabulous art, support your local PBS station, and stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for artwork from the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Since 2008, the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center has provided a place for the community and artists to come together in the education, appreciation, and enjoyment of fine art and fine art events. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello, and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works from artists affiliated with the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. Item 15A, We All Have Two Faces by Catherine Robbins. This is clay measuring 12 by 13 by 9. Retail value is $350. Item 15B is The Pilot by Kim Tennant. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24, framed by Archival Gallery. Retail value is $400. Item 15C is Delta View by Nancy Sloan. This is oil on board measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $400. Item 15D is Memories, Bodie Ghost Town by Jan Rao. This is watercolor measuring 19 by 24. Retail value is $350. And item 15E is Blue Horse Number 2 by Jolene Matson. This is ceramic measuring 18 by 25 by 9, and the retail value is $500. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Ed Goldman. Ed is a longtime contemporary art collector, sometimes artist, and well-known Sacramento area playwright and author of numerous books. He's a past board member of Blue Line Arts in Roseville and a longtime supporter of the arts in our region. Welcome again, Ed. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. I love it. I love to be here with you. Thank you.
We have two faces, and our first piece, Ed, is We All Have Two Faces, item 15A. We have a starting bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125, and while people are bidding, what can you tell us about this?
Well, it's ceramic. It's wonderful. It's actually a paper clay sculpture, and paper clay is a process where you inject cellulose fiber into the actual claying process. It makes it easier to dry. It keeps it from shrinking, and what it does is it's just a more manipulable process. What is lovely about this piece by Catherine Robbins is, and actually, if nobody wants it, I do. Is that it does have two faces, and maybe if I can very carefully turn it, you'll see.
Aha!
And what I find interesting about this, Kelly, is that Catherine started out doing this particular kind of piece when she worked for city government.
Oh.
And apparently there's a little message there about two faces. And not in the exact same breath, I'm going to mention that she did a lot of work with Kevin Johnson, and she was very impressed with how he juggled so many things in his tenure as mayor. And actually, she wrote it in her artist statement about that she juggled, he juggled on a daily basis, gangs, homeless, unions, developers, the Maloofs, and the Kings. And I mean, the Maloofs, for heaven's sake, that is dangerous. So it's a wonderful piece. I'm sure you can see it wonderful in 5G or G5 or whatever it is. And I think it's a great addition to any office or home.
Great addition. This is item 15A. We all have two faces. We have a starting bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125. The number to call is on your screen. We all have two faces, and that's not a bad connotation either. There's many different faces we have to wear throughout our lives, business, professional, personal, and it's a beautiful sculpture that has two faces, absolutely. What else can you share with us?
Well, that Catherine Robbins trained with Yoshio Taylor, a wonderful, wonderful artist at Elk Grove, I think it was. I'm sorry, I missed that one, the first go-around. Oh, I'm sorry, at CRC. And she worked for the city of Sacramento when Kevin Johnson was mayor, and she makes it clear she didn't agree with everything he did, but that he was just a very dynamic mayor, and an awful lot of serious work and art came out of that period. It's a very complicated piece, and it's satirical, which I like about it.
We like this piece a lot. We also like the phone bank, and we're going to go see what's happening over there. What's going on?
Yes, we are, and we are all standing by ready to talk to you. We are so glad you're taking part in the KVIE Art Auction on your PBS station. Every single dollar raised goes towards supporting the mission of KVIE. We are your front row seat to the arts. We bring the arts to you in a way that no other network does on television, and we are very proud of that. Please call 1-844-584-3278 to get involved, because we have the most beautiful art coming into your home right now or wherever you're watching this. Hey, call someone across the country and say, pick up and watch online at www.kvie.org/art auction. Anywhere in the country you can order. Let's go back across the studio to Ed and Kelly.
Thanks, Rob. We all have two faces. This is item 15A. We're looking for a bid of $100, starting bid of $100. The number is on your screen to call. It has two faces. I'm going to slowly turn it around, Ed, and we can admire the two different faces. Mm-hmm. Beautiful piece.
It really is, and the faces are very distinctive, and there is a real strong hint of satire in this, which I think is great. And coming from an art and political background, I understand why you would feel that way, why the artist would feel that way. I love what she's done with this, as far as, and the texture of it is just beautiful. It's something you really do want to touch. It's very tactile, or I'm tactile, and it's textile. So in any event, I'm touching it, and you should too if you get it. One thing should be pointed out: a lot of people will see a ceramic piece and they'll think, "Oh, I just can't wait to put it in my backyard." This should not be put in the backyard, apparently, according to Catherine Robbins.
Okay, well, it's a beautiful piece, and it's very visceral. It's a very emotional piece. We all have two faces, item 15A. It's a little quiet in the studios right now. We would love to not be so quiet in the studios, so you can make that unquiet happen with calling the phone number, 844-584-3278. We're going to keep this one open, and we're going to move on to item 15B, which is the pilot. It is a retail value of $400. It is by Kim Tennant. It is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24, framed by Archival Gallery, and we are looking for a starting bid of $100. That's $100 that we're looking for item 15B, the pilot. And Ed, what can you tell us about this lovely, lovely piece?
I can tell you that if you're a dog lover and you love the you love the water, the question in this painting that stands out right away is, which one's the pilot? And it's probably the doggy. As oftentimes, as if you illegally drive in a car and have your dog sitting on your lap and it looks like the dog's driving. Here, the dog seems to be piloting the boat. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. It captures, it's very, it's probably expressionistic almost more than impressionistic, because these colors you would not see exactly in nature in this way. But it's got a wonderful perspective. You know exactly where you're looking. Mm-hmm. And it's also, this will sound like faint praise. It's beautifully framed. It's exactly the frame you want on a piece like this. So I like it a lot. I think it'd be very amusing and restful to look at.
It's really, really beautiful. It's a restful piece, but we don't want restful phones here in the studio. We want them to be very unrestful, and you can make that happen, again, by calling the number on your screen. This is item 15B, the pilot. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. And the proceeds go to help support public television programming that you love every single day. We also have digital-only content online, so you can access all of our content anytime that you want for you and your family. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 for item 15B, the pilot. And I loved what you said, that who is the pilot? So there's a different story here.
Actually, the artist tipped me off to that in her state. But you know, the interesting thing about this is that this was based on not actually going out into nature and painting it while the artist was there, but actually seeing this vision, seeing this boat come down the river in the morning light, and then recapturing it later on with photos and imagination. So I like that. I like when artists capture things just because they're thinking of them, their vision that they have.
Yeah.
It really is what art's supposed to be about.
That is really, really nice. And we're going to go see what art is supposed to be about over in the phone bank. Dee, what's going on?
Two artists that are selling work at the same time. We've got Ed Goldman, who is also a writer. Here's his latest book, Don't Cry for Me, Ardent Reader. You can get it at Amazon. I want to recap. 15A, we all have two faces, is at $100. 15B, the pilot, we're looking for an opening bid of $100. These are artists from the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center. These are all professional artists. This is original artwork. These are not prints. You will be the only one that owns that little pilot boat with the dog in it. And you can only do that by calling 1-844-584-3278. Get these guys busy on the phones and bring home a piece of art today. Let's go back to Kelly and Ed.
Thanks, Steve. Ed and I are both artists, and we love this piece of art. This is the Pilot 15B. We don't have a lot of time left on this piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $100, Ed. And what else can you share with us about this?
I can share that this is really closer to Impressionism probably than Expressionism, what I said a moment ago, in the fact that it also doesn't have any black in it, and it doesn't have any gray in it. This is pure color, pure expression of color, and that's in a lot of art, that's what you want. It's not to see the outline of something, but instead to just feel it and feel all the colors bursting out at you. I think it's interesting how the artist has been able to capture in somewhat surrealistic colors the feel of morning light and the way it plays on the water. It's a wonderful piece. And again, if you love dogs and you love boats, you've got to have this.
Right. If you love fishing, if you love nature, if you love the outdoors, if you love the river, this is a great gift for yourself or someone you love. This is item 15B. We have a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. The phone number is on your screen. This is item 15B, the pilot. Beautiful surreal colors. I like that. It's not colors that we'd normally associate with nature, but it's evocative of the feeling that when you're out there.
Yeah, and I would imagine riding along with your dog in the boat would be pure joy early in the morning. What could be better?
What could be better? The only thing that could be better is that if you had this pure joy of a painting on your wall. And this is item 15B. The number is on your screen. We've got a bid of $250. We're looking for a bid of $275. That's not far away from a bell ringer. We should have a bell ringer this hour. And we're going to keep this one open and move on to the next item, which is item 15C. It is Delta View by Nancy Sloan. It is oil on board, measuring 16 by 20. Retail value is $400. We have a bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125. And again, this is item 15C, Delta View by Nancy Sloan. And it's a gorgeous, gorgeous oil on board, Ed.
This is Delta View.
Yes, this is Delta View.
I'm sorry, I misplaced my script on it, but I did look at it and I read about it. What is really interesting is this really is a Delta View. The water is the star of the show. And again, we were mentioning on the last piece about the play of light and play of color. This really makes you feel like you're with water. And I love the fact that it doesn't have to be a person in the piece. There's just is strictly the piece itself speaks to it. And for anybody who's lived in Sacramento, drifted down the Delta. Wow, my script just flew in. This just in from the coast. You'll really love this, and it's the evocative with the rushes and the reeds, and the softness of the background, which is another technique the artist used, which is very, very effective. This is by Jan Rao.
It's really, really beautiful. This is Delta View, item 15C. We have a bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125 for this gorgeous oil on board. Retail value is $400. And we're going to go over to the phone bank and see what's going on. Rob or Dee?
And we're just watching the numbers climb, and it's so nice to see that the pilot is almost at a bell ringer. It's at 375. This is We All Have Two Faces. It also could be when two become one, a relationship, because this side is someone and the other side is someone, and you can maybe figure it out. This is a lady on this side and this is a man on this side, so it might be a great gift for a wedding or an anniversary.
For your favorite couple.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this is a spectacular piece, and we have a $100 high bid on it right now. This retails at $350, and it can be yours today. Pickup is open until 5 o'clock, as well as tomorrow from noon to 5. Monday and Tuesday the same. And look at there. Ring the bells, y'all. Pilot just hit $400, which is fantastic. The pilot at $400. Let's get this to the same, Dee.
I think we could.
All right, let's turn it back over across the studio. And this is still open, by the way. So is the pilot.
We love bell ringers. We want to make Delta View a bell ringer as well. We've got a bid of $200. We're halfway there, just the halfway mark. So call the number on your screen to ring other bells to make this a bell ringer. That's how it works. This is item 15C, Delta View. Ed, what else can you share with us about
Well,
that?
I can tell you that the artist was very impressed with the serenity of the river, and that's what she's trying to convey here, which I think is wonderful. It is a very serene scene. It would be a very calming piece to have to look at. You could look at it all the time in your office or home. I also wanted to point out that's the Sacramento River. Our rivers do not look exactly alike. And if you've been here long enough, and I've been here since 1976, you start to really notice the difference.
Yeah.
Where you can look at a picture and go, oh no, that's the Sacramento. This is the Sacramento River. The artist did not do this as a plein air piece. He used some references, but also used photographs and then did it in her studio, which I think is very interesting.
Very nice. It's really beautiful, and we've got a bid of $250, Ed. We're looking for a bid of $275. This is item 15C, Delta View. We had a bell ringer a little bit a while ago. This beautiful Sacramento View, it's up to $275. We're looking for a bid of $300. We're so close to making it a bell ringer. You control that. You can make that happen by calling the number on your screen, 844-KVIE Art. And when you do, you're not just supporting local art and getting local art, but you're also supporting hours and hours of public programming for your family. Nova, Nature, Antiques Roadshow. And we've got some final thoughts on this piece. Ed, anything else you want to share with us?
Just the fact of the way the artist caught the reflection of the clouds and the sky and the topography in the water is really artfully done, and the way it ripples and shimmers, it's a very, very fine piece of work.
It's really pretty. It's very serene. We've got a bid of $325. We're looking for a bid of $350. And let's go over to the phone bank, guys.
Yes, everything is climbing up, and this is a bell ringer, which is great. This is the pilot, $400. It is still open, though. Bell ringer does not mean that it has closed. It has just hit retail value. Look at this. We all have two faces. The sculpture that you saw earlier is at $325. Now it is very close to being a bell ringer. And also Delta View is at $425. Ring it again. We got another one. Delta View is a bell ringer as well. So we're jamming here this half hour. That's fantastic. Get involved with the action. Call 1-844-KVIE Art, and let's move on to the next piece.
This is so exciting. We have bell ringers. We want to make more bell ringers. This is item 15D, Memories of Bodie Ghost Town by Jan Rao. It is watercolor, measuring 19 by 24. We have a bid of $75. We're looking for a bid of $100. Ed, I've done a little bit of watercolors, and I know how challenging it is. This is a beautiful piece.
I agree with you. I've said before on this show, watercolor is the most unforgiving medium, as you know because you work in it, and I know because I won't. It's just too damned hard. This is a wonderful piece, and I love the fact that this is Bodie for a couple of reasons. One is a Western theme, and my favorite TV show growing up was called Cheyenne, and the character's name was Cheyenne Bodie. And so Bodie is Ghost Town. It's a beautifully rendered piece, a little bit surrealistic, a little like something you'd dream. And the composition of it is just marvelous. Notice where it's placed, notice how it's off center, how you can feel the texture of the whole thing, even though it's watercolor, it's flat. but it's beautifully, beautifully done.
It's so beautifully done. This is item 15D. We have a bid of $75. We're looking for a bid of $100. We've had several bell ringers in the past, a few pieces of art, and we want to keep the trend going. You make that happen by calling the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. And again, this is 15D, Memories Bodie Ghost Town. I've never been to a ghost town, but this is exactly what I imagine it would look like.
Yeah, they're quiet. Actually, one of the things about this is that the artist Jen Rao, and I might have mistakenly said her name earlier, for which I apologize, loves doing pieces of old cars and abandoned things, and it is really, and she says she doesn't have a philosophy of art, but there really is one in there, the fact that she's capturing something that other people have left behind, and that's a really marvelous thing to do as an artist.
There's a beauty in melancholy, I think, sometimes. And
beautifully put.
There you go. And this is item 15D. We are looking for a bid of $100. We have a bid of $75. These pieces don't stay open very long. Now is the time to call and support local artists and putting local art on your walls, but also supporting PBS KVIE, your local public television station. Again, that's item 15D. Call the number on your screen to make more bell ringers. And what else can you share with us?
Well, I'll tell you that the artist also, as if watercolor weren't challenging enough, loves to work in pastels.
Oh.
And those are not easy either, because you might smear away the wrong thing. So I think there's a definite a softness to the imagery that is probably her preferred medium, and that makes it a very, very dreamlike, gives it a very dreamlike quality.
That's really nice. We, also, another dreamlike quality is Dee over in the phone bank. Dee?
I am here with 15C Delta View, and we have an auction. There's two people battling it out for this piece right now. It's at $475. It's got a $400 retail, but we're not going to stop it at $475. 15C Delta View, again, framed, ready to go home. You can pick up your art anytime between 12 and 5 tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. All you got to do is call 844-584-3278. Get online and check out what's coming up, because you don't want to miss your favorite piece at the KVIE Art Auction. Let's go back to my friend Ed.
Thanks, Steve. We're so excited about all the bells. We want more bells. There's never enough bells. Item 15D is the one that we're with right now, Memories Bodie Ghost Town. It has a retail value of $350. We're looking for a bid of $100. $100 for this beautiful, very sweet watercolor, Ed.
And what I like about it, too, is that Jan Rao is another artist who says she's really not into the plein air thing, which is you go out and you paint in nature. She does this back in her studio. So you can imagine how much you have to recall. You can use photographs, you can use all kinds of things. But what she really does is she reconstructs it in her imagination.
Lovely.
And that's where the best art takes place.
That's really, really lovely. The best art also takes place on PBS, KVIE, your local public television station. And you can see arts programming year round, and you make that possible when you're supporting the auction through this, buying a piece of art like this. We're looking for a bid of $175. This is item 15D, Memories Bodie Ghost Town. The number to call is on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. And that number reminds me of KVIE Arts Showcase, a local program that we have, that when you support this auction, you're also supporting that great program itself. And the framing, it's got this antique quality that kind of matches what the town is probably like,
does,
too.
it does. And I would point out to anybody who's looking at this, and it's so beautifully rendered that it almost looks like it's a print, but it's not. It's an original piece of art. So for not very much money, you will be buying yourself a very original piece of art.
It's really beautiful. We're going to keep this piece open and move on to the next piece, which is item 15E. This is a ceramic. It is Blue Horse number 2 by Jolene Matson. Retail value is $500. We have a bid already of $425. We're looking for a bid of $450. We're so close to making it a bell ringer, and we are going to do that. I have confidence. Ed, what can you tell us about this beautiful horse?
Well, it's very evident that the artist loves horses and makes that very, very clear in the statement, Jolene Metzen. She completed this piece in her home studio in Elk Grove. She says, "I am perhaps known for my legless horses. I want to convey the attitude of each horse in a more abstract way. So if Venus de Milo, it worked for him without those arms. No, that was something of age. The title refers to the glaze used, which again takes the sculpture from realism to a more abstract representation. The title is with blue in it. So it's a beautiful piece. We don't have an aerial camera to come in on it, but looking down on it, there are so many colors mixed in here that it's just magnificent. And it feels like a horse. It feels like you're touching. I was just petting my cat before I came here today.
Sinews of the muscles.
Yeah, it's just really, really sweetly done, with a clear love of the animal and the majesty of it.
We're really excited to have this piece, that she is a longtime contributor to the art auction, and we're so excited to have it. It's absolutely beautiful. This is item 15E. It's almost a bell ringer. It should be a bell ringer, and you're going to make that happen. We have a bid of $425. We're looking for a bid of $450. Call the number on your screen for Blue Horse number 2. And you're right, this you could look at it from any angle and just enjoy it.
Well, I think there's something in the artist statement where she indicates that she loves working in clay, because in clay she can feel, it's a sensual thing when you work in clay, and you can feel an entity, a horse, a dog, a person, whatever you're sculpting, come to life in your hands and in your fingertips. And that is a marvelous thing. I love to sculpt, and I don't do it enough, but I would never even approach this. Mine would look like, what the horse is leaving behind here. But it's magnificent. It has feeling. It has sensitivity. And if you love horses or you just love ceramic art, this is the piece for you.
It is the piece for you, and we're going to go check in with Rob. Rob, what's going on?
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. Big shout out to the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center. This entire half hour put together by the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center, and we are so glad that they are taking part in the KVIE Art Auction. Hey, want to give you an update on this beautiful piece, Memories, Bodie Ghost Town. It's at $150. $350 is the retail, and so it is on the way up. Delta View just hopped up to $475. This is by Jan Rao. We got a bell ringer. Oh, yay, is that for the horse? That's awesome. Blue Horse number 2 is at $525. I wanted that, but anyway, Kelly, back to you.
It is a bell ringer. We're standing in the presence of a bell ringer, Ed. This is Blue Horse number 2. It has a bid of $550. Let's get a bid of $575. Item 15E, call the number on your screen. Ed, what else can you share?
Well, one thing that you might be able to see the way the camera and the lights are reflecting it, this is very polished. It has a very polished look to it. And that's nice. It looks like something that maybe was made generations ago, not recently, and in a studio. So it actually has if you had this in your home or office or a clubhouse, it would look like a piece of art you'd had for years and years and years. It has a real traditional quality.
It's almost got like a bronze or a patina kind of feel to it.
Exactly. Patina is a good word for it.
It's such a beautiful piece, and that blue is just so striking. We've got a bid of $600. Let's get a bid of $625 for Blue Horse number 2, item 15E. This is a very exciting piece. I'm excited just to be standing near it because it's such a gorgeous piece, and I don't see something this majestic all the time. It's so beautiful.
I can't get my hands off petting it. It just it really is nice. It's wonderful. It's something I think you would probably touch each morning for good luck before you went off on your day.
Yeah, just imagine the places that you could put it. The special place when you come home from work or home from school, and that's your sanctuary. This is one of those special iconic pieces for your home or office or special place. So we have a bid of $650. We're looking for a bid of $675. It's a bell ringer, but we want to make it a really strong bell ringer by having a higher bid on it. $675 is what we're looking for. The number is on your screen for item 15E, Blue Horse number 2. And you're making art happen by supporting the art auction and great programming year-round. And again, the number on your screen is 844 KVIE Art. Beautiful, beautiful sculpture, and this is ceramic. What else can you tell us about it?
Along with an artist we just similarly looked at the work of, paper clay is the process that's used here too, and that's what makes it makes it much more malleable for the artist to work the clay as he's bringing up the horse. And so I think it's really it gives it more depth, more definition, and certainly the polish at the end gives it an absolute long-lasting quality.
It's such a beautiful piece. And we're going to go over and check in with Rob. Rob, what's going on?
No, you're just fine. Okay, so we're here live in the phone bank at KVIE, your PBS station in Northern California. This is Grace Pettingill. And Grace, you've been involved, 10 years here, a decade.
Yes, a decade this year, actually.
Why do you keep coming back? We're glad you do, by the way.
It. Oh, I love it here. It's a lot of fun. The people here are great. It's a great organization. I love KVIE. I'm a big fan. I watch all the shows. So.
Well, we love having you. And our volunteers, we are a family of volunteers. We're a family of a community, and you're part of that community. Thank you, Grace. Good to see you, as well as all of our phone bank and our volunteers. Let's go back across the studio. I just knocked your drink over. So sorry.
Thank you, Ed, so much for your expertise this afternoon. And stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the equestrian collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features horse-themed artwork in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we are back for another half hour of auction excitement with some beautiful pieces from the equestrian collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 16A is Zahara's Enchantment by Janice Freischlag. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 43 by 31. Retail value is $2,500. Item 16B is Changing Directions by Bobby Baldwin. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $3,600. Item 16C is Escape by Pat Stoddard Aragon. This is oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20. It was framed by Blue Wing Gallery and Framing, and the retail value is $900. Item 16D is Untitled by Emily Elders. This is a relief print measuring 21 by 26, framed by Blue Wing Gallery and Framing, and the retail value is $350. Item 16E is Earth Horse by Alice Horst. This is ceramic measuring 12 by 12 by 3. Retail value is $150. And item 16F is Coming Home by Kathy Higgins. This is photography measuring 29 by 23, framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $450. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Ed Goldman as we talk about these wonderful pieces. Ed, welcome back for another half hour.
Thank you very much. I hope to get the script correct this time.
You're doing great. Let's get started. This is item 16A, Zahara's Enchantment. We are looking for a starting bid of $600. Ed, what can you share about this very enchanting?
Well, I think it is completely enchanting. And what we have here are two very unusual companions. And the first question I have, of course, is which one is Zahara? Or is Zahara just maybe the artist's own nickname? But it's just beautiful. The horse, it looks like something out of a medieval dream. You have a beautiful peacock down here, the beautiful white horse here, amazing saddle, and the medium, of course, is acrylic on canvas, and it's the artist Janice. I think it's Freischlag, but you said Freischlag, so I'll go with that. Janice, if it's Janice, please just let me know. What's interesting about this is that this is all done in studio and all with imagination, but look at the light coming through the background here. Look at that absolutely enchanting light and the way everything goes soft in the background. You know exactly what you're supposed to be looking at. Janice specializes in composition. And this is certainly one of those paintings that everything is leading you to the horse and the horse's companion. And I think it's a wonderful, imaginative piece. If you're looking to get your child started with original art, or anybody who just has that childlike imagination, this is a wonderful way to start.
It's a wonderful way to do it. And I also wonder when I look at this, what are the peacock and the horse looking at? Because they're both kind of looking the same direction. Is there
I think they're
more
looking at
action?
you, Kelly. I absolutely do. I do. Who's that nice lady talking about me?
There you go. We are looking for a bid of $600 for item 16A, Zahara's Enchantment. It is an enchanting piece. It is acrylic on canvas. It's very colorful. It's very magical. I think of fairy tales and fun stories like that. And we're going to go check in with Rob. Rob, what's going on?
Yes, we are, because we've got an exciting half hour. This is your chance to get involved in the KVIE Art Auction and to get in now, because things are on the air for less than 5 minutes. And if you're on the fence, then you're on the wrong spot, because you're going to miss out. So dial 1-844-584-3278. The number is on your screen throughout, and the pieces in this half hour are spectacular, all about horses. Horses are stunning, and this is your chance to take home some beautiful art from right here in Northern California. Let's go back across the studio. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Rob. It is so exciting in here. The phones are ringing. We want them to ring more. You're a part of that excitement. You're making it happen. Item 16A, Zahara's Enchantment. Ed, what else can you share with us?
Well, I think that what you might miss at first looking at this, because it seems like it's in soft focus, is that there's a tremendous amount of detail in this painting. If you really look through it, with the background, with the I forget what they're, not the door mirrors, but the actual architecture of the castle in the background, the detail of the trees and the vines, the detail of the peacock, the detail of the horse's mane and tail and its skin. It's just it's really very carefully done. And when I said this would be a great piece for a child to look at, it's because they will grow up looking at that art and discover more and more in it.
It's really beautiful. It can be a nice family piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $400. This is Zahara's Enchantment, item 16A. Call the number on your screen. That's 844-KVIE Art. When you're doing that, you're getting great local art from local artists, but you're also supporting PBS KVIE, your local public television station. This is a substantial piece, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's very exciting.
I think what's interesting about it too is that this artist, Janice, also works in gouache and watercolor. And we were just talking in the last half hour about how watercolor, what an unforgiving medium it is, and how you painted it, and I refuse to because it is unforgiving. And so this is acrylic though, but I'd love to see her watercolor work as well, because it must be just enchanting, because she obviously clearly has a way of blending colors to make them just really compelling. If you look down here, you can see little flecks of orange here, a little fleck of orange there, a little fleck of orange here. All of it is an artist trying to create a palette for you and giving you a point of view. And everything leads here.
It's really wonderful. The point of view is we're going to keep this one open and move on to the next piece, which is item 16B. It is Changing Directions by Bobby Baldwin. Oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Retail value is $3,600. We're looking for an opening bid of $600. This is called Changing Directions. And we also want to change the directions of how quiet the phones are and get them a little bit louder. So make that happen on this Saturday afternoon, 844-584-3278. Beautiful, beautiful oil on canvas. Ed, what can you share with us about these horses?
Well, they are changing directions. Bobby's a versatile painter. She works mostly in oil, soft pastel, and bronze. Her paintings are both figurative and expressive, and you can see that right there as you look at them. They definitely look like horses, but they're also they have an attitude. They're doing something. While her portrait and still life work are completely lifelike, but in a romantic realism, as she calls it. So I think this has a real romance to it. If you love horses, once again, and I do, and here they are, they're frolicking, they don't seem to be escaping anything, but changing directions may be that they just turned around and they're heading somewhere else. If you can see the way the sky is rendered, absolutely beautifully. And look at this; it almost looks like it's on fire, and it matches this horse here. It has an autumnal glow to it that I think is particularly appropriate right now, this time of year.
It's really, really beautiful, and we hope you are going to bid on this piece. It is item 16B, Changing Directions. We're looking for a starting bid of $600. That's all we need right now to start the bidding on this piece. $600. $100. Support local programming, your favorite programs that you love. Masterpiece, you loved Victoria, you loved Sherlock, was on Downton Abbey, and there's so many great programs. We just had Ken Burns, country music, an iconic documentary filmmaker. You're supporting all of that great programs when you bid on this art. And let's go check in with Dee over the phone bank. Dee?
I am standing here next to piece number 16A, Zahara's Enchantment. This is a $2,500 piece. This is one of those pieces that your kids will hand down to their children. I'm looking for a bid of $400. I love the whole story. The peacock could be a painting all on its own. The horse is absolutely gorgeous with the tack and the saddle are done so well. It's one of those, it's one of those pieces that tells a story every time you look at it. So, you want to bring art into your home. You want something that's going to become your next family heirloom. This is the piece. 16A, Zahara's Enchantment. I'm looking for that opening bid of $400. You can make it by calling 844-584-3278, and we're going to go look at another great equestrian piece with Kelly.
Thanks, Dee. Ed, when I look at Zahara's Enchantment and Changing Directions like this piece, I've never painted horses, and such well-done paintings like these inspire me to want to try my hand at it.
Well, you got to get them to stand still. That's the hardest part. Because when they move, they're very hard to capture, which actually had something to do with the invention of motion picture photography, but we'll talk about this some other time. What I was interested in with Bobby is that her parents, the family's from Southern California, and her dad, as she puts it, was a computer engineer in the old days of computers. And I was thinking, Bobby, you don't know old days of computers. My keyboard has hieroglyphics, but it's and that's an old computer. But I think there's something interesting about that because science almost informs us as well as art does. Being brought up with really in a scientific maybe background and art-loving background. And Bobby was a teacher for more than 3 decades, and I think that's very interesting that she was passing on some of this magic to younger painters.
It's really, really pretty. When you bid on this piece, you'll be passing on the magic of public television to your family and generations to come. So support local art by also supporting public television, PBS KVIE. This is item 16B, Changing Directions. We're going to move on to another piece while we keep it open. We're going to move on to item 16C, and that is Escape by Pat Stoddard Aragon. This is oil on canvas, measuring 16 by 20. Blue Wing Gallery and framing did the framing. Retail value is $900. We're looking for a starting bid of $300 for this wonderful oil on canvas called Escape. Escape us away, Ed, with your commentary on it.
Well, what I think is interesting is that there is a horse that appears to be stepping away in the painting and is stepping into really the negative space down here, or what would ordinarily be a border. I find that very fun. It gives it a three-dimensional quality, and also it makes it a little more fun. We see a horseman coming down the hill, coming to the horses, and we see the horses going in kind of different directions, but it's they don't seem particularly terrified. They're just being horses, and it's very nice. The background is nice, a clear depiction of the weather. It's like a little bit overcast, but you can still see the sun hitting the clouds. All in all, I think it's a very, very wonderfully done piece.
I love that little detail of the horse kind of breaking the fourth wall of the painting and escaping its two-dimensional life. This is item 16C, Escape. You can escape with public television, KVIE PBS, through all of our great programming, and help support that by calling right now the number on your screen. This is item 16C, Escape by Pat Stoddard Aragon. What else can you share with us?
Well, I think what Pat does is, again, something I love. She loves all things Western.
Okay.
And I think that this is certainly Western. The cowboys, horses, cows, likes painting all of them, and I think that's terrific. It's a medium I love. If you live in California, we are the West, and here is the West, right rendered here for you. This is oil, which I think is nice because the artist has given it a very flat texture, which is hard to do with oil because it almost, some artists try to make oil chunky and some of them try to flatten out. And here it almost, I'm going to make sure that, it is oil, because it almost looks like acrylic because it's got such a, not flat in a negative way, flat in a, almost a landscape kind of way.
It's really, really beautiful. And the number to call is on your screen, so make the phone phones ring, and we need you to do that. And we're going to go see Dee. Dee?
I am standing here with Bobby Baldwin's Changing Directions 16B. It is a $3,000 painting. It is absolutely gorgeous. If you know somebody that loves horses, it would look beautiful at a ranch or just in your home in general. I love the fact that there's the dark horse and the light horse and the way the light plays off of them. The colors are just spectacular. Again, number 16B, Changing Directions. I'm looking for an opening bid of $600. On 16A, Sahara's Enchantment, I have a bid right now of $800. That has a $2,500 retail on it. You can only take this home if you call 1-844-584-3278. Let's go back to Kelly.
Thank you, Dee. Time is fleeting, much like a lot of these horses, so don't let them get away. Don't let them escape. So you can capture escape. See how many of those things that I just did. 16C, we're looking for a starting bid of $300. Let's get this on the board with a starting bid of $300. The number is on your screen, Ed. And what else can you share about this artist?
I can share something. You're the queen of the segue. I've got to say, just those blends are perfect. I think what's interesting about this, and I'm not surprised, is that the artist is a storyteller. And it says that sometimes the story about the painting is attached to the back of it. It's really not necessary. The art says it all, but it's nice. You want art to tell you something, move you someplace else.
Yeah, I just love the horses are moving us someplace else. He's escaping. I just love this piece so much. It's very playful. And it's item 16C, Escape. We're looking for a starting bid of $300. Just get on the phone, call the number on your screen, and escape away with all the great programming that you love here on PBS KVIE, your public television station. And this is a very quaint piece. It's a nice size piece that you can hang really anywhere in any room.
Oh yeah, I think again, if you have a child who loves horses and loves all things Western, this would be an ideal painting, and it's original. And to start a child off with original art, well, that's kind of what the art auction's about too.
It really is.
Getting them interested in the real deal, and this is the real deal.
This is the real deal. We're going to keep this one open. It is the real deal, and we're going to move on to item 16D. It is untitled by Emily Elders. This is a relief print measuring 21 by 26. Blue Wing Gallery and Framing did the framing. We have a bid of $75. We're looking for a bid of $100. I love this piece, Ed. It reminds me of like old kind of storybooks or printed materials or something like that.
Oh, absolutely. It's like the old lino cuts, which might have been lino cuts on block, and this is more like linoleum. And, excuse me, a very difficult medium as well, because you have one chance to get it right. You can go back and correct yourself, but it's really very effective. I love the monochromism of it, if that's a word. It's monochrome. Anyway, monochromatic. It has words in it that obviously have some meaning. Mutton. Somebody's not happy about the word mutton in there. It almost looks like a complete like pen and ink, but it's actually a relief print. And so it's meaning that it has a texture and depth to it. It's just a fine piece of work, and it will be a conversation starter in your home.
It certainly is. It's very elegant, and we're looking for you to call in right now. The number's on your screen. This is item 16D, untitled. We're looking for a bid of $100. We have a bid of $75, and we have the artist in studio. Let's check in with Dee.
I am here with Emily Elders, the artist of the untitled print that they're talking about, and she's going to tell us a little bit about the series.
Well, I'm illustrating an entire alphabet based on the Cockney alphabet, so it is actually utter nonsense. That's A for horses, B for mutton, C for yourself. And I've got the whole alphabet that I'm working on. I'm about halfway through now, but it's hard to title just one letter out of 26.
Is there 26?
There will be in about 4 more months.
Oh, good for you. So if you are interested in bidding on untitled number 16D, we're looking for an opening bid of $75. It's framed, it's ready to go home, and the artist would love to see it in your collection. Let's go back out and take another look at it.
I love hearing the backstory and the inspiration from the artists. I wish I could have this piece now even more so since I've heard the backstory. This is item 16C. Time is fleeting on this piece. We're looking for a bid of $100. Ed, what else can you share with us?
Well, I didn't realize it was as educational as that until Emily spoke, and it's fabulous. But it is great. To know that all this denotes actual letters in an alphabet, I think it's fine. Again, it's painstakingly beautiful. It will definitely make people people look twice. It's what's nice is that if you have a room that is particularly colorful, this will absolutely complement it. All eyes will go to this. It's just like if you run a black and white photo on a color website now. It just, wow, what is that stuff? It's called black and white. It used to be the medium for everything. So I love it. I think it looks like a fine pen and ink sketch, but it's not. Again, it's a relief. So I love it too. I think we'll arm wrestle for it afterwards.
We'll probably arm wrestle for it. It is a real relief. What would be an even greater relief is if you called in the phones and made them ring 844-584-3278. That's KVIE Art accordingly. This is item 16D Untitled. You've just heard from the artist. We have a bid of $100. Let's get it up to $125 and inch it towards a bell ringer for this beautiful relief print by Emily Elders. And the framing, the way it's mounted and the lines around the frame and the black and white just adds to it.
And not surprising, Emily was involved in the Chalk It Up Sacramento campaign for years, and which is nice because it has that feel of actually spontaneity to it. Even though you can't do this stuff that spontaneously, it takes a lot of care and a lot of work.
We're going to keep this one open and move it on. It is at a bid of $150. Let's get a bid of $175. We're moving on to item 16E. It is Earth Horse by Alice Horst. This is ceramic measuring 12 by 12 by 3. Retail value is $150. And we're moving over to I See is on a pedestal. And we've got a bid of $50. We're looking for a bid of $75. And we have someone here holding it up for us, Ed. What can you tell us about Earth Horse?
Whoops.
Oh, yeah, this is Earth Horse item 16E by Alice Horst.
And the Alice says she was born in the year of the horse. It's from this Chinese zodiac, and you can certainly tell that. I was born in the year of the rat, and no one's surprised when I tell them that. Much of her work, she says, is horse themed, whether 2 or 3 dimensional. I don't know if with a name like Horst you're forced to do that, but I think it's wonderful. This can be used. You can serve food on this, by the way, and I'm not trying to diminish the utility of the piece at all. I'm actually trying to show you that it's very versatile. The artist herself says you can. Okay. It's fine. You can also have it outside if you like it. She works in her ceramic studio in Sun City, which is great. I mean, and no frame is required, obviously.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast of colors, and it looks like, are these asparagus sprigs possibly? It looks like some green veggies with your horses. So it's utilitarian, apparently. We're looking for a bid of, we've got a bid of $50. We're looking for a bid of $75. Retail value is $150. Come on, this needs to be a bell ringer. Item 16E, ring the bells, ring the bells. We've had horses, escape, and enchantment. This is an earth horse, and it's something that you can use daily if you wanted to, or just enjoy the simplicity of its beautiful art. And what else?
Our talking display expert says this may be bamboo.
This may be bamboo.
Bamboo. And so that I don't know. I mean,
okay.
I certainly know what asparagus looks like, and it's just wonderful though. It's got a limpness that whenever I make asparagus, it turns limp like that.
There you go.
But I think the horse is just great. If you see it, they look like they're like. My Little Pony, where they're just kind of dancing. The horses are dancing, so they have a real sweetness to them.
Well, we're going to go over to the dancing Dee in the phone bank. Dee, what's going on?
Okay, this is not something I like to say very often, but I have 2 pieces that need an opening bid. So now is the time for you to get probably the deal of the auction. 16B, Changing Directions, an absolutely gorgeous painting. It's a $3,600 painting. I am looking for an opening bid of $600. I know y'all are out there eating dinner. Put your forks down and pick up the phone. Over here I have 16C, Escape. It's a $900 piece, and I'm asking for an opening bid of $300. These pieces make an excellent pair together, and right now you can support KVIE and get a beautiful piece to add to your collection. Call now, 844-584-3278. You can always heat up your dinner later. Let's go back out to Kelly.
Thanks, Dee. Just remember, the whole point of this art auction is to celebrate local artists, but it's also to keep the programming that you love on the television 24/7 and online. We have digital-only content that you can look at multiple platforms, even download the PBS app on your phones or smart tablets, and you can enjoy this programming year-round, and you're making that possible by ringing the phones. We want to hear more ringing phones, more bell ringers. This is item 16E, Earth Horse, and we have a bid of $50. We're looking for a bid of $75. This is your chance. Fleeting, we've talked about fleeting and escaping horses. Don't let these horses escape your reach.
Well, these horses are dancing, as we pointed. They're really cute. And if you want to see the entire piece, it's really well done. It's got beautiful color for having it in your living room, dining room, on your credenza. Great place to keep it. It's perfect for Halloween candy because of the colors. So I like the piece very much. It's very playful.
It's very playful. This is item 16E. We're looking for a bid of $75. Just get it to halfway of making it a bill ringer. Earth Horse, item 16E. This is your chance. Call the number on your screen to support local art and local public television. You love all those local shows. We've had Rob in here, Rob on the Road, The Journey with Rob Stewart. That all happens because of you and when you call the phones. Again, the number's on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $75 for Earth Horse, item 16E. It's a utilitarian piece. It's a piece of art. It's a conversation starter. I just asked, is it asparagus or is it bamboo? I don't know.
It's good for you in any event.
Yes, exactly. It's beautiful. The colors are beautiful. Again, we're looking for a bid of $75 for Earth Horse, item 16E. It's a little quiet in here. We want to make it a little unquiet. And you are the ones who can make that happen. Call the number on your screen. Support PBS KVIE. And let's go over to Dee. Dee, what's going on?
I am standing here with item number 16C, Escape. It is a $900 painting. I absolutely love the way the artist has made that whimsical title because the horse is actually stepping out of the background and into the foreground. I'm looking for a $300 opening bid on a $900 piece. I'd like to say 16B, Changing Directions, the large piece with the two horses. We now have a high bid of $600. It's a $3,600 piece. These are some of the best deals of the art auction. So I'd like to see them get up there and become bell ringers. Again, 16C, Escape. I'm looking for a $300 opening bid. Let's move to a beautiful photograph by Kathy Higgins.
Thanks, Dee. Ed and I both looked at each other when we looked at this piece just now, and our mouths went open. We absolutely love this piece. This is item 16F, Coming Home, where we've got a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. So while you guys kind of duke it out for this, Ed's going to tell us about this photograph.
Well, actually, I have to tell you that my first surprise was that it's a photograph. It looks like a painting. If you're standing right next to it, it looks like a painting. It's beautiful. I exchanged emails and texts and carrier pigeons today with Kathy Higgins, the artist, because I didn't have much information on this, and I was enchanted by it, and I kept saying, is this really a photograph? And yes, it is. And she actually, if you go to her website, which is Kathy Higgins Photography, I believe, you'll see a lot of her work, and a lot of her work is wedding pictures and portraits. But she also does things like this, which are just fabulously exciting. This is actually from something she saw in Colorado, she told me, at the end of a drive of horses. So somebody who's obviously leading the horses back to the pen. But it has such movement to it and such warmth. The colors are just magnificent. And as a photographer, she removed a lot of things that would have been in the background of the original photograph. Probably telephone wires or whatever would be going around a farm, a working farm or ranch. But here what you end up with is just the pure essence of the beauty and the majesty of the horses. I think it's a wonderful piece.
It really takes you right there. It reminds me of one of my favorite movies. It's a Western called The Man from Snowy River. And I can feel the sound of the horses and the life there. We're looking for a bid of $175. We've got a bid of $150. It's just, we're transported to this moment in time with these horses.
Kirk Douglas in a dual role as brothers.
Absolutely.
Wonderful film. Wonderful film.
It's a beautiful film.
You never saw them together. But
no,
anyway.
Beautiful photograph.
Oh, it was. And I think it was shot in Australia, actually. Which gives us that whole other dimension to it. This was not shot in Australia. This was actually first imagined by the artist looking at the actual scene of this in Colorado, as I mentioned earlier. Kathy's got a wonderful background. She says, while being busy with my photography business the last 7 years, I've recently been hired as an adjunct assistant professor in photography at Cosumnes River College in Sacramento. And there she's helping to share her knowledge and her techniques with a whole new generation of photographers.
That's so great. Dee's going to share her knowledge about a bell ringer, I think. We're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee?
Earth horn is a bell ringer. My art captain, Mary Ellen, is holding it for me. It is number 16E. It's got a retail of $150. It's currently at $175. Number 16B, Changing Directions, is at $6,000. It has a $3,600 retail. And number 16C, Escape, is at $300 and it has a $900 retail. So let's get these prices up and we're gonna send it back to Kelly and Ed.
Thanks, Dee. We love bell ringers. We want the bells to ring even more. This is item 16F. There's not a whole lot of time left on this one. It's coming home. I hope it's coming home with you, and you can only do that if you call in right now. We've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. Final thoughts on this piece, Ed?
Well, not surprisingly, Kathy Higgins is known as an equine photographer. She does a lot of this kind of work. Her pictures have been featured in national magazines, including Western Horseman, which is considered one of the best trade publications for horse people all around the country. So you'd be taking home something created by someone of some importance in the field.
It's so beautiful. It's called Coming Home. I hope it's coming home with you. And thank you, Ed, so much. Stay tuned, please, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in Midtown Sacramento, Viewpoint focuses on the thriving, energetic.
Hello, I'm Michael Sanford of KVIE PBS. I'm the Associate General Manager for Production, and I welcome you to the 2019 Art Auction. Over the next half hour, you'll have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from artists featured in the Viewpoint collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. All right, we start with item 17A, Fiery Autumn Leaves by Alan Fishleader. This is photography measuring 22 by 28 inches. It was framed by Midtown Framing. Its retail value is $350. Item 17B is Approaching the Library of Celsus by John Campbell. This again is photography measuring 23 by 20 inches. It's framed by Midtown Framing and its retail value is $300. Item 17, photography measuring 21 by 18 inches. Midtown Framing once again, and its retail value is $250. Item 17D is Autumn Leaf American River by Louis Kemper. This is photography measuring 28 inches by 22 inches. Midtown Framing once again, retail value of $550. Item 17E is Golden Gate Bridge Evening by Hayata Takeshita. Photography measuring 23 by 19 inches, retail value of $450. And the final item in this half hour, item 17F, is Frosted Bridge by Judy Yema. This is photography measuring 17 by 30 inches. Midtown Framing once again takes the credit for putting the edges on this beautiful piece of work. Retail value is $550. And during this break, we're pleased to be joined by Rebecca Gregg. Rebecca, welcome and thank you for joining us. Rebecca is the founding member of the Viewpoint Photographic Arts Center in Sacramento and has served as an art educator in the region for 35 years. You are Professor Emeritus of Photography at Sierra College.
Yes, I am.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, lending your expertise. Let's get right started on the first item, item 17A, Fiery Autumn Leaves by Alan Fischleder. What are the things that immediately jumped out to you on this beautiful piece of photography?
I think, Michael, it's the boldness of the line. You know, when you think about a tree, that it is all connected, and yet it's like a committee that everybody has a job, you know, and so all of the different lines that seem separate, but they're all connected, and then the way they peak into and allow the leaves to show through. It's just glorious, especially for this time of year. But I think it's bold and calming at the same time, which is an interesting thing to have. While you look here for all, you know, at all of those great branches, part of the strength of this, I think, is the diagonals. That diagonals always suggest energy to us, and so there's a boldness about that. But at the last minute, you see the gaps, you know, all these little teaser gaps that are here. So that kind of figure ground or negative space really decorates the image, you know. It's beautiful.
What stands out for me, everything you say makes perfect sense, and I love the way that the branches kind of draw your eyes upward. But as they are traveling upward, you're enjoying so much else. Mm-hmm. The bright orange, the blue, and then the contrasting darkness of the branches themselves.
I think it really works in that the highway up is met by the leaves coming down, you know, and so it's that canopy that we're so lucky to have in the Sacramento Valley, you know, so it's beautiful.
As a lifetime photographer yourself and a teacher of photography, how long does it take an artist, a photographer artist, to really compose something like this and get just the right shot?
Well, I know Alan, and he goes for the spontaneous emotional moment, and so I think as he exited his home, you know, this is this close around that becomes universal. He saw this, went back in, got his camera, and years of practice at framing the image. You know, that's the beauty of photography, is we look through a little rectangle all the time.
Absolutely. Well, you can appreciate the colors, the contrast, the framing is even nice. And we're looking for an opening bid of $75 for Fiery Autumn Leaves. That's item 17A, 584-3278, area code 844. Let's get the bidding started. It has a retail value of $350, so $75 is a great way to start. What else do you find about this? Do you think that the wood frame itself is a subtle reminder of the content
the
itself?
Source, especially since the wood frame has a kind of cherry mahogany sort of look to it, and while we don't really see limbs to be this dark in silhouette, so the silhouette is I think what frames this so well. And even in here, you have a little glow of those leaves. That's not quite full silhouette. They're also, when you're standing this close, you see areas where there's a little bit of movement on the leaves themselves, and so it shows just a little bit of motion, which imbues it with a lot of life, I think. The fact that it trails off to that right-hand corner is really spectacular kind of, where does a photograph stop? You know, drawing the line at the edge is an important part of composition.
A very appropriate piece of artwork to get this time of year as we enter the autumn season. Let's go to the phone bank and see what's happening there.
Hi, I'm just answering questions here in the phone bank. Right now we've got $275 on Coming Home number 16F. This is the Viewpoint Gallery, folks. This is Sacramento's premier photography gallery. These are professional photographers, well represented and well respected in their medium. A lot of these artists have gone through, shown at the Crocker, and are in major collections all over the United States. This is a chance to pick up a really good piece of photography. I know when I first started collecting, photography was sort of one of the last things I branched into. So if you haven't added a piece of photography to your collection, this is the time. Let's go to 17B.
All right, we are back with 17B, Approaching the Library of Celsus by John Campbell. Again, photography, 23 by 20. The great thing, I guess, Rebecca, about photography is there's so many ways you can express things. What we just saw before was a beautiful shot of nature, beautifully framed and set up. This is quite interpretive, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And what I love about this, I've never been to this spot, but photography takes you there. And it is, to me, kind of a time warp, because in John's mind, he's removing the crowds that are also drawn to this 10th century building, you know. And so when you, I think, get off the boat, go climb the hill to this spot, you know, you're looking past them. So in a way, it's a metaphor for how you're looking past the crowds to see the building that's endured all this time. But I put myself in the mind of the people who built the library. I suspect they would never have foreshadowed that so many people would come to see what they were doing, to see this beautiful structure that's endured this long time. You know?
Now, you confirmed with John that this was the old library at Ephesus in Turkey, is that correct?
Yeah.
I actually visited this many years ago, and it was remarkable that the whole Ephesus area it was a city almost the size of Rome, and yet is probably lesser known in terms of its antiquities and its ruins. And you're right, there's a lot of modern crowds there. They're still excavating the site, and yet what you see here is they become almost translucent and disappear as we travel back in time to see the object of their attention.
Exactly, and John calls these his ghosting of the people, you know, that you're looking transparently through them and around them to see the body that you're in search of, you know, this great architecture.
Approaching the Library of Celsius has a retail value of $300. We're looking for a starting bid of $99 at 844-584-3278. Again, a timeless piece about an ancient place that really draws you into the modern world. Let's go over to the phone bank.
I am standing here next to the lovely Fiery Autumn Leaves by Alan Fishlater, 17A. I'm looking for an opening bid of $75. I know there's somebody out there that has no office window, and you put this on your wall and you will always have a nice place to rest your eyes and calm yourself after a busy day. Alan's been in the art auction for years now. Really well-known professional photographer, a great way to start your photography collection. 17A, Fiery Autumn Leaves. I need an opening bid of $75. Let's go back out and talk to Michael.
Do you always bring up good points? That would be a fantastic piece of photography to have in an office, especially one where, you know, the windows are limited or non-existent.
Exactly.
It brings the outside in. But back to approaching the library at Celsius. Remarkable how he's actually got some vegetative growth here, which he's kind of brought the color out of to, again, I think, draw your eye towards the library itself.
And the sharpness of the image, you know, you can see all of the columns and the fluting on the columns. It's really very remarkable, I think, in that anyone who has been there or hopes to be there could use this as an inspirational piece, you know, because it's very interpretive. I think that is one of his, he calls this technique photo sketching, which is an old darkroom technique. Make a print, then bleach it in iodine, and today we do it with Photoshop or the computer, but the vision of the artist is still there and the message of the artist is still there.
Is this common technique for John Campbell, or is this something?
Yes, it is. It's one he's worked on and developed. He had a show, a two-person show in Viewpoint Step-Up Gallery this year, and so he's a well-known artist who lives in Lincoln and travels, you know.
The fun thing, if you get a piece like this and you learn about how it's made and the unique steps that John Campbell has undertaken, I think that makes it even more of a conversation piece when people come to say, wow, that's incredible. What is that? How was it done?
I think so too, because if we were seeing all of the t-shirts and flowered blouses and camera straps and other things, we might not see the building as well. So it's a way of isolating the building and yet still populating it.
All right, we're still looking for an opening bid of $99 for Approaching the Library of Celsius. 844-584-3278. We'll keep this one open and move to our next beautiful piece of photographic art. This is Parkside, 17C by Rhonda Campbell. Photography 21 by 18 inches, midtown framing, and again, interpretive photography at its best. Would you agree?
I would. This piece really has narrative qualities to it because the woman's face is like film noir, except that it's in blue and white rather than black and white. This is an ancient, photography is a fairly modern process, so we can't really use the word ancient, but it's an archival process that is an alternative process now called cyanotype. It was invented by one of the inventors of photography, John Herschel, and it's not a silver-based process, it's iron, and that's why it's blue. But Rhonda has also added the look of this net. So the net is partly a photogram that's physical placed on the negative. She's coated the paper herself. You can see at the edges the brush strokes as she lays down the cyanotype light sensitizer, you know, and then it's exposed. The negative is made in the computer, ultra modern, and then the sun in direct contact prints the cyanotype. It's really lovely, lovely combination.
It's really a mixture of the original photographic techniques with some of the most modern ones.
And the point of narrative, which has never left us in storytelling. Most of us, if there's not a story in the picture, we bring our story to it. You know?
True. That's all great interpretive photography, because you see a little bit of a newspaper article crumpled up there. You see the veil seductively over the woman's face, and then it's kind of
repeated.
And then you see the veil repeated on the left side.
And the look. What do you think about that expression?
Yeah, there's just so much going on here, and obviously somebody who is lucky enough to be the winning bidder on this piece is going to have a lot of enjoyment just looking at it, interpreting, discussing it with friends and family. So
I see it as someone who loves the movies would love this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old movies of the 20s and 30s. We have a bid of $150 for Parkside 17C. It has a retail value of $250. 844-584-3278. Don't forget, every time you bid, if you win that art, you are supporting KVIE PBS and all the great programs that we bring you here locally, the statewide programs that we produce like Inside California Education, our national series, America's Heartland, then of course Rob on the Road, Studio Sacramento, Viewfinder, Art Showcase. All of that comes about because of your support. And during this art auction, you can have a beautiful piece like this, support our station, and come home with something really memorable. Parkside, interesting how the matting here also draws you into the center of the action.
Yes, and it's partly, I think, I should point out too that cyanotypes are one of a kind, you know, that something would be changed. The location of the netting would be changed the next time. So it's a very original sort of process. And Parkside says right here, and that's the name of the piece.
Love it. One of a kind. The bid is currently $150. Let's go to the phone bank.
I am standing here at 17B, approaching the Library of Celsus. It's a $300 value. We currently have a $100 bid. This was one of my favorite photographs that came in, mainly because it really feels like both a painting and a drawing. You have this kind of pointillism going on down here with the nice black and white piece, and then you've got the library in the back that has kind of a real painterly feel. Right now it's at $100. I'd like to see that get up to $150. Again, 17B, approaching the Library of Celsus. 17A is holding at $175. Fiery Autumn Leaves 17A has a $350 retail. It's now up to $200. We finally got our photography enthusiasts on the phone. So let's go to the next piece, and it looks like another fall piece. Let's see it, David.
It is autumn in beautiful Northern California, and we are looking at 17D, Autumn Leaf, American River by Lewis Kemper. Photography, 28 by 22 inches, midtown framing, retail value of $550. I love this piece.
Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, there's so much to say about it. I'll let you do most of the talking because you're the expert. What really jumps out at me, there's almost a three-dimensionality to this beautiful photograph.
And Lewis works the American River in his kayak, and this is taken from the American River as he's floating locally. You know, he's a nationally known, internationally offers workshops. We're very lucky to have someone of his experience donating to the auction, because this is a beautiful, beautiful piece. It's great in its simplicity, in its suggestion of stillness, the light coming through the leaves. You can see the brightness of the orange color, but from a slight distance, it really seems suspended above the water, and yet you see the tension of the water. So it's like someone, you know, something really beautiful arched back just going down the river, and that moment. I think that this is an extraordinary image because Lewis works in archival printer that uses 12 ink, so all the subtlety of color is there. You know, it really is gorgeous.
Yeah, and I think you bring out so many intricate details that went into his vision as he took this photograph. The fact that the light does come through portions of the leaf, that the blue of the water goes to black, as you look at the different ways that the light is falling on the water. It's really, and just the composition alone is perfect, it seems.
The reflection, this leaf becomes almost like a two-headed monster, and yet it can't be because it's so serene.
I love the fact that it was captured on the American River. It's really a beautiful local piece. Autumn Leaf American River has a retail value of $550. We have a current bid of $100. I'm sure that will grow. 584-3278, prefix 844. Let's go to the phone bank.
We have a bell ringer on number 17C Parkside. It's reached its retail of $250, but we're still holding it open. We're getting close to a bell ringer on approaching the Library of Celsus 17B that you just saw. I had it over there on the easel. It's at $225. It's got a value of $300. Fiery Autumn Leaves 17A is a value of $350. We're at $275. So I've got a lot of photography collectors on the line right now. If you don't call, you're going to miss it. Let's go back and look at that lovely leaf one more time.
It's fun to speculate whether the person who's bid on Parkside is a film noir buff, but that's certainly the kind of great photography that it is. Back to this, obviously there are so many components that make this a great piece to own. The photography we've talked about and all the things that the photographer did to create that. But then when you look just at the matting and the frame, it really, everything seems to work out perfectly.
It really works together. And I think that when you think about the compositional sense to put this really almost smack dab in the middle and just ask us to go into the target, really examine this so you can see all the veins of the leaves. It's exquisite.
Yeah, and the fact that the leaf almost seems to be floating in midair, the fact that the entire leaf can be seen, it's not submerged in the water. It does feel like it's almost above the surface of the water itself.
It really does, and in fact, it's illusionary in that way. You can't tell what's there as the leaf and what's reflection.
Now, you indicated that the artist used 12 inks. Is that quite a bit? That's unusual?
Oh yes, that's where that's the max right now is this 12 set. So it's even more than a commercial printer. Far more uses only 4.
It looks like a painting, and I guess that's one of the highest compliments you can pay to a piece of photography.
Well, certainly when photorealism painters, they want to say this looks like a photograph. It's painted so well, so we'll take the compliment the other way.
Absolutely. Autumn Leaf American River, the bid is up to $300 with a retail value of $550. 844-584-3278. This is something that I think would enhance your home. And the timing is great. I mean, to give this time of year in autumn, it's just such an appropriate gift.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The complementary colors of this are just, they sing to you. This orange and that blue, oh my goodness, you'll never tire of it.
Yes, I completely agree. Let's keep the bidding going. Let's go back to Deanne. She's got another bell ringer.
17B approaching the Library of Celsus is a $300 value. I'm at $350, but we haven't closed it yet. 17C Parkside is a $250 value. We've reached that bell ringer retail, but we're not closing it out. The Autumn Leaf 17D, Autumn Leaf American River. It's a beautiful piece. We're currently sitting at $300. It's got a value of $550. Again, these are the artists from the Viewpoint Gallery, the best professional photographers in the Sacramento area, and I can say that because I truly believe it, and they're amazing folks. I see Rebecca's over there giving me the thumbs up. So let's go back to Rebecca and Michael.
And back with Rebecca, and we're looking at 17E, Golden Gate Bridge Evening by Hayata Takashita. Photography 23 by 19 inches, retail value of $450. Rebecca, we see lots of photographs of the Golden Gate Bridge, and yet this one somehow stands out.
It does. I think, again, pulling from Lewis's piece, just see that complementary color, the blue and the orange together. And this one is both simple, but it has things going on, the traffic on the bridge. I'm amused at what Hayata wrote. He said he went for the sunset, but the sunset didn't show up. And so then he, like any good photographer, he looked around and took what he could from nature. What a beautiful piece, because this is made in the unique time that happens twice a day. The hour before sunrise and the hour after sunset is called the blue hour, and that's what gives it this look, because the golden hour is before that. that,
Right.
and after that in the morning. So that would have been the sunset. But look at the reflections. The water's coming up on his tripod onto his wet boots, and he's framed this, I think, beautifully because you have the atmosphere that's back under what would be looking back toward Fort Point, I think, there, because we're at Baker Beach. And so you see the mist off of the water beginning to set in. The clouds are very softly gathering. It's really a very serene image that we've all seen, but not this one,
Yes, the timing and the circumstance seem to all come together for this photograph because it seems to me that the tide is out. Because it looks to be quite a bit of beach in front of him, which has done a great job. Just a bit of water on the sand has reflected the bridge beautifully. Or maybe that is water. Maybe the tide is in. It's hard to tell. But
coming in and out.
The two-dimensionality of the bridge top and bottom really adds to it.
And Michael, see where this has become soft right in here?
Yeah.
That's the slow shutter speed. And so to capture this, a relatively slow shutter is used, and then the water's movement makes that seem soft and gentle, which is part of what that mirrored reflection is.
It almost suggests a little bit of that famous San Francisco fog just starting to creep in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a unique photograph. It's beautiful. Golden Gate Bridge evening. It's item 17E. It has a opening bid so far of $125 with a retail value of $450. 844-584-3278. Let's keep the bidding going and go back to Dee.
I am standing here next to a photograph by the incomparable Lewis Kempner. It is number 17D, Autumn Leaf American River. It's currently got a bid of $300. It's a $550 photo. If you don't call soon, you're not going to get your bid in. 17C Parkside was a bell ringer, and it's still open at $250. The Golden Gate Bridge, which we're looking at right now in the evening, is at $125 and has a value of $450. These pieces move really quickly, so get on the phone right now and add to your photography collection. Let's go back to Michael.
And we're back with 17E, Golden Gate Bridge evening. Rebecca, you were telling me this has already been acknowledged by the art world with an award.
Yes, Hayata is a member of Viewpoint Gallery, but he also is an active person in Sierra Camera Club, which is Sacramento's probably one of the oldest camera clubs in Sacramento, and they have ardent members and high competitions, and this won recently the first award for landscape at the Sierra Camera Club. So it's people who know what they're looking at are acknowledging the beauty of this and how well technically it was done. Hayata is a strong technician, but the balance between technique and art is always present in photography.
There's a subtle beauty to this piece. It's unique. There's lots of pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge, but this one I think really stands out. We'll keep the bidding open on this. It's at $175. Please call in, make your bid for this beautiful piece of photography, 844-584-3278. We'll keep it open and we'll move on to our next piece in this half hour, which is called Frosted Bridge. It is item 17F. The photographer and artist is Judy Yema. 17 by 30 inches is the size. Midtown framing, did the framing on it. Its retail value is $550. One of the most amazing things you told me about this, Rebecca. There's so many ways to take pictures, and maybe there's a hierarchy. People think, oh, well, that's just a cell phone camera. But in fact, we know cell phone cameras have become really, really good, and that's what happened here.
This is work by Judy Yema, and she's a past president of Viewpoint Gallery. She loves to photograph in the wintertime, out strolling while the snow is still so pristine, has her cell phone, and that's how this shot began. It began its life captured by cell phone.
Well, the thing this is one of those beautiful photographs that could easily be seen as a painting. It's that beautiful and that elaborate, I guess you'd say. And the neat thing is about buying photography that is about our region is always extra fun, right? And this is Yosemite Creek, you told me.
Yes, Yosemite Creek, Yosemite Bridge. And I think the bridge, I don't know this, I tried to find out, but this has that look of work that's timeless by the CCC in Yosemite. It also has beautiful lines. Look at the rocks that are above the archway of the creek. They're almost like honeycomb put together. And then the keystoning of the archway underneath is a magnificent structure. As I stand close to this edge, the texture on the snow, it's absolutely pristine. The layer of snow looks like 6 inches up on the arch of the handle of the bridge. But all the lines, it reminds me back to Alan's, the piece that we began on, the lines of the trees, just almost, you can almost hear how quiet it is.
Yeah, and what's kind of neat about this is it looks like just a snowscape, which can often be mostly just grays and whites. But if you look closely, you see little bits of sunshine just starting to break through on the water itself and on the edges of the bottom of the bridge.
And that's right. And in fact, that little bit of warmth that's coming in there is the promise of the snow melt. But you see it on the rocks, you see it in the distance as it draws your eye through into this part. So it's really beautifully symmetrical, and yet there's a lot of energy and in atmosphere that's going on. It's a very spectacular image, I think.
Bidding is healthy on this beautiful frosted bridge, 17F. Let's go back to Dee. She's got something else to share.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an auction. I'm standing here with the Golden Gate Bridge Evening 17E. I currently have 3 people bidding on this. It is $325. Can I get one of these 3 people just to jump it up to $450 so we can make it a bell ringer? If you want to do that, it's 17E Golden Gate Bridge Evening. We're now at $350, so we're inching it up to that retail price. Let's go back and look at Frosted Bridge, which is so close to being a bell ringer.
It is very close, Dee. The current high bid is $475. It just jumped as I was saying that, with a retail value of $550. I hope and believe this will hit $550. Again, 17F Frosted Bridge.
Michael, don't you love the narrowness of the view, the aspect ratio, we would say in photography, that it helps this bridge to really become tight, you know, to see, well, like you're looking at it through a little vision, a little vision window.
It brings the focal point right to that beautiful bridge. Let's go back to, okay, we're going back to prompter. We're going to keep the bidding going on Frosted Bridge, $475. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Jesse Bravo, this category features a selection of photographs and limited edition prints. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Michael Sanford, and we are back for another half hour of live auction excitement, this time featuring works in our photography collection. And if you're tuning in for the PBS NewsHour weekend, you'll find it airing right now on KVIE 2. But now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. We start with a beautiful photograph, 18A, Paradise Lost and Found by David Robertson. Photography measuring 29 by 24 inches, Skyline One Framing did the framing on this. Its retail value is $400. It is a Juror Award for photography and was the honorable mention for Best Frame Design competition this year, and you will soon find out more about that. Item 18B is Elevation 14,000 Feet by Michiho Watanabe. This is photography measuring 16 by 24 inches. Its retail value is $350. Item 18C is Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California by Michael Corlew. Photography measuring 39 by 32 inches. Skyline One Framing. Retail value $775. Item 18D is Rockefeller Center by Michael Solomon. Photography measuring 27 by 25 inches. Skyline One Framing, thank you to them once again. Retail value $650. Item 18E is Sunset at Fallen Leaf Lake by Darren Kozine. This is photography measuring 16 inches by 24 inches. Skyline One Framing once again with a retail value of $200. The final item in this half hour is 18F, Casumnas Flurry by Scott Jameson. Photography measuring 20 by 26 inches. Its retail value is $350. During this break, we're pleased to be joined once again by Rebecca Gregg to talk about these amazing photography pieces. Rebecca, as the founding member of the Viewpoint Gallery and as a professor emeritus at Sierra College, I'm always interested in hearing what you have to say about these pieces, which are so different from one another.
Oh.
Starting with this one, which is so evocative, Paradise Lost and Found by David Robertson. Let's talk about what's being conveyed here.
This is a stunning piece. It really is, and it comes from tragedy. So the Paradise Lost is obviously an allusion to Milton's poems that were 17th century, of the fall of man. But Paradise Found again is the beauty coming from that. And this is the fire, the aftermath of the fire in Paradise. And so the piece, the gentleman with his eyes closed, that's a mural painted by an LA artist, Shane Grammer. And then David Robertson, in seeing that and seeing the light coming through the windows and the texture on the burned walls, makes this beautiful, evocative piece. It reminds me of some of the work I saw after Katrina, and when that was so devastating, this is the way the Paradise Fire felt to us. So the wabi-sabi of the impermanence of life still becoming beautiful is here. When I see his eyes closed, if his eyes were looking at me and at the viewer, I think we would see it very differently. There's a serenity in the aftermath of the fire.
Yeah, and quite a thoughtfulness there too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, the analogy between the work by Milton in the 17th century and the modern day tragedy in our own region is irrefutable. Mm-hmm. And it really makes the piece even more powerful. And I think it's even enhanced by the frame, which also suggests a burned item.
It does. Even texturally, there's a part where the underneath shows of the speckled and tinned, the beaten kind of look. But in photography, especially fine art photography, we rarely use black mats. It's like a rule. But the black mat here is perfect, especially when you have this wide surround. So the framing here, I think, elevates the work even beyond what David did in his rendition and letting us see it very tight. One of the things I want to point out, Michael, is this little bit of green. So that you see that it's almost like you're looking into the recovery, what's going to come in the pioneering plants after this terrible tragedy.
Yes, and as we hope and pray that Paradise will continue to recover, this is a great reminder of loss and redemption slowly beginning. Mm-hmm. And little wonder that the frame won honorable mention for best frame.
Exactly.
It's really an essential part of it. Paradise Lost and Found has a retail value of $400. We currently have a bid of $100. You can own this yourself. 844-584-3278. Let's go to the phone bank.
And that's how fast it goes. Item 17F, Frosted Bridge, is a bell ringer at $675. We've got a bidding war going on. We're going to take it off air. and finish out the bidding. But if you really love a piece, you got to call and get in there. Paradise Lost has already got people on the phone at $100. That's piece number 18A, and we're going to go back out and look at it again.
18A Paradise Lost. I think we need to clarify, Rebecca, that this photograph is actually taken in the town of Paradise.
In the town of Paradise, yeah.
Wow, it's incredible. And the mural was we've heard about artists going up there and interpreting that tragedy through amazing murals all over what's left of the town. And to capture that, to show the beginnings of return to life through the window, really makes a powerful statement. Paradise Lost and Found, 18A, current bid $100, retail value $400. Give us a call right now at 844-KVIE Art to take this home. A great reminder of what's happened in our region and the resilience of the people here. We're going to keep the bidding open and move on to the next item in this half hour, which is item 18B, elevation 14,000 feet by Michio Watanabe. This is a photograph measuring 16 by 24 inches with a retail value of $350. Rebecca, when you look at this, I think most of us would immediately think, oh, this must be the Grand Canyon or the Canyonlands of Utah or perhaps Copper Canyon in Mexico, but it's none of the above.
None of those. In fact, I did that very thing. That's why I'm smiling. When I was looking at the images, I thought, oh, I think I know this place in New Mexico. And then I see that it's not in New Mexico at all. It's Ethiopia, in the Simien Mountains of Ethiopia. So the artist had gone there on a medical mission and is a photographer. In fact, she has been a donator and winner last year with her usual, not landscape work, but she photographs birds and other animals a great deal. But here she is at 12,000 feet about and typically uses for her bird photography a telephoto lens, but she found that even her widest angle 16 millimeter lens was not quite wide enough to capture the majestic uplift of the scenery there. She said that they did see animals and that little children would dart like goats around and be, she called them little ghost children, that they would be here and there and she would never be able to capture it. But what she did capture was this fantastic bit of atmospheric perspective, you know, as you can feel the depth as the distance gets lighter and lighter, and the texture that's there. This is presented on canvas. One of the things that being out of the dark room we gain in digital work now is that we can make surfaces that are on metal and on wrapped. This is a wrapped canvas piece, so it's not necessary to frame it. It stands alone as it is, and it is archival in ink, and it's a real treasure. That
I liked your phrase atmospheric perspective because as you look at this closely, you see several dimensions. You see on the left side, there's a beautiful, rugged mountaintop, and then behind it another one, and then behind that an entire range. And each one stands out quite distinctly.
And in this one, doesn't this interest you that it's going downhill so much too? You know, it's like this one is lifting up and that one is, the last bank there is kind of downhill. So this must have been quite an uplift and quite erosion over the eons of time. A very rugged country. And she wrote in her explanation of the day of being there that the entrance to the park also got you 2 armed guards. So it's not without some trepidation, the time that it takes to make a photograph, that you also have to be alert, you know.
A unique photograph of a very unique place. Elevation 14,000 feet is item 18B. It has a retail value of $350. We are still looking for an opening bid of $75. $75 starts the bidding on this amazing photograph. 844-584-3278. Again, elevation 14,000 feet. Just being at that elevation alone would be challenging to take a photograph like this.
I think so. You know, walking up to 12,000, where she thinks that's about where she took the picture, she said the air was thin, but her imagination was not.
Absolutely. Let's go to the phone bank.
I am here with 18A Paradise Lost and Found. It has a retail of $400. It's at $225. This artist series that he did in Paradise, working with another artist who did the murals with the property owner's permission up there, to bring beauty to something that was such a tragedy. I have a home that's rather close to there, and we were very lucky. But some people weren't. It's a beautiful piece. Skyline did the framing on it. It's ready to go home. It's an important part of our history in California, and you can own a little piece of it. It's at $225 right now. It's 18A, Paradise Lost and Found. I think we're going to go out and see another piece, 18C Rainbow Bridge.
Dee, that is correct. 18C Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California, by Michael Corlew, 39 by 32 inches, Skyline 1 framing, retail value $775. One of the things you pointed out to me, Rebecca, is that we are actually looking at 3 bridges in this amazing photograph.
It's correct. In fact, Michael went in search of the 100-year-old Rainbow Bridge, that style that's on our coast and was so popular, to handle the structures that as modern times came. But that bridge is 100 years old, and you can see here just slightly, if you really look, you can see the ironwork of the first bridge, and then we're looking through the framing of, again, an arch of the modern bridge. So it's really very stunningly capturing these layers of time. And one of the things that I appreciate, we could, in the modern days of photoshopping, get rid of the cars, get rid of the graffiti that's on the bridge. We could even add another Canada Goose. But Michael chose not to. This is a historic object as well as a beautiful one. The serenity of these guys just floating by, unaware of the traffic above them, is really very gorgeous.
A bit of a time lapse as we look through ancient bridge building to modern bridge building. And it is so fun to have these great photographs throughout our region. And we can really appreciate the beauty of our region once again. And this captures it so nicely, don't you think?
I really do. Michael is an extraordinary photographer. In fact, he's been a juried winner here in the past and is, I think, every year accepted into the show. He's a past president of Viewpoint and a wonderful nature photographer. He really is. He's even invented some photographic, the pod little thing. I've forgotten its name, Michael. I'm sorry about that. But I do appreciate that you left all the wires. They're part of our life,
Exactly.
The reflections in the river, the texture on the water. It's beautiful.
Retail value, Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California, is $775. We are still awaiting our first bid. Let's go for $200 as our initial bid for item 18C at 844-584-3278. And while we're waiting that call, let's go back to the phone bank.
I am at 18B, elevation 14,000 feet. This is a beautiful photograph on a gallery-wrapped canvas. It goes all the way around the edge. I'm looking for an opening bid of $75. What a great gift for the hiker or the mountain climber in your family. I know that my husband's very proud of some of the mountains he's climbed. It's a great way to celebrate your accomplishment with a little beautiful photograph. $75, number 18B, and you can only get it if you call 1-844-584-3278 and start bidding. Let's go back out to Rebecca and Michael.
Still awaiting our first bid on 18C, Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California. Rebecca, you were looking at the foliage in the corner.
I was.
Shows really great framing on this.
This little piece of leafless branch that's up in that far left corner is like a proscenium arch of the theater opening to this view. And the tree that's fallen here, there's just so much natural qualities. There's that little decoration. It's almost like the filigree of artist drawing in there. Very beautiful, isolated against the dark.
Well, if you're from the Folsom area or actually anywhere, you're going to appreciate the symmetry, the framing, the beauty, the mixture of nature and man's work in Folsom Bridge, Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California. $775 value. We're going to keep the bidding open on this, 844-584-3278. And while we're doing that, let's move over to our next piece, which is 18E, Sunset at, Rockefeller Center, 18D, by Michael Solomon. Photography measuring 27 by 25 inches. Skyline 1 framing, retail value of $650. This is amazing.
Amazing.
It's amazing. And there's so much interesting background on this, Rebecca. This was a temporary art installation right in the heart of Rockefeller Center.
It was, and when I first looked at this, Michael, I have to tell you, there's a technique where you flip the image, and I thought, is this a mirrored image, a little flip-flop, because this building so echoes the building to the right, but indeed it's not. It is that those two buildings on Rockefeller Plaza are identical except for the shops in there, and the sculpture itself is done by a very famous Spanish sculptor, Sharma Plensa, and it's 28 feet high, made of resin. It was shown just this year from April to June, so it's not there anymore. Don't fly to New York to see it. You will have to buy this print. And what is so wonderful about this, I think, is the philosophy behind it. We all know hear no evil, see no evil, and so this is a figure of a woman with her eyes closed by the hands, not looking, and yet the title is behind the wall. And so is the wall her hand? Is it the building? Is it what she's not looking at?
Yep.
And because it's so monumental, she's covered, shielding herself, but we're drawn to her.
Absolutely. So the artwork itself is amazing, and the way that Michael Solomon captured it, the symmetry that you suggest, the fact that the tall building is right behind it, and the lighting itself is all remarkable. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Michael Solomon, son of much-loved entrepreneur, founder of Tower Records, Russ Solomon, a wonderful artist and art collector in his own right. And so it's really great to see his son is also showing that artistic depth that his father has.
And a camera is a box, and when you point it up, you're going to have converging lines. And so when these lines converge and makes Rockefeller Center look even larger, when the building lines converge, it gives this ominous feeling. It's either sort of magical if you see it that way, mysterious if you see it that way. It's really interesting. There's a bit of a person down in the corner, so you have a sense of scale, but the upward almost horror lighting that's coming up on the face, but the face is beautiful.
Yeah.
So there are these mixed messages. Look at the texture of the lighting on the hand as it's coming. So it's very, very beautiful work, I think, both done by the original artist, but captured for all time by Michael, because this is not an easy thing to pull off.
Absolutely. And of course, this installation is no longer there, so you're capturing a moment in time that won't be repeated. Let's head over to the phone bank.
Okay, I am holding number 18B, elevation 14,000 feet, the perfect piece to buy your hiker or mountain climber. I am looking for a bid of $75. Again, 18B. Mary Ellen is holding 18C, Rainbow Bridge, Folsom, California. It's got a $225 bid. It's a $775 piece. I know somebody from Folsom wants to put this in their office so they can pretend they really have an office with a view. But you can't own it if you don't bid on it. 1-844-584-3278. We're going to take another look at that Michael Solomon piece.
Yes, and we really need an opening bid for this wonderful photograph, Rockefeller Center by Michael Solomon. Looking for an opening bid of $100, 844-584-3278. One of the things we just noticed, Rebecca, is how the lights from the buildings are just like shafts of illumination that draw you both from the beginning or the center out to the sides.
Well described, because they're like waterfalls of light, that coming out. And then as they dance along the top of the building, they're decorative, only it's giving light on the hands from both directions. And of course, the Rockefeller Center is lit like that. So there's combinations of factors, the armless hands, the trees, very beautiful.
Classic New York scene, beautifully rendered. Rockefeller Center will keep the bidding open at 844-584-3278 as we move to item 18E, Sunset at Fallen Leaf Lake by Darren Cozine. 16 by 24 inches. Skyline 1 did the framing. Retail value is $200. Rebecca, one of the things that you one of the many words that you used to describe this was there's a beauty here, but there's also a bit of a tension in the objects that you see in this photograph.
I do. I love to see the subtlety that's going on, and it's such beauty, and the colors just reach out and grab you. And I can imagine how excited I would be if I were there seeing this moment. This glorious cloud being lighted at that golden hour. But the tension that I also see is this little family of rocks down here. They're not literally joined, but they're in a circle together. And look at the tension here. So you have this it's like players around a card table or something, except that it's in nature. And we're drawn, of course, to the first ones. They're divided by that strong horizontal line. And in fact, if one were going to use this for a composition lecture, this is practically classic rule of thirds, where this strong dividing line is at the lower third. And it's part of what we naturally see. Then because humans see and appreciate that way, they of course had to call it a rule after a while. And then teachers would say, it's okay to break the rule. Well, this follows the rule, and it's exquisite. I think the sky just dances.
Yeah, it's amazing. Clearly, it's an achievement on so many levels. You have composition, as you suggest. You have timing, the exact right moment to capture both the waning daylight, the blue sky, and the darkening mountains, and the incredible reflection, and how the boulders seem to almost float above the water. It's just, to me, it's a gorgeous piece of nature photography and it just jumps out.
Well, and it's very sharp, too, and that's because it's on metallic paper that's adhered to a surface behind, but that sharpness just gives it that extra punch. And then the pristine kind of modern look of this narrow frame that's natural in color, not only does it pick up the natural colors here, but it echoes the fact that it's a natural scene, that this is that beautiful moment.
Current bid of $150. Let's go over to the phone bank.
So far during this auction, we have sold every single piece. I would like to point out, though, that 18B elevation, 14,000 feet, that's the beautiful canvas piece of the mountain, still needs an opening bid of $75. The beautiful black and white 18D Rockefeller Center, I know there's some New Yorkers out there, by the well-known Michael Solomon, needs an opening bid of $100. I also want to take a minute to thank all of our volunteers that work so hard, especially our art movers and you guys with the big giant cameras. And I wanted to introduce our volunteer masseuse, who is a professional masseuse, Abigail, and she's been helping keep us all sane. Abby, where's your shop?
I'm at American River Drive, American River Therapeutic Massage, and this is about, my 5th or 6th year here doing this?
Yeah, she keeps us all going, especially the camera crew and especially the art movers. So thank you to all our volunteers, and thank you. Thank you for calling in and bidding. Let's go take a look at some more art.
Yes, thank you, volunteers. And we're back at 18E, Sunset at Fallen Leaf Lake. I guess among the many decisions a photographer makes, Rebecca, is do you go vertical? Do you go horizontal? Well, clearly this was a decision that was correctly made.
Oh, I think it's gorgeous. And it would be as beautiful, but just different if it were horizontal. But I think making it vertical makes the sky the emphasis, the spectacular sky. And one of the advantages of living with a piece of art is that you get to look at it. Look right there how the sky and the mountains are about to join, that they are just, it's like a hand reaching out. It really is quite beautiful.
Truly an unforgettable photograph of Magic Hour at Fallen Leaf Lake, Sunset at Fallen Leaf Lake, 18E. It has a current bid of $150. We'd love for it to be a bell ringer at $200. And while that's happening, at 844-584-3278, we will move to our final photograph in this half hour, 18F, Casumnus Flurry by Scott Jamieson. 20 by 26 inches, retail value of $350. And I think, Rebecca, one of the things we talked about is the subtlety of this photograph gradually becomes apparent to you as you look at it over time.
Yes, so much so that I was seeing it in person and on a very high quality screen before I came, and I thought it was a black and white. I thought the color had been stripped away by the atmosphere. But lo and behold, it's so subtle that there is a little green and there's even a little brown in it. So the colors that are naturally there when the sun is shining, but this is in a snowstorm. And so he's chosen just the right shutter speed so that you can feel snow will start to drip if the shutter speed is too slow, or it'll be like little spots, like popcorn thrown in the sky if it's too fast. So choosing the right shutter to get the feeling of the flurry, which he has named it. And this is one that he's shooting upstream from a little narrow bridge, and so it's early in the morning, and as he shoots upstream, look at there, Michael, there's that little bit of color that pulls you up into it. The framer's done beautifully by putting a very narrow green mat to accent that. There goes that little bit, just to draw you right in there. Look at that. You would have a hard time swimming upstream, especially at this season, but your eyes can go there. It's very sharp, and there's the little bit of flurry, as you can tell here. I think the frame is perfectly chosen too.
Yeah, the frame itself is subtle, and there's almost an antique feel to it, or a timelessness to it that suggests the timelessness of a wild river. Right. And it just is another reminder of the absolute incredible beauty in our region. And what a great photograph to kind of convey that in your home, in your office, as a gift. Because as you say, you look at it, the first instant reaction is, oh, a black and white photograph. But no, it's got so much more than that. Green on the edges, green in the mat. There's a little red thing there between the rocks in the background. And it's a moment in time where the sun may be starting to break through and maybe the snow's going to stop. There's just so much going on here.
We've had several that had atmospheric perspective. Look at this gray pine way up there in the distance as you can see the flurry on screen right now, and as we travel and go up this river, we see how the trees in the background are getting lighter and lighter, and there's a gray pine standing like a sentry to echo us there.
18F, Kasumna's Flurry. Retail value of $350. We're looking for an opening bid of $75, and let's go to D.
Oh, that piece that you guys have, the Consumers Flurry, is just beautiful. I have a house up in Dunsmuir right on the river, and that's what it looks like when it starts to snow, and it kind of makes me miss home. I want to recap a few pieces. 18C, the Rainbow Bridge Folsom, is at $225. It's a $775 piece. 18D, Solomon's piece, I'm standing next to it, Rockefeller Center, is a $650 retail. We have a current bid of $175. 18E, the Sunset at Fallen Lake, is at $200. That's a bell ringer. And now we're going to go back and take another look at that great river scene.
Any final thoughts on Kasumna's Flurry, Rebecca?
I think both as the part of our region that you've said before, this is a wild river and a wild season and a wild storm that's isolated in time.
Thank you so much, Rebecca Gregg. Stay tuned because there's more coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for a visit to the country coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category celebrates familiar images of our region, from rural farms to rivers and streams. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Christina Salerno, and over the next half an hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from our visit to the Country Collection. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 19A is Country Landscape by Mim Meakin. This is a watercolor measuring 27 by 33. The retail value is $650. Item 19B is Bull in Your Face by Sandy Lindblad. This is pastels measuring 19 by 23. It's framed by Archival Gallery. The retail value is $580, and this was a Juror Award in figurative. Item 19C is Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon by Barbara Damon. This is an oil on canvas measuring 23 by 19. The retail value is $350. Item 19D is Fly Fishing on the Stanislaus River by Paulette Pesavento. This is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 25, framed by Blue Wing Gallery and Framing with a retail value of $625. Item 19E is Gold on the Horizon by Beth Savage. This is photography measuring 32 by 24 with a retail value of $500. Item 19F is McGee Creek by Gay Kent. This is photography measuring 24 by 36 with a retail value of $850. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Steve Memmering. One of Sacramento's favorite landscape artists, Steve is well respected for his bold palette and his active painting style. He is a past award winner in the KVIE Art Auction, and we're pleased that he joins us for his very first time as an art expert during the auction. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Christina. And I just want to thank you personally and KVI for inviting me to be a presenter for this particular group, because it is such a sensational one.
It's an excellent collection. Let's just jump in and let's talk about this first one. What can you tell me about this piece?
Well, Mim is the name of the artist, her first name, and she obviously has tried to capture a kind of a mood piece, a very serene piece, very typical of the California landscape genre. I really like some of the things that she has chosen to do. For example, by keeping the cows in this particular alignment to the picture plane, it makes it very serene and very gentle. Had the cow been facing us or facing away from us, it would have been an entirely different picture.
Again, this is Country Landscape. We're looking for a starting bid of $100, just $100 to get a bid going on Country Landscape. It does have a retail value of $650. I love the colors in this one.
The colors are sensational. They are very well thought out. You know, she has a color triad going. I don't know whether that was her initial intent, but whatever it was, that's what she arrived at, and it's like a color chord on like it's on a piano.
With the browns and the greens.
Chord. The brown is really an orange, a muted, darkened orange, the green, and then the blue, so it creates, like I say, a color chord, which is the kind of thing that makes the colors really work and sing, and they make them so that you can live with them for a long time. This is not a painting where you could say, okay, I'm getting tired of it.
No, it's a lovely piece. No. It's got that country feel. Somebody who has maybe a country motif in their home, this would be an excellent piece. Again, looking for a starting bid of $100. It's a good size piece, Steve. I mean, this is a perfect size.
I think it's the perfect size. Right. I think any larger and it would probably be diminished. And any smaller than this, you would want to just walk by. But this is particularly, it's perfect for what it is. Mm-hmm. I love this kind of quiet, bucolic moment. I mean, it's so universal.
It is. It's the mother and the baby. It's a very intimate,
very pleasing,
loving moment between the mother and the baby.
And like I say, because of the arrangement of these, of this subject on the canvas, on the watercolor paper, it's not aggressive, it's pleasant and charming to be around.
Mm-hmm. This would be a really nice addition to any home. Maybe you live out in the country, maybe you live on a farm, or you have some connection to a farm. A piece like this would be really wonderful in that type of a home.
I just wanted to ask the audience who's looking at this to try to imagine what it would be like if this horizon line, which is on an angle creating a hill effect, were to be horizontal. You would have an entirely different painting. It would become boring. But this way makes it dynamic, and it creates an interest to the painting, which probably would not have been there had she straightened that out, as I would probably have done. but she knows what she's doing.
It's a piece too. It's beautifully framed. This is ready to go. This is something that you can take home and pick up and have it on your wall tomorrow. And remember that the artist donated these pieces with all of the proceeds going to benefit KVIE, which we are so appreciative of. And all those proceeds go to support the programming that you love. Country Landscape, again, we're looking for a $100 starting bid. This retails for $650. And it's a gorgeous, good-sized piece that would really make a wall in pretty much any home.
Even at $650, I think it's a steal. So don't go to sleep at the dial there. Take a look at this.
These pieces go very quick. We only keep them open for a few minutes. So if you're interested in this one, now is the time to call. The number on your screen. Once again, it's 19A Country Landscape. What else can you tell me about Steve?
Well, I like the of the framing. We have that important color right here on the lining of the painting.
The matte. It has a nice orange.
Then the green is echoed again in a muted form on the mat itself, and then extended into this rustic wood frame. The framing on this is perfect, and because of the nature of the subject and the color scheme, you cannot go wrong with this purchase.
No, you can't. It's going to be a wonderful purchase. Somebody's already bidding on it, which is good news. But we're going to go take a second to check in on the phone bank.
It ended up being a 175. Hi, we are so excited to be starting our 19th break of this 3-day art auction weekend. I'm here with our amazing phone bank volunteers. They're friends of KVIE, so they're here supporting us. On a Saturday night, they want to hear from you, so pick up the phone, dial 1-844-584-3278. And you're all good now just for this one, okay?
We're sitting here with item 19B, which is called Bull in Your Face by Sandy Lidblum. This is pastels measuring 19 by 23. It's framed by Archival Gallery. The retail value is $580, and this was a Jura Award in figurative, and you can see why. This is a really fun piece, even starting with the name, Bull in Your Face. I mean, this piece is really exciting. Tell me about it.
How many have we been standing by a field or a fence and looking at a field of cows, and suddenly they come to visit you? Well, this is exactly, I think, the artist's intent, bull in your face. You know, something like that could have been interpreted as something sort of scary and ominous, but because of the mastery of this particular artist, it's turned into something amusing and fun to look at. And look,
the bull's face is
this guy
open.
even has a backup singer right here, kind of sniffing like a puppy. And it's amusing and it's universal at the same time.
Bull in Your Face already has a high bid of $250, which is excellent. It does have a retail value of $580, so we have room to see that number go up. Let's see a bid of $300. It's a really good size for any room in your home.
16 by 20.
Perfect.
Would fit anywhere.
I think you described this as the perfect size when we were
It's the perfect size,
earlier.
yeah. Any larger, as I say, would be perhaps it would be a different painting. So she was very, very careful to pick the right size. I believe this is a demonstration piece for a group of artists that she started out with. Color is extremely important to Sandy, and I think color is a vehicle for her to express what she wants to express.
And this artist was actually one of our experts earlier in the day today. And a reminder, too, that this was a juror award. This was picked by a jury of her peers as a juror award in figurative.
It looks like a prize winner, and it also looks like a steal, if for no other reason. I don't want to diminish the art, but can you take a look at the beauty of this frame?
I love the frame.
It's sensational. It's just the right note of rustic and elegance at the same time. I love a flat frame as opposed to one of those old-fashioned curved ones. This would go on any contemporary wall.
It was framed actually by Archival Gallery.
Archival Gallery. Kudos to Archival.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
They know what they're doing.
Oh, absolutely. So Bull in Your Face, we still have a high bid of $250. I love the kind of confidence that this exudes. There's kind of a strong feeling. It's just
when I first looked at this piece, I thought, is that an oil painting? I had to come up and look closely to see exactly what it was, and I was stunned to see, no, this is pastel, but it's done in such a, we call it an overused word, painterly. It's done like a painter would paint, and the kind of flat, fast improvisational quality of that brush, of that pastel stroke, is very fresh and evocative of something that happened very quickly.
Well, Bull in your face right now, we have a high bid of $250, and you can probably hear those phones ringing back there. People are calling in. So if you are interested in this piece, now is the time to call. We only keep them open for a few minutes. Bull in your face, you could take it up to $300. We'd love to see that number going up. Just a reminder that all of the proceeds go to benefit KVIE.
$300, the frame itself is worth $300. To say, and when you add the quality of a work like this to that, it's quite a steal.
Absolutely.
So wake up and take a look at Bull in your face. You're never going to be tired of that.
No, that's a good point, because you'll walk through your home, and I think this will put a smile on your face every time you see it.
I hear a lot of people saying, but Steve, I don't have room for that on my wall. Then take that one down and put this one up for a while. It'll change everything about your room, and it'll make you smile every time you walk into it.
Bull on your face, we now have a $275 bid, which is excellent, which means we have a couple of people on the phones. If you want to join them in bidding, now is the time to call the number on your screen. Let's see, it just went up to $300. Excellent. That means we have a bidding war, which we love, because once again, the artist donated this for the proceeds to go to KVIE.
I think the people who would get this kind of a painting would be the kind that would fight for it, because it's worth a good fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We love a good fight here.
Yeah, Bull in your face. That's a good fighter, too.
And he's a fighter, too. We're going to go check in with the phone bank.
Hi, I'm here with 19A and Country Landscape. Right now we have a high bid of $200 and we are looking for a retail price of $650. So pick up your phones if you love this piece. Pick up your phones. This would be perfect at home, in your office, wherever you want to look at this beautiful piece. Pick up the phone, dial 1-844-584-3278. Thanks. Back to Christina.
Thanks, Rose. We're here with item 19C, which is Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon by Barbara Damon. This is an oil on canvas. It's measuring 23 by 19, and it has a retail value of $350. Let's just start with that title, Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon. It doesn't get much better than that, does it, Steve?
When I'm looking at someone's art, I often ask myself, when I'm trying to assess the piece, exactly what was their intent? What were they trying to do? I think the artist has told us what she's trying to do in terms of the subject and the title.
It's evoking a wonderful feeling. We're only looking for a $75 starting bid. This has a retail value of $350. So again, $75. Call now to get in on Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon. What can you tell us about this painting?
Well, of course, it's in the gold country, and which makes it quintessentially California. And at the same time, there's an impressionist quality to this. These broken brush strokes sort of add up to create an impressionist look. Makes it much richer than just simply filling in a color with a large area, which you see in many contemporary pieces. The overall glow of this green area, kind of this big C shape, is kind of framing the center of interest, and you can't miss the center of interest. The contrast between this pure red and these hazy, glorious, cool greens, which are the complementary color of the red, just make it pop.
And that's what when you hear Lazy Summer Afternoon, you picture yourself on that boat floating down that river.
Well, the lyric quality of there too, even though the colors are so bold, because all of the colors of the color scheme are reproduced in the background in this hazy, toned down color scheme, which is makes it cohesive, makes it coherent. It all makes color sense.
It's beautiful. It's a very warm piece.
It's a very warm piece indeed.
Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon. We have a high bid of $100, but it does have a retail value of $350. The piece we were just at before, Bull in Your Face, by the way, is up to $475, which is so exciting. That one is very close to being a bell ringer. The retail on that one is $580. And Country Landscape still open with a high bid of $200. Lazy Summer Afternoon. We talked about the frame on this one. You mentioned that you really love this one.
I like the frame on this one. It's sort of an Art Deco frame to me.
It is.
Yeah. So it gives it a sort of a contemporary effect, which is very attractive on this particular piece.
This is a beautiful piece.
I think we're going into fall as well, and this is a fall piece. These are fall colors.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Fall colors, and it would be a great piece to go in maybe an office, a study. It has a very
well, once again, it's a piece that could go anywhere.
Absolutely.
It would find a home anywhere, and it would glow off the wall like a stained glass window. It has that kind of quality to it.
It absolutely does. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
I really want to ring this bell because I just had pizza and I'm feeling energized. I am standing next to 19B, Bull in Your Face by Sandy Lindblad. She is an award-winning pastel artist, a member of pastel societies, a bunch of different galleries. I'm not going to list off her huge resume, which is like that thick. This piece is $580. There we go, $625. We're still going to keep it open, so call up. I'm back in. Call up, give us a bid, 844-584-3278. Let's go back to Christina.
Thank you so much, Steve. We're still here with Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon, which has a high bid of $100. Steve, what else can you tell us about this?
So many times when I'm looking at a traditional Impressionist painting, it seems to me that it's a little lightweight. You know, it's kind of pretty and kind of pastel and kind of too pretty. This has got a real authority to it, so you have to kind of tip your hat to it. When you look at the darks and lights in this center of interest, it's got a punch to it. But it shows that this particular artist knows exactly what they are doing. When you have that, and then you have the reflection reproducing the color scheme of the center of interest, they kind of bringing it down. This is all very crafty stuff.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this one open so people can continue to bid on Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19D. It's Fly Fishing on the Stanislaus River by Paulette Pesavento. This is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 25. It was framed by Blue Wing Gallery and Framing. It has a retail value of $625. Now, fly fishing on the Stanislaus River, obviously the Stanislaus River is a local location here.
It's a local location. It was huge in the gold rush period, and everyone who has been to the Stanislaus River can recognize
relate to this, absolutely.
Relate to it. It's in the foothills, and I think once again we are seeing a lot of impressionistic work in the California Impressionist tradition, which is exciting to see, especially when it's done with by artists of this caliber. This is not just your traditional landscape. This is a landscape which has real authority to it, and it's crafted once again in a triadic color scheme. It has been surrounding itself with this sort of frames our center of interest, the banks. All of these intense colors are then reproduced in the background in a very soft, impressionistic way. I love the fisherman.
The fisherman is the best. He provides kind of a size so you can see how big he is.
If you could, yes, it provides a sense of scale, and it creates and reinforces the center of interest. Can you imagine this painting without that fisherman? It would be very difficult.
It's a really neat detail. Fly fishing on Stanislaus River, we're looking for a starting bid of $200. This has a retail value of $625. Starting bid of $200. This is, again, it's ready to go home with a gorgeous frame on it. You could take this home and have it on your wall as early as tomorrow.
I was in love with the painting the first time I saw it. It's hard not to love it, but take a look at that frame.
I love it.
I love this
The details
stuff.
on this frame are really interesting.
It has a rustic quality to it that would fit into any decor. And the fact that you have a linen frame separating this lovely rustic wood, this is pretty classy stuff. And it just elevates the whole piece to an even higher level.
This may be something that relates to you as a viewer. Perhaps this is a place that you've spent time, or you are a fisherman. This would be a really lovely addition to your home. Let's go check in with the phone bank.
I am so excited. 19B, Bull in Your Face, is up to $700. It's a bell ringer. I'm standing next to 19C, Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon. It's at $125. It's a piece that's valued at $350. This whole entire group right here is just such a peaceful, serene group of paintings. They're looking at 19D, the fly fishing on the Stanislaus River. As a fly fisherman, I am totally drawn to that piece. So we're going to get an opening bid of that. I need $200 on that. That would be beautiful up in your little fly fishing cabin. So let's take another look at it. 19D.
Thanks so much, Dee. She's absolutely right. A cabin, this would be a beautiful piece for that, looking for a starting bid of $200. Steve, tell me a little bit about the perspective.
Well, the perspective on this is really rather interesting. It brings us right into the river here, into the painting, and we stop to visit the fly fisherman. But if you'll notice, as we go out, we are dealing with another kind of perspective, which is atmospheric perspective, where all the colors on this color scheme are reproduced in a muted form, and it gives us a tremendous sense of distance. And in this particular piece, it's kind of a lyrical element that it ordinarily wouldn't have. If it were sharp focus, it would not be the same painting at all.
It's gorgeous. It's something that there's a lot to look at here.
There's
There's a lot for your eye to be drawn to, and then the frame is just a bonus. Again, framed by Blue Wing Gallery and Framing, with some gorgeous detail on that.
This is a wormwood frame, and it perfectly matches. It's a perfect touch for a painting of this rustic California impressionist masterpiece.
Absolutely. I'm happy to say that we do have a high bid of $200.
All
we
right.
do have people calling in on fly fishing on Stanislaus River. If this is one that you'd like to take home, now is the time to call. We're going to keep this piece open so you can continue to bid on it, but we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 19E. It is Gold on the Horizon by Beth Savage. This is photography measuring 32 by 24. The retail value is $500. This is a gorgeous piece. I'm excited to talk about this one.
Yes, I am too.
This is really neat.
Beth is a superlative artist. I'm not going to call her a photographer. I'm going to call her a photographic artist. This is such a long shot away from a really terrific and lucky cell phone shot that you might have picked up. This is a carefully considered, carefully manipulated, and piece of artwork.
Absolutely.
And I talk about this kind of photography the same way I would a painting. There is literally no difference. It's just a different media. She's in total control of what she's doing. This, by the way, is a series, one of a series that she did with the same barn. Reminds me of Monet when he was doing the haystack over and over again with different lights and different colors and different moods. This is what Beth is doing.
And your eye is drawn right to that barn.
Right to that little
It's
sweet
masterful
part.
the way she's composed this photo, so your eye goes right there.
That red only appears in its pure form and that particular spot, so we're automatically drawn to it. By the way, the title was invented by, or rather given to it by the owner of that barn.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Beth had a conversation with the farmer, and he said the title of Gold on the Horizon had a dual meaning. Now this is the farmer talking. He says not only does it just the beauty of the golden sunset, but the fact that this fallow field will once again turn to gold on its own. So I said, you know, there's a lot to like about this piece.
There's a lot to like about it. Gold on the Horizon. Right now we have a high bid of $150. It has a retail value of $500. Let's check in with Dee in the phone bank.
We've got this piece that I absolutely love, the fly fishing on the Stanislaus River. It's at $250. It's got a retail of $625. If you've got a fly fisherman in your life, like I do, what a beautiful gift to honor that grandpa who taught you how to fish. Or maybe it's just something that you want to put in your office to remind yourself what you really want to be doing all day. That is fly fishing on the Stanislaus River, 19D. It's at $250. It's got a value of $625. Lazy Happy Summer Afternoon is a bell ringer at $350. And we're looking at Gold on the Horizon. That is a beautiful piece. It translates all the way across the studio. I'm going to send it back to Christine.
Thank you so much, Dee. Again, we're here with Gold on the Horizon, which right now has a high bid of $250, which is excellent, which means we have people on the phone who are calling in, and you could be one of those people calling in as well. One detail we wanted to point out is this was from Yolo County. So it's a local piece, and it is very Central Valley.
It's very evocative of the Central Valley.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, in terms of perspective, we were talking about that earlier. Beth has chosen to give us a one-point perspective, which automatically draws us into this piece rather immediately. And it doesn't stop till we get to the horizon line and the spectacular, the star of the show, which is the barn.
It's now up to a bid of $325, so we have a little bit of a bidding war, which is excellent, because just a reminder that all of the proceeds go to benefit KVIE. Again, this is a beautiful, quintessential Northern California piece in your home, absolutely.
Excuse me, Christina, one of the things that the buyer might be interested in, since this is a series, and Beth is all over the place in terms of where you can find her work. You might be able to run into another barn photograph, which is part of this series, and what a treat that would be. That would be fun to tell your friends.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
Or you could collect them.
This is a large piece, and it's very dramatic.
Very dramatic. We're going to keep it up, we'll keep it open so that bidding war can continue.
Good.
This piece.
It deserves a bidding war.
Gold on the horizon. We right now have a high bid of $350. Again, it has a retail value of $500.
I think people are just beginning to wake up.
And we're going to move on to our next piece.
Sorry.
Our next piece is item 19F, which is McGee Creek by Gay Kent. This is photography measuring 24 by 36, and the retail value is $850. This is another location one that we can talk about. This one was Mono County.
Yes.
What can you tell us about this piece, Steve?
Well, I'm not so interested in the location as I am the quality of this image. This is not something that you get with a quick photograph on your iPhone. This is a very carefully crafted, manipulated, and it's developed as an artist would develop, not as a photographer, not as a amateur photographer. I think one of the most difficult things when you're dealing as an artist with the idea of moving water is how do you portray that? I mean, this is a very active and kinetic thing, and there are a lot of different approaches. Some ultra-realist photographers will try to capture that movement and just freeze it. This photographer has decided to, no, in her treatment, she's going to develop, going to portray movement of water, in all of its transparency and in all of its kinetic energy, in contrast with the wonderful sensual qualities of this rock and the surfaces that are so reflective and evocative of temperature and mood.
I love the movement that you keep referring to, absolutely. And we're very lucky that this particular artist, Gay Kent, and her husband are both donators to KVIE, so thank you so much for that support. McGee Creek right now has a high bid of $200. It does have a retail value of $850. It is a very large piece.
It's a large piece, and when you would to walk in a room with a piece like this, it's something that would take your breath away.
Oh, absolutely.
I felt that when I saw that at the preview auction and preview party, and I said, oh my gosh, this is spectacular.
And it's printed on metal, I believe that we had discussed.
It's printed in metal, which is something which is being done a lot. It's not heavy. It would easily mount without a frame, just the way it is, on your wall.
You could take it home tomorrow. This is a piece you could buy and have on your wall immediately. Again, we have a high bid of $200 from McGee Creek.
I'm noticing too that there is a subtle sort of transparency effect here. It almost looks like a rainbow. This is so stunning. I want this piece myself.
He might walk over to the phones right now and bid on it himself.
No, it's obvious that this is a high quality art and it deserves your attention.
It does. Speaking of the phones, let's go check in with Dee.
I've got 2 bell ringers in a row. Fly fishing on the Stanislaus River 19D has just reached its retail price at $625. It's still open. You can still bid on it. And this lovely piece, 19E Gold on the Horizon, is a $500 value. It's a bell ringer at $625. Thank you very much for supporting KVIE and taking home an absolutely beautiful piece. We've got another gorgeous photograph out there. Let's see if we can bring that to a bell ringer.
Thanks so much, Steve. We are standing here again with McGee Creek. What else can you tell me about this piece?
I love the contrast in the softness of the water and these extraordinary textures of moss on the rocks, of the glossy surface of the rocks here. It's so evocative of time and place, and it just makes you want to wade through that water and enjoy it. You want to touch the rocks.
You do. And you could touch this. You could bring it home and have it in your home. Just give us a call, the number on your screen. And please stay tuned, because there's more coming up in the next half an hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Grab your blanket and umbrella for a day at the beach. Coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features the sun and surf in two-dimensional works. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Christina Salerno, and we are back for another half hour of live auction action featuring some exciting works of beach-themed art. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 20A is Low Tide Beach Time by Donella Hurley. This is acrylic on board measuring 16 by 20. It has a retail value of $300. Item 20B is Baby Doll by Victoria Brooks. This is oil on linen measuring 20 by 16. It has a retail value of $1,500. Item 20C is Low Tide at Garapata by Barry Jameson. This is pastels measuring 23 by 28. The retail value is $750. Item 20D is Ko'olau Mountain Range by Marie Gonzalez. This is pastels measuring 26 by 33 with a retail value of $600. Item 20E is Waikiki by Richard Marr. This is watercolor measuring 32 by 28. It was framed by Archival Gallery, and the retail value is $750. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Steve Memory to talk about these great pieces. Steve, let's jump right in. Low Tide Beach Time. This is a really lovely piece. What can you tell me about it?
Well, it's a little jewel. It's a little gem indeed. And it's acrylic on board. I think what Donella, the artist, has managed to do is made something which looks very simple, with something which is very difficult, seem to appear very engaging and simple and crisp.
It is
elegant.
very crisp, absolutely. Low Tide on Beach Time. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. This piece has a retail value of $300, so $100 to call in and get the bidding going. Steve, it draws your eye all over the place. There's a lot of little details in here we can talk about. There's a dog, there's children, family. What do you want to talk about?
There's so much to look at here. It's a series of little anecdotes that carries you throughout the picture. The artist's intent was to just have fun portraying mother and daughter and children playing at the beach, but it's more than that. She's managed to give us a little walking tour of the subject, starting us down here and then weaving through these arabesques of seaweed through all the way through. And then we have a very subtle effect of sunlight on the water, which is just so difficult to do, and she captures it brilliantly. But it's part of that whole series of S's that keep the thing moving and keep it very pleasant to look at.
This is a great family portrait. Maybe you and your family have spent time at the beach at low tide collecting seashells or seaweed with your family or your dog. And this would be a fantastic painting to be a reminder of that you could have in your home. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 for Low Tide Beach Time. Steve, I like the word you used earlier. You said it was clean. There's a nice white frame.
It's clean, it's crisp, and it's a happy picture.
Absolutely. This will make you smile every time you see this on your wall.
What I like about Donella's style is that she is able to combine the virtues of transparent watercolor along with the power and snap that you get with acrylic, which is quite a good trick to do. Look at the way she has managed to portray the crisp, sort of through the acrylic, the crisp detail of the dog and the cast shadow on water. Not an easy thing to do. Plus the reflection of that dog on the surface of the water. These are pretty sophisticated things.
I love that you pointed that out because you don't almost notice them at first. It's like the longer you look at the
like
piece,
I say,
the more
she
you
makes
see beautiful details.
she makes the something which is difficult appear very easy, and it's not. She's in total charge of something which is intriguingly difficult.
Absolutely. Low Tide Beach Time, we're looking for a starting bid of $100. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. This is the start of this break, Day at the Beach. It's a beautiful category. Now is the time to call. The number is on your screen, 844-KVIE-ART. Make the phone bank busy, make the phones ring so we can make bell ringers out of all of these pieces. Time is fleeting for all of them. Day at the Beach, you don't want to miss it. Again, 844-KVIE-ART. That's the number to call. Get in on it. And let's go back over to Christina. Christina?
Thank you so much, Kelly. Again, we're standing here with Low Tide Beach Time. This would be a fantastic addition at a beach house, possibly. This would be something that
just screams beach house.
It screams beach house, yes.
Yeah. It has
or
that
river
lightness,
house.
yeah.
Or just your house. And to get that bidding started, it's just $100 by calling the number on your screen. You talked a little bit about the colors. You really enjoy the colors in this. What can you tell me about that?
I like the way that you have very pastel versions of the colors, which echo the strong colors that you see in these little detailed anecdotal figures and dogs. It's a pretty slick trick to do. So we have the pastel version of the original pure colors. It's good stuff.
It absolutely is. And Donnell is a longtime contributor, which we very much
God bless her.
appreciate. Yes.
God bless her.
Thank you so much. And just a reminder that all of the artists are donating their work to be auctioned off here to benefit KVIE. So all of the proceeds that are raised today go to benefit KVIE and the programming that you love, the educational programs, the local, the national programs, the kids programs, which brings us back to this painting because there's a sweet little child in this one. Again, a great family portrait. It really could be any family. It could be your family. As you mentioned, I think you called it a universal
It's a universal piece, and it's the kind of anecdote that if you are thinking, well, now that looks sort of like my little daughter, or that looks like me.
Or my dog.
You've missed the point. It's really more of a universal statement. And we're supposed to be amused and engaged by the wonderful figures. My favorite's the dog.
The dog, absolutely.
I love the animals. And also, one of the things that I find that she chose to do, which I think is pretty remarkable, is that all of these abstract-like fronds of seaweed along there, along the
Right.
shore there, just that tells me I'm in California.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this piece open so you can continue to bid on it. We're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20B. It's called Baby Doll by Victoria Brooks. This is oil on linen measuring 20 by 16. The retail value is $1,500. This is a really nice piece. We just talked a lot about family and children, and this is a perfect example of that. I love this piece.
I just want to tell the KVIE audience right now that if you have a chance to purchase a Victoria Brooks at this price, you need to jump on it. You know, it reminds me of people who are in Antiques Roadshow who say, we bought this for $5 and now it's worth $40,000. This is that kind of painting. It can only improve in value, not only to you, but financially. This is going no place but up.
Right.
Think of this Victoria Brooks as an investment.
Victoria is a longtime contributor to KVIE, which we appreciate. We're looking for a starting bid of $300. Let's talk about the piece of art here. Steve, what can you tell me about the art itself?
Well, one of the things that separates this from a lesser painter is that she has a genius for reproducing reflective and transparent surfaces. It's like when you think of like Vermeer and the girl with the pearl earring and how luminous those flesh tones are. This is the same idea. It reflect the skin is like a pearl. It picks up all of the things that are around it, and the center of interest are these two strikingly complementary colors right here, and we see that throughout the entire piece. Victoria is an artist of the highest caliber. I've enjoyed her work for years, and I think of her, she's one of the Sacramento superstars.
Absolutely. And this could be your piece. We're looking for just a starting bid of $300 on this piece. I love the youthful exuberance of it.
Well, I don't want anyone to be put off by the fact that I don't know who that girl is. Is that supposed to be? It is every toddler.
It could be anybody. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
Thanks, Christina. I'm here with Mary Ellen. She's holding item 20A, Low Tide Beach Time. We've got a bidding war. This is the area that bidding war is happening, and you can be a part of it. Call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $175, $175 for this beautiful Low Tide Beach Time item 20A. Call the number on your screen. Get on the action. And we want an opening bid on Baby Doll, and so we're looking for a bid of $300 in item 20B. And this is item 20A. We're looking for a bid of $175. And let's go back to Christina. Christina?
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. We're here with Baby Doll. We're looking for a starting bid of $300 on this gorgeous piece. What else can you tell us about it, Steve?
Well, Victoria, in all of her beach scenes, is just one of her major genres that she's famous for. she is very careful about picking just the right gesture, just the telling moment in a child's position that tells us all we need to know about the joy of this particular kid.
Any parent could relate to that. Any grandparent could relate to that. I mean, this is something you probably have memories of your child running on the beach just like this, chasing after ball. And there's probably a parent right behind this child chasing them as well.
More importantly, it's not just your child. This is, if you were ever a child, this is you on the beach.
Absolutely.
I can relate to it immediately. Thousands of years ago when I was a child. Look at how Victoria has picked up the color of the child's skin in the ball that's in front of her. This is really remarkable, remarkably sophisticated painting. Once again, if you have a chance to pick this up, grab it.
You do have a chance right now. All you have to do is call the number on your screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $300 for Baby Doll. It's a very clean, I know we've used that word before, but it's again a very clean painting, a beautiful white frame.
Well, not only, Christina, would it go well in a beach house situation, but it would go well in any house.
Yeah, this is not one I would not necessarily just attribute to a beach house, but really any house.
It's the kind
especially one with young children.
It's the kind of painting that you would walk into the room and make you smile every day. And how good is that?
Absolutely. It could also be a gift. Maybe there's somebody in your family. This would remind you of an excellent family time. Baby Doll, again, we're looking for $300 starting bid.
An exquisite exquisite painting.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep it open for you to continue to bid on and move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20C, Low Tide at Garapata by Barry Jameson. This is pastels measuring 23 by 28. The retail value is $750. And this is an actual location. Can you tell us a little bit about the location, Steve?
Yeah, the park that he is, it's Garapata. If I'm mispronouncing it, I apologize. It's just below Point Lobos. And any Californian would look at that and say, well, I know this is California seashore. There's something wonderful, wonderfully recognizable about it immediately. The artist tells us that this is a little hard to get to, but once you get there, it's very accessible. That being said, I think of this as a mood piece. It's early in the morning. The water is clear and clean and crisp. We are encouraged and invited to look into the transparency of this water. Very characteristics of that particular California coast.
It's very California, absolutely. That's a very good way to describe it. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. This has a retail value of $750. As Steve mentioned, I mean, it's evocative of pretty much any California coastline.
Yes.
So perhaps that's a place that speaks to you or speaks to somebody in your family. Again, it's another beautifully framed piece that you could take home immediately.
It has a rustic quality to it that would go anywhere. It would go with any decor. And once again, it's the kind of painting like the one we saw previously that you walk in the room and it makes you smile because he makes an effort to really put you there. The colors are absolutely jewel-like. And once again, he's very much in control. He knows exactly what he's doing with his color scheme. I'm very impressed with Barry.
Let's talk about a lot of the details in here. I mean, you can, when our cameras are kind of panning down on this piece, but you can see the rocks here at the bottom. Can you talk a little bit more about the detail that you can find in this painting?
Well, what he does, he approaches it a very painterly way without laboring on ultra detail like a photographer might do. He gives us just what we need to know, and then we fill the rest of it in with our own imaginations. This is so evocative too of the California coast, these rich, warm ice plants on the side of the cliffs. And I think everything is really designed to pull us back into the real artist's intent, which is to celebrate that transparent, evocative, beautiful lagoon.
It is a beautiful lagoon. We're looking for a starting bid for Low Tide, just a starting bid of $150. Again, this has a retail value of $750. Please call the number on your screen, 844-584-3278, if you'd like to place a bid on this piece. Steve, what else can you tell us about it?
Well, this is one of Barry's, it's a part of a series that Barry does with the California coast. It's something, it's a subject he keeps going back to. This is not a beginning artist. This is a very seasoned and very professional artist whose work needs to be appreciated and enjoyed in your home.
It can be enjoyed in your home by calling in the number on your screen. Let's go check in with the phone bank.
Hi, I am sitting next to 20B Baby Doll by Victoria Brooks. Victoria is incredibly well known for her beach scene, and this is everybody's grandchild on the beach for their first time. So if you've got a special grandchild and a special beach that you have memories of, what a beautiful thing to pass down in your family. I currently have a bid of $650. It's a $1,500 piece of work. It is 20B Baby Doll by Victoria Brooks, one of our California masters in this year's art auction. Let's go back to Steve.
Thank you so much, Dee. I love that. Baby doll already at $700 actually, and that just shows you that these pieces go very quick. So if you want to get in on the bidding, now is the time to call. Don't hesitate because they get closed very quickly. Low Tide, we're standing here with Low Tide, which we're looking for a starting bid of just $150 to get the bidding going on that one. Steve, you were just talking a little bit about the mood that this evokes for you. Can you tell me about that?
Barry is very selective in terms of how he composes a scene like this and what he doesn't show us. For example, this is merely an indication of morning fog coming in, and that's all we really need to know. He suggests it, and then he keeps us focused again back on the real intent and center of interest in the picture, which is the gorgeous Low Tide. Also, I'd like you to look at where this little human element, where it eliminated, it would be an entirely different painting. So he knows what he's doing. He adds up these little details, puts them together in something which is evocative and very, very California.
Very California. And it can be in your California home too. Just give us a call at the number on your screen. We're going to keep this one open, but move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20D. It's Ko'olau Mountain Range by Marie Gonzalez. This is pastels measuring 26 by 33. This has a retail value of $600 and it is artist framed. So this is a neat one. Prior to the break, Steve and I were talking about how we actually both thought this was a photograph when we saw it. We didn't realize that it was pastels until you get up close. I mean, that's how talented this artist is. Steve, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's stunning to come up closer and say, oh my gosh, this is not a photograph. This is a pastel painting. It demonstrates that this artist is a consummate, brilliant expert at doing this particular in this particular medium. When I first saw the piece, I thought, well, okay, we're in Kauai, right? Because no place has mountains like this except Hawaii. But then again, I found out when I read the title again and looked it up, I Googled it, I have to confess, and no, this is in Oahu. And unlike the Kauai Mountains, which is so typical of that area, this is a younger range of lava mountains.
We're looking for a starting bid of $150 on this piece. It has a retail value of $600. It's a large piece. Perhaps you or your family have traveled to Hawaii quite a bit. Perhaps you own a condo there. What a great reminder of those amazing times that you spent perhaps in vacation on Hawaii. It has a very prehistoric, tropical feel to it, doesn't it,
primal,
Steve?
very primal, but very attractive. Like, okay, I'm ready to buy my ticket. Let's go. What I love about the choices that this artist has made is that the real subject of the piece is obviously the wonderful, incredibly unique mountain range found only in this kind of an environment in Hawaii. But look how it's framed it's stunningly set off by the fog at the top and the greenery and the tropical vegetation on the bottom.
I like that you mentioned the frame. It was artist framed, which means they made a very deliberate selection.
The frame is scrumptious.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's scrumptious.
Let's go check in with the phone bank.
20B Baby Doll, that lovely painting of the child on the beach, is currently at $1,050. We're looking for $1,500. This is Low Tide at Getapata. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. If your family vacations down on the beach, you need something to remind you of that yearly trip. This is the piece. 20C, it's at $300. It's got a $750 value. It is a beautiful pastel. It's been professionally framed, so it's lifted away from the glass. It's got this perfect beachy frame on it that would complement any decor, and the artist just did an amazing job. I always have the utmost respect for pastels. And speaking of pastels, let's go out and look at item number 20D again. I can't believe that's a pastel.
I can't believe it's a pastel. That's something we're all saying here. And it's, again, Kalau Mountain Range. We do have a high bid of $150. Excellent. So we have people calling in on the phones. Now is the time for you to call and get in this piece. Again, they go so quickly. Steve, there were some details that you wanted to point out to our viewers. What would you like to point out?
Well, we both commented when we started talking about this piece how shocked we were that this was a pastel and not a high definition photograph. The detail in these leaves, when done with pastel, is it's only a master pastelist can come up with that kind of control.
Wow.
And it's so perfect because it sets off the fog texture so beautifully.
It absolutely does. I love the mood that this one evokes.
It's a mood piece. Yes,
it's a mood piece.
Yeah.
It's thoughtful almost.
Yeah.
I would say it's something that you can definitely spend time looking at.
It transcends just the fact that, oh yeah, it reminds me of Hawaii. No, this is something else. It transcends that. It's a mood piece. It makes you peaceful. And I'll take a little of that. I can use a little of
We
that
could
in
all
my
use a
life.
little piece of Hawaii.
Yeah.
We could all use a little piece of Hawaii in our own homes, and you can have that by calling the number on your screen and placing a bid on this beautiful piece. Right now we have a high bid of $150. Let's see that number go to $200. Steve, what else can you tell us about this?
Well, I think that the fact that it is so craftily composed, these are basically parallel to the picture plane. We have a series of verticals and then a series of complementary horizontals, which I think is pretty slick stuff. And I can't tell you how much I know the artist is groaning when I say it, but the frame absolutely sets it off perfectly. It would go in any traditional or contemporary home.
Absolutely.
So try to visualize this in someplace in your home. You're not going to be disappointed.
No, you will not. Well, we're going to keep this one open so you can continue to bid on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 20E. It's called Waikiki by Richard Marr. This is a watercolor measuring 32 by 28. It was framed by Archival Gallery. It has a retail value of $750. We are in the Hawaii portion of our
We are in the Hawaii portion. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready
to go.
Exactly. Let's go to the beach. This is another one. Maybe you or your family vacations in Hawaii, maybe specifically at Waikiki. This would be a wonderful painting to have as a reminder of those times that you have together. Right now, we do have a high bid of $175, which is excellent. Let's see that number go to $200. It has a retail value of $750. What can you tell us about Waikiki?
Well, Waikiki is this is the product of someone who really knows his transparent watercolor technique. And it's something that once you get into transparent watercolor, either as a buyer or a painter, nothing else looks right. Always transparent watercolor, that's the one that sings. That's the one that has that wonderful white paper coming through the pigment like a stained glass window. It never gets muddy. It just always seems bright and beautiful and spontaneous. And
I like the words bright and beautiful. I just want to stop and emphasize those because this is a very large piece. It's a large piece. It's very bright. It could absolutely hold any wall in your home.
Oh, yes.
With this kind of a size and the bright colors in it as well. And there's so many details to look at as well. Are there any particular details you want to highlight?
Well,
Steve?
I love the joy that Richard has in this subject matter. I mean, it just bounces with happiness and liveliness. He has just the right anecdotal note, and notice the contrasting orange colors is the only place we really see it in its pure form. But we have these anecdotal little figures in the foreground, the wonderful umbrellas. It like puts us there.
We want to be right there. Let's go check in with Dee in the phone bank.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to auction this one off live. We've got Baby Doll is at $19.50. I have two people fighting over it. I'm at $19.50. I want to go up in $100 increments. Who's going to give me $21.50? I kind of skipped a little. Did you notice? $21.50 is a good number. Come on, folks. I'm going to close this out. That's item number 20B, Baby Doll. We're at $19.50. We're going to close it out here in a minute. Let me catch up. 20C, Low Tide, is at $525. It's got a $750 value. That beautiful pastel of the Mountain Ridge 20D of Hawaii. If you took your honeymoon there, what a gift. It's at $150 and it's got a $600 value. We're going to go out and take one more look at this piece, and I'm going to close out Baby Doll. We're at $2,100.
What they got.
That's so exciting. I love to hear that. And just a reminder that these pieces go quick. It was only a few minutes ago that we were standing there talking about Baby Doll. So if you were interested in this particular piece, Waikiki, now is the time to call the number on your screen. Right now we have a high bid of $175. Let's see that number go to $200. Steve, what kind of era does this painting remind you of?
Thank you for asking, because I'm an old guy and I remember the 40s and the 50s. And this reminds me, in a way, it kind of evokes the era of the travel poster and Harry Owens and the Royal Hawaiians and Sweet Leilani and all that. That it has the patina of age to it, which I think is very engaging. It kind of one of the things that draws me to it. And this classic view of Diamond Head against the white hotel. I mean, what's not to love? That is quintessential Honolulu.
It's quintessential. It absolutely is. It's a beautiful frame. It's a very large size. Yeah, it's absolutely spectacular. I would walk in and this would put a smile on my face.
It would put a smile. It puts a smile on my face right now, because I think the joy that Richard had in painting this piece is obvious in the way the fronds of that palm tree are just so joyous and so evocative of the subject.
Absolutely. And this piece can be yours. It can bring you joy. All you have to do is call the number on your screen right now to place a bid. Right now we have a high bid of $175 for this wonderful watercolor piece. Again, it's 32 by 28, so a good size piece to put in any room in your home, really.
Yeah, it's a statement piece, and it's something, because of the nature of the medium, it's not something you get tired of. You can live with that for the rest of your life. It just, once again, it'll remind you of Hawaii. It also will remind you of early Hawaii in the 50s and 60s, a different world.
Absolutely.
Very happy painting.
Absolutely. All of the proceeds raised today go to KVIE in supporting the programs that you love.
Waikiki is absolutely beautiful. It's a big, stunning piece. If that's where you took your honeymoon, if that's where you vacation, what a great gift at $175. That's 20E. I am beyond bell ringing status. We are still auctioning off Baby Doll 20B. We are at $3,000. It has a $1,500 retail. Anything above the retail is a direct donation to your PBS station, KVIE. If you want a piece, it's an original. You can't get another one. So bid high, people, and bid often. This is going to go home with somebody and become their next family heirloom. Again, item 20B is at $3,000. I'm going to close it out. We've only got $175 on 20E, and we're going to can we take another look at that?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Steve. We're here with Waikiki. We have a high bid of $175. This artist, his name is Richard Marr. He is a longtime contributor to KVIE, which we appreciate so much. Thank you so much for your support. And just a reminder that the artists are donating these pieces. 100% of this donation goes to supporting KVIE. They want their art out there to be seen, but they also want the proceeds to go to KVIE. So it's a win-win. You get a beautiful piece that's immediately ready to go in your home, and the artist has their donation go to KVIE. Steve, what else can you tell us about this?
Well, Richard is a multiple award winner. This is not a beginning artist. This is an old timer, and he knows what he's doing. And I think the fact that he is a long time contributor, as in like 20 years, we need to tip our hat to those people, because they have supported KVIE, and I think we should all support KVIE by buying wonderful artwork of this caliber.
Absolutely.
And putting it in our homes.
All right, we'll go check in with Dee in the phone bank.
$3,200. That's what Baby Doll is currently at. That's what you need to do when you love a piece. We're going to keep bidding this. We're going to keep bidding on this piece, 20B. Waikiki 20E is still open at $175. That's a great buy on that piece. I love Hawaii, and Richard Marr is a great artist. So I want everybody to stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour on your KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin. Stay tuned for artists from The Artery, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Artist owned and operated and located in Davis, California, The Artery is a cooperative gallery of fine art and contemporary crafts that was founded in 1974 with over 70 active members. View all of the galleries featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works from the Artery Gallery collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 21A is Callas by Linda Miller. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 12 by 24. Retail value is $600. Item 21B is The Bells Are Ringing by Emma Luna. This is mixed media measuring 26 by 29. Retail value is $700. Item 21C is Fun Flag by Heidi Becca-Breed. This is mixed media measuring 28 by 22. Retail value is $400. Item 21D is Saber Squirrelfish by Christopher DeWeese. This is a relief print measuring 32 by 24. Retail value is $700. Item 21E is Seven Trees by Laura Morton. This is mixed media measuring 27 by 24, and the retail value is $2,000. And item 21F is Quilted Maple Dyed Bowl by Neil DeVore. This is wood measuring 16 by 16 by 3, and the retail value is $400. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Marie-Therese Brown. Marie-Therese is an art teacher and artist who paints full-time and exhibits her paintings at the Artery Gallery in Davis. She's a longtime contributor to the art auction, both as an artist and an art expert. And welcome, Marie-Therese.
Hello, it's so nice to be with you today.
An honor to have you. So let's just dive right in. This is item 21A. We've got a bid of $150, and while people are calling the number on their screen to bid even higher to $175, tell us about this painting.
Well, I'm so proud to be able to show this painting of Linda Miller's. She paints all kinds of things at the Artery. You can get little boxes with tiny paintings, and she paints tiny earrings, but once in a while she does these big, beautiful paintings of calla lilies, and I just think it's spectacular. It's wonderful to see it in person right now and see how it glows.
It's really beautiful. It's glowing on your screen. We need to make the phones ringing to go with the glowing painting. The number is on your screen. This is item 21A, Callas. We have a bid of $200. The retail value is $600. This is the time to make a lot of bell ringers, and you make that happen by ringing the bells of the phones. Again, we're looking for a bid of $225 for item 21A. What else can you share with us?
Well, this is an acrylic painting. She always paints with acrylics, and she's managed to make these acrylics just blend, and the white calla lilies are filled with color. And that's what she loves. She made a little statement about she loves to see the colors. You don't see anything that's pure white, and yet you know it's a white calla lily, but she's able to make the shadows with these gorgeous colors along the edges. Beautiful, 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 and in the leaves too. all the variety that she uses.
It's just so beautiful. It's really lush. We have a bid of $200 for callas. This is item 21A. We're looking for a bid of $225. Call the number on your screen, and while you're bidding on this beautiful piece of art, you're also supporting local programming and national programming that you love, like Antiques Roadshow and Rob on the Road and Sunday Stories, which is a new series. So get on the phones right now and call. What else can you share with us?
Well, you know, I always count the number of, like, how many lilies are there?
Oh.
You know, it's sort of a little spiritual thing, and I'm looking at it. It's usually an odd number. She has these 5 calla lilies, totally beautifully balanced with the background dark blue. It's painted on the edges, and her signature is complementary, looks beautiful with it. Something that is all green and blue and white, you know, you'd think, you're dying to see a little red. You want to see all those colors, and she's managed in just a very subtle way to add that warmth to all these cool colors. And then the little stamens in the middle have that bright orange, so there's a warmth to it that really adds to the painting.
It's really, really beautiful. There's a warmth in the painting. There's a warmth for you when you support public television. And we've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. Let's make this a bell ringer like we've heard other bell ringers before it. This is item 21A, callas. It is an acrylic on canvas, as you mentioned. And it's also a different kind of size than I'm used to seeing, like at least the shape. It's very tall.
Yeah, tall vertical, you know, that reflects the shape of the plants, the tall calla lilies. No frame. It could be framed, but she has it really nicely painted on the sides so that the continuation of the color at the top and at the bottom is very well finished and beautiful from the front and the back. I love the verticality of it, going all the way to that tiny little tip of green. You know.
I love that. It's just so delicate and very elegant.
She really pays attention to detail and has fine brushwork in everything that she does. There's nothing sloppy about anything that Linda Miller does.
It's so beautiful. And we're going to go check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee, what's going on?
I am so excited. Our phone bank is hopping, which means if you want a piece, you need to call now. The current group of paintings that we have up right now are from the Artery in Davis, one of Davis' oldest, most premier galleries. These are professional artists. These are pieces that you would find on the Artery gallery walls, but you can only get them tonight right here at your KVIE Art Auction. Let's look at that next piece.
Time is fleeting. This is The Bells Are Ringing, and what a perfect title for right now, because we need the bells ringing to make bell ringers and the phones to do that. We're looking for a starting bid of $200 for item 21B, The Bells Are Ringing. This is so interesting. Tell us about this piece.
This is Emma Luna. Emma Luna is really known for her ceramics. She does amazing ceramics, and the majority of her work at the Artery are her ceramics, and she is also in the permanent collection at the Crocker Museum of her beautiful sculpture. But she also does these two-dimensional works that are monoprints. She was an assistant in the print studio at UC Davis. So she helped the students and did a lot of her own work demonstrating there. So this is called a multimedia piece. So she has put this through the printing press to get the different colors. You can see this looks like a cloth. Mm-hmm. She's painted, drawn on it, and then there's a photograph of an old church. Emma is from the Dominican Republic, so this is reminiscent of her country and the colors. And this was a little church in the village that she knew of in the Dominican Republic. When she came to California, she felt like we have the same vivid, bright colors, and she was inspired by that to do this.
I love that. One of the things I love about art is that you get to bring outside parts of the world to your part of the world, much like the programs on PBS KVIE, your public television station. You get to see the vast amount of the universe and the world, and you are supporting that when you ring the phones. And how appropriate, ring the phones for this painting called, or actually it's not a painting, it's a mixed media piece. The Bells Are Ringing, item 21B. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. And we're going to check in with Dee. Dee?
I'd like to let everybody know that Waikiki is a bell ringer, 20E. It's at $8.50 right now. We're going to close it out pretty soon. It's got a retail of $7.50. That was from the last break. Now we're talking about the artists from the Artery. I've got 21A Callas. It's at $4.50. I have at least 2 bidders fighting it over it right now. It's got a retail of $600. Let's start the Artery out with a big, strong bell ringer and buy somebody. There we go, $4.75. Buy somebody you love flowers today. They can pick them up tomorrow, and they'll always look good. Let's send it back to Kelly.
Thanks, Steve. This is item 21B. The bells are ringing. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. The retail value is $700, so we need to get the phones ringing for the bells are ringing. I'm going to keep kind of using that alliteration with all of the bells. What else can you share with us?
Well, it is multimedia, so there's pastel, there's oil paint, there's printing ink, and then the photographs. So that is why it's a multimedia description. Beautifully framed and matted with a big wide linen mat and displayed in a wonderful way. This is interesting because Emma makes ceramic pea pods.
Oh.
So I've seen her pea pods. I just noticed that, that this is something that she works with her ceramics and paints her ceramics in bright colors like this. So you'll see if you have some of her ceramics and this painting together, it would be great.
So she's a well-known artist in several mediums.
Yes.
And this is The Bells Are Ringing. We're looking for a starting bid of $200 for item 21B. And you can make that happen by calling the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. And this is The Bells Are Ringing. Again, we're looking for a bid of $200 for this. And I love the contrasting colors too.
Yeah, they're beautiful, the opposite colors. And this is called a two-dimensional work because it only is width. But it has the illusion of three-dimensional, like you're looking through a window and you're looking through this window to the church in the background with the palm trees that we see here and in the Dominican Republic. And there's a little bell right there that's ringing.
There's a bell in there that's ringing. Nice job. We're going to keep this one open so the bells can keep ringing and for The Bells Are Ringing. We're going to move on to item 21C, which is Fun Flag by Heidi Beckabreed. This is mixed media, measuring 28 by 22. Retail value is $400. And we're looking for a starting bid of $100. Keep the bells ringing. Remember the last title of the piece. That's the theme of the night. And 21C, what can you tell us about this very exquisite?
Well, Heidi is another Artery member that is more well known for her ceramics at the Artery, but she does all kinds of things. Her business is called Cute Wear. She drives around with a van that says Cute Wear, and she's really known for that funk art ceramic. But she also teaches. So what she's been doing is the kids are painting, and when they're finished painting, they clean their brushes on a canvas like this. So this was a white canvas where she's let the kids come and wipe their brushes off.
Nice.
So she gets this activated canvas, and then she continues to do the doodles. And it all of a sudden, she felt like it had a feeling of a flag, so she went with it and made it a flag. And then she added all these little ceramic shapes to continue with the stars of the flag.
It's such a great piece. It's like it's a living piece that's been contributed to, and it's a fun flag. It's a fun piece, fun colors. This is item 21C. The phones are a little quiet right now. We want to change that. Get the bells ringing and call the number on your screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $100, and I love that story that she had the kids paint on the canvas.
Yeah, she doesn't want to waste any of that paint. I remember when I was a teacher, I wanted to always use up all the paint. So she's done that with this and then added, the things of her own. And Heidi is so well known in Davis. Every kid that has, that certain age has gone to her ceramics class, and she works at the farmer's market with children coming during the market while their parents are shopping, they're doing ceramics. And so she has this giant following of parents and children who know her, and she goes and visits the school. So it's a kid thing, and Heidi's got that playful thing all about her.
It's
with
really
her cute
playful.
wear. Yeah.
And it's incorporating 2 different mediums that she loves and
Yes.
she works in, so
Yeah.
you get 2 for 1 almost. This is item 21C, Fun Flag. We want some fun of the bells ringing. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. This is your chance to support all of the programs that you love every day, and we're going to go talk to Dee. Dee?
I want to announce that the Callas is a bell ringer. It's still open and it's sitting at $600. I am standing here with 21B. The bells are ringing. Emma Luna, longtime contributor to the KVIE Art Auction, known primarily for her sculpture. So it's very interesting to see her working in this mixture of collage and print. It's a gorgeous piece. 21B, the bells are ringing. I am looking for an opening bid of $200. You can take it home today. It's an original piece. It's by a well-known Davis artist, so I want to hear those people from Davis start calling. We want to thank the artery, and then we want to take a look at Heidi's fun piece one more time.
Thanks, Steve. This is a fun piece, and it's called Fun Flag. We're having a lot of fun here, and it would be a lot more fun if you were part of it. Call the number on your screen. This is item 21C. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 for this fun, energetic flag.
Heidi said that she does these canvases. Well, the kids do it, and then she sets them aside. And that's when she noticed that there was something about it that felt like a flag, you know, whatever was underneath all of this that made her come back, and then adding all of the little squiggles and doodles and Heidi symbols to it to make it her own work. It's acrylic, and it's painted on the sides, the same as the last painting, where it's completed. The painting is completed on the edges.
It's really exciting. We usually get ceramics from her, and she's a longtime contributing artist, so this is actually a really great, surprising, significant, and exciting piece to get from her.
Well, her ceramics are small, and I know, you know, we want to have bigger things for KVIE, and I think it's great that she's come up with something like this, and then added the little touches of ceramics to it.
It's really fun. If you have a child that you want to start them on collecting or add to their room or playroom, it's really unique, it's fun, it's energetic, and it is called Fun Flag. We're looking for a starting bid of $100. It has a retail value of $400, so we're a quarter of the way to getting it to be a bell ringer, but we need a starting bid. And we're going to keep it open, but we're going to move on to item 21D. That is Saber Squirrelfish by Christopher DeWeese. It's a relief print measuring 32 by 24. Retail value is $700. And we've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225 on Saber Squirrelfish. What can you tell us about this relief print?
Well, Chris DeWeese is, he used to be at UC Davis in the fisheries department, whatever. He is a fish expert. He actually goes fishing. He catches these fish, and he makes prints of them. This particular one is, he calls it an indirect method, so he doesn't paint on the fish. If you go on a YouTube video and look at Goyutaku is what this is called, you'll see them painting on the fish, but he calls this indirect because he doesn't paint on the fish. He puts a wet silk. Oh. So this is done on silk. Okay. So there's a wet silk, and then he lets that silk dry, and so that it gets the form of the fish, and he actually daubs on the fish with color. So it's like doing a rubbing.
Oh, wow.
So it's like doing a rubbing on the fish. So the fish never gets the paint on it, although the fish that they usually use is non-toxic, and you usually eat the fish, and I think he eats the fish too.
That's a fascinating
you make
story.
art, and then you eat your materials.
It's a life-giving form of art. This is item 21D, Saber Squirrelfish. We have a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. If you love nature, if you love fishing, if you love this kind of style of art, especially orange. The orange is my mother's favorite color. This would be great in a room that you want to brighten up. And I love the size of it too.
Yeah, it's very nicely done. And he does, after he gets the fish print there, then he will go back and touch it up, a little bit of paint. He paints the eyeball, so that's something that he does by hand. And he centers it in a very nice way. And then if you notice that the mat, the inner core of the mat is reflected, it's the same orange color as the fish itself. So it's just altogether really nicely presented.
It's very elegant. We're looking for a bid of $225 for item 21D, Saber Squirrelfish. It's Saturday night, and we need the phones to ring. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee?
We have sold over 120 pieces of art this weekend so far. And I mean, we have sold them. Every single piece is going home. This piece, Bells Are Ringing, is waiting for its first bid of $200. We want everything to sell tonight. Emma Luna donates all the time. She's a well-known porcelain artist. She did this beautiful multimedia piece for us, and she did it just for the KVIE Art Auction. It has a $700 value. value. I'm asking you to place a $200 bid on 21B and make it 122 pieces we've sold in a row. And you can do that by calling 844-584-3278 and getting a piece from one of our favorite galleries, the Artery. We're going to go out and look at that Christopher DeWeese piece one more time.
I really do love that bells are ringing, and we're over here with saber squirrelfish. So get the bells ringing for bells are ringing and saber squirrelfish. 21D, we've got a bid of $225. We're looking for a bid of $250. What else can you share with us about this?
I can tell you that every time Chris DeWeese donates one of these to KVIE, it does become a bell ringer. So I have faith that it will become a bell ringer because it's such a collectible and wonderful piece of art. There are people who collect many of his. We sold one here at KVIE, and the woman who bought it a couple years ago then came into the Artery and bought more to go with it.
Wow.
So to make a nice collection of these fish, and you know what else I can say? If you really could look and see the beautiful detail of this fish, you can sort of feel, you know, the life of the fish going through the water. Beautifully done with every little texture that you see in there. And it's not a quick rubbing like you might have done when you were a child, where you had to do a rubbing of something on the floor or cement. He has to dab this to pick it up onto this silk. So you're seeing it's probably what he does, then he has to reverse it. So you know what I mean? So that silk is put on this way and then you turn it. So the fish was probably facing that way when he did it.
Well, it's really stunning, and it's on silk. It's very delicate. It's very elegant. He's highly collected. This is 21D. We have a bid of $225. Retail value is $700. We're looking for a bid of $250. And let's check in with Dee over in the phone bank. Dee?
Okay. I'm here with Grace. She is a longtime volunteer helping run our phone bank. So what do you do here in the phone bank?
Oh my gosh, I'm studio captain and I help with the training of the volunteers and answer any questions they might have, help them learn how to input information and put the bids in.
And we've been getting so many calls tonight, huh?
We have been very, very busy.
It's hot and heavy bidding here, folks. And you can only bid if you call 844-584-3278. I am still looking for that opening bid on 21B. The bells are ringing. These works sell in 5 minutes or less sometimes. So get on the phone and get somebody here to help you. We're going to go back and see some more work with Kelly.
Thanks. Time is nigh for the bells are ringing 21B, so get a bid in there for $200. But right now we are with item 21E, 7 trees. There is a starting bid for $350. The retail value is $2,000. So we're looking for a bid of $375, or starting bid of $350, sorry. And this it looks like a collage work or mixed media at least. Tell us about this.
So it is a collage, which means that it's cut out pieces placed on here to make a picture. And what's really exquisite about this is she makes each one of these patterns. So she puts it through her etching press. And she, instead of etching into and making a design, she'll etch some of it. So you see these little dots here? That's where she's made the little etching. But then she paints over the whole plate and then puts it through the press. So each one of these has gone through the press and she becomes her papers. So she starts with acid-free, really good paper, puts it through the press, and then she has her colors. That's her palette. And then she makes these very, in a way, simple, beautiful designs of landscapes. She just had a show at the Artery, and she sold very well and did some big work like this. At the Artery, she usually has little etchings. So this is a bigger work for her.
It's very substantial. I love the delicate little lavender clouds in the trees, or in the sky. This is item 21E. It's called 7 Trees. Its retail value is $2,000. We are looking for a starting bid of $350. $350 is all we need to get the bid starting for this. The number is on your screen. Get the bells ringing. And what else can you share with us about this?
Well, it's another one that's very nicely presented, beautiful beveled mat, and I'm just noticing this nice green frame that goes with it. The work itself is just so cheerful, it's happy, It has the little sun with the little spiral, and there's that number 7. I love the number 7, that there's 7 of those trees, and the receding hill lines. And this paper up here looks like handmade paper. It's got a lot of texture, like clouds in it.
It does. It's really fluffy. I love those lavender clouds. It's really beautiful. If I wasn't here on camera with you, I would probably be bidding on this. This is 7 trees, item 21E. We're looking for a starting bid of $350 for 7 trees. This is your chance to be part of the auction and also get a beautiful piece for your collection, or to start a collection, or to give a gift for somebody. Gift giving season is coming up, and this is a great way to start a collection for you or someone else. Item 21E, we're looking for a starting bid of $350. Call the number on your screen, and when you do, you're also supporting great local programs like our own KVIE Art Showcase that features local artists and national artists that you might not otherwise know about. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this painting. I love all the different shades and hues of green that are in there. It's just so elegant.
It is elegant. And you know, when I asked her, I said, well, tell me about what your process is. It's a long process just to get some different shades of green paper. But when you look at it, you see, no, they look like they're painted, because they have gone through that printing, through that plate where each one has a little different shade and different textures, which is something that, you know, you may not notice until you come up close. And then the trees, it looks like some more handmade paper to look like the foliage of the tree.
It's so beautiful, and we're going to go check into something else beautiful in the phone bank. Dee?
Okay, I'm going to update a few things. The bells are ringing, is sitting at $175. The retail is $700. Heidi's Fun Flag is up to $100. I've got a retail of $4. I am standing next to Chris DeWeese's Saber Squirrelfish. Chris is internationally known for his printmaking technique. He's one of the few Westerners that have actually taught this printmaking technique in Japan, where it comes from. He's a great fisherman. He's an amazing artist. This is a great price on this piece. It's $250, and I'm looking, we want to get it up to $700. Excuse me. Let's send it back because we've got a beautiful bowl. I can see it from here.
Yes, it is beautiful. Emily is going to hold it up for us. This is item 21F, quilted maple dyed bowl. We have a high bid of $400. The retail value is $400. That tells me a little something, but I won't say it just yet. The number to call on your screen. Let's get the bells ringing for this quilted maple dyed bowl. What can you tell us about this bowl?
Well, this is made from a maple burl. He uses this beautiful fine wood that's also used to make musical instruments. It's a, you know, you would find your violin or your ukulele made with this kind of wood. And he looks at the grains that are in there, and then he enhances it by dyeing it. So he's used 5 different colors of dye to enhance it and bring it out into more of an artful piece. If you can look at the edges, you can see how he has this beautiful layers, and you want to show the bottom of it too. Yeah, wow. So you can see how it's done on the bottom, how it's turned on a lathe, I guess.
So any which way you look at it, it's just this beautiful
It's very
piece of
beautifully
art.
done.
It's
yeah.
so beautifully done. We're looking for a bid of we've got a bid of $400. We're looking for a bid of $425 for item 21F, quilted maple dyed bowl. The number to call is on your screen. Let's put the phone bank to work. They're here volunteering their time to support PBS KVIE, and you are supporting it too when you call in with your bid, and we're looking for one of $425. And I love the different colors in there, and there's also just like different patterns of colors, or there's, I don't know.
I think that he's let the wood express itself, because
Nice.
this is the natural pattern of that kind of wood, and then the way the dye has set into some of the recesses that are maybe in the wood. I don't think that he's painting it to look like anything. It's just the way that the layers have come up. He probably starts with the light layer and goes towards the darker layer. Yeah, it's just beautiful. You can see I guess you can see. Yeah, you can see. There's green, beautiful yellows, and some of this looks almost like if you leave a watermark.
It's so beautiful, and I hear that sound. This is a bell ringer. We have a bid of $450. Just because it's a bell ringer doesn't mean we have to stop. It's a beautiful piece. Item 21F, keep calling. Let's get a bid for $475. Don't let it be quiet in here. And this is item 21F again for this beautiful piece. It's beautiful in any which way you look at it.
I know, I'm dying to touch it. She has gloves on, so that means we're not allowed to touch it, but it just is one of those things that if it was your very own, you could touch it all you wanted.
Yes.
And I think that the oil from your hands is probably actually good for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna, it's so beautiful.
I'm gonna touch it.
We're gonna go over to the phone bank. What's going on over there?
No, it's very, I am standing here next to Laura Morton's 7 Trees. It is a beautiful collage, and I framed this with my own little hands at my frame shop. I chose a beautiful green frame for it. It's a fresh piece that is going to look different every time you look at it. I love her collage and the handmade paper. It is a $2,000 piece. I am looking for an opening bid of $200. She is one of the regulars at the Artery in Davis, and you can get this piece by calling in right now. Let's go back out to the lovely Kelly.
It's been an honor. Thank you so much, Marie Therese, for your expertise. And stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for California's Gold, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This landscape collection celebrates the beauty of California in all media in tribute to Huell Hauser. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we're back for another half hour of live art auction, where we'll now be exploring our exciting California's Gold collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 21A is Autumn Vineyard by Alita Walkie. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 40 by 30. Retail value is $875. Item 22B is Old Griffith Quarry by James Brunk. This is oil on board measuring 20 by 22. The retail value is $400. Item 22C is Old Sacramento Remembered by Steve Memmering. This is oil on canvas measuring 26 by 32. It is framed by the artist, and the retail value is $1,800. Item 22D is California Grasses by Jill Erickson. This is oil on board measuring 22 by 30. Retail value is $850. Item 22E is Pier at Lake Tahoe by Timothy Mulligan. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 18 by 22. It is framed by the artist with a retail value of $1,700. And item 22F is After the Storm by Doreen Irwin. This is oil on canvas measuring 35 by 24. It is framed by the artist, and the retail value is $2,200. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Marie Therese Brown to talk about these great pieces of California's Gold. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So let's dive right in. This is a gorgeous piece. This is item 22A Autumn Vineyard. And what can you tell us about this piece?
Well, I can tell you, I got to talk to this person on the phone, and she was so exuberant and so much fun. I just loved her. She goes, "Oh, I just love autumn. I love the red colors." And she told me how to pronounce her name, that it means prairie grass, and it's a Native American name. And it's just so nice to meet the artists. I wish that everyone who got one of these paintings could actually meet the artist too, that they would come with it. She was so enthusiastic about going to this area in Penron and seeing the scene. And she took photos, and it's called Gold Hill, and she said she was trying to figure out which one of these gold hills was the gold hill. Because it's not called Gold Hills, but there's several gold hills. So it was this autumn vineyard. She loved the colors. She went home and painted it at home. She may have done a little bit of sketching, but it's not a plein air painting. It's a painting from her own enthusiastic feeling about this scene.
It's so great. This is Autumn Vineyard 22A. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. The retail value is $875. I love the colors. I love the size of this piece too. It's a very signature piece.
Yeah, she felt like, she was sitting at some picnic area. I don't know where exactly. It's in Penn Run, California, or she described it, and I would like to call her back up and say, I want to go there too and see where that was.
I want to go to there.
Yeah.
We want you to go to there too. And this is item, you can do that if you bid on this piece, and only if you bid on this piece. This is item 22A, Autumn Vineyard. This is a way to bring the outside in. If you love wine or vineyards or the outdoors or even autumn and colors, this is your chance to support and get local art by local artists, and also support your favorite public television station. That's PBS KVIE. Call the number on your screen. Again, we're looking for a starting bid of we've got a bid of $400. That's exciting. So let's get a bid of $425. Keep the bells ringing. Tell us more about this piece.
Well, when you see the painting, it's almost like a pointillist painting. She has the solid background and then lots of little dabs of colors to make the leaves and the trees and the grapes. And she has her little lines to show the field. So she paints with this enthusiastic, I can just see her hand going like crazy to paint everything, including the clouds. It's just filled with energy and beautiful colors and would brighten up any spot in the room. This is another painting that it's not framed. It could be framed, painted on the sides, nice large size. And it is painted with acrylic.
It's such a beautiful acrylic piece. We've got a bid of $400. We're looking for a bid of $425. Call the number on your screen, and we're going to check in with the phone bank. What's going on, guys?
Okay, I've got people all over the phone bank raising their hands and being busy. I think every single one of our phone bank volunteers are currently busy. I want to say thank you to the Friends of KVIE for hanging in there. They'll stay on the phone with you, help you get the piece you want, but you're not going to get the piece you want unless you call 844-584-3278. The phones fill up quickly, so if you love a piece, you better call. Let's go back out to Marie-Therese Brown.
This is so exciting. This is Autumn Vineyard. Autumn is here. We've got a bid of $500. We're looking $550. We're looking for a bid of $575. What else can you share with us?
Well, actually, I was wrong. It's not Penn Run. It's Highway 49.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm getting close to where it is. I'm going to find it. And that's where she went and saw all of these gorgeous scenes and was able to do this painting.
Well, it's really great. You can bring this gorgeous scene into your home. We've got a bid of $600. This is an auction, folks, and there's not a lot of time. Let's be $650. We're looking for a bid of $675 for item 22A. This is Autumn Vineyard. It's a really beautiful piece by Alita Walkie, acrylic on canvas, gorgeous size. It would go great in a dining room or anywhere that you want to add some color in the autumn. And we're going to keep it open and move on to the next piece. And that next piece is item 22B, Old Griffith Quarry by James Brunk. This is oil on board measuring 20 by 22 inches. Retail value is $400. We've got a bid of $100. And we're going to do a quick update on some of these. We have a bell ringer on one of the items. I think it's 21F. 21F is a bell ringer. I was right. So the quilted maple dyed bowl is a bell ringer. Congratulations, but let's keep the bells ringing. Item 22A is now up to $750. Keep calling in on that one, Autumn Vineyard. And we are here with item 22B, Old Griffith Quarry. We've got a bit of $100. We're a quarter of the way to making that a bell ringer as well. What can you share with us about this piece?
This was an old quarry, and it is a plein air painting. So the artist had his paintings with him, found this scene, and started to paint it. It's framed in a typical plein air frame, and it shows the rocks that are part of where the old quarry was. And he says that what was quarried out of this were some of the original buildings in San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
Were made from these rocks, and in Sacramento, here in Sacramento too.
That's really beautiful. You've got a little bit of piece of history in this piece of art as well. This is item 22B. We have a bid of $100. The number on your screen is the one to call to get the bid up and to make this piece yours. It's not just a piece of art, but it's got a little history to it too. It's beautifully framed. And this is Old Griffith Quarry, item 22B. Call the number on your screen. What else can you share with us?
Well, it's a beautiful painting. He says that he uses a typical plein air palette, which you want to go with limited. You don't take all your paints out with you when you're doing this. So you have a warm and cool red, warm and cool yellow, warm and cool blue. So 2 of each colors. That's kind of interesting. And then you learn how to mix all your colors. So there's no brown paint. All of this is done with the 3 primary colors.
Wow.
So he's very, very good at knowing how to mix colors, knowing how to create any color he wants from that basic palette with a little bit of white. And I do plein air painting, and I know that it's not easy. You've got to get up there and put all your stuff out, and so I can imagine him getting set up and catching the light just at the right time. There's this light hitting the rocks, hitting the little path up there that draws your eyes to it. So it's quite a beautiful painting.
It's really beautiful. If you like nature, if you like hiking, just the outdoors in general, this is a great piece to bring the outside in to where you are when you can't get outside. This is item 22B. We have a bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee, what do you got for us?
22A Autumn Vineyard is now a bell ringer at 900. We are still accepting bids on it. So you got to call in so you can get your bid in, because these guys are super busy tonight. And the number is 844-584-3278. Currently at 900, but it could still go home with you. Let's go back out and talk to Kelly.
This is so exciting. We love hearing those bell ringers. We love hearing the phones ring, make the bells ring. We have a bid of $200 for Old Griffith Quarry, item 22B. That's halfway to another bell ringer. What else can you share with us?
Well, I'm going to share what he shared, that this is called the Griffith Quarry, and this is Penryn, California.
Okay.
And it said it was established in 1864 by Griffith, who was a native of Wales, and it was located above the intersection of southwest corner of Taylor Road and the English Colony Way, wherever that is in Penryn. So if you're a plein air painter, you can go find this spot. And
it's really fun. And even if you just want to go find the spot because you saw something new on TV and you're like, hey, I want to go experience that for myself, that's also what PBS KVIE does for you. You get new experiences that you didn't know were around the corner. We bring the outside world into your living room. And we're going to keep it open and move on to item 22C, which is Old Sacramento Remembered. This is by Steve Memory. It is oil on canvas. Item 22C, framed by the artist. Retail value is $1,800. We've got a bid of $450. We're looking for a bid of $475. And he is a well-known artist. What can you tell us about him and his painting?
Well, Steve was just in here as an art expert in the last section, and he does amazing paintings of all over Sacramento. He's so well known. And this, he says he painted it over 3 years.
Wow.
So he did a plein air painting, and then he kept going back to it and working on it. But it is a painting of, you recognize the paddle wheel, and this is the waterfront of Sacramento River, the way it is now.
Yeah.
And he fears that it may not be this way forever, with things changing, that we might not have such an interesting, you see the old buildings,
Yeah.
You can see the texture on the buildings where maybe the paint might be peeling, or he's painted it to look that way. You have the modern building in the background. It's just beautiful, beautiful reflections in the water, exquisite. He is also acrylic. This is no, it isn't. This is oil. He's an oil painter. So with an oil painting, you can always go back and work on them and add to them and put more detail in. And
it's really a stunning piece. We're a fan of Steve's work here at KVIE. And this is item 22C. We've got a bid of $450. We're looking for a bid of $475. He is highly collected. Ever since I've been paying attention to art, I've heard his name and I've seen his work. And this is your chance to get a piece of his art, add it to your collection, start a collection for somebody else, or even yourself. This is a great piece, and it's about our own region. It's got a little bit of history. gallery, and it's a skyline and an area that we know well.
That everybody knows. You can't miss it. And here, if you don't know, you can read it right here. It says Delta King. It's
There you
right
go.
there, yeah. And the Bank of America, is that what that is?
Or Old Sacramento.
It's so interesting. Yeah, Old Sacramento.
Yep. We're going to go talk to Rose in the phone bank. Rose, what's going on?
So as you can tell, this weekend takes a lot of helping hands, and we rely so much on our community. And today I want to introduce you to Lexi. Lexi, what are you doing with us today?
Hi, I'm doing everybody's makeup today. I'm having so much fun. It's been a blast. But yeah, so I am the makeup artist on set today, and if you need to reach me, and if you want me to do any artistry for you, you can reach me at alexiahumphreys@gmail.com for any business inquiries. alexiahumphreys@gmail.com.
Great, thank you so much, Lexi, and thank you to all of our volunteers.
Oh, no, it's been a blast, yeah.
And we're going to send it right back to Kelly. Thank you.
Thanks, Rose. When you're calling in, you're supporting all of the programs you love on PBS KVIE, your public television station. We have just a little bit of time left with item 22C. We're looking for a bid of $550. What else can you share with us about this?
I just love it. I'm looking at the way he's quickly done all the foliage. He's really a master at creating the whole effect. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at the sky. It's just filled with all the colors that you see in the Sacramento sky. It's not just blue. There's every color in the rainbow there in a very subtle way. It's really beautifully done. He's painted the architecture and then the foliage that you see around, and the water with the reflections. Just everything done. And even though it didn't take him 3 years. He kind of set it aside and worked on it now and then, went back to it, probably something he really loved and wanted to continue with it. But you can see that when he did paint with it, he just really knew what he was doing in a quick hand, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really nice. We're going to keep this one open and move on. That's item 22C, Old Sacramento. Remember, keep ringing the phones. We're moving on to item 22D. It is California Grasses by Jill Erickson. It is oil on board, measuring 22 by 30. Keep those phones ringing. We are looking for a bid of $225. We have a bid of $200. The retail value is $850. Call the number on your screen, and while you do that, Marie Therese is going to tell us about this painting.
Well, Jill Erickson has been a painter and a teacher for more than 30 years. This is a beautiful painting. You can see it's just full of life. It's an oil painting, but she has put some plaster in it.
Oh.
Just in some areas, just for the heck of it. I think she's experimenting and wanted to see how she could make it feel more three-dimensional, even though she didn't need to do that because her painting alone makes it three-dimensional because the way she has the dark in the back and the light in the front. But she has done this little plaster here, and if you get up close, you can see it. It's another thing, makes me want to kind of rub my hands on it, but you're not supposed to. But it's a beautiful painting, and it's a little bit of a it's monochrome in a way where you have all this beautiful shades of yellow, but then there's this contrasting beautiful shadows with turquoise and dark purples.
So beautiful. This is California Grasses. We live in California. We love our agriculture and our landscape here. We've got a bid of $200. Let's get a bid of $225. Keep the bells ringing. We love bell ringers. We love the phones ringing. You can make that happen. You're part of this auction. You're part of the community, and you're supporting your community public broadcasting station, which is KVIE. Item 22D, we're looking for a bid of $225. What else can you share with us?
Well, she paints very thin washes so that the colors come through, and then after she gets her thin washes and gets the feeling, she then comes back in with more of a dry brush, which makes all this texture, which she has enhanced by putting some of that little plaster in there, which I think is really interesting. It's painted on a board, so it can withstand that, having that little extra weight on it. I love the very soft edges that she has in her trees. Beautiful light hitting edges of the trees with the shadows underneath. It's just beautiful composition and well balanced.
It's so wonderful. And we're going to go over to CD in the phone bank. Dee?
I love this bell. 22A Autumn Vineyard is at $875. It is now at $1,025, which makes it a bell ringer. It's still available. 22B Old Griffith Quarry, which I'm standing next to now, $400. It is currently at $550, but it is still open and it can still be yours. 22C Old Sacramento Remembered is creeping up there. It's at $775. It's got an $1,800 value. Let's make them all bell ringers. Let's go back out to Kelly.
Thanks, Steve. We love that sound, and you make that sound happen. It's also music here. It's not just visual art, but it's music, so make the music happen. This is item 22D, California Grasses. We've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. The number is on your screen. You know it well, 844 KVIE Art. And that reminds me, we have KVIE Art Showcase. That's one of the local programs that you're supporting when you bid on this local art. I love the colors. It's very warm, like you said, the contrasting greens and turquoises, and the delicate trees kind of in the background.
There's really a luminosity to it. It just reflects a lot of light, and it would bring light, I think, into a room because the colors would just shoot off, you know. It has this, from across the room when we were walking over here, it just glows.
It glows.
It really
I was just going to say the same word. It's really beautiful. It's very warm. It's inviting. I kind of want to just curl up and look at this really serene kind of landscape. And this is California Grasses, item 22D. Call in, be a part of the community, be a part of this auction with you dialing the phone number. And we're looking for a bid of $225. We're going to keep it open. We're going to move on to the next piece, but call quickly to be a part of this. We're going to move on to item 22E. It is Pier at Lake Tahoe by Timothy Mulligan. It is acrylic on canvas, measuring 18 by 22 inches, framed by the artist. Retail value is $1,700. We've got a bid of $500. We're looking for a bid of $525. It's been a couple years since I've been to Lake Tahoe, and seeing this painting reminds me how much I want to go back. What can you tell us about this?
Well, he was in Lake Tahoe, and he just saw this pier, and you know, it has an abstract quality to it. So he saw all those qualities of the diagonal lines and the vertical lines, and so it is of object, but yet it's really abstract and beautiful the way he's added this little bit of. I know Greg Condos would call that a verb, condos, in a way, because it makes it vibrate. So you've got your red against the blue, green, and up here too. So the painting really does vibrate in that way.
It's really, really stunning. We'd love the phones to make a little bit of noise, and you get to do that by calling the number on your screen. I can't say it enough. The art doesn't stay alive very long. It's a chance for you to get this piece now, and it's going to be a moment that goes away fast. And let's go over fast to D.
22C Old Sacramento Remembered. It's an $1,800 value. It is, if you like Old Sacramento like I do, it's such a part of our region. 22C Old Sacramento Remembered, $1,800. We're sitting at $1,500. It's $1,500 right now. I have two bidders on the phone. If you are interested in this piece and you don't call within the next minute or two, it's going to be gone. It's sitting at $1,500. 22C Old Sacramento by Steve Memmering, right? Did I get it right? Oh, look at me playing. Name that artist. 22C. It could be yours if you call now. Let's go back out to Kelly.
Thanks, Steve. This is Pier at Lake Tahoe. We have one bidder on the phone right now. We've got a bid $500. It takes more than one person to make it an auction. Let's keep the bells ringing. This is Pier at Lake Tahoe. The retail value is $1,700, and we're looking for a bid of $525. It's just a really nice, fun piece.
Well, it's Timothy Milligan, and he is a little bit well known. He's been in the Crocker. He was in the live auction at the Crocker Museum, Gallery Museum, and he was also featured in a magazine. It was the International Artist Magazine, July 2019, for his work. So he's been around and well known, and it's just a lovely piece. It's in a floating frame, which means the frame leaves a little space around it. It's on a canvas in this black floating frame, which is more of a modern touch, a way of framing.
It's really, really nice. It's in a floating frame. You could be floating on the water, just to kind of add that to it. I love Lake Tahoe. It's so beautiful and blue. You can bring a little piece of Lake Tahoe into your home by supporting the auction with your phone call, item 22E. We've got a bid of $500. Get the phones ringing. We need an auction for this piece too. We need a bid of $525. When you're doing it, you're supporting great local programs. We've had Rob on the Road visit that area. We have other great nature programs that talk about the agriculture and forest there. So keep supporting that kind of programming. And we're going to have a recap of some of the pieces. We've got some bell ringers. Item 22A was a bell ringer. It's at $1,700 right now. Item 22B is a bell ringer. It's at $700 now. We're looking for another bid of $725. Item 22C is a bell ringer. It is Old Sacramento Remembered. It's at $1,850 now. Call in for $1,875. Item 22D, we need to make that a bell ringer. It is California Grasses. We're looking for a bid of $525. And we're halfway, more than halfway to the mark to make Pier at Lake Tahoe, item 22E, a bell ringer. We're going to keep it open to make that a bell ringer, and we're going to move on to item 22F. That is After the Storm. It is by Doreen Irwin. This is oil on canvas, measuring 35 by 24 inches. Framed by the artist. The retail value is $2,200, and we're looking for a starting bid of $400. And share with us what you will about this.
Well, this was After a Storm. It's just so glowing, and she's captured that feeling of right after the storm where everything is so clean and clear and the air is so crisp that you see it just looks clean, clean, clean. There's a lot, it looks like a hard edge, bright painting or scene that only lasts for a very short time.
Nice.
There's a rainbow in the sky,
Love that.
the dark sky, the light coming from behind. You think it might start raining again. So she's really captured, I think, that whole feeling.
It's very, very lush. It's really beautiful. This is item 22F, After the Storm. This can be your piece right now if you call on the phone. We're looking for a starting bid of $400. $400, the phones are ringing. Make sure that you're one of those people ringing the phone. And we're going to go to Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
I just know this is going to be a big bell ringing break. I am here in front of California Grasses number 22D. It's got an $850 value. It is currently a deal at $500. The Pier at Lake Tahoe 22E is at $1,200, so close to a bell ringer. But let's look again at After the Storm. That piece is luscious.
It is really luscious.
Very luscious. It's gorgeous. So luscious, I'm taken and captured by it. This is item 22F, After the Storm. We're looking for a starting bid of $400. What else can you share with us?
Well, she's got that bright light and the shadows. You have the feeling that there's some big clouds still behind you because you're looking there and you see these are cloud shadows on the ground. The house is just brilliant. It's so lit up, and any moment it can just turn gray. You know how it gets when it's raining like that? Well, this is just the moment before that where everything is perfect.
Everything is perfect, the anticipation. And there's the anticipation in the studio for you and for us and for the artist. After the Storm 22F, we're looking for a starting bid of $400. There's not a lot of time left on the pieces in this break, and we'd love to make all of them bell ringers. We're so close to doing that. So get on the phones, call the number on your screen. You can see it. There's 844-584-3278. Easy to remember, 844 KVIE Art. And it's, again, I love the rainbow. There's so much to look at, the different kinds of trees and the house and the shadows.
So it's an oil on canvas. She's framed it herself with this beautiful frame that has some of the same colors as the roof, and so it goes very well. Really nicely done, ready to hang on anybody's wall.
It's really, really nice. We've got a $400 bid on this. We're looking for a bid of $425. We need more than one person to make it an auction, so get on the phone. When you do, again, you're supporting all of those programs you love, like all of the Ken Burns documentaries. We just watched Country Music and all of the great dramas on Masterpiece. And we have some great news, so let's go to the phone bank and hear it.
I love Timothy Mulligan. He always becomes a bell ringer for us. I've got the Pier at Lake Tahoe 22E. It's a $1,700 piece. It's currently at $1,850, and we're still bidding it out. Remember, if you like a piece, now's the time to call. We're going to be up next with some of our biggest California masters, and it's exciting TV. Let's go back to 22F, After the Storm.
It's so exciting after the storm. Don't miss out on after the storm. We've got a bid of $425. We're looking for a bid of $450. The number is on your screen. You can have this piece of art so soon in your home. Just take a little piece of art from the local artist and your public television station, 22F. We've got a bid of $450. $500. We need a bid of $525. In the last few seconds that we have about this piece, what would you want somebody to know about this piece that we haven't even talked about yet?
Well, the artist herself says, I paint realistically. And someone from the KVI crew, when we were bringing it out, said, it's so real. That's what the artist means. It looks so real. It's a moment where you can almost smell the air of that. We've all experienced this kind of right after the storm. It's almost surrealistic. It's so
beautiful. I want you guys to have this piece. We've got a bid of $600. We need a bid of $625. Call the number on your screen. Almost every piece in this break has been a bell ringer. Let's make them all bell ringers by ringing the bells of the phones. Support public television. You love all the programs, the local programs, Rob Stewart on the Road, The Journey with Rob Stewart. Call the number on your screen. We need a bid of $625 to keep those programs coming. And we're going to go talk to Dee. Dee?
I want to say thank you to a fabulous phone bank. These guys are working really hard tonight because lots of you guys are calling in. We've got an exciting hour coming up with some of this area's biggest, most collected artists. I'm really excited about the next hour. I want to thank Marie-Therese Brown and the Artery for all the work they brought in. Kelly, you did a fabulous job. She's going to be in the phone bank. I'm going to join Kevin selling some of the most amazing work in the next half hour. So I want you to stay tuned because there's more art coming up in our next half hour at your KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Hello, welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan with KVIE. And over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from the California Masters Collection. And now, let's do an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. First off, we're going to take a look at item 23A. You see there on your screen, it's entitled You May Already Be a Winner by the artist Lee Kavaljian. It's ceramic. It's a big plate, 18 inches by 18 inches and 3 inches deep with a retail value of $500. Next up is item 23B. It's called Glowbird Number 3 by Gary Pruner. This is mixed media measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $1,200. Item 23C is called My Father's 1950 Studebaker by Bob Miller. This is acrylic on board. It measures 16 by 24. It was framed by the artist and carries a retail value of $600. Item 23D is entitled River House 1980 by the late Roy Tellefson. This is oil on canvas and it's big, measuring 44 inches by 53 inches and beautiful as you can see. And we'll round out the half hour with item 23E called Crow by Stephanie Taylor. This is ceramic measuring 17 inches by 8 inches by 5 inches with a retail value of $425. Now, during this break, I am so pleased to be joined by Dee Oldham-Neath. You know her already. She's KVIE's on-staff art curator. She has been involved in the art community here in Sacramento for more than 30 years. She's one of the founders of Second Saturday, and she not only curates this annual art auction, but also the KVIE Gallery, which is now in its 5th year of operation. Dee, welcome. It feels silly to be welcoming you to
I know, I feel like I've been living here for
essentially,
2 days.
right, your program. I just right off the bat here, this next hour, we are dealing with elites now, right?
Yes.
I mean, the pieces of art are of incredibly high artistic and technical merit. These are well-established artists, so one can expect that the value for these pieces is going to endure a long time. What makes a California master?
A California master is not just someone who's got a big resume and shown a lot. These artists are all in major collections, both private, corporate, and museum collections. A lot of these artists, for instance, Lee Kavaljian, are professors and have taught, are passing on to the next generation. So I'm just really excited about all the next couple pieces. We got a good hour coming up.
All right, we are live. It's a Saturday night. We want you to be in on the fun. The way you do that is you pick up the phone, you call the number on your screen, and you bid on a piece of art that you like. As we've discussed, when it's a California Masters piece, you can be assured it is of extraordinary quality and value. First up, all right, this is just fun, right? This is Lee Kavaljian.
I love Lee. I mean, I just love Lee as a person. He's a great artist. He's 96 years old. He comes into the gallery quite often. This is part of a series of affirmation plates that he did. He's very well known for these Japanese tea houses that he's been doing for years. He's a A1 ceramicist, still is teaching. I think he's on sabbatical right now. But just a charming man and an artist. Very well respected by other artists.
Super colorful, super fun. Right now, we've got a high bid of $150. We're looking for you to come in at $200, become the next high bidder. Remember, every dollar that you bid and win goes to support the mission of public television. And when Lee donated this piece, he intended KVIE to get $500, and that's where you come in and do your part.
And it's your chance to own a California master. I have one of these plates. Rob Stewart has one of these right outside of his front door that also has a different affirmation on it. I love the "You may already be a winner." It's kind of a little piece of Americana. And the bright red is gorgeous. He uses great glazes. The piece goes on a wall and can go just about anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. There's a sly humor to it as the camera pans in. You may already be a winner, of course, as you mentioned, a great Americana phrase from Publishers Clearinghouse giveaway. But it's also really, it's fundamentally optimistic. You may already be a winner. And actually, that $150 bidder may actually be the winner on this one, which is would be an incredible steal. That's why we're encouraging people to call in right now. You got the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. That's 584-3278. Get in on the fun. Get yourself a great piece of art. This thing's durable.
Buy your first Lee Kavaljian.
Right? His pieces, too, are not restricted to indoors because it's the ceramics and the way that it's fired. You can put it anywhere?
You can put it anywhere. What I love about ceramics is we've all got that difficult spot in our house. Mine is always my kitchen because I cook a lot of pasta and there's a lot of steam in the air. A piece of ceramic is perfect for that. It's just a nice focal point. It's an easy size to put somewhere. Normally with sculpture, you're worried about somebody bumping into it and things like that. This piece just goes right on the wall and makes you smile every time you go by it.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? You want a piece of art to make you feel something. You look at this, I feel a little bit happy, right?
Yeah, I could be a winner today.
Who doesn't want a little bit more of that in the environment in their home? It can be tough to make colors bright in ceramics. Talk a little bit about.
Red is a really difficult color. Especially the late Eric Dolan used to gripe that they've taken all the fun out of some of the ceramic colors because now they have to be safe because they don't want you to glow in the dark anymore.
It's not a terrible idea.
Red
all in all.
Red is a color that a lot of people really struggle with. This is a beautiful, bright poppy red. I love the way he's got the letters embossed out from the plate itself. It's just a really well done piece and it makes me very happy.
Terrific piece. We're waiting for you to call in looking for that $200 bid. I'm going to send it right now over to the phone back where Kelly Rains stands at the ready.
Thanks, Kevin. Indeed, this is a really important time for you to get involved into the art auction. The phones need to ring. You need to be a part of it. Don't waste any time. There's some really great pieces coming up, really important pieces, and you want to add those to your collection and be a part of this auction and a part of your community by supporting PBS KVIE, your local public television station. Ring the phones. The phone number is on your screen. That's all you need to know. Sit back, enjoy the art, and call in for your favorite piece. Don't waste any time because these pieces don't stay available for very, very long. We're going to talk about more great art. Be ready. We're looking for some really big bids and be a part of this auction. Let's go back to the next piece with Kevin and Dee.
All right, thanks, Kelly. There's item 23B. The bidding is still open on You May Already Be a Winner. Item 23A, looking for you to call in 200, but we got a schedule to keep, so Dee and I have moved on to Gary Pruner's Glowbird number 3. As you can see, it's mixed media. It's 16 by 20 with a retail value of $1,200. We're looking for a starting bid right now of $300. And Dee, Gary Pruner's a big name.
Yeah, Gary Pruner was everybody's colorist. He was very famous for his watercolor class at American River College. He taught that, I don't know, for 30 years. We lost him year before last. He inspired generations of Sacramento painters. What I love about this piece is Gary is very well known for his really large works. So it's nice to have a small work that still feels like a Gary Pruner, and it's an easy piece to place.
Yeah, and the first thing obviously that jumps out as we continue to look for that $300 bid to come in, pick up the phone right now, it's the color, right? I mean, you mentioned he's Sacramento's colorist. Talk about, this is pencil work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is layers and layers of pencil. What I've always enjoyed about Gary Pruner's work and sort of his signature style is the man is completely unafraid to mix color. He is unafraid to put the bright yellow next to the lime green, next to the hot pink. If you'll notice, there is really no black in this piece. There's no black, there's no white. Everything is all about vibrant color.
Yeah, and as the camera moves in, you can just see the gorgeous vibrancy of the colors. When you look at it, what emotional response do you get?
You know, Gary's pieces, first of all, they make you smile. There's always just a little hint of sort of mischievousness, you know. He's almost pushing you with the, really, you think this is bright? Well, how about if I put this hot pink up against this green? What do you think of that? And it works. You know, he's very well known for doing piles of jelly beans or groups of goldfish. And so this simple little bird is a bird that, you know, we know doesn't exist, but he's making it exist in these colors.
Good deal. Hey, it is a $1,200 piece. Right now, we're looking for a $300 bid. Pick up that phone. Be generous with your support of KVIE and get yourself a great piece of art at the same time. Let's head on over to the phone bank and see what's happening.
We're having so much fun here. I'm standing next to Lois. Lois needs somebody to talk to on the phone, right, Lois?
Yes.
So call the phones right now. We're having a lot of fun. We want you to be a part of that fun. The number is on your screen. These pieces don't stay alive for very long. Get them into your home, into your collection, and into your life. Call the number on your screen. Lois's phone just rang. See, you need to keep Lois's phone ringing. You are doing that. Call the number on your screen. We're going to go back over to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Kelly. Meantime, the action over in the phone bank on item 23A, you may already be a winner. That high bid is now at $225. We're looking to make that a bell ringer. A bell ringer means that the winning bid meets or exceeds the retail value of the piece. That's a $500 retail value, so be the one who calls up and makes that winning bid, or call up right now and get in on Glowbird number 3. Dee, you talked about this being a little bit atypical for Gary's body of work.
Yeah, what I was really excited when his widow brought this in, it was donated through his estate, because it's very hard to find a small Gary Pruner. You know, his work not only does have a big visual impact with color, but usually it's quite large. So as a collector, for me to buy a large piece, I got to take something down. But a nice piece this size, it's got a big visual impact, but it's physically, I'm not going to have to take down half my living room to get it up. So I love the idea of being able to own a Gary Pruner that I can find a spot for.
So there it is. That's the call to action. This is a great opportunity for you to get a highly collectible artist. It's a wonderful piece. We're at $300 right now. We're looking for a next bid at $400. Be the one who calls in and becomes the leading bidder. Because of its size is manageable, it's really versatile. And it kind of can work anywhere, huh?
Yeah, what I like about a small, bright piece like this is you can make it a focal point in a small area, the end of like a very long hallway. It's a great piece to put in your office because it adds a certain amount of character and, you know, just face it, the colors make you happy in your office. And, you know, and it says, you can tell people, I bought this from KVIE, I support PBS, and I support local arts.
Good deal. All right, well, the bid right now stands at $300. We're looking for a $400 bid to make you the high bidder on Glowbird number 3. Right now, Dee and I are going to move on down the line to item 23C and introduce you to my father's 1950 Studebaker. The artist is Bob Miller. This is acrylic on board. It's 16 by 24. And Bob not only created the piece, but also framed it in his donation to KVIE. It's got a retail value of $600, and we're looking right now for an opening bid of $150. And Dee, I will just openly confess,
like this piece.
I love this piece. I love the piece. I love the arcs. I love the color. I love the Americana. I love the matting. I just think it's really brilliant. So if you agree, call in right now, support public television, and perhaps you can become the next winner of my father's 1950 Studebaker.
Everybody enjoys Bob Miller. He is one of those artists that's been a Sacramento favorite for a long time. He had a very successful show at the KVIE Gallery. This piece in particular has all this great sort of Art Deco feel to it. He always sort of evokes kind of a nostalgia with his pieces, and this is his father's Studebaker. I love the fact that it's a Studebaker and it's just a little piece of a Studebaker, but you know exactly what it is. You still get that feeling of the open road and that kind of 50s chrome sort of feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you're right. It's a great snapshot of a moment in American history. We've got that $150 high bid. Let's hear from another bidder right now. Call in at $250. Become the high bidder on what is not only a gorgeous piece, but like we're talking about, it evokes a certain time in American history.
And I'm a huge car buff. I happen to be very fond of old cars. I love our museum in town. If you know somebody that works at the auto museum, if you know somebody that is a car buff themselves, this is a great piece. There is a Studebaker parked behind my gallery that belongs to my neighbor that's orange, and it's the most amazing thing, and it's got that same sort of chrome work to it. So this piece made me smile the minute I saw it.
All right, there's a $175 leading bidder right now. Of course, that person really doesn't want you to call up right now and bid because they want to get this amazing $600 piece for only $175. But of course, we're raising money for public television right now. So please pick up the phone, become the next high bidder. We're looking for a 200. We're at 200 now, so let's go get 250 as the next increment. The phones are hopping. Let's send it over there and see what's going on.
There's a lot of excitement over here. I'm standing next to item 23B, Glowbird number 3. We're looking for a bid of $575. We're also looking for a bid of $375 for item 23A. You may already be a winner. You may already be a winner for all these pieces of art, but only if you call in. And also 23C, my father's 1950 Studebaker. We're looking for a bid of $250. The phone bank is here to take your calls. Keep them busy, and let's go back to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thank you so much, Kelly. Great to hear all that action on the phone bank, and some of them are getting in on this. We're looking for a $300 bid now because we've got $250, and this artist is a collectible artist, Hunter.
Right. Bob Miller is a quintessential Sacramento artist. He's kind of a painter's painter. The other artists look up to him. This whole hour features artists that are collectible and an important part of starting a collection. It's nice to be able to start with a smaller piece like the Bob Miller or perhaps Gary Denton or Gary Pruner's Glowbird. I love this little piece because it can go so many different places. Bob gave us one of his best pieces. When they give us a piece, and this one retails at $600, they want us to get that $600 retail for it. These are not pieces that didn't make it into a show or that the artist did a tiny one for us. These are some of their best work.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really important point worth making, that the top artists in our region donate their pieces because they value public television, and part of the bargain is that they give their piece of art worth a certain amount of money on faith that the viewers are going to call in and get
they
there.
give it 100%. And in this case, the artist even did his own framing.
Yeah, the good news is we got a bidding war on every item right now. My Father's Studebaker is at $400. Glowbird number 3 is at $800. You May Already Be Winner is at $350. That's great that they're all doing well, but we want to hear that bell ringer sound. So let's make it happen. We're at $400. We're looking for $450 as the next high bid on My Father's Studebaker. Dee, we haven't talked very much about the beauty of the piece, the negative space, the use of black to make the other colors pop. This is a very sublime piece of art.
Well, you know, I love that there is some sort of a reflection going on, which makes it really feel like chrome when he's actually not used a silver, you know, actual silver chromey color. I love his use of the blue, and he's very brave with this bright red and the bright orange in it. Bob's paintings always just pop. Even a small piece has a lot of impact from all the way across the room.
Yep. So Studebaker, once the pride of South Bend, Indiana, long defunct. But we're going to keep this thing open. We're almost at bell ringer. We need one more bid. It's at $550. We're going to get to $600, ring the bells, and then keep going. Please call in, become the winner. Meantime, Dee and I are going to move on to the next item, and we'll keep you posted how these all turn out, because I believe we're on the verge of getting some bell ringer action. And this is really, to use the car phrase, a shift in gears from Gary Miller's piece to River House 1980 by the late Roy Tellefson. This is oil on canvas. It's a landscape. It's 44 by 53, so it's big. This is a $2,800 piece, and you can see why. We've got a high bid right now of $1,500, so we're looking for you to come in at $1,750 and become the high bidder on River House 1980.
This was super popular at our gala. I've had some of the gallery customers call me, ask me questions about it. Tellefson was a very popular artist. He showed at the Michael Hemovitz Gallery when I first started out in the 80s. He's a contemporary of Gregory Kondos. He studied under Wayne Thiebaud. We lost him to cancer in 1997, and it was a really sad day because a talent definitely got cut short. He's one of Sacramento's quintessential landscapists. He's got that Sacramento blue in there. He's got that whole feeling of the river. Through the center of the piece, right here, he's got that nice, like, bright horizon line. And Gary Pruner, funny, we were just talking about him, when he was a juror, pointed out to me that a really good large painting, you could look at small swatches of it, and it's like it's its own little teeny tiny painting. And this has it. Even this big bright blue sky has depth and character to it.
Well, the phones are going crazy. We're at $2,000 right now. It's a $2,800 piece. We want to see the bidding go at $2,200. Now we're looking for $2,500 as the next high bidder. Let's ring that bell and keep going. We've got a little bit of a bidding war, which is not a big surprise because it's such a great piece. The action is over in the phone bank, so we might as well check in.
I've never done this before, and I get to do it right now. We have bell ringers on 23B, Glowbird number 3. We've got a bid of $1,750. Let's get a bid of $1,800. And we've got a bell ringer on 23C, My Father's 1950 Studebaker. We need a bid of $750. We've also got, I think, a bell ringer on item 23D, River House 1980. We're looking for a bid of $3,100. $3,100. Keep these bells ringing. I love doing this. Let me do it again. And we're going to keep them open for only a little bit of time. If the phones are busy, call. That's because they're busy. We're going to go back over to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thanks so much. It's at $3,200 right now. We're looking for $3,300 as the next high bidding level. Dee, let's just talk about its beauty.
This is your next family heirloom right here.
I mean, the use of color it's spare and beautiful and so thoughtful. Talk a little bit about where your eye goes.
It's a very serene piece. He uses probably 100 different colors of blue in this. This is one of those pieces that your grandkids are going to fight over. It's going to become the center of your family room, the piece that everybody loves. I miss Tellefson. You know, he was a huge talent, and he's still being collected. Even though he's gone, his work is still going up.
Yeah, I mean, this piece clearly is the focal point of a room of pride. in somebody's home or office, and people love it. It's at $3,500, now $3,600. We're looking for people right now. I mean, I'm so thrilled
There
that we've
will
got
be no
people
more.
jumping in.
I mean, that's one of the things about a piece like this. Tellefsen is not making any more paintings, so what we have is what we have, and we were lucky enough to get a jewel.
Yep. The phones are so busy, by the way. If you call and it rings for a little bit, just hang in there. We'll get to you. But there's so much action on all of these pieces right now, and it's not surprising. You talked about the serenity of the piece. A great piece of art is not only well done technically, it makes you feel something, and you kind of feel the piece, don't you, when you look into it?
It's a very evocative piece. This is one of those pieces, when you put it in your home, every time you walk in and the light's a little different, you're going to notice a different thing about it. I love the bright, bright colors in the palms back here. You know, it's just got that real Sacramento feel. You've got the hint of farmland back there, and then, of course, you've got the lovely Delta blue.
We're at $4,000 now, and we're looking for the next bid. If you know you're going to go to 5, why not just go to 5 right now and make sure that you can be the one who owns this piece? Because
it's in its original artist frame, and it's ready to go home tomorrow.
You know, that's exactly right. And it's going, as you pointed out, it is going to be with you a long time. It has enduring value, both as a piece of art and as a piece of family.
It's an heirloom piece, yeah.
All right, we're going to move on pretty soon here, so don't let it get away. Over to the phone bank we go.
I'm here with Lois and all her friends. They're on the phones. They're busy. That means if the phones are busy, you might not be able to call in right away, but keep dialing. You will get through, hopefully, and to make a bid on a piece of art that you love, the number is on your screen. Keep calling. This is an auction. That's what it means to be part of an auction, to keep the phones ringing, keep everybody busy, support local artists and art, but most importantly, support PBS KVIE by supporting the auction and dialing that phone number, keeping them busy, keep the phones ringing, keep making bell ringers, and we're going to go back over to Kevin and Dee.
Would you like to do?
All right. Kelly, thank you so much. We are having a great time. Dee and I have moved on to item 23E. Variety is such a wonderful part of the KVIE Art Auction, and as the camera shows you, Crow by Stephanie Taylor, a $425 retail value ceramic crow. It really speaks to the variety. We're doing huge landscapes. We're doing hood ornament art.
So Sacramento.
Yeah.
Because Sacramento is just known for its crows.
All right, we got a 150 bid already. We're looking for you to come in at 200. You know how this works. You call the 800 number 844 KVIE Art. That's 584-3278, and you become the leading bidder. And when you win, you become the owner of a great piece of art. Stephanie Taylor, very well-respected artist in Northern California. She gave this piece free and clear so that KVIE could get at least $425 to support the mission. Please make that happen right now with your generous cause.
I'm the curator, so I'm going to pick it up.
I can't do that. You're allowed.
No, this is a very sturdy piece. I want to show you that it's mounted on a metal bracket that has 2 holes in it. So this piece can be mounted like this on a wall. Can we get a good shot of that?
Which is great because the yellow and black underside is an important part of the piece.
It can go outside, so this can be your official greeter outside your door. In fact, Stephanie has done many commissions where she's been hired to do these crows for people's yards. And you could also put him, you could put the screws in here and he can go on top of a pedestal or on your fence.
Yes.
He can also go in a bathroom or in your house somewhere. I commissioned a piece for my my 55th birthday. She made me a pink one. So they're just really fun and very Sacramento.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a $200 high bid right now. Thank you to that bidder for calling in and being generous. We're looking for we got $250. Now we're going to go to $300 for Crow by Stephanie Taylor. It is a $425 retail value. We're looking to blow right past that and keep going. You mentioned about her collectability and her installations. I have a dear friend who commissioned some for Home in the Fab 40s, and it kind of makes a statement out on that deck. Yeah. I'm not sure I can put it into words, but it just adds this artistic element. We should talk more about that, but right now we want to send it over to the phone bank where we hope a $300 bid will be coming in shortly.
This is so exciting. We have 2 items that are still open in this break. 23D River House 1980, $5,300. Let's go up to $5,500. Come on, make the phones ring, make them ring even higher. And item 23E that they're talking about, I've got goosebumps. I wish you could see the goosebumps. I've got goosebumps. Be a part of this auction. We've got a bid of $5,400 on 23D. Let's go up to $5,500, maybe even $6,000. Come on, ring the phones. This is a gorgeous piece, item 23D and item 23E Crow. Let's make that a bell ringer as well. And let's go over to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Kelly. Dee and I are obviously thrilled with all the action on the phones. Get in on the fun. It is a blast to be part of the KVIE Art Auction. And the way you do that is by calling in and you're making your bid right now. But you don't want to wait because things are moving. We're at $450 on Crow. That makes it a bell ringer. But we're not done yet because there are other people interested. Dee, motion is not something to be taken for granted in a ceramic piece. How has she accomplished this?
This piece does not look stagnant at all. You've got a tilt on the crow's head. She was a doll about this. She made this especially for KVIE because I told her we shoot against a black background. So she wanted something that was bright and poppy. I love all the gold in it. This would be great on some executive's desk. You know, forget the stodgy stuff in your office. You know, put something in your office that makes people smile when they come in. And I do love the fact that it can be hung on a wall, which makes it kind of an unexpected guest. You can hang it up really high or put it out in your yard somewhere. The one that I have is right outside my back door when you leave my house. So he looks like he just landed up there.
We're at $525. We're looking for you to come in and become the next high bidder. Every dollar supports public television and all the programs that you enjoy here at KVIE all year long, so be generous right now. One of the things that I love about this piece, Dee, is the gold flecking, because why wouldn't you have gold polka dots on a crow?
Why not?
It's cool. Let's put them. I mean, I love her. I just love her artistic sense.
And, you know, let's talk a little bit about the artist. Stephanie Taylor is a Sacramento artist from way back when. Her family, I'm born and raised here in Sacramento. She's very well known for her large murals. She just did the mural for the ballet with wide open walls. She did that fun mural of all the people climbing out of the painting on J Street.
Yeah, of course.
She did the huge mural that's the, huge mural, I'm redundant, but she did the big mural that's outside the train museum of the train coming through the wall. She did the horses that are at Cal Expo. Yeah. I mean, she's just everywhere.
She's a big deal. This piece is a big deal. People love it. It's at $600 right now. Let's get a $650 or more bidder coming up next.
There's only one of them.
We have not very much time. There's a bell ringer. That's the sound that we want to hear. Thanks to all the bidders right now. Keep it coming and stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in this, the KVIE Art Auction.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello again. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and we're back for another half hour of live art auction entertainment featuring truly amazing works from California masters. Now, let's do a quick overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. First up, we're going to take a look at item 24A. It is called Extinction March by Kim Scott. This is oil on board and measures 20 by 24 and carries a retail value of $2,700. Then we'll turn our attention to item 24B, Captain Delta Shores, it is called, by the legendary artist Esteban Villa. This is mixed media measuring 23 by 24, framed by Esteban with a retail value of $8,000. $1,000. Item 24C is Yosemite Creek 2 by Ken Waterstreet. This is oil on canvas, and it's big, 40 by 30 in size. You're going to love it. It's got a retail value of $2,200. Then we will open the bidding on item 24D, River Styx 1 by Robin Letty Justina. This is oil on canvas measuring 20 by 24 with a retail value of $1,500, and we'll round out the half hour by focusing on item 24E called Dogs Playing Poker PBN by the artist Maria Winkler. It's acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 26 and framed by our good friends at Archival Gallery with a retail value of $500. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Dee Oldham Neath as we auction off works that are part of our California Masters collection. Dee, welcome back. To be a California Masters means that you are very well established, high in value, and obviously of extraordinary technical and artistic merit.
Right. These are all artists that, for instance, Kim has had a one-person show at the Crocker Art Museum. They're shown by museums. They have taught in universities. Kim's been a teacher for a long time. This is a great piece of hers dealing with the extinction. She is a real bird lover. I follow her on Facebook. She's great at photographing birds. She spends a lot of time traveling to look at birds. This particular bird she says she met in Utah, and it's a crow, which is absolutely gorgeous. She has a really great kind of Renaissance painter style. You know, you can look at some of her work and it could have been painted 100 years ago. It could have been painted yesterday. But
all right,
this is a new piece.
We've got a $350 bid. Right now it's a $2,700 retail value. So, of course, that person is hoping that nobody else jumps in because what a steal. But the point here is to raise as much money as possible to support your PBS station. That would be PBS KVIE. So please pick up the phone, bid right now. We're looking right now for a $500 bid on Extinction March, which, of course, is nowhere close to the bell ringer retail value of $2,700.
This was in her last exhibition. So these are most of these pieces that you're seeing in this next hour. These are not pieces that the artist had left over in their studio or it's a little study. These are pieces that have been shown in museums and have been exhibited in local galleries. Kim gave us a beautiful piece. She was just here as an on-air art expert. She really supports PBS and she wants us to get that $2,700 value.
And as the camera zoomed in and slowly panned over, you could see not only the black crow in the foreground, but sort of the spirit of the other crows in the waves. And we're going to talk more about that. But first, let's send it over to the phone bank and see what the latest is.
There's not a lot of time of all these pieces. They're excited. If they're clapping their hands, that means they're not talking on the phones to you. So dial the phones so Lois and Bryant and all of their friends can get on the phones with you and get those bids in. Call the number on your screen. Time is very limited for these pieces. This is the time to start your collection and to support all the great local programs that you love. So do it now. Make Lois and Bryant busy. They want to have their hands busy talking to you and getting those pieces of art into your home and into your lives. Call the number on your screen. Let's go back to Kevin and Dee.
Thank you so much, Kelly. So, Dee, let's pick up the conversation about the waves in the background and the beautiful outline of some of the crows with the red dot eyes.
So if you can zoom in right here, what appears to be sort of waves when you're looking at them at a distance, as you get closer, you can see the outline of other bird figures. You know, Kim is very concerned with the ecology of birds and, you know, we're losing a lot of our domestic birds here in the United States. And again, we've got this lovely crow that even though this one she met in Utah, it's such a Sacramento symbol. I mean, it dates back to Daryl Forney, who was a Sacramento artist in the 60s and 70s that made the crow kind of an icon in Sacramento imagery.
Well, the bid is stuck at $350. We're looking for you to call in and make a $500 bid. This is a $2,700 piece, and part of it is that the artist and the artist's reputation. Right. Part of it also is that the piece is actually really great. And you talked a little bit about the message here. It's called Extinction March. She cares about wildlife and the environment. And so I think it really is going to connect with viewers at home who feel strongly about those values.
Yes, I think so too, which is kind of a nice PBS message as well. One of the things that, we were talking about the quality of the artist in this particular hour. She has had a one-woman show at the Crocker. She started showing back in the 80s at the Michael Himovitz Gallery, which was Sacramento's first premier gallery. She showed with Solomon Dubnik Gallery as well. She just had a very successful show at the 1616 space at Del Paso. She is one of our, premier artists here in Sacramento, and she was just here this afternoon as an art expert. So she really gives to the art community, and she really gives to PBS.
Top artist, top piece. She donates the piece free and clear. It's $2,700 because she is intending KVIE to net that. We're going to keep it open and encourage you to call in with your bid. Don't let it get away. There is a sense of urgency here. When it's gone, it's gone. Meantime, we're going to focus our attention on item 24B, Captain Delta Shores, but continue to encourage you to call in and make a bid on Extinction March because it is a lovely piece and you're supporting public television when you do that. Meantime, as you can see on screen, we have brought up and turned our attention to Captain Delta Shores by Esteban Villa. It's 23 by 24 mixed media, framed with a retail value of $8,000. And Dee, why don't we talk about the RCAF on the captain's cap right off the bat, because this is the key to the whole thing.
You can't talk about Esteban Villa without talking about the RCAF, which is the Royal Chicano Air Force. It's a group of Chicano artists that came out of Sac State. They are known internationally. They did huge murals down in LA and here. Esteban gave us a piece year before last that was a study for the giant RCAF mural that just went up in the new arena. Golden One Center. Let me get the name right. He is incredibly well known in the Sacramento area. He's in his 80s, and this is a new piece for him. He's still working really actively. You can see his signature right there.
The well-known.
If you've ever been down that, when you're going from what used to be the old mall underneath into Old Sacramento, there's a big mural in there, and he did that one. Esteban is one of the founders of the RCAF, and is just a huge part of American Chicano art history.
Yeah, he's important on a lot of levels. I do want to encourage somebody to call up with that starting bid level is $1,500. Just $1,500 will put you in the driver's seat on this $8,000 piece, Captain Delta Shores.
And this is a museum piece. Not only is he well respected as an artist, but he has a lot of respect historically for what he has done for the art community in general, and he was a professor at Sac State as well.
Right, and the RCAF holds such a special place in the Latino community, in the Latino arts community.
And I just recently got my wings. I just recently got my pilot wings because I've been associated with them for a while because I've given them exhibitions and I've worked with various members of the RCAF through their careers. But it's really, he's one of the grandfathers, and it's really nice to have a piece.
He's truly a giant of Sacramento art, Latino art, and the piece itself. We talk a lot about his reputation, and we should talk a little bit about the piece as well.
It's so Sacramento because he's like a Delta guy. It's like a Delta captain. He's got that stern, that stern look with the nice little goatee. I love his captain
the
bars.
epaulette colors on the corner.
Yeah. And I love his RCAF with the little, it's nice that it doesn't have wings, that it's got an anchor instead. That's kind of a little different. And it was done in 2019, so it is a new piece for him.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal. So call in, make that $1,500 bid, become the opening bidder right now on that. Meantime, we're going to send that over to Kelly at the phone bank with our Extinction March update.
Extinction March. This is item 24A. I am so excited. I paint birds. I love this piece. I love this artist's work. We've got a bid of $750. Let's get a bid of $775, or dare I say it, even $800. Call the number on your screen. Extinction March. She's such a well-known artist, highly collectible. It's a wonderful piece. $825. We're looking for a bid of $850. Let's get it up. That's not even halfway to making it a bell ringer. $850 is the bid we're looking for Extinction March 24A. The number is on your screen. Be a part of this auction right now. It's only an auction if you call in and make the phones ring. We're looking for a bid of $850. Extinction March. There's not a lot of time left. Call in for 24A, and let's go back over to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Kelly. Dee and I are here with this great piece, Captain Delta Shores, by a true
Esteban
giant,
Villa. Yeah.
Esteban Villa. We're looking for an opening bid now of just $1,000. Will make you the leading bidder on this piece, which is an $8,000 piece. And its artistic merit is really very high. I mean, the use of geometry and color makes it pop. I mean, it just pops.
He's very well known. He's got sort of an Aztec feel to his pieces. He uses a lot of the diamonds. He uses a lot of the straight, flat color and the heavy black line. If you own this piece and you see the piece at the Golden One, you immediately can look up and go, oh, that's Esteban's right there. He's got a very distinct style. He is a premier muralist. So it's nice to be able to have a small piece of his, because so many of them are large and on public buildings.
And for a piece to have in your collection at only $1,000 opening bid right now, this is a terrific piece of art and a great statement about valuing
It's a piece of
Latino
Sacramento
arts.
history.
So we're going to be taking calls even as we continue on. We have a schedule to keep. So we're going to move on to item 24C, Yosemite Creek 2. Right now, that piece is at $700. So we're looking for a next high bid of $850 on Yosemite Creek 2. It's a $2,200 value. So get in on the action right now. The artist is Ken Waterstreet, very well known. It's oil on canvas. It's big, 30 inches by 40 inches. And Dee, when you turn your eye to it, what's the first reaction you have?
Ken Waterstreet is like the king of hyper-realism.
Hyper-realism.
And hyper-realism is, the easiest way I explain it is if you looked at a tree, you don't really see every single leaf. But when something is hyper-realistic, you would see every leaf. This is, especially if you're a fly fisherman like I am, this is what it looks like to look down in the water and wade in Yosemite and see the sunlight bouncing off the water, and you can see all the algae and the rocks underneath and just the reflection of the water. It's a beautiful piece, and Ken is really well known for this treatment.
All right, the high bid right now is $700. We're looking for a bid of, let's say, $850 for the next high bid increment on Yosemite Creek 2. Let's get some action going over on the phone bank.
Now, this is an internationally known artist.
He's
shown in New York. He's had a regular gallery, I believe Joseph Chowning in San Francisco. He's very popular.
All right, and meantime, we've got an opening bid now of $1,000 on Captain Delta Shores, so let's send it on over to Kelly at the phone bank and see what the news is.
That's right. We have a bid of $1,000 on item 24B, Captain Delta Shores. Be the captain of this art auction by calling in and having so much fun along with us. This is an auction. Be a part of the auction, and you only do that if you call in and the number on your screen. This is an important piece by a widely collected artist. Captain Delta Shores, we're looking for a bid of $1,100. Let's go for a bid of $1,100, and let's go back over to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thanks for the update, Kelly. Dee and I are having a great time over here. We are so excited because the caliber of art and the caliber of artists is off the charts. Extinction March is now at $2,000. Captain Delta Shores has broken $1,000. It's at $1,050, and we're looking for more people to get in on that. We've got a high bid of $1,000 on Yosemite Creek 2, so we're at $1,200. So we're looking to get to $1,500 on Yosemite Creek 2 as the next bid increment.
And he is in the permanent collection at the Crocker.
Yeah.
So you can own a piece at own the same artist as the Crocker.
Right. I just love the ethereal, I mean, you can see the motion of the water in it, right? I mean, it's very contemplative. It's very peaceful. It draws you in. It's just powerful.
It has a real light and movement to it, which I really like about Ken's work. Ken taught for over 30 years at, I think it was Mira Loma. So he was one of everybody's favorite art teacher. I know quite a few very well-known artists around town
came through his class. He taught with Eric Dolan. They were both really well-respected artists. It was very kind of Ken to give us this piece. When I called and asked him, I said, can I have a big piece?
Well,
he
well
does
done,
these
Dee.
little tiny drawings usually, so it was very nice to get one of his larger paintings.
Yeah, well, the phones are hopping right now. Extinction March is almost to a bell ringer. It's at $2,500. We're looking to get to that $2,700 or more. Captain Delta Shores is now $2,000 and moving. Yosemite Creek is now $2,000 and moving. Let's send it over to Kelly. She's the boots on the ground over at the phone bank.
The phone bank is busy, but they need to be busier. If they're clapping, they can't answer your calls or take your bids. Item 24A is so close to being a bell ringer. That's Extinction March. Call in to make that a bell ringer. We need $200 more for that. And item 24B, it's at $2,000. Let's get a bid of $2,100. $2,100. Item 24C, it is, I think, maybe a bell ringer or very close to being a bell ringer. It's a little quiet, so get it hopping. It's going. So let's get the phones ringing. Make it louder in here. Make it hard for us to hear. If the phones are ringing and you're trying to get through, keep calling, because that means it's an auction and you're part of it. Call the number on your screen, and we're going to go back over to Kevin. Kevin?
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. This baby's a bell ringer. It's at $2,650 right now. Call in right now. Become the next high bidder at $2,750. Every dollar supports the mission of public television. Ken Water Street donated this great piece. And how do you see this affecting a room?
You know, what I like about this piece is it's incredibly modern. It's a very contemporary piece when you look at it as an abstract, but then he's very painterly in the way he does it. So it's got sort of a real traditional feel as well. I would love to see it in a super traditional home as kind of a big focal point, or in someone's office.
Yeah, it's definitely a focal point piece, and that's why so many people are calling and bidding. It's at $3,300 right now. Let's see somebody get us up to $4,000 and beyond. Meantime, we're going to stay on schedule. Even as the bidding continues on the first three pieces in this half hour, we're going to move ahead to item 24D. That's River Styx 1. So that's a $1,500 piece, and we're looking right now for a starting bid of $350 on River Styx 1. Lovely kind of family outing, summery piece. And it's, as you can see, oil on canvas done at an extraordinarily high level. Dee, when you look at it, what's the first thing that your eye catches?
I love Robin Letty Justina's stuff. She always has... she really likes to use families and children as subject matters. She did a series years ago of babies sitting in shopping baskets. This is the series of everybody's summer vacation, where you're the one who has to take the kids to the water park.
And you can see as the camera slowly pans up, the great use of color, the motion, the even though it's not realism, the realistic human motions that you see in there. Obviously, she is a very, very good artist.
And you've always got a big smile. She did a big series a couple years ago of the, she does a lot of stuff with East Sacramento, of the well-known East Sacramento 4th of July parade. But I love this one because even if you're not in Sacramento, every city has that water park. And, you know, everybody takes all the kids down there. Everyone's having a good time. It's fun. It's very summery. And it's just, you're going to see a different story in it every time you look at it. And again, she's one of Sacramento's most well-known artists.
Yeah, summery is a great word for it. It is right now looking for a starting bid of $350. And just to review the dynamics of how this event goes, the artists have donated, and that means Robin donated free and clear a $1,500 piece with the intent that you viewers at home would call up and contribute, become the winning bidder.
And you know what she let me do, and a lot of artists do this, she let me go in the studio and choose what I wanted. So it wasn't, again, it wasn't just a small piece that was a study or something like that. It was one of her major pieces, and she let me walk in and say, no, I want that one for the auction.
Yeah, it's got happy family memories just written all over it. And if you could use a little bit more happiness in your life on your wall, pick up right now. $350 will make you the leading bidder. If you haven't bid before, couldn't be more simple. You call the 800 number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. That's 584-3278. We've got a great phone bank of volunteers. They are waiting for you, and Kelly's standing by over there in the phone bank with more.
We have doubled the retail of this. It is a double bell ringer. We need to make it even a quadruple bell ringer, if that's even possible. And it is $4,500 is the bid. Let's get a $4,600 bill. $4,600 bid. Call the number on your screen right now. This is Yosemite Creek 2, and we need an opening bid of for River Styx of $350. $350 for River Styx. We need an opening bid. There's a trend of bell ringers in this break. Let's not break the trend. Let's make it an auction. Ring the bells. You're part of that auction process, and you're part of the community, and make it happen. KVIE Art, 844 KVIE Art. And let's go back over to Dee and Kevin.
Okay, we were supposed to be paying attention, but we were actually just gazing deeply into the figures.
Yeah, we were looking at each one of these little figures tells a different story. You've got this little kid over here that kind of looks like he's just learning how to swim, you know, because we've all got that kid that hangs on the edge. You've got the mom over here trying to figure out what everybody's up to. You got the sweet little couple over here.
Yeah, I like them. There's a little young love going on in the lazy river.
And I mean, it's just every pool party that every family has every summer, you know, and everybody's kind of got this nice pink shade because they've all been out there a little too long in the sun. And I like that about it too. She's really brave with her color.
All right, we're looking for you right now. You like the piece. If you like the colors, if you can see it in your home or office, pick up the phone right now. Bid at $350. You will become the leading bidder on this piece, Robin Letty Justina's River Styx 1.
Yeah.
And you will be so glad because, right, there's a degree of urgency here. Like, we're bidding this off and then it's over.
She lets me pick a piece every year. She lets me pick a piece every year. Her work does really well here. She's got a really broad sort of Americana kind of brush stroke going on in here. I love how furiously, you know, she did all these palm trees. There's movement even up in here. And again, you have that every little story going on with every one of those little figures. She's been a past juror, and she always supports KVIE.
Yep, and now it's your turn to jump into the equation and support KVIE 2. Call in right now, become the leading bidder at $350. Get a little more happiness in your life and on your walls. Even as we turn our attention to the next piece, the bidding will remain open on River Styx as it continues to remain open on Yosemite Creek 2, which is closing in on $5,000. Kelly jokingly begged us for a quadruple bell ringer. That could happen. Meantime, 24E is called Dogs Playing Poker PBN. This is a $500 piece by Maria Winkler. And we're going to get into its many great little aspects. But on the business side of this, we've got a $100 high bid right now. It's a $500 piece. So why don't you call up right now at $200 and become the next high bidder on Dogs Playing Poker PBN. Dee, it's very tongue-in-cheek. Talk about it.
Okay, PBN, paint by numbers, people. The artist is working with Kitsch. The original Dogs Playing Poker was a 1903 ad that was done for a certain brand of cigars. So everybody had the Dogs Playing Poker painting. You know, it was a big print that was made. Everybody put it in their living room. Well, what the artist has done is translated it into a paint by number.
Which it is not. To be clear, this is an original painting, but she put in the paint by numbers.
She's made it into a paint by number. It's been framed in a linen mat. We did the framing to treat it like the true classic that it is. What a fun image to put in your office. You want to lighten things up a little bit at work. Then you've got your Dogs Playing Poker paint by number by one of Sacramento's premier painters.
Indeed. We've got that high bid of $100 right now. We're looking for you to get in on the action with a $200 bid. You just pick up the phone, you dial the number. We've got a great phone bank group over there, spearheaded at the moment by Kelly Rains, and she's always got something interesting to say. So let's go find out.
It's because we have a lot of interesting art and time is nigh. Call the number on your screen. Item 24C is at $4,900. Let's get a bid of $5,000. That's well 2 times a bell ringer. Let's make it even higher. Item 24D, River Styx. I'm with that right now. We've got a bid of $650. Retail value of $1,500. Let's make it a bell ringer. Call in with a bid of $675 or even $700. This is an auction. You're part of the auction when you call the number on your screen and you're supporting all the great local programs that you love. Rob on the Road, The Journey with Rob on the Road, Sunday Stories, Studio Sacramento, and so much more, and all those great national programs like Ken Bird's Country Music. Let's go back over to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thanks, Kelly. You know, Dee, a great piece of art makes you feel something, and fun can be one of those things. To me, this piece, which is beautiful as a piece of art, it's the fun aspect that makes it so delightful.
Well, I love
it's just fun.
Yeah, the nostalgia aspect. She's very well known for, and she showed them at the KVIE Art Gallery. She did a whole series of vintage toys, which she collects. Now, the paint by number set came out after the World War II in 1950 with the tagline, "Everybody's a Rembrandt." So I love the fact that she's pointing to her toy series. She's using that nostalgia thing, but she's also showing that, yeah, everybody can be a Rembrandt.
Yeah.
And I love the way she's done it. It's you can see the layers of paint, and she just did a beautiful job making a kitschy piece, which I really love.
I mean, it's amazing. We're at $400. It's a $500 retail value. So let's just get this thing to be a bell ringer. I've heard that there's a couple people in.
Got a beautiful frame on it. It's got a mid-century modern frame. It's set back in it. The artist saw the frame at the reception and was very pleased with the way it turned out. It's framed. It's ready to go. It's going to be great.
It's a lot of things,
it's a bell ringer.
including bell ringer. It's at 5:25 and the action continues. I just keep circling back to, I just find genius in Maria's decision to make an original piece of art that isn't a paint by numbers, but then make it a paint by numbers and then not finish it. So the top left corner obviously is part of the fun.
Yeah, you can see, she's got the numbers. The numbers are all in there. She did a beautiful job on it. I love the dogs playing poker is everybody's joke. If you know a serious collector, you have a serious collection and you throw this in, it's going to give everybody a little smile when they walk in the room.
Yeah, which is a wonderful
Art
thing
does
to
not
give
always
yourself.
have to be serious.
That's exactly right.
I'm the first one to say that.
To give somebody a smile, including yourself, is a wonderful thing to be able to do. And you can make everybody on the phone bank smile, by the way, by calling with your bid right now. We're at 650. We're looking for another high bidder on this bell ringer. I'm going to send it on over to the phone bank where there's always something cooking.
We want to hear your phone calls, but if they're clapping, like I said before, they're not dealing with the bids. So call in. If the phones are busy, keep calling because that means it's an auction. We got a bid of $650 for River Styx. We're looking for a bid of $700. Let's get it at least halfway to a bell ringer. And 24E, I love this artist. She's so amazing. I learn from her every time. Dogs Playing Poker PBN. We've got a bid of $750. Let's get a bid of $800. A bid of $800 for that kitschy, wonderful, wonderful, artful piece. Let's get the energy up in here. Call the phones. The number is on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. Let's go back over to Kevin and Dee.
Yes.
Thanks, Kelly. Time is ticking by, so we don't have forever, but we can't let go yet talking about Dogs Playing Poker PBN. I'm pretty much in love with this piece.
You just noticed they were cheating.
Yeah, right. This guy's cheating. I love the serious look on a couple of the poker players. We're talking about how much fun it is and what a clever idea, but we can't look past the fact that this is a very, very strong piece of art, too. I mean, Maria's a very talented painter.
She's very well known for her nostalgic pieces. She's very well known for her homage to toys. And this has a little bit of both of that, with the paint by number being a popular X-toy. And I just love the image of all the dogs. I mean, if you know somebody that's got bulldogs, it's a fun one, too.
It's a fun one. So's the KVIE.
Still being bid up.
It is. We're at 800 and moving. Don't go away. Stay tuned. There's more art coming up in the great next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 38th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 260 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the auction by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE Art to place your bid. Auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of KVIE, your PBS station. So thanks for watching and bidding. And now let the auction begin. Stay tuned for artists featured in the KVIE Gallery, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features past auction winners, jurors, and California masters who have been featured in our KVIE Gallery's rotating collection. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Christina Salerno, and during the next half an hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art in the KVIE Gallery collection. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 25A is 3 Lemons by Marie-Therese Brown. This is an oil on canvas measuring 24 by 24. The retail value is $550. Item 25B is Raven Elements 1 by Kurt Fishback. This is photography measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $1,200. Item 25C is Reflections Fort Bragg Seawall by Betty Bishop. This is photography measuring 20 by 26 with a retail value of $250. Item 25D is A Clay Fish Car by Gary Dinnan. This is clay measuring 19 by 7 by 10 with a retail value of $800. Item 25E is Vamp by Carrie Catini. This is acrylic on board measuring 13 by 13. It was framed by Archival Gallery with a retail value of $350. Item 25F is Garden Globe by Mary Ellen Lane. This is ceramic measuring 19 by 17 round with a retail value of $800. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Marie-Therese Brown. Marie-Therese is an art teacher and artist who paints full-time and exhibits her paintings at the Artery Gallery in Davis. She is a longtime contributor to the art auction, thank you, both as an artist and as an art expert. Welcome, Marie-Therese.
Thank you very much.
Our first piece is item 25A, 3 Lemons, and it's by no other artist other than Marie-Therese Brown. So let's kick it up. Do you know anything about this? I have a feeling you might.
I do know this. I know it intimately, yeah. So this is painting of my neighbor's lemons. They had a tree branch break in their driveway, which was very handy. And so I was able to snap a piece of the broken and bring it into my studio and hang it up and paint it like I was doing a plein air painting, only I was bringing the indoors or the outdoors in.
Oh, it's a lovely
lemons,
painting.
yeah.
I love the colors that you used.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had fun. I just hung it there and painted it.
Well, 3 Lemons right now has a high bid of $175. It does have a retail value of $550. Let's see if we can get that number up to $250. Where would you place a painting like this in your home?
Anywhere. I mean, it could go any place that you have space for it. I don't think that there's certain paintings that need to be any place in particular, but you know, kitchens usually don't have big walls. So you think, oh, it's a kitchen painting, but then you go, where do I put it? There's all cupboards in there.
Exactly.
You know, dining room.
Dining room would be lovely over
yeah.
or a dining table or maybe a hutch with some, some plates and whatnot.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this is an oil. It's on canvas. It's size 24 by 24. It's a gallery-sized wide canvas, so it can be unframed. I did paint it white on the edges, and because I hung it up on the wall, there were shadows just from the overhead light. So that blue that you see are the shadows that I saw from the lemons. And I made it bigger than what the lemons are, although they are really big lemons on my neighbor's tree. It's really great that we have a neighbor with a lemon tree, and they're good friends. And so, you know, it's a little bit large so that it really shows up. And yeah, I think they're graceful. I think they're beautiful. I love to go out and plein air paint, and I love to paint nature. And this was kind of a cozy way to stay in my studio and do it indoors.
Excellent. I love it. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee at the phone bank.
Hey, this is an auction. We're coming close to having not enough time. They're clapping. Again, I keep saying it. If they're clapping, they're not typing on the phone and taking their bids. So call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $225 for 3 Lemons. We love that artist. She's very special to us. Call the number on your screen. We need some more energy of the phones, and you are that energy by dialing the phones. Call the number on your screen. We're looking for a bid of $225. Let's go back to Christina.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Again, we're standing here with 3 lemons. We have a high bid right now of $200, but we'd love to see that number go up to $225. Marie, what else can you tell us about your painting?
Well, you know, I kind of just start with one place. I don't plan way ahead. I look at one little area and begin, and then just think, oh, this needs to be balanced with another leaf over here. So, you know, the leaves are hanging there, and I may take a branch that is from something else and add to it. I just felt like, you know, I wanted to have the balance of the way the lemons were. I did 2 others similar to it. One of them has a couple, only 2 lemons, and they're little done hanging down. And I wanted to get the light so you could see that it's supposedly a 3-dimensional objects to get that form, and created the shadows, and had a good time painting it.
Is this your typical style?
Yeah, it is. I've done a lot of watercolors, and I used to do big watercolors, like botanical illustrations of watercolors. And oil is much more forgiving, and it's freer, and you know, you can paint over it. You can't do that with a watercolor.
Absolutely,
It's a one-time only.
I love the citrus. California, citrus is huge in California. As you said, it came from your neighbor's yard. Perhaps you have a lemon tree in your backyard, or your neighbors do. This is a very California piece. Right now we have a high bid of $225. We're going to keep this piece open, but we're going to move on to our next one. Our next piece is item 25B, which is Raven's Elements 1 by Kurt Fishback. This is photography, measuring 20 by 16 with a retail value of $1,200. We are looking for a starting bid of $200 on this piece. This is a really cool one. I'm really excited to talk about this. Let's talk about the style that this artist used.
Well, normally Kurt Fishback is really well known for his black and white photos of artists. He has photographed all the artists in Sacramento and beyond. He's got a beautiful, famous one of Wayne Thiebaud, and so that's what you would normally think of when you think of Kurt Fishback, but he's having a good time with this. He likes ravens, and a raven landed and posed for him, and so he took a photograph of the raven, and then he had photographs of other items in nature, and he put it together in Photoshop. So he manipulated the pictures and placed them, you know, here and there the way he wanted them to be. So a lone feather, the starfish, all were different photographs that he took parts of and put together.
It's really creative, and Kurt Fishback was one of the original artists of the KVIE Art Gallery back in 2014, so we thank him for his longtime support. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. You mentioned the raven. There's not only the raven down below, but there's also the feather up top, which our camera's panning up towards. There's so many things that catch your eye here in this particular painting.
Including the glowing background. He's got this beautiful soft blue, like it's up in the clouds, sky, clouds at the bottom, a dark blue at the top, this kind of mossy looking wood, and you know, he has a spiritual feeling about it, with the lone feather has this Native American feeling, and these little symbols, the way he's put looks like bark of wood together. There's so much interest in it, and it has a lot of depth.
Absolutely. Well, good news. We have a lot of action happening on 3 lemons. So we're going to go check in with Dee in the phone bank.
Okay, 25A is at $500. The retail is $550. I have a Marie Therese Brown in my kitchen, and it's way smaller than this. So if you want to own a bigger Marie Therese Brown than the curator at the art auction, now is your chance to bring it up to $550. Number 25A, 3 lemons. Quintessential work by her. I love this piece. It would look great in your kitchen or in a formal dining room. It's at $500. I want to see it go to $550. Come on, don't you want to own one that's bigger than the one I own? There we go. Let's go back out to 25B. We're looking at Kurt Fishback. It's currently, we're looking for a bid on that Kurt Fishback. We're going to look at it again. Another well-known artist. Good job, Marie. Thanks for the great piece.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations on that. We're looking for a starting bid on Raven's Element of $150. So just $150 to bring this original piece of art into your home. And this is really, the more I look at it, the more I see. And I know you kind of kept mentioning different details there, but what really jumped out to you?
Well, you know, I've just, while Dee was talking over there, I'm getting a chance to really look at it and see, and you too, the incredible detail of every little thing in the starfish. in the feather, you see, sort of an amazing photograph of each item, and then the kind of interesting way that he's put this all together.
Absolutely. Raven's Element 1, we're looking for a starting bid of $150. As you can see from the last piece from Three Lemons, it was only a few minutes ago, and it's already almost at bell ringer status, so these pieces go quickly. If this is a piece that you could picture having in your home, on your wall, all you have to do is give us a call at the number on your screen, and you could have it immediately. This piece is framed. It's ready to go in somebody's home. There's a lot of different places that this piece could go. I love the color, the pop color.
Yeah, it's framed and matted, signed by Kurt. Looks like he did this copyrighted it in 2007. So he's probably done several of these. We just don't get to see them very often. I think he's so well known for his black and white portraits. Yeah, I've never seen this colorful, beautiful, with so much detail.
So much detail. We're going to keep it open to allow you to keep bidding on that, but we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 25C. It's called Reflections Fort Bragg Seawall by Betty Bishop. This is photography measuring 20 by 26 with a retail value of $250. This is a really neat one. I'm excited to talk about this one. Before the break, we were both talking about how it almost doesn't even look like a photograph. It almost looks like a painting.
It looks like a painting. In fact, she even said that it looked like a watercolor to her. And she did say that she quoted Ansel Adams, and to be a photographer, it doesn't matter what kind of camera you have, it matters where you're standing.
Ooh,
and
I
so
like that.
when she was standing just a few feet either forward or backwards, it didn't have the same impact until she got just to this spot where there was so much balance in what she was seeing, what she was framing in her mind, and she just took the camera and put it in front of the view that she saw.
What a perfect view that she has. Reflections Fort Bragg Seawall. I assume a shot in Fort Bragg. We're looking for a starting bid of $75. This has a retail value of $250. There's a lot of detail in here. I mean, we're talking about reflections, so obviously we see that some of the reflections down below. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
Well, that makes it so abstract. You don't really know. There must be something that's this red color up there that we can't see, but we just see the reflection of it. Because up to here, that's all reflection. So you can see how the wood is straight line, and now the reflection, because the water going through it, it's becoming wobbly, which makes it look painterly. Looks like a painter came and, we're leaning it forward so you
We're
can
adjusting
see,
so you get the better view.
because the overhead lights make a glaze.
Get rid of the glare. This is a wonderful piece. Right now, we do have a starting bid of $75, which is excellent. Please call the number on your screen to get in on the bidding war, which hopefully will happen. We have a retail value of $250 on this one. I also love the very natural looking frame. I mean, I feel like I'm out at the ocean, at the seawall with this.
Well, he used this nice wood that has a texture that looks like it could be some of the same wood that's in there. It looks like, I don't know, weathered in a way.
It's very
But yet it's
complimentary.
really beautifully done, because as you look at the edges here, it's got, like tongue and groove edge. So it's a beautiful frame.
Gorgeous. We're going to go ahead and check in with Dee at the phone bank.
Oh, they're fighting over the lemons here. 25A, the Three Lemons is up to $800. Everybody wants a Marie-Therese Brown that's larger than mine. Right now, though, I've got 25B. Kurt Fishback is one of this area's most well-known photographers. His father was a photographer. He was raised with Ansel Adams in the house. So it's nice to have a colored piece by him. It's an original photograph. It's in a beautiful green frame. We're looking for an opening bid of $150 on item number 25B. I know there's some people out there that collect photography. We had a really great photography hour a little while ago. This is a California master. He was the very first person we had the honor of showing in the KVIE Art Gallery. So you could put a gallery artist in your collection right now, 25B. Raven Elements 1, I need an opening bid of $150. Let's go back and look at that other piece.
We're here at Fort Bragg Seawall, and this artist, Betty Bishop, she is very much out in nature. She's out kayaking, and she has a lot of her art has to do with art and birds and being out in nature. And you can see that this is exactly one of those pieces, is bringing the outdoors in. So this may be for your outdoor lover, your nature lover outside who may want to have a piece like this inside their home. We're looking for, right now we have a high bid of $200. We'd love to see that number go up to $250, which would make it a bell ringer.
Well, Betty is definitely an artist who has her eyes always open. You know, she found this scene and found something that people wouldn't maybe notice, or you might notice but not realize it could be this gorgeous piece of art.
It absolutely
that really does look like a painting, and capturing the blue, which is a reflection of the sky and the water. It's so well balanced, and the way it goes off into a sort of distance, because it gets, you know, she's at one side looking as it recedes.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this one open. It's actually already at bell ringer status, which is amazing. We have a high bid of $250, but we'll keep that one open to allow you to keep bidding and move on to our next one. Our next piece. Item 25D, it's a clay fish car by Gary Dinnan. This is clay measuring 19 by 7 by 10. This has a retail value of $800. This is a very well-known artist who shows all over. He's a local artist as well. What else can you tell us about him, Reedries?
Wow, it's already a bell ringer. So I saw this at preview, and people know Gary Dinnan. Everybody knows Gary Dinnan, and I didn't really know him. I don't know him personally, and I looked up Gary Dinnan, and oh my God. His work makes you happy, and reading about him, I think that's his whole purpose in life, is to, he says, life's a treasure, it's not a chore, and he likes to make people laugh.
I love that.
He's got this beautiful smiling fish with a gorgeous lipstick on, and it's a happy little fish with wheels and carrying his little buddies on his back. He calls himself the anti-Disney caricaturist guy, you know. He creates these little creatures all on his own, and I guess we can turn this.
You absolutely can.
Yeah.
And I just want to let viewers know that this is already a bell ringer. We already have a high bid of $800 with a retail value of $800. And that means that there is a lot of interest in this piece. So if you are interested in this piece, now is the time to call to get in. There are people who are on the phones who are interested in this piece. And if you want a piece of that action, call the number on your screen. I love this whimsical piece. It's something that would just make you smile every time you saw it.
It makes you smile, and I'm looking at how the dog is holding on to the kitty cat in the front. Look at that little arm holding it, so like caressing, making sure, you know, it's safe.
Holding on to him.
It's so cute. And then, oh, this poor little bird right here. I don't know if the camera can see that.
There you go.
He's kind of like, crunched underneath the arm, like, let me see too. It has so much personality.
There's so many, there's every animal, there's an animal for everybody. We have a dog, a cat, a duck, a fish,
So
a
this
rabbit.
is all ceramics. This is what he does, clay, clay, clay. And he has a good time. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee in the phone bank.
We have a very excited phone bank. Apparently there's a big war on about the lemons. That's 25A, 3 lemons. We are now up to $8.75. Let's try to double that price. 25B Raven Elements, I'm sitting at $2.75. I want to see that get up to $4. Reflections to Fort Bragg, another bell ringer at $300. And we're still taking bids. And the clay fish car by my dear Gary Dinnan, who has the patience of Job trying to teach me how to make ceramics, is at $800. So let's look at that fish car one more time.
Such an exciting hour. We're really excited. All these bells are ringing. I love it. What else can you tell us about
Something else
this?
I learned about Gary Dinnan, I do have to meet this man someday because he's just such a sweet person, just looking and reading about him, that he paints. So he paints these crazy caricatures, and he does these big crazy paintings of all these animals, and then from those he makes these sculptures. So, you know, he has probably a painting somewhere with this fish. Get some ideas. So he puts his ideas down on paper, but not in the studious way, in a fun, carefree way.
Did you want to turn it to look a little
Yeah,
bit
let's
more?
look some more.
There's so many ways that you can look at this
Now that
piece.
we see the camera right
There
on
we
it.
go. Yeah. So
Yeah.
every angle, this piece has a different little fun angle every time you turn it and take a different look at it.
Yeah, look at the little goofy smiles on all the animals. Like, yay, they don't need seat belts, and they're just staying on there and zooming along.
Everybody keeps talking about it. Gary loves joy, and he wants people to feel
Uh-huh.
joy through their pieces, and that absolutely comes through in this piece. It just makes you smile. And we have a high bid of $900, which is amazing. We are above retail value, and anything over retail value is tax deductible. And all of the proceeds go to supporting KVIE, your local PBS station, and the shows that you love. We're going to keep this piece open, but we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece, item 25E, is called Vamp. It's by Carrie Catini. This is acrylic on board. It's measuring 13 by 13. It was framed by Archival Gallery with a retail value of $350. Now this is a pretty fun piece. This piece has a lot of personality packed into a small painting, and I love it. What can you tell us about it, Marie?
Well, I called the artist to get some information about this, and talk about having a lot of personality packed. I mean, she's just delightful. And she had so much to say about the whole idea. I wanted to make sure that everybody noticed those pink lips on that fish back there of Gary Denon's. Well, here's the lipstick.
They use this lipstick.
That's the lipstick.
Absolutely,
that he had to
yeah.
use. And she talks about, she paints this a lot. She paints animals and she paints lipstick. And she says that it's called Vamp, and to her that's like a term of endearment. And she feels there's something about lipstick that's so personal. It's a woman wears lipstick. They usually don't share their lipstick with other people. So it's kind of, it's to enhance the shape of a woman's lips. So it's a real personal statement. She felt like it was a personal item, and she felt like it was a charged subject matter, and you get to use these bright colors. And her painting is of that, the bright colors that a woman would use on her lipstick.
I love it. Vamp, we have right now a high bid of $100. This has a retail value of $350. Let's see if we can get that bid up to $150. This piece would be fantastic, maybe in a bedroom, maybe near where you get ready in the morning. And this just reminds you of that. As you said, lipstick is a very personal thing, but it's also very empowering as a woman, being able to get dressed and put that on. Let's go check in with the phone bank.
Okay, here's something you're not going to hear a lot on PBS. It's the battle of the 3 lemons versus the fish car. So 25A, 3 lemons, they're still fighting them over it. It's $9.75. The fish car by the dear Gary Denon is now at $1,000, and I still got 3 people bidding on that. Reflections, another bell ringer. 25C is at $300, and I've got $275 on Kurt's piece, 25B. If you're interested in any of these pieces, you've got to get in there. I love Carrie Catini's Vamp. That's one of my favorite pieces in the show. 25E, let's take another look at it. Carrie will be showing at the KVIE Gallery the end of this month in October, featuring some of her lipsticks and a lot of her little work. So let's take a look at that. It's kind of a little sneak preview.
That show opens on October 29th. This piece, like we said, packs a lot of punch for a little piece, but it's a great size because it could really go in any place in the house.
Yeah, it's small enough that it can fit anywhere. It's an acrylic painting. It's on a board. I think it's really clever that she has the lipsticks writing out the word vamp.
I love that.
Yeah, it's beautifully and really well painted. The shine on the lipstick cases and everything. It's a high, it's kind of an Art Deco look and looks like a building almost. They're very beautiful. And then that subtle background. So it looks like it's on a wall almost, like somebody wrote the word vamp on a wall somewhere.
Absolutely. This may be a good present for somebody that you know. You know, Christmas is coming up. There may be that woman in your life who loves their lipstick, who would love having a painting like this in their home, in their bedroom, or where they get ready, just as a reminder. And it's very empowering as a woman to have something like this as a reminder every day as you wake up, and put a smile on your face too, I think.
Yeah. So I heard today the word vamp means something else to KVIE people like you. Like if you don't know what to say, then you vamp, which means you just start telling everybody how great KVIE is.
Absolutely.
Do you use that word?
We will now. We will now.
I'm going to vamp.
Okay, do you have any additional thoughts?
Well, I guess I think we need some more bids on this.
We absolutely do. Right now we have a high bid of $100, but it has a retail value of $350. We'd love to see that number go up to $150. Just a reminder that all of the proceeds go to benefit KVIE and all of the programs that you love.
See, that's vamping.
We're going to keep this open and move on to the next piece. Item 25F is Garden Globe by Mary Ellen Lane. This is ceramic, measuring 19 by 17 round. The retail value is $800. This is a really neat piece. I like this one, and we actually have the artist here. She was just showing it off for us. And there's a lot to talk about here. Why don't we start with the different elements that we're looking at?
She has put all kinds of things into this. Little broken pieces of china and glass beads and pieces of mosaic tiles, and you have to spend time looking at it all around and around and around. It's very beautiful.
She recommended, I asked her, the artist, where she would put this in her house, and she said it would go right out in her garden because this piece is a piece that can go outside. She said maybe under an overhang, but this would be a lovely piece next to your patio furniture, next to your succulents or your flowers. It would really add a pop of pizzazz to your garden.
Yeah, and it's got all these brilliant things that would catch the light and in a very lovely way. It's very lightweight. It's made, actually it's styrofoam inside with the cement over it, and then she embeds everything in the cement and grouts. So the inside of it is so light that you can move it. You can move it around.
Absolutely, you can pick it up and move it anywhere. Right now we have a high bid of $150 on Garden Globe, but it has a retail value of $800. Let's go check in with the phone bank.
I am with the lovely Virginia, who helps us get through this. She is so good. And I've got Carrie Catini's Vamp in here. What Carrie Catini was kind of doing with this whole series is all of us that buy cosmetics of any kind like to make fun of the names that they give fingernail polishes and things like that. And so that's kind of what she's doing with the Vamp thing. If you know somebody that works as a cosmetic counter, if you know a woman whose bathroom looks like a cosmetic counter, this is a perfect little piece for them. Right now it's at $250. I'd really like to make it a bell ringer at $350, and we can only do that if you call. So give us a call, 844-584-3278. We're going to take this off really soon. Let's go look at that beautiful Garden Globe.
We're here with Garden Globe, which has a high bid of $175. Again, a really amazing piece to have in your garden or maybe out in front of your house as people walk up. Really a versatile piece that could go a lot of different places. As you mentioned, the light would bounce off everywhere. What else can you tell us about it, Marie-Trace?
Well, it's very well made. I think it would probably last a long, long time, the way she's put it together. She has used she says she sculpts the styrofoam and then she puts the light mesh, like wire mesh on it, lightweight concrete on it, and then she puts the little treasures into this thin set and then grouts it.
I like how she calls them little treasures. That's the perfect description of it. Because as you look around and our camera's panning through them.
So everybody could see it all the way around. But.
Right, yeah, as the camera's panning, you can kind of see all the different little details, and you call them little treasures, which is perfect because each one is something different, yet they come together for a really cohesive look. It's not all over the place. They really do pull together.
She calls it a garden globe, and I'd like to have that in my garden.
I would too. I could picture sitting next to this and having a cup of coffee in the morning. And if you could picture this in your garden, please just give us a call, the number on your screen. Right now we have a high bid of $175. And we have the artist in studio as well. This has a retail value of $800. Well, let's go check in with her at the phone bank.
I am here with the lovely Mary Ellen Lane, the creator of that Garden Globe. Mary Ellen has been showing her mosaics in Sacramento for a long time, and I'm going to let her talk a little bit about that specific piece.
Okay, well, this thing, I've been working with some younger artists, and they kind of freestyle a lot, so I was just like, I'm going to wing it this year, because KVIE is awesome, where you get to kind of experiment a little bit, because you're giving your work, and it's kind of freeing that way. So I just figured I'd do a globe and see how it turned out. I liked kind of the broken pieces aspect. That's part of my style.
It's a great piece, and I'll have everybody know that I own the sister piece to that one. It's already been built into my new backyard, and I absolutely love it. The piece can go outside and become a part of your environment. So let's go back and take another look at that globe.
Thank you, Dee.
Thank you so much, Dee. And we're so happy to have the artists here today. The two of them. We have had an amazing half an hour. I want to thank Marie-Therese. But stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half an hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through national productions like Poldark and Victoria, to our local production of KVIE Arts Showcase, and the KVIE Gallery, now in its 5th year of celebrating award-winning auction artists and California masters. KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong because of your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Award Winners Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features current and past award winners from the KVIE Art Auction that were carefully selected by the jurors and the curator. View all of the art featured in this year's art auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Christina Salerno, and we are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring amazing works from award winners. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half an hour. Item 26A is North Fork of the American River by Alan Ashenfarb. This is photography measuring 23 by 19. The retail value is $225, and it's a juror award in landscape. Item 26B is Morning Mist Clearing Morro Bay by Caroline Henry. This is unknown, measuring 24 by 20. The retail value is $300, and it was a juror award in landscape. Item 26C is Sheltering from the Storm by Anna Skakel. This is photography measuring 25 by 31. It is artist framed with a retail value of $400, and it won first place in photography, which is amazing. Item 26D is Early Spring Breakfast at Chateau Easy by Michael Hoffey. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 46 by 54. The retail value is $2,500, and it won a juror award for still life. Item 26E is called Mother Hen by Cynthia Hipkiss. This is ceramic measuring 27 by 12 by 9. It is a retail value of $800, and it won first place in sculpture. Item 26F is Sammy P. Stapleton by Kathy Kyle. This is clay measuring 12 by 14 by 11 with a retail value of $550. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Marie-Therese Brown as we auction off works of art that are part of our award winners collection. So we have a really exciting half an hour in here for you. Let's start with North Fork of the American River, item 26A. This one is really interesting. It's a local place. A lot of Sacramento folks know this place. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, this is the bridge that, he says he wants the viewer to feel like they're right where he was, and you feel like you are standing here looking down at the river.
I feel like I'm standing there chilly with a coat and an umbrella.
He loves weather. He likes when it's kind of dreary, and he thinks it makes exciting photography.
It does.
And so, that's kind of what he was aiming for.
North Fork of the American River has right now a high bid of $75. It retails for $225. We'd love to see that number go up to $100. I do love how, Sacramento is such a hot place, but he captured really the fog and the mystery of winter in this piece.
Yeah, this is a Forest Hill Bridge. I'm not sure that I know the names of the bridges, but I know that of those bridges in Auburn. So this one is called the Forest Hill Bridge. So you could probably go and be at the same spot, but you will never see it probably exactly like this. He's got the trees with the leaves are gone, and you see the little sparkles of raindrops. He's got so much detail in this photograph that you can really, really feel it. You can almost feel the rain hitting you.
I want to drink a warm cup of tea. I love, there is, as we talk about details, the camera's panning into the river right here in the middle, which kind of snakes through with the road snaking through too. There's a lot to draw your eye to.
It's a really, really beautiful composition. It does. It takes you off, and then you're back into the mist in the background there. And you can see looks like the freeway and the bridge going across there.
There's really a lot that you can see in this particular picture. And again, I like the feeling that evokes. This is a piece that could go maybe in an office, it could go in your home. This is maybe a place that you've hiked or you've visited to. Again, a local place, the North Fork of the American River. Right now we have a high bid of $125. We have a retail of $225. So we're really only $100 off for this being a bell ringer. Right now, let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
We're going to take one last look at the Garden Globe by Mary Ellen Lane, 25F. It's currently at $500. I want to see this become a bell ringer. It could be in your garden tomorrow. I even know a guy who could make a great stand for it that'll keep it up and the wind won't even knock it over. It's a beautiful piece. It's done all the way around, so every time you walk around it, you see a different part of it. Right now, I'm at 500. 25F, we're going to take it off soon. Let's go back out to the studio.
Okay. All right, we're here with North Fork of the American River right now that has a high bid of $175. We were just taking a really closer look at this piece because there's so much to see in it.
Yeah, the color, it has a feeling of an old, I don't think he touched it up, but it has that soft pastel look. When you look down into where the river is, it's this light turquoisey color, and the ground has a pinkish tinge, or tint, sort of like old photographs, the way they used to come out that way. And then the dark foreground, where you're looking through that darkness into the light at the bottom. But not sunlight, not a lot of light in that way.
No, but it's still, the feeling of it does make me feel kind of warm and cozy. I do like the feeling. This painting is, or this picture, this photography rather, is something that does evoke a very nice feeling. Right now we have a high bid of $250, which is amazing, which means it's a bell ringer. Excellent, I love that. Already a bell ringer here.
The camera right now is really showing. It's really, when you see the camera panning it, you really see the little lights on the ends of all of that. So it's almost like a black and white photo with the color in the middle.
With a little bit more color. Well, we're going to keep this one open. I know there's some bidding going on that one, so we'll allow the bidding to continue, and we'll move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 26B. It's called Morning Mist Clearing Morro Bay by Caroline Henry. This is unknown, measuring 24 by 20. The retail value is $300. This won a Jura Award for landscape. It's a really neat piece. And there's a technique behind this one. Marie-Therese, what can you tell us about how the artist did this piece?
This is a scratch board. So a scratch board, you may have made one in elementary school where you put India ink on a piece of paper and then took a paper clip and scratched into it. This is a professionally made scratch board, so it is a nice panel that has the black is already applied for you, and then the way the artist makes it, it's like reverse of drawing where you put dark on a white, you're scratching out the dark. So the artist scratched out in different layers to get the different tones. So where you see it really black, that's the pure scratch board. Where the clouds are, they've scratched more out. So you have to be really aware of where your lights and darks go because you're doing it opposite of what you would naturally do.
Wow, it sounds like a very difficult medium.
And you can really see the beautiful, like little tiny lines that make the sort of lighter color of the sky.
The sky, wow. Yeah. When the camera zooms in,
I don't know if the camera can
really
get up really close and see that. And the same with Morro Rock. Everybody, that's such a
iconic
landmark.
Absolutely.
We drive down 101 all the time and we see that landmark in Morro Bay, and yeah, it's just beautiful. And then the ships, the boats, the sailboat. And then she scratched out her name, and I think she's probably written her name again because I don't know how she could scratch that black name out because it's beautiful the way that she has signed it.
Very detailed, very intricately done. It's a gorgeous, and as you said, iconic, Morro Bay. Now we have a high bid of $75. This does have a retail value of $300. It's beautifully framed. It's ready to go. This is a piece that would go immediately in your home. I love the black and white feel of this particular piece.
Yeah, what I think is really cool is this bird.
Oh,
you see the bird? You had to remember to don't scratch out that bird because once it's scratched out, it's not there anymore. So, saving that little bit of black right there to keep that bird. I don't know if the camera is seeing it, but
well, right now we're looking at the sailboats.
Yeah,
There's a lot of different detail in this painting. There's
the
birds,
same
the
with
sailboats.
the line in the sailboat and the little windows on the sailboat. So you're scratching around that, and you know, I'm not sure what tools, but there's different pins, shaped tools, elements, different thicknesses that you would use to make this.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and check in with the phone bank.
26A, the North Fork of the American River, is a bell ringer. I am totally enamored of 26B. That's the piece they're looking at right now. Scratchboard is one of those things, you scratch it off wrong and you can't fix your mistake. So to be able to do a piece that translates all the way across the studio like that on scratchboard is pretty amazing. There's a $75 bid on it. Let's get it up there, 26B. Let's take another look at that beautiful piece.
Thanks so much, Steve. We're here with Morro Bay, and we do have a close-up of the bird that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, there's that bird. Look at that bird in the sky.
So many fun, I mean, really interesting details on this. And again, Morro Rock. I mean, we're talking about the little details, but the one that draws your eye is the rock in Morro Bay.
And then you can see that the rock is casting a shadow on the water. So that's where you have most of the black still there that hasn't been scratched out. So that's the darkest part, except for some of the dark shadows in the rocks themselves. So, you know, a lot of thought has to go into creating a scratchboard because of that reverse doing everything. The sail on the little boat that's black, to save that. And like in a watercolor, you save your whites. In a scratchboard, you're saving your darks.
It's almost the opposite. Well, Morro Bay right now has a high bid of $75. We'd love to see that number go up to $150. Again, it has a retail value of $300. We're going to leave it open so you can continue to call in this piece, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 26C. It's called Sheltering from the Storm by Anna Skakel. This is photography measuring 25 by 31. It's artist framed with a retail value of $400. And this particular piece won first place in photography. And you can see why. This piece is amazing. I think I stared for a long time when I first saw this one. I mean, what is it about this piece that just captures you?
Well, it's exciting to me because I know the artist and I've known her for many, many years, and I hadn't seen her for many years until the preview party, and there she was. I knew if I stood by it, she'd show up. I knew she was doing photography, but I hadn't seen her for so long. Well, she travels all over the world capturing amazing, amazing scenery, and this is in Ethiopia, and she was in it's the Omo Valley in Ethiopia, and she was like on a 3-hour Jeep ride to get to this place. All kinds of stories. They were taking photographs, and she said that when they took their big cameras out, the people would start posing. So she didn't want to have a big camera, but she did have that with her. All of a sudden, though, the rain came and just started pouring down. So all these people who previously were doing things over here ran to the side and stood in the shelter of the bananas. And then she just had a little camera with her that they didn't know, and she took this photo and had no idea what she got. She had no idea if she was even aiming it the right way.
What an amazing story.
She saw that, and you can see that some of them are looking at her, but they are amazing. So it's just amazing to see these people that live on our planet that are so different, that she's sharing and showing people to have us remember how the world is so different in so many places.
That's beautiful. It absolutely is. It's really a moment in time that she captured, in photojournalism, really. I mean, she captured these people in their environment. I really do love this piece. It right now has a high bid of $100. It actually has a retail value of $400. It's quite large. This is a piece that, I mean, if you had this in your home, it would dominate a wall. It would be a talking piece, absolutely. There's so much going on here. We're going to come back to this, but let's check in with the phone bank.
We are so close to making this a bell ringer. This is 26B, Morning Mist Clearing in Morro Bay. An amazing scratchboard piece. I don't know how long it took her to do this. It's at $225. I really want to see it hit $300. It could go home with you tomorrow. Remember, you can pick up your pieces tomorrow and Monday from 12 to 5. You need to call 844-584-3278. We've got people bidding on every single piece in this part of the auction. So if you're interested in any of these, you got to call now. So let's go back and look at that amazing photograph.
We're here with Sheltering from the Storm, which right now has a high bid of $200, which is excellent. We're only $200 for making this a bell ringer. This gorgeous place. I want to remind you, too, that it won first place in photography. It is such an amazing, compelling piece, and the composition is really interesting. Can you talk about that?
It also won first place, like a Award of Excellence at the California State Fair.
Oh,
too,
nice.
By the way, so she put it
Excellent.
in the fair. You know, she just knew this was a great scene, and so she took her camera and she didn't stage anybody or do anything, and it just is amazing how all the people and all the colors, their beautiful cloth, all the textures of what they're wearing on one side, the foliage on the other side, the implements of what they were working on, the color is so saturated, and she did nothing to enhance it.
That's
she just
amazing.
took this picture, and you can see the rain. You can see the rain falling. You see these little like lines going down. That is pouring down rain.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful piece. Sheltering from the Storm right now. It has a high bid of $350. We're only $50 for making that a bell ringer. I have no doubt that this piece, this first place photography piece, is going to hit bell ringer. And good news, we already have bell ringers in our previous two pieces. North Fork of the American River is already up to $450. That's almost double the retail value. That's amazing. Morro Bay, $350, also over the retail value, another bell ringer. Sheltering from the Storm, I have no doubt we're just $50 away from making this a bell ringer. $50 more. And just a reminder that all proceeds go back to benefiting KVIE, the station, the PBS station that you love and the shows that you love. What else?
These people are very well known for the way that they decorate their face. And we use, you know, the lipstick and the vamp is for what we do.
Absolutely.
This is what they do. They paint their faces, and you know, who knows what it all means, whatever their symbology, and it's just so intriguing. They're beautiful, beautiful figures who, you know, you're not going to see unless you travel far, far, far to this valley in Ethiopia.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to keep this piece open so you can continue to bid on it, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 26D. It's called Early Spring Breakfast at Chateau Izé by Michael Hoffey. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 46 by 54. The retail value is $2,500. It won a juror award in still life. And this piece is very large. Our cameras had to back up quite a bit so they could get the full size of this piece, and you can tell how large it is compared to us. So that's the first thing that struck me was the size of it. Tell me what struck you about this piece.
You feel like you're so far away.
I know, we have to shout.
It's really big. This is just an amazing, amazing piece. It's on a gallery canvas. It's gigante. How big is that? It's 46 by 54 inches. Yes. It is just going to be the centerpiece of anybody's wall. It's painted all around the sides on a gallery canvas, and it is painted with acrylic on canvas. He told me a story that the artist was in rehabilitation from a broken back. And so for 3 months, he was like Frida Kahlo. He couldn't do anything. And I think that's when he decided or became a painter. And he now paints, and he paints scenes of where he's been. And this was a hotel in France where he stayed. And this was flowers in a vase. And, you know, he has his memory of it. And so he's painted it bigger than life.
It's very big. It's much bigger than life.
Very.
And Michael Hoffey is a longtime KVIE contributor. He always donates really exciting pieces to the KVIE auction, which is very exciting. Early Spring Breakfast right now has a high bid of $300, but this has a retail value of $250. This piece, again, like you said, it was painted in a hotel in France.
Not in a hotel, but of.
Of a hotel in France.
Yeah, I don't think he could really paint this in the hotel, but this is where he stayed. It was in Chateau Izé, a hilltop hotel in some place near Nice in France. And it's his memory. He probably took some photos, but he's just painted what he remembers. It's painted when he originally started, it wasn't stretched on a canvas. He just had the raw canvas he doesn't prime the canvas first. So a prime would be an underpainting, but because it's acrylic paint, you don't need to prime it because acrylic paint is what you normally prime with, which you paint it all white. So he just painted it right on raw canvas.
It's a beautiful piece. Let's go ahead and check in with Dee in the phone bank.
I am standing here with 26C sheltering from the storm. I am $50 for making this award winner into a bell ringer. So if you are the person on the phone, just go ahead and give us that extra $50 and let us ring the bell. That Michael Hoffey from Clear Across the Gallery is such a great statement piece. It's fun, it makes me smile. And we ended up using it in a lot of our graphics for the auction because the graphics department just loved the play of colors. So let's go look at it close up one more time.
Early Spring Breakfast has a high bid of $300. And again, this piece would, a statement piece is what she called it, and absolutely would. If you live in a house with high ceilings, with a large wall, this piece would be amazing in it. Maybe you have an office with really large space. This piece would be excellent in there. And it's also, I know we talked about this being France. It has kind of a French feeling, but really this could be anywhere. This could be anybody's dining room table with these lovely flowers here.
It's painted with such joy.
Oh,
you know,
yes.
you could just see how he just had a great time painting those flowers, and I guess his breakfast was whatever the fruit was in the bowl down there. Yeah.
It has right now, we're up to $450, which is awesome, which is amazing. We're going to keep this open. We're having fun with this piece, but we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 26E, which is called Mother Hen by Cynthia Hipkiss. This is ceramic, measuring 27 by 12 by 9. The retail value is $800, and this one, first place in sculpture. I love having all these first place pieces of art.
Special, right?
We have a pretty special hour right now. This is a really interesting sculpture. There's so much to talk about here. Where would you like to start, Marie-Therese?
Well, I don't know. I just think it's pretty cute. So the woman, Cynthia, had on her website, which I looked at, had a really great demo of her making a very similar one. She makes many, many, many sculptures of chefs and cooks, and I can see them being in restaurants all over town. She does this with making coils. So she rolls coils of clay and then stacks them up till she gets like a leg, makes another leg, makes another big coil. So she just works from the ground up.
Oh, we have some.
I'm just going to show that this piece comes off, and she does make other things that can go up here, like a pizza or something like that. This is the little title, and I am going to turn her around so you can see her lovely chicken-footed bow.
Oh, it's so
cute.
Right there.
Okay, I'm going to put her back together.
There we go. So she's a versatile piece.
Yes. She's a good time.
It absolutely is.
And look at those little chickens up there. They're even smiling.
Yep,
they don't
she's the
care
mother
that they're all
hen.
plucked and ready to get cooked, right?
Mother Hen right now, we have a high bid of $200. It has a retail value of $800. It's quite large. This piece would be a talking piece in your home.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
These clay artists have so much humor.
They do.
They create these creatures that are just full of life.
This piece absolutely is full of life, and it's got the little details of the fun chickens who look like they're having a good time, even though they're on a plate. There's so many details in her apron and her face. There's a lot to look at this piece. Mother Hen, again, right now we have a high bid of $200. We'd love to see that number go up to $250. It has a retail value of $800. What else can you tell us about this piece?
Well, she's got lipstick on.
She does.
Yeah.
Right now we're looking at the feet. We're getting a nice close-up look of the high heels.
Cute little shoes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, the little the Mother Hen button that goes along with that.
Little nail polish and yeah.
Mother Hen, again, it has a high bid of $200. We'd love to see that number go to $250. Let's go ahead and check with you at the phone bank.
I am standing next to this incredible Michael Hoffey piece. Michael Hoffey has become one of my favorite artists. He's so easy to work with. Another artist that let me walk into a studio and say, can I have that one? Lets me pick a beautiful piece every year. He was an award winner last year, this year. It is a great piece in any room. A beautiful piece to put in your office to add a little bit of color and a lot of happiness in a room where you have to work. The piece is, they had to move the camera so far away I can't even see it. The piece is currently at $1,100. It's a $2,000 piece. Let's make it into a bell ringer. It's 28D. Let's go back out and look at Mother Hen one more time.
We keep talking about happiness for that last piece, happiness for this piece. I want to remind folks that this was a first place in sculpture, and you can see why it's very intricate, very well done. Mother Hen right now has a high bid of $200. This would be joy to really any room in the house that this was placed in. Would you not agree?
Sure, yeah, especially if you're a cook, you know, I think it's a kitchen-y thing for sure.
It is. Yeah. It is. It's something that everybody could gather around with your family and talk about it. Or a restaurant owner. Perhaps you own a cafe or a restaurant in town and you need a little piece of flair for your customers. This would be the perfect piece. Mother Hen. Again, we'd love to see that bid go up to $250. And this artist, we certainly appreciate her donating this piece to the KVIE Art Auction. Just a reminder that the artists donate these pieces with 100% of the proceeds going to KVIE to benefit the programs that you love, the dramas, the kids programs, and the local programs as well. So we're going to keep Mother Hen open for you to continue to bid on, and we're going to move on to our next piece. Our next piece is item 26F. It's called Sammy P. Stapleton by Kathy Kyle. This is clay measuring 12 by 14 by 11. The retail value is $550. This is a very cute baby elephant. I think it's a baby. Would you agree?
It looks like a baby. Yeah, I don't know anything about when they get their tusks and all of that, you know, but it does look like a little kid for sure.
It does. It has a very childlike feel about this. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I just know that it is clay and it's handmade, and the artist said she wants it to be a tomboy. She's not sure if it's a boy or a girl, so she named it Sammy.
She named it Sammy. It could go either way.
It could go either way.
Kathy does clay, and she typically does animals, and her pieces are always very, very popular at the KVIE Art Auction. They always sell very quickly because people love to have these fun, whimsical animals in their home. I mean, something like this would just put a smile on your face. We've had a lot of happy pieces in this last half an hour. Right now, we have a high bid of $175. It does have a retail value of $550. What can you tell me about some of the little details that we see here? Right now, they're zooming in up on the head and
There's
the
a
hat.
cute little hat, and what did we decide that was a Sacramento
It looks like
sticker?
this. It says King on it.
The Kings, yeah. And then, we can turn it. And then there's another symbol.
Right there on the back.
I don't know what that is right there, little wing. So somebody must know what that is. You can see it really looks like elephant skin, you know? It
It's
looks
very
like
textured.
all the wrinkles. He's very textured, and you can see the wrinkles around here like an elephant would have.
We have a little bit of the tail right here. There's little pieces there. I mean, this is
She does
extremely
say
well
that
done.
this is an indoor-only sculpture.
That's good to know.
Yeah, so you really wouldn't want to put it outdoors.
No, but it could go in a kid's room. Maybe you have a child who loves sports, who has a little bit of a whimsical, fun bent. This would be a really beautiful piece for a kid's room, or really any place in your home. Sammy P. Stapleton is the name of this. Right now we have a high bid of $250, which is excellent. We have people on the phones. I can hear them ringing over there. But we do have a retail value of $550. Let's see if we can get that number up to $300. Marie Therese, actually, we're going to check in with the phone bank right now.
2060 early spring breakfast. That big huge painting is currently at $1,900. We want to get it to $2,500. I want to remind you that the auction goes on all day tomorrow from noon until 10. There's some exciting things going on, like the investment hour in the evening. We've got a couple of really great galleries, and the anticipation just builds through the weekend. So get online at kvie.org/art auction and figure out what you want to bid on tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's go look at Kathy Keel's piece one more time.
We'll do a quick wrap up, but we did find out the KVIE STF informed us that this means Wonder Woman right there on the back of that elephant. So that's the little detail that we were looking for.
Wonder Woman.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Real quick, one more thought. What's your final thought on this piece?
Oh, I just love it. I was trying to turn it so you could see its eye getting ready to wink at you.
Let's get one last look at that
looks
face
like a
before we
real
close
eye
out.
in there.
One last smiling look at this happy elephant face. Yes, we have a high bid of $375. And stay tuned because there's even more art coming up tomorrow for our third and final day of the KVIE Art Auction. We want to thank Marie-Therese Brown for being here and for your painting, which was a huge bell ringer, and for all of you for calling and bidding on this fabulous work. We'll see you tomorrow.